Chapter 1. An Overprotective Sister. In the land of Huaxia, within the city of Nanming, September heralds the beginning of the school year on a crisp morning. Brother, wake up. It's time for us to head to registration. Hua Ziyun, in a daze, sensed a voice calling out to him. Was it his sister? Could this all be a dream? Nonsense, he was dead. How could a deceased person dream? Suddenly, he felt a soft and warm touch on his face, jolting him awake. He blinked to find his sister, Hua Sha, gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes. Just as he remembered, her eyes were a deep black, her features exquisitely delicate, and her fair skin appeared almost translucent, evoking a cool touch. She wore a pristine white silk camisole nightgown, her thick black hair cascading messily behind her. Beneath the short lace hem, her flawless legs were half kneeling, her feet already tucked under the covers. Sister? Am I still alive? As Hua Ziyun took in the familiar surroundings of his room and the sight of his sister before him, he instinctively recoiled, sitting up with a start, his eyes brimming with emotion. The soul rebirth system had truly granted him a second chance, transporting him back to his high school days 3 years prior, and if memory served him right, today marked the day he would officially return to school following military training. Brother, why are your eyes so red? Did you not sleep well last night? Hua Sha asked, blinking her eyes with concern as she reached out to touch his cheek. Hua Ziyun instinctively grasped her hand, yearning to pull her into an embrace, yet he ultimately restrained his impulse, gently lowering her hand instead. She remained the same forever, a whimsical, youthful girl in his presence. As long as he was around, his sister's life seemed to spiral into chaos. Why, Yangtian? You dared to take drastic measures to win my sister's affection, and in this life, I shall ensure you pay for your sins in blood. Gazing into Hua Sha's pure, innocent eyes, he was suddenly reminded of a scene from his past. She was the renowned beauty of Yangqing High School, pursued by suitors who lined up at the school gates. Her inexplicable fondness for him had drawn hostility from others. After a moment's pause, he uttered, Sister, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Could you refrain from entering my room unannounced from now on? Aren't you afraid of being seen by Mom? Not at all. Mom isn't home anyway, Hua Sha replied with a cheerful grin, leaning forward on her hands, her expression tinged with disappointment. Brother, why aren't you nervous today? You usually fret about being gobbled up. Why do you seem like a different person now? Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly, acknowledging how he had spoiled her throughout their childhood. However, it was only upon his death that he realized just how much he cherished his sister, making it imperative for him to treasure this second chance. He silently prayed, feeling slightly awkward as he turned his head away, primarily due to the way Hua Sha was seated, her camisole slipping open, revealing more than he was comfortable with. Sister, you're 18 now, you should be more mindful of your image in front of me. Ding! Congratulations, host Hua Ziyun, for reactivating the soul rebirth system. You have earned 1 point of exchange value for the soul scene reward. The system is updating the subsystem rewards. Ding! The Holy Physician subsystem has been successfully loaded. Ding! The War King subsystem has been successfully loaded. Ding! The Academic Prodigy subsystem has been successfully loaded. A series of system notifications echoed in Hua Ziyun's mind, and he felt a surge of excitement as he could distinctly hear his own heartbeat. The system was indeed still operational. The soul rebirth system was nothing short of divine. However, its upgrades were rather demanding, requiring the sustenance of soul scenes. The main system's rewards could be utilized to unlock various subsystems in the marketplace, compelling the host to resort to unscrupulous means to become an unrepentant rogue. The rewards from the marketplace associated with the main soul rebirth system were simply astonishing. The host could directly activate various subsystems using exchange points. Should you wish to amass wealth, the tycoon system is at your service if you seek to flaunt your superiority. The show-off system is available if invincibility is your desire. The summoning system will cater to your needs. In essence, while others were counting their money until their hands cramped, Hua Ziyun often found himself counting system points until his head spun. Moreover, Hua Ziyun discovered a significant flaw within the soul rebirth system. Certain insubstantial subsystems, like the show-off system, offered rewards that contributed to the main exchange value. After the initial excitement subsided, Hua Ziyun, without a second thought, exchanged for the War King system. His sister was a well-known beauty at Nanming High School, and today she would accompany him to registration. He was determined not to be misunderstood and end up on the receiving end of an undeserved beating again. Congratulations, host. The War King system has been successfully activated, increasing your growth value by 1. You now possess one of the War King's abilities. Ha! Nanming High School. Yi Yangtan, I have returned. Brother, why are you ignoring me and laughing to yourself? Hua Sha huffed, clearly displeased, her arms crossed in discontent. Hua Ziyun stifled his excitement, adopting a serious demeanor as he placed his hands on Hua Sha's shoulders, gazing at her earnestly for the first time. Sister, please don't be upset, just listen to me calmly. Just as he was about to impart some wisdom, she cut him off. Brother, do you want to kiss me? Hua Sha asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. At her words, all of Hua Ziyun's seriousness evaporated, and he struggled to suppress a headache as he replied, Actually, I think you should put on some underwear first. With that, he threw off the covers, slipped into his slippers, and made his way to the bathroom. From now on, don't cling to me, don't blame me if you can't find a boyfriend later. Humph, don't think you can shake me off with that excuse. Hua Sha pouted, glaring at his retreating figure, muttering, How dare you lecture me? You've touched me before when we bathed together as children. Hua Ziyun shook his head, laughing as he entered the bathroom to splash water on his face. Grabbing his toothbrush, he was taken aback when Hua Sha barged in, snatching it from his hands and pointing a finger at him, demanding, Tell me, do you like Qin Yen? Hua Ziyun froze, exasperated as he rubbed his head. She's my biological sister. A month ago, I lent her an umbrella on a rainy day. Why are you bringing this up now? There's nothing between us. Besides, I'm your brother, not your boyfriend. Humph! Hua Sha stomped her foot in frustration, spinning on her heels and heading for the door. I won't allow you to like her, I hate you. Hua Ziyun opened his mouth to say something soothing, but just as he did, he saw Hua Sha turn around to speak to him, walking too quickly and failing to notice the door ahead. He shouted, Sister, watch the door. Unfortunately, it seemed his warning came a tad too late. Ow! Hua Sha yelped as her body collided with the door. Hua Ziyun watched as her ample assets were comically squished against the door before quickly bouncing back, her body recoiling. Hua Ziyun rushed forward to steady her, chuckling, Sister, am I forgiven? You're only 18, and you've developed so well you should be able to avoid hitting your face like that. Unexpectedly, Hua Sha exclaimed, leaning into his embrace, Brother, hold me tight. I'm feeling dizzy and can't stand straight. With that, her mischievous eyes darted around, and she shoved his used toothbrush into her mouth, brushing away as she said, Brother, just hold me steady, it'll be fine once I finish brushing my teeth. Are you doing this on purpose? You didn't even hit your head, and yet you're taking advantage of your biological brother? Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes, utterly defeated by his sister. She remained as whimsical as ever. He wondered when she would finally mature. Yet, with her clinging to him, the softness against him was undeniably discomforting. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing physical contact. You have been rewarded with 4 exchange points. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. The Soldier King system has completed 5. You possess 5 of the Soldier King's capabilities. Chapter 2. The Aesthetics of Violence. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a series of impatient car horn blasts suddenly echoed from downstairs. Hua Ziyun furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes with a hint of exasperation. He patted his sister, who was still nestled against him. Hurry and change your clothes, your little admirer. Yi Yangtian is here to pick you up. Ugh, as if I would be interested in him. Hua Sha paused, looking up at Hua Ziyun with a bewildered expression. How do you know Yi Yangtian? Oh no. Hua Ziyun's heart sank, although he recognized that the person downstairs was indeed Yi Yangtian. They had only met after starting school. How could he explain this to her? Just as he was feeling anxious, Hua Sha suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her big eyes sparkling with a teasing glint. Brother, confess honestly, did you sneak into my room again to read my love letters? Hua Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief, pushing her away helplessly as he rubbed his head, acknowledging his innocence. Just hurry up and get ready. Are you jealous, brother? Hua Sha looked at him with eager anticipation. Hua Ziyun's lips trembled slightly, and he retorted with a hint of ferocity. Jealous of what? I'm your brother, not your boyfriend. Hurry up and don't waste my time. With that, he turned and exited the bathroom, beginning to gather his school essentials. His sister was unaware of the future entanglements between him and Yi Yangtian. With the allure system in place, He would ensure that past humiliations would not repeat themselves. Yi Yangtian was notorious at school for his arrogance, flaunting his father's wealth and bullying others. Apart from Hua Sha, there was nothing he couldn't obtain, which was why he persistently pursued her. Knowing that Yi Yangtian would certainly be waiting, Hua Ziyun deliberately slowed his pace, taking nearly an hour to finally get ready. Before stepping out, he left a note for his mother and called out to his sister, who was already sprawled on the sofa in her new outfit, ready to depart. At this point, Hua Sha was growing impatient. Seeing Hua Ziyun finally ready, she lazily stretched, inadvertently revealing her slender waist, delicate and fragrant like a dragonfly touching water. Clarity achieved, scene captured. System rewards 2 exchange points. Although Hua Ziyun was fully aware that the person before him was his sister, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Let's go already, it's such a hassle for a grown man to get ready. Isn't that because of you? Why don't you help me carry something? Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes in exasperation. With a playful laugh, Hua Sha slung her small backpack over her shoulder and linked arms with Hua Ziyun, who was laden with bags, as they stepped out. Such burdensome tasks were always his responsibility. Hua Ziyun didn't want the neighbors to witness their affectionate display, so as soon as they exited, he wriggled free from her grasp, signaling her to go ahead. Old Stikinthamud. Humph. Hua Sha made a playful face at him, turning to descend the stairs. Hua Ziyun shook his head helplessly, watching his sister, who even descended the stairs in a serpentine manner. How could someone just 18 years old develop so maturely? It was simply absurd. Clarity achieved, scene captured. System rewards 3 exchange points. Is this even possible? Hua Ziyun chuckled. Without a second thought, he activated the allure system to redeem the rewards from the Soldier King system. He was determined to reclaim the humiliation he had endured years ago. Upon reaching downstairs, a red Ferrari California T was parked prominently at the entrance, its window rolled halfway down. Just like that year, Yi Yangtian arrived to pick up his sister, accompanied by his lackey, Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu, ever the sycophant, exploited Yi Yangtian's wealth to wreak havoc at school, especially targeting beautiful girls, making him universally despised. However, many refrained from voicing their disdain due to Yi Yangtian's influence. Sister, get in the car, the boss has been waiting for you for a long time, Qiao Mu exclaimed as he hurriedly opened the door, blocking their path with an ingratiating smile. Move aside. Who are you calling sister-in-law? Don't shout nonsense. Hua Sha's face flushed with anger as she sidestepped Qiao Mu. Isn't it just a matter of time? Qiao Mu sneered, once again obstructing Hua Sha, his gaze inadvertently landing on Hua Ziyun. So, you're the sister's brother? Why do you look like you're fleeing from something? Hua Ziyun scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qiao Mu as he took his sister's hand and walked away. Feeling slighted by Hua Ziyun's dismissal, Qiao Mu's face flushed with embarrassment. He grabbed Hua Ziyun's arm. Who were you looking at just now? If it weren't for your sister, I'd break your legs. Qiao Mu's demeanor shifted, his face a mask of provocation as he loomed over Hua Ziyun. Qiao Mu's sudden aggression startled Hua Sha, her grip on Hua Ziyun tightening as she felt a bead of sweat form on her palm. She knew Qiao Mu wouldn't dare harm her, but what about her brother? Hua Ziyun could sense his sister's fear. Years ago, he had been bullied by Qiao Mu for defending her, reducing him to tears with no means of retaliation. But now, things were different. He would not allow anyone to bully her again. You can act tough, but know your audience. Locking eyes, Hua Ziyun snorted, abruptly shaking off Qiao Mu's grip and thrusting his head towards Qiao Mu's forehead. Bang! Qiao Mu let out a yelp and fell to the ground, blood streaming from his hairline. Ah! Hua Sha gasped, covering her eyes in shock. How dare you touch me? I'll make you pay. Qiao Mu shouted, scrambling to his feet and lunging at Hua Ziyun. Having pent up frustration, Hua Ziyun, despite possessing only 10 of the Soldier King's abilities, found it more than sufficient to deal with Qiao Mu. From this day forth, we will settle our scores, one by one. Hua Ziyun gritted his teeth, swiftly releasing Hua Sha's hand and employing all his strength to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Qiao Mu's left cheek. Qiao Mu charged in too quickly, unable to react in time, and received the blow squarely, stumbling back 2 to 3 meters before regaining his balance. Ugh! Qiao Mu grimaced as he sat up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 yellowing teeth mixed in. You brat! Wait for me! Now truly frightened, Qiao Mu left with a final threat. Fear painted across his face as he scrambled back into the Ferrari. Hua Ziyun picked up the backpack from the ground, leading his sister, who was still covering her eyes, around to the driver's side of the Ferrari. Throughout the encounter, Yi Yongtian had remained in the car, merely observing. Tap tap. Hua Ziyun knocked on the Ferrari's window, which slid down, revealing Yi Yongtian's familiar smug face. Impressive skills, brother. You really beat my guy up like that? Yi Yongtian smirked maliciously. Just a little welcome gift? Nothing more. Hua Ziyun replied with a smirk, glancing at the subdued Xiao Mu in the passenger seat. You'd better pray it doesn't come back to bite you. Oh, are you threatening me? Yi Yongtian feigned fear, his expression exaggeratedly alarmed. We don't know each other. Do we? What are you basing this on? Basing it on. Don't you know in your heart what you're thinking? Chapter 3. The Grand Display of Arrogance. Yi Yongtian's expression darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. You're the first. Is that so? How fortunate for me. Let's consider this our official introduction. Feel free to show me what you've got. I'll be waiting for you at school, Hua Ziyun retorted. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and just as it seemed about to erupt, Hua Sha tugged at Hua Ziyun's shirt. Brother, let's go, we shouldn't provoke such people. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Hua Ziyun's icy expression melted instantly. With a smile, he turned around and playfully brushed his fingers along her delicate nose. Sister, don't be afraid, we shall leave at once. With that, he disregarded Yi Yongtian and took Huasha's hand, leading her out of the community. Boss, are we really just letting him go? Xiao Mu grumbled, clutching his head, his teeth clenched as he glared at Hua Ziyun's retreating figure. With this kid around, it will be quite tricky to handle Huasha. Is that so? Yi Yongtian's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Hua Ziyun's back, making a slashing gesture across his neck. But I rather enjoy a challenge. Obtaining things too easily is simply dull. That girl is definitely mine. Upon exiting the community, Hua Ziyun and his sister hailed a taxi straight to Nanming Middle School. As soon as they got into the car, Huasha dove into Hua Ziyun's embrace. Hold me tight, I am scared. With no other option, Hua Ziyun sighed and draped his arm over her shoulder, chuckling sarcastically. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I've noticed you always find ways to take advantage of me. Absolutely not. Huasha pouted, her face a picture of innocence. I really was scared. You were so manly just now. I never expected you, who has always been a homebody, to possess such skills. Hua Ziyun chuckled to himself, about to indulge in some self-praise, only to be interrupted by the taxi driver, who frowned and glared at them through the rearview mirror. Young lady, are you already in a romantic relationship at such a young age? Don't your parents care? What? Early romance? Hua Ziyun was taken aback and glanced at the middle-aged driver, realizing he had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Sir, you might be mistaken. Shut up, you little scoundrel, deceiving a young girl's feelings at your age. How dare you? The driver was furious and clearly uninterested in Hua Ziyun's explanation. Well, it seems best to keep quiet. It was evident that the driver must have a daughter around their age, or else he wouldn't be so worked up. The confrontation made Huasha's cheeks flush, and it appeared she took the driver's misunderstanding lightly, reveling in it instead. Hua Ziyun, feeling exasperated, pinched her waist and whispered, Sister, do you find my embarrassment amusing? Why didn't you clarify things with the driver? Ah, you're hurting me, brother. Huasha playfully nudged against Hua Ziyun's chest, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The driver isn't wrong, you know. Didn't you realize that you are my husband from a past life? If I tell him you're my real brother, he might just beat us up. Hua Ziyun was utterly defeated. His sister was truly a treasure of a character. Arriving at the entrance of Nanming Middle School, Hua Ziyun gazed nostalgically at the throngs of students bustling in and out, particularly captivated by the welcoming banner for new students. It felt so real. He was finally back as they got out of the car. Before Hua Ziyun could retrieve their luggage from the trunk, a series of exclamations erupted around them. Look, the school belle of the second year is here. Who is that kid with her? Goodness, what are you waiting for? Go help her. In an instant, 30 or more students rushed forward, surrounding Huasha and leaving Hua Ziyun shoved out to the periphery. Huasha, you're here so early this year. Where's your luggage? Let me help you carry it. A boy with a face full of acne squeezed in front of Huasha, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. No, it's all right. I need to help my brother check in first. Huasha politely declined, turning around to find Hua Ziyun, but he was nowhere to be seen. Brother? Checking in? Someone shouted, and suddenly everyone realized. and in the next moment Wazian's luggage was snatched away. Those who couldn't grab something nearly tore at his clothes. Well, this certainly made things easier. Wazian could only laugh helplessly. His sister's influence was remarkable. Why not make use of this free labor? Brother, I'm Zhang Liang from Class 7, Year 2. Let's have dinner tonight. Get lost. You don't stand a chance. Come with me, I'll give you the royal treatment. Join the student council, bro, I'll reserve a good spot for you. Suddenly, all attention shifted to Wazian, leaving him nearly overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Like a star surrounded by admirers, Wazian was ushered into the school. The registration process had already been taken care of by someone else, all thanks to his sister. Since he couldn't change their minds, he might as well enjoy the attention. Get lost. You think you can compete with Yi for women, you bunch of trash? As the group approached the small square, a sudden cold shout rang out from a distance. It was Qiao Mu, who had just suffered a setback at Wazian's hands, and this time he was accompanied by 3 others. A name carries weight, and a shadow follows. Qiao Mu's shout sent the crowd retreating in fear. Oh, isn't that Senior Qiao Mu? Looks like your wounds healed quickly. Wazian chuckled as he ushered his sister behind him, eyeing Qiao Mu, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Stop the nonsense. I'm here to settle the score with you. Brother. Huasha tugged at Wazian's sleeve cautiously, whispering, I'll try to hold him off. You run to the academic office quickly. Wazian turned and affectionately patted his startled sister. He surveyed the fearful crowd, shaking his head silently. How could they even think of pursuing his sister? What gave them that right? Ding. Scene activation. Show off subsystem side quest. Please complete a flamboyant display within 3 minutes. Completion rewards. 5 exchange points. Failure results in a deduction of 10 points. Just as Wazian was about to teach Qiao Mu another lesson, the sultry voice of the system echoed in his mind. What? This task is outrageous. If I fail, I'll lose all my exchange points? With that thought, Wazian sighed and looked at the crowd with a questioning expression. Did I just hear barking? Are dogs allowed in school? At his words, the crowd erupted in confusion. Who doesn't know that anyone who offends Qiao Mu usually ends up in the hospital? Is this kid asking for death? Seeing their expressions, Wazian grinned and continued, From today onward, I no longer wish to hear barking. To handle dogs, 1 hand is all I need. Chapter 4. All about performance. Ding. The task of showcasing extravagant skills has been completed, and the system rewards 5 exchange points. Congratulations to the host for the successful redemption. The prowess of the warrior has been enhanced by 15. Han Ziyun felt a thrill of excitement, mischievously hiding his left hand behind him, turning to Zhou Mu and extending his right middle finger, then swiftly flipping it downwards. From this day forth, I shall demonstrate to Yi Yangtian who truly reigns supreme, and ensure he keeps his hounds in check. Dare to provoke? Brothers, let us take him down. Zhou Mu could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, his 3 senior companions lunged at Han Ziyun. Having long awaited the chance to display his skills, Han Ziyun eagerly licked his lips as he faced the oncoming trio. He deftly sidestepped the first punch, seized the assailant's arm, and delivered a knee strike straight to his abdomen. A pained scream followed as he swiftly dodged a kick from the second assailant, crouching low to sweep his leg, causing the young man to lose balance and crash to the ground. Without pausing, Han Ziyun utilized his momentum to rise and grasp the last incoming fist, unleashing a powerful burst of strength from his waist, legs, and arms. The final assailant soared over Han Ziyun's head, crashing down at Zhou Mu's feet with a resounding thud. The entire confrontation transpired within a mere few breaths, leaving many onlookers in stunned silence, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. It appeared as though he had single-handedly subdued them. The crowd felt exhilarated, released from their long-held grievances, witnessing someone finally stand up to Zhou Mu and his gang. Meanwhile, the unfortunate soul clutching his abdomen was kneeling on the ground, retching, while the one thrown over Han Ziyun's shoulder was unable to rise due to his twisted arm. The last fallen individual, still attempting to get up, found himself thwarted as Han Ziyun planted a foot on his chest, casting a provocative smile towards the trembling Zhou Mu. Care to give it a try? Enough! How dare you fight and cause a ruckus in school? At that moment, a slightly plump teacher rushed over from the direction of the classroom building. Sensing the impending trouble, Han Ziyun quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Huasha and the astonished onlookers, then dramatically fell to the ground with a groan. With the teacher's arrival, the 3 beaten students painfully scrambled to their feet, obediently aligning themselves beside Jomu. "What are you little rascals up to?" The teacher pushed through the crowd, casting a glance at the seated Han Ziyun before coldly addressing Jomu. "What's going on this time? Jomu causing trouble again?" No, Teacher Zhang. It's him. He attacked us." Jomu pointed accusingly at the seated Han Ziyun, clearly agitated, relieved that Teacher Zhang had arrived in time to prevent further punishment. Teacher Zhang furrowed his brow, turning to Han Ziyun and inquiring, "What happened here?" I'm just a new student who just enrolled." Han Ziyun feigned innocence. "Don't be afraid, child." Teacher Zhang sighed, bending down to help Han Ziyun up. "Please explain to me what transpired. I will advocate for you." Han Ziyun stammered, deliberately adopting a fearful demeanor, casting a furtive glance at the pale Jomu, lowering his head. "Teacher, please don't pressure me. I'm too frightened to speak." Ding! The performance has been successfully executed, and the system grants an additional 5 exchange points. Congratulations to the host. The acting score has exceeded expectations, unlocking the acting subsystem in the shop. Congratulations to the host. The subsystem detects that your performance surpasses that of many second-tier actors, awarding an additional 5 exchange points. A series of system notifications filled Han Ziyun with delight. He was not merely indulging in excitement, but also cleverly manipulating the system. He had performed remarkably well, embodying the role of a frightened newcomer so convincingly that it evoked sympathy. Teacher Zhang understood the situation all too well. "Jomu, this is your doing. Bullying a new student on their first day. You exhibit no qualities of a senior." Teacher Zhang's expression darkened as he glared at Jomu. "No, Teacher Zhang, you're misunderstanding us. He truly attacked us." Jomu's face turned green with disbelief, not expecting to be accused after being beaten. "Nonsense." Teacher Zhang was thoroughly incensed, spitting as he exclaimed, "Do you take me for a fool? One person could not possibly take down 4 of you. Look at how terrified you've made him. You 4, come with me to the academic office." "Teacher Zhang, I'm telling the truth." Just ask before Jomu could finish. The crowd dispersed in a sudden rush, leaving him standing there, dumbfounded. Han Ziyun turned back, grinning mischievously at Hua Sha, giving her an okay gesture. Clearing his throat, he said, "Sister, would you accompany me to the infirmary?" Hua Sha, amused by Han Ziyun's antics, quickly moved to support him as they headed towards the infirmary, fearing that if they delayed, even her brother might be summoned to the academic office. "Brother, you scared me to death just now. How did I not know you were so skilled? What's the big deal?" "Sister, don't let my appearance fool you. I possess many hidden talents which you'll discover in due time." Han Ziyun replied with a cheeky grin. "Humph, you arrogant brat. What you did in front of so many people was downright shameless. Didn't you feel it? Did I? Of course. You were shameless to a whole new level. Yet I absolutely loved it. I never knew my brother was so formidable." As they bantered, the sibling duo pretended to stroll into the infirmary, fortuitously finding it empty, as the staff had gone to welcome new students. "Doesn't matter. We merely need to lie low for a moment. After all, we must maintain appearances." Suddenly, a door slammed shut behind Han Ziyun. Realizing the predicament too late, he turned to find his sister had lunged at him. Wall slam. Han Ziyun found himself pinned against the wall as his sister playfully pressed against him. Gazing down at her now flushed face, he sensed trouble brewing. "Sister, what are you up to?" Hua Sha, feeling his racing heartbeat, blushed deeper and gazed at him with bright, expectant eyes. "Brother, since we're alone here, why don't we do something intimate?" Chapter 5. Zhang Fatty Hua Ziyun, with no regard for subtlety, flicked her finger against her forehead with a forceful snap, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, my dear sister? I've already told you not to be so hands-on in public." "Humph," Hua Sha huffed, pouting and murmuring, "but look at how adorable your little brother is. Why can't I have a bit of fun? Besides, there's no one around. How is this a public place? Honestly, what kind of fun is she trying to have with her own brother?" A silent cry of despair echoed within Hua Ziyun as he was about to push her away when, with a loud bang, the infirmary door swung open, and a striking young girl burst in. Both turned to look at her, and the girl, gripping the door handle, froze for a moment, her face flushing a deep crimson. "Oh, I'm so sorry, please continue." With that, she hurriedly shut the door behind her. Embarrassment washed over Hua Ziyun as he grasped Huasha's face, tugging at it in a futile attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. "Ouch! You're hurting me," Huasha protested, breaking free and inching closer, her youthful curves pressing against Hua Ziyun's chest, distorting his composure. Words like tight, soft, and elastic flashed through Hua Ziyun's mind, leaving him feeling cornered by his sister's proximity, the heat radiating from his head. Ding! The sensational system captured a mesmerizing scene, rewarding the host with 10 points. Before he could process what was happening, Huasha suddenly closed her eyes, lifted her chin, and softly asked, "Brother, can you kiss me?" Hua Ziyun was taken aback, swallowing hard as he gazed at her enchanting face, longing for the past 3 years to finally claim her. Yet she was still his sister. He understood that her lips were destined for someone else. After what felt like an eternity, he lowered his head and gently pecked her forehead before quickly retracting. He murmured, "If only you weren't." But the words faded away, swallowed by his reluctance to push her away. Huasha opened her eyes with a playful grin, teasingly saying, "Are you implying that it would be better if I weren't your sister?" Hua Ziyun chuckled inside, playfully thumping her head. "Let me remind you, you must be more cautious about your image in public. I'll tell Mom if you keep this up. Don't worry, dear brother. One day, I'll prove you wrong," Huasha replied earnestly. "Let us hope so. I'll be waiting for your proof," Hua Ziyun said, his heart stirring as he affectionately ruffled her hair before leading her out of the infirmary. After settling all the enrollment procedures, Hua Ziyun eagerly dashed into the boys' dormitory, excited to meet Zhang Fati. Zhang Fati, originally named Zhang Dawei, was Hua Ziyun's best friend throughout their 3 years of high school. Apart from sharing a bed, they were nearly inseparable. Bang! Hua Ziyun nearly crashed through the door of room 316 and, sure enough, Zhang Fati was already there, sitting on the bed and gnawing on a roast chicken. "Fati, so, you really are here," Hua Ziyun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Did you call me?" Zhang Fati's expression darkened as he set down his chicken, wiped his greasy hands, and approached Hua Ziyun, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. "I despise being called Fati. Dawei, hold on. It's me, Hua Ziyun. I got a bit too excited and forgot you don't recognize me yet." Hua Ziyun awkwardly scratched his head, laughing. He had completely forgotten that Zhang Dawei hated being called Fati. This guy resembled a plump sausage, his body taut and filled out, yet seeing his familiar face made Hua Ziyun's excitement bubble over. The strength of Zhang Fati was still impressive. He had no idea that he now weighed 120 pounds and was lifted with ease. "How do you know my name?" Zhang Fati asked, bewildered, as he slowly set Hua Ziyun down and brushed off the wrinkles in his shirt. "Do you know me?" Hua Ziyun nodded and, without hesitation, enveloped him in a heartfelt bear hug. Years ago, when he first enrolled, he had not yet possessed the sensational system. Had it not been for Zhang Fati standing up for him against Chao Mu's group, he might have faced dire consequences. However, Fati had dropped out midway due to family financial issues, and since then, they had lost touch. Zhang Fati was fiercely loyal. Despite his seemingly clumsy appearance, he was astute, and his intelligence was not merely proportional to his physique. As he would say, Zhang Dawei was an optimistic and shrewd chubby guy. "Dawei, from now on, I've got your back," Hua Ziyun promised excitedly, patting his back. "You?" Zhang Fati grimaced, pushing him away and defensively raising his hands. "What's your deal? Keep your distance. Who do you think you are, pretending to be my big brother? With that scrawny frame of yours, you think you can protect me? Don't laugh." Hua Ziyun chuckled. He realized he had been a bit too enthusiastic, and Zhang Fati had misinterpreted him. With a sly grin, he replied, "No need to be tense. My tastes aren't that peculiar. As long as you acknowledge me as your brother, I'll help you win over Tian Hunyu. How about that? You're full of it." At the mention of Tian Hunyu, Zhang Fati's words faltered, his breath nearly escaping him. His already small eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know about Hunyu? Aren't you a new student?" Seeing Zhang Fati's expression, Hua Ziyun couldn't help but smirk. "Of course, I'm a new student. I also know that you two grew up together, and you came here for her." "Damn." Zhang Fati cursed under his breath, his face turning crimson as he shyly asked, "Is that true?" Ding. Suddenly, Hua Ziyun's phone chimed. "Wait a moment, Dawei." He pulled out his phone to find a message from his sister, who seemed intent on interrupting his moment of joy. However, when he read the content of the message, his smile vanished. North Campus City God Ruins, come alone. A chill ran down Hua Ziyun's spine. His sister was supposed to be at the pedestrian street, so why was she at the North Campus ruins? If he remembered correctly, that place was still an abandoned residential area, and now no one lived there. Could it be that a conflict with Yi Yangtian had disrupted her plans? Oh no, his sister might be in danger. Fatty, I have to go to the North Campus City God Ruins. Wait for me to return. Hua Ziyun realized the urgency of the situation, giving Zhang Fati a few quick instructions before bolting out of the dormitory. Zhang Fati stood in stunned silence for a moment, finally registering what had just happened. Did he really just leave? They hadn't even clarified the matter regarding Hunyu. Seeing that something seemed amiss, Zhang Fati hesitated before rushing after him. Chapter 6. The ancient Zhao Zilong with a heart full of mixed emotions. Hua Ziyun raced forward, yearning to see his sister safe. Yi Yangtian, do not push things to the extreme. Upon arriving at the designated location, Hua Ziyun spotted several luxury cars parked near the entrance of a dilapidated residential area. Among them, the most striking was a red Ferrari California T. However, as he approached, he found it devoid of people. Yi Yangtian, if you wish to play, I shall oblige. Cursing silently, Hua Ziyun yanked off the silver pendant hanging around his neck. Moments later, he vandalized the luxury cars, scratching their paint with vigor. Wait for me, you fat bastard. Just as he was about to dash into the old residential area, Zhang Pengzi, his rotund companion, came bounding toward him. Why are you here? Hua Ziyun was taken aback. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Zhang Pengzi gasped, You didn't clarify anything. Is it true that you can help me catch Hunyo? You foolish fat man, you came all this way just to ask about her? Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes, instructing him, Stay here and don't go in. Seriously? Again? This is exhausting. Zhang Pengzi straightened up, panting heavily, but followed him inside. Understanding Zhang's stubborn nature, Hua Ziyun knew it was futile to try and keep him outside. The terrain of the old residential area was relatively straightforward. As they ventured deeper, Hua Ziyun's phone suddenly rang. Without hesitation, he answered. I'm at the Zhengbei Chenghuang Temple. Waiting for you, came Yi Yangtian's familiar voice. A chill ran down Hua Ziyun's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. The main hall of the Chenghuang Temple was nearly half collapsed, and it was only a matter of days before it would be completely demolished. Upon entering, Hua Ziyun immediately spotted his sister and her friend, Si Ruobing, bound to a rickety bench behind a shattered incense burner. Brother, his sister cried. Hua Ziyun clenched his teeth, ready to rush forward. However, to his shock, over 20 thugs armed with clubs suddenly emerged from the side halls, blocking his path. These men appeared to be in their 20s, clearly no longer students, indicating that Yi Yangtian had set a trap for him. Why didn't you tell me there were so many? Zhang Pengzi's face turned pale, nervously poking Hua Ziyun in the back. This is a trap. We should run. Shut up, you fat fool. My sister is still inside. Hua Ziyun shot him a furious glare. With a clap of his hands, Yi Yangtian emerged from the main hall, a smug expression on his face, followed closely by Qiao Mu. Hua Ziyun, well done for having the guts to come here. Oh, it seems you brought some backup?
Qiao Mu sneered.
Brother, run. Don't worry about us. They wouldn't dare hurt me. Hua Ziyun's sister urged, panic evident in her voice. Hua Ziyun hesitated, realizing that escape was impossible now that their exit was blocked. He activated the soul binding system. Ding! The system is conducting a force analysis. With the host S-15 warrior capability, defeat is imminent. The system recommends activating the intermediate reward summoning subsystem. The system detected that the host had 20 points of reward exchange value, but needed 10 more points to activate the intermediate summoning system. Not enough. Hua Ziyun chuckled derisively, surveying the thugs surrounding him. Do you know who I am? Have you heard of the title Little Protector of Nanjing? You lot are nothing to me, even if you brought 20 more. Ding! Congratulations, host successfully performed bravado. Bravado subsystem rewards 5 points of exchange value. His words prompted a chorus of laughter from the thugs, who found his bravado amusing. Seriously? You're trying to provoke them? Zhang Pengzi exclaimed, almost collapsing from disbelief. In a similar state of disbelief, Si Ruobing, bound alongside Hua Ziyun's sister, whispered, "Is your brother out of his mind? Is he trying to get us killed? Release her." Xiao Mu began to curse, but was interrupted by Yi Yangtian, who approached Hua Ziyun, his eyes glinting with malice. "Before me, you are but a clown. What right does a penniless student have to challenge me? Join me and I can let you go." "You!" Hua Ziyun's sister hesitated. "Do you dare? Don't think you can fool my sister. I'll have your father polishing my shoes in 3 years." Hua Ziyun said confidently, lifting his chin defiantly. "Ding! Congratulations. Host successfully performed bravado again. Bravado subsystem rewards 1 point of exchange value." Yi Yangtian chuckled lightly, disregarding Hua Ziyun's defiance. Instead, he reached out to grip Hua Ziyun's sister's chin. "Do not test my patience. If we cannot come to an agreement, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures." As Yi Yangtian's grip tightened, Hua Ziyun's expression darkened. "You dare lay a hand on my sister?" he growled, advancing step by step. "That hand of yours must pay the price today." Ding! Congratulations. Host forcefully performed bravado. Bravado subsystem rewards 5 points of exchange value. This time, Hua Ziyun's bravado was genuine. He would not allow anyone to violate his sister's dignity. Detecting the imminent threat, the system offered a prompt. Would the host like to unlock the summoning system? Yes. The summoning system unlocked successfully, granting the host a free summon of a 3 Kingdoms general as a first-time reward. Zhao Zilong. The summoning was successful, and the host would possess 100 of the summoned character's abilities for 10 minutes. Instantly, Hua Ziyun's demeanor transformed. A cold glint filled his eyes, and an aura of menace radiated from him, causing Xiao Mu to stagger back in fear. The nearest thug could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere, feeling as if he were facing the Grim Reaper, and dropped his club with a clatter. Hua Ziyun, swift and agile, seized the fallen club and swung it with a whoosh, striking the thug squarely on the left cheek. The impact sent the thug crashing into a nearby cauldron. Standing firm, Hua Ziyun now resembled a different person, eyes filled with lethal intent. With the ancient warrior Zhao Zilong reborn, none shall leave here unscathed. He pointed the makeshift weapon directly at Yi Yangtian. Chapter 7. Would you care to touch? Observing the sudden shift in demeanor of Hua Ziyun, Yi Yangtian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Strike me if you dare." Alas, it was too late. The moment Yi Yangtian opened his mouth, Hua Ziyun made his move. In the span of 2 seconds, as swift as a breath, Hua Ziyun darted towards the city god temple, unceremoniously thrusting his stick at Yi Yangtian's arm, which was gripping Huasha's chin. A cry of agony escaped as Hua Ziyun struck directly at Yi Yangtian's elbow, accompanied by a sharp crack that echoed through the air. In an exaggerated twist, Yi Yangtian's arm contorted, and the hand that had been holding Huasha's chin fell limply to his side. Had Hua Ziyun wielded a firearm instead of a stick, Yi Yangtian's arm would surely have been pierced through. It was only then that over 20 ruffians, energized as if fueled by adrenaline, raised their clubs and charged at Hua Ziyun. "Yi Yangtian, it's time to settle the score," Hua Ziyun bellowed, disregarding the approaching thugs and swinging his stick forcefully towards Yi Yangtian's head. Fear finally gripped Yi Yangtian. In a panic, he seized the trembling Xiao Mu, who was paralyzed with fright, and shielded himself behind her. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed as Hua Ziyun's strike landed squarely on Xiao Mu's clavicle, driving the stick deep into her shoulder. In the next moment, Xiao Mu rolled on the ground, her cries confirming what was already apparent. Her collarbone was undoubtedly broken. Having missed his target, Hua Ziyun recognized that his opportunity had slipped away. With his sister still in danger, he instinctively reacted to the threat from behind, executing a sweeping maneuver as he turned to fend off the encroaching crowd. "Fatty, don't just stand there like an idiot. Get those 2 out of here." With a single blow, he repelled the advancing throng and shouted at the fatty, plunging into the melee with his long stick, which he wielded with relentless precision, drowning out the cries of his opponents. Zhang Fatty was momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure. Watching Hua Ziyun amidst the chaos, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. This is extraordinary. I've seen it all today. With that, he hurried over to the two terrified girls, swiftly untying their restraints and whisking them away. In the midst of the fray, Hua Ziyun caught a glimpse of the fleeing fatty, nearly losing focus and dropping his stick. The audacity with which he rescued them was astonishing. This would surely bring trouble for his sister. Moreover, the speed at which Fatty fled was remarkable for a man of his size, laden with considerable weight. A moment's distraction cost Hua Ziyun dearly as a heavy club struck the back of his head, causing him to stagger and retaliate with a swift kick to a thug's chest. Leveraging the rebound, he quickly retreated, positioning himself in front of the city goddess door, slamming it shut with a resounding clang. "Come at me if you're not afraid of death," Hua Ziyun growled darkly. Meanwhile, Zhang Fatty glanced back at Hua Ziyun, who was barricading the temple entrance. As he ran, he shouted, "You single-handedly blocked the door, hoping to hold back 100 foes? I'm outta here. But don't forget about Tiger Girl." 10 minutes later, Hua Ziyun surveyed the moaning ruffians at his feet, fatigue washing over him as he discarded the long stick. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Yi Yangtian, who cowered within the temple, clutching his wrist. "Our accounts are not settled yet. Whatever means you possess, I, Hua Ziyun, shall stand against you without hesitation." With that, Hua Ziyun turned and exited the city god temple, where Huasha, Fatty, and Si Ruobing quickly gathered around him. "Brother, are you badly hurt? I'll take you to the hospital right away," Huasha sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears as she grasped Hua Ziyun's arm. "Sis, Iem me fine," Hua Ziyun reassured her, pulling her into an embrace. "I should have been there with you. If anything happened to you, I would never forgive myself." At his words, Huasha broke into loud sobs. Cough, cough. Zhang Fatty, unable to bear the scene any longer, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Have you two finished your little display? You're acting like a pair of lovesick fools. Don't you see there are two other living beings here? Hurry up and leave before you attract more trouble." "Flower sister, Dawei is right. We should hurry," Si Ruobing urged, still shaken from the ordeal. Hua Ziyun affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and nodded as the four of them departed from the city god area. Si Ruobing, still in shock, returned to school first, while Hua Ziyun entrusted Fatty to gather further intelligence on the matter. As for Hua Ziyun himself, he was forcibly taken to the hospital for examination by his sister. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, the Yi family would undoubtedly seek retribution, yet with Yi Yangtian's recent defeat, it was likely he would refrain from provoking Hua Ziyun for the time being. This would afford Hua Ziyun the opportunity to build his own influence during this interval. In the hospital corridor, seated on a long bench and preparing for an 4-drip, Hua Ziyun cast a resentful glance at Huasha. "Sister, all necessary tests have been conducted. The doctor stated it's just a bump on my head. It will heal in a couple of days. Why can't you let it go?" "Shut up. You need to sit still while the nurse administers your treatment. Remember, regardless of the situation, you must maintain a low profile. I won't allow you to provoke those people again. It's far too dangerous." Huasha replied tersely, unmoved by his pleas. Sighing helplessly, Hua Ziyun acquiesced to the nurse's needles, resolving to heed his sister's advice. As long as they were not bothered, he would keep a low profile. However, he couldn't help but notice that the nurses at this hospital were quite attractive, particularly the long legs beneath their flesh-colored stockings, stirring a wave of excitement within Hua Ziyun. Ding! The soul capture system has recorded a captivating scene, rewarding the host with 1 redemption point. The young nurse seemed to notice Hua Ziyun's gaze and playfully remarked as she tidied the 4 equipment. "At such a young age and already misbehaving? What will become of you in the future?" With that, the nurse turned and walked towards the nurse station. "Oh!" Hua Ziyun felt a sudden chill, sensing something amiss. He quickly glanced at his sister, only to find her expression colder than ice. "Sis, I warn you not to act recklessly. I'm currently a patient," Hua Ziyun stammered, a hint of guilt creeping in. "Humph," Huasha snorted, indignantly sitting beside him. Once she ensured no one was around, she fixed her gaze on him and interrogated, "Quickly tell me, whose legs are more beautiful, mine or hers? Seriously, sis? How can you even compare? Are you really that concerned?" Hua Ziyun replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Of course, we girls care about our figures, waistlines, and all that. You still haven't answered my question. Huasha insisted, clearly displeased. Yours, without a doubt. Hua Ziyun quickly surrendered, glancing at her short skirt. No one could rival his sister's legs. Surely that would suffice. Ha! Now that's more like it. Huasha beamed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She leaned in closer, asking earnestly, so, brother, would you care to touch? I'm sorry, but I must decline. Hua Ziyun resolutely refused. However, his refusal seemed futile. Huasha was not truly seeking his consent. By the time she uttered those words, she had already taken his hand and placed it on her leg. The sensations flooded Hua Ziyun's mind. Silken, smooth, warm, and firm. A cascade of words overwhelmed his thoughts. Chapter 8. Our stay in the Hotel Ding. The sensation system captured the exquisite feeling, rewarding the host with 15 exchange points. What? That's quite a high reward. The system's prompt jolted Hua Ziyun back to reality, startling him into withdrawing his hand from his sister's lap, clearing his throat awkwardly as he lamented. Sister, this is a bit excessive, don't you think? I am your brother, after all. Is it really appropriate for you to tease me so recklessly? I don't care. I simply won't allow you to look at anyone else. Huasha pouted, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before leaning in closer to Hua Ziyun. Her cheeks flushed. Tell me, brother, did you enjoy that sensation just now? You did, didn't you? Terrified, Hua Ziyun instinctively leaned away, for he could never predict what his whimsically dramatic sister might do next. Maintaining a safe distance was his only safeguard. Upon hearing his admission of enjoyment, Huasha's face reddened further, clearly pleased with his response. If you liked it, how about I do this every day for you from now on? Clang. Hua Ziyun nearly toppled the floor stand in his excitement. Regaining composure, he looked at his sister, who was now earnestly serious. Could we perhaps refrain from such antics in public? Okay. Huasha obediently nodded. Just then, Hua Ziyun's phone rang unexpectedly. Assuming it was news from Zhang Pengzi, he was taken aback to discover it was his mother on the line. Glancing at his sister, whose face bore a menacing expression, he reluctantly answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Hello, Xiao Yun. Have you arrived at school? I went to Li Auntie's house to work this morning and couldn't see you off. As his mother's familiar, caring voice resonated through the phone, warmth flooded Hua Ziyun's heart, and his eyes quickly brimmed with tears. It was indeed a challenge for their mother to raise them alone, juggling multiple jobs to support the family. The years of hard work had aged her considerably, and now, in his second life, he vowed to ensure that both his mother and sister lived happily. Xiao Yun, why aren't you speaking? His mother's voice prompted him to respond. Nothing, just, I miss you a bit, Mom, he admitted, rubbing his slightly sore nose. Don't be silly. Focus on your studies at school and don't make me worry, she advised. Rest assured, Mom. My sister is here with me. With her, I feel less assured. You've spoiled her since childhood. She's nearly 18 and still depends on you, his mother remarked. Hua Ziyun was momentarily speechless, casting a sidelong glance at his sister, who was now sulking in silent indignation. He quickly shifted the topic. Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. There are still some matters to attend to at school. After the call ended, Huasha erupted in frustration. Mom is so biased. All right, no more complaining. Deep down, you know she's right, don't you? It's my fault for spoiling you, Hua Ziyun teased. Hee. Huasha chuckled awkwardly, wrapping her arms around his, leaning in affectionately. You're the best, brother. After finishing his 4-drip, Hua Ziyun left the hospital as dusk approached. Zhang Pengzi informed him that Yi Yangtian had not reported the incident, leaving the matter to fizzle out. The more things unfolded this way, the more uneasy he felt. Yi Yangtian was a shrewd individual, patient and capable of enduring hardship. His resilience after several setbacks indicated his formidable nature. Hua Ziyun understood that the next confrontation would not be so easily managed, and thus, his sister could no longer come and go freely from school. Even if she ventured out, he must accompany her. Tomorrow, the new students would commence military training at a militarized base, and Hua Ziyun would be absent from school for a week. He repeatedly instructed his sister not to step outside the school gates during his absence. Fortunately, today's events had left a significant impression on Huasha, ensuring she would heed his warnings. At the entrance of Nanming High School, Hua Ziyun pointed at the closed gates, questioning his sister. "Don't tell me you were unaware of the school's closing policy?" "Well, Huasha mumbled, avoiding his gaze, her fingers fidgeting nervously. "I just wanted you to stay a little longer." "Is that really wrong? Sister, could you please refrain from being so willful in the future?" Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Hua Ziyun couldn't help but chuckle. "Now that the gates are locked, where shall we go? Home? No, we can't go home." Huasha vehemently refused, analyzing the situation with utmost seriousness. "If Mom finds out we couldn't get in because we were too late, she would be furious. Then what do? We can't just wander the streets all night, can we?" Hua Ziyun felt deflated, realizing that while he could endure the cold, his sister, dressed so lightly, would surely struggle. "How about?" Huasha hesitantly approached him, her face flushed as she tugged at his sleeve, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What if we, went to a hotel?" "What?" Hua Ziyun nearly stumbled, scrutinizing his sister's insufficiently confident demeanor. "You had this planned all along, didn't you?" "And no, I was just really scared today, and I realized it's been ages since I've cuddled with you while sleeping," Huasha lamented softly. "Absolutely not. I refuse," Hua Ziyun exclaimed, his head pounding. Their closeness throughout the years had compelled their mother to impose restrictions, forbidding Huasha from entering his room uninvited after she turned 14. Initially, the rule had little effect, as there were times he awoke to find her beside him, until their mother took drastic measures to enforce the boundaries. Yet, it appeared that as soon as she slipped from their mother's watchful eye, she was eager to stir up trouble once more. Unsuccessful in his refusal, 10 minutes later, Hua Ziyun found himself reluctantly dragged to a budget hotel by his sister. Despite enduring the front desk attendant's piercing glare and Huasha's insistence on sharing a room, he eventually obtained a room key. Upon entering their room, Huasha closed the door behind them, locking it with a decisive click. Startled by the sound, Hua Ziyun turned to her and asked, "Sister, why are you locking the door? It's not like anyone else will come in." As the realization dawned on him, he noticed Huasha's face turning crimson once more. An ominous premonition swept over him. He feared that she was plotting something once again. Chapter 9. 584 points redemption value. Keep your distance. Maintain a meter away. Hua Ziyun seized the initiative, retreating several steps before plopping down onto the sofa in front of the bed. "Tonight I shall sleep on the sofa and you on the bed. If you dare to act recklessly, don't blame me for crying out for help." Observing her brother's anxious demeanor, Huasha, standing at the door, chuckled softly. "What are you doing, little brother? Such dramatics for a grown man. I'm off to take a shower." Hua Ziyun watched his sister, her laughter echoing as she entered the bathroom, and only then did he release a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. As the sound of rushing water filled the air, he felt reassured enough to turn on the television. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, startling Hua Ziyun. He turned to see Huasha peering out, her hair damp and cascading, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him. Brother, could you come in and help me scrub my back? I can't quite reach." "Absolutely not," he retorted, his eyes widening in firm refusal. "Humph, such a miser. You used to scrub my back when we were kids." Huasha pouted, retreating back inside. After an hour, the water finally ceased, and Huasha emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white towel, strutting confidently. At that moment, Hua Ziyun, sitting on the sofa with a drink, was taken by surprise. He sputtered, spraying water everywhere. "Sister, is this how you tease your younger brother? At least wear a robe. Why the fuss? We're siblings," she replied, towel in hand, wiping her hair as she settled beside him. Feeling uncomfortable with her proximity, Hua Ziyun shifted slightly away. Nonetheless, his gaze betrayed him, stealing glances at her. Her wet hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, and the towel enveloped her form, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Water droplets glided down her neck, pooling at her collarbone, resembling glistening pearls slipping into the valley of her décolletage. Flushing with embarrassment, Hua Ziyun struggled to remind himself that she was his sister. Ding! The system has captured an enchanting scene, rewarding the host with 10 points. Ding! The system has captured an enchanting scene, rewarding the host with 3 points. Ding! The system has captured an enchanting scene, rewarding the host with 2 points. The system notifications faded into the background as Hua Ziyun's gaze drifted downward, where the towel revealed a significant portion of her alluring legs, captivating him further. Noticing Hua Ziyun's discomfort, Hua Sha tucked her damp hair behind her ears, leaning closer with a mischievous smile. Brother, do you find your sister charming? Sensual? Charming? Sensual? Not at all. Startled by her teasing gaze, Hua Ziyun regained his composure, pushing her back with a sigh, determined to maintain a meter's distance. Having a sister like her was more than enough. Really? She teased, brushing his hand away and playfully pointing at him. Then you must vow to treat only me well from now on. What? Where's the logic in that? Please, sister, spare me, he implored, exasperated. Weren't you just saying that having me is sufficient? You rogue, what if I meet someone special? With you being so clingy, how can I pursue a relationship? At the mention of romance, a flicker of jealousy crossed Hua Sha's face. I don't care. If you get a girlfriend, you must take me along. Who brings their sister along on dates? Wouldn't that ruin everything? Faced with her persistence, Hua Ziyun had no choice but to reluctantly raise his hand in solemn vow. Fine. I promise, sister, is that satisfactory? Much better. I'm heading to bed now. With that, Hua Sha released her hold on him, satisfied as she bounded onto the bed. Hua Sha giggled gleefully as she nestled under the covers. Hua Ziyun glanced back at his sister, now hidden beneath the blankets, and smiled contentedly, acknowledging her as a child at heart. Feeling weary, he rose to take a shower. When he emerged, donned in pajamas, he found the room dimmed, the only light emanating from the flickering television. He observed Hua Sha peacefully asleep on the bed, returning to the sofa with a quiet sigh, wondering if he had frightened her today. Rest was indeed advisable. As the dim light pulsed, Hua Ziyun succumbed to drowsiness, his eyelids growing heavy, consciousness fading into oblivion. Brother, are you asleep? After an indeterminate time, Hua Sha's soft voice broke the silence. What is it, sister? Hua Ziyun mumbled, half asleep. I had a nightmare where you were covered in blood. Come sleep beside me. I'm a bit scared. Oh, exhausted. Hua Ziyun barely registered her words, drifting into a slumber as he crawled under the covers beside her. At 5 in the morning, as dawn's light seeped in, Hua Ziyun abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. He seemed to be in bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening. You have accumulated 584 redemption points during your sleep. Please check your rewards. What on earth? Such a substantial amount. What could he have possibly done throughout the night? Hua Ziyun cursed inwardly, cautiously turning to see his sister nestled beside him, her arms wrapped around his shoulders, soundly asleep. To his shock, he also felt a smooth leg draped over his abdomen. How on earth did I end up in my sister's bed? What happened to my shirt? He froze, panic surging through him, yet relieved to find his lower half still clothed. What should he do now? Feeling like a trapped ant on a hot pan, he was paralyzed, terrified of waking her and facing the ensuing awkwardness. He resolved to stealthily slip out of bed. Gathering his courage, he gingerly attempted to shift her leg away without disturbing her slumber. Chapter 10. A kiss that triggered a bloodbath as his hand brushed against his sister's thigh. He gasped sharply, feeling as if an electric shock coursed through him, every nerve in his body tingling, nearly overwhelming him with pleasure. The sensation was entirely different from the last time she had forcibly controlled him. Perhaps his nerves were simply too heightened now. The silky smoothness and firmness beneath his fingertips urged Hua Ziyun to act without delay. A cry of despair echoed in his heart, fearing that if this continued, he would be left with internal injuries. Calm. Compose yourself. Hua Ziyun inhaled deeply several times, forcing himself to regain his composure, his gaze fixed intently on his slumbering sister. Slowly, he began to lift her leg, cautious not to wake this enchanting creature. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Just as he was about to safely withdraw, Hua Sha stirred, her sleepy eyes fluttering open, gazing blearily at the crimson-faced Hua Ziyun. "Brother, you're awake?" she murmured, glancing at the sky before lazily extricating her leg from his grasp, only to drape it back over him. She nestled against his shoulder, tightening her hold, as she mumbled, "It's still early. Let me sleep a little longer." Hua Ziyun swallowed hard, her movement causing her softness to press against his arm, warm and yielding, igniting an involuntary reaction within him. Wasn't she wrapped in a bath towel while sleeping? Why was she now so bare? Had she loosened it in her slumber? Unable to endure any longer, Hua Ziyun abruptly pushed the drowsy Huasha off him, rolling out of bed and dashing into the bathroom, shouting as he went, "Sister, you need to get up. We're going to be late." Without a backward glance, he entered the shower, turning on the cold water, desperate to alleviate the heat within him. Glancing down at his gradually returning normal pajama pants, Hua Ziyun shook his head in bewilderment. What had he done? Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Huasha, now dressed in her nightgown, ambled in, half asleep. "Hey, brother, why are you fully clothed in the shower? Why are you back again?" Hua Ziyun turned off the shower, rubbing his temples in frustration. It seemed he could not escape this predicament. "Who told you to disturb my sweet dreams? I need to use the toilet." Huasha yawned, her hands casually tucked into her pajama pockets as she strolled toward the toilet, clearly preparing to undress. "Sister, I'm still here. Can you at least be mindful of your image? At this rate, you won't be able to find a boyfriend," Hua Ziyun exclaimed, horrified, and fled the bathroom. After changing into his own clothes, Hua Ziyun grabbed the room key and bolted out of the room, feeling he could no longer stay there, opting to calm himself in the hallway. What had happened with the system earlier? Hua Ziyun quickly accessed the enchanting system, only to discover over 600 redeemable points displayed. Clearly, there had been no response when his sister had embraced him earlier. One could only imagine how many alluring moments the system had recorded while he slept. An hour later, Huasha emerged from her room, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon spotting Hua Ziyun sulking on the floor, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother, why do you look so wronged?" With a mischievous grin, Huasha squatted beside him, nudging his arm playfully. "Do you want your sister to take responsibility?" "Absolutely not." Hua Ziyun sprang to his feet, glaring at her. "Nothing happened, so why should I be responsible? I'm your brother." All right. Huasha, taken aback by his anger, quickly adopted a more innocent demeanor. "You climbed on top of me, and now you're scolding me. Do you know how secure I feel with you beside me?" Hua Ziyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Her pouting and feigned innocence had become her signature tactics, leaving him utterly powerless. "Let us go. I forgive you. Fatty just called to say the new students have already gathered. You wouldn't want me to be late and get reprimanded by the school, right?" Hua Ziyun sighed, gently ruffling her hair. Huasha nodded obediently, linking her arm with his as they left the hotel. Upon returning to Nanming High School, the shuttle for the new students was ready to depart, and fortunately, Hua Ziyun arrived just in time. "Hey, Hua Ziyun, your fatty is here," Zhang Fatty shouted from the window of bus number 4, his voice booming. His robust frame lent him confidence, and his voice drew the attention of many. As they spotted Hua Ziyun and his sister approaching, a stir erupted among those in the buses. "Wow, a goddess! We actually have such a beauty at Nanming High School. My goodness, how does that boy deserve her?" Hua Ziyun noticed several heads peering out from nearly every window, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. He turned to his sister, signaling that she should head to class. If they continued like this, he might as well skip the bus altogether. Huasha understood his intent and, with a sly smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes, she suddenly rose on her toes and pecked him on the cheek, declaring, "I want all the new girls in school to despair." Before he could react, she spun around and dashed toward the teaching building. "Damn it, this is a disaster," Hua Ziyun thought, realizing that while his sister was preoccupied with the new female students, what about the male ones? What the hell? Did I just see that? My goddess just kissed a pig. Kill him, a voice shouted, and suddenly, a barrage of water bottles rained down from the bus windows, pelting Hua Ziyun like a hailstorm. Zhang Fatty, wide-eyed and shocked, recoiled, his heart racing as he prayed for Hua Ziyun. "Brother, even I can't help you now. Even if I tell them she's your sister, no one would believe it." Hell, I don't even believe it. Why does no one understand me? Hua Ziyun lamented, covering his head and fleeing, relieved that all the bus doors were closed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The chaos among the new students drew the attention of the academic office, and nearly all the teachers mobilized to restore order. The butterfly effect was terrifying. Hua Ziyun's face turned pale, realizing that his sister's innocent kiss had nearly resulted in a calamity. Chapter 11. The fiery instructor Yi Fian. The incident involving the kiss between Huazian and the classmate delayed the bus for a full half-hour, and it wasn't until close to noon that the new students arrived at the 791st Infantry Brigade of the South China Military District. The 791st Infantry Brigade is stationed in the southeastern mountains of Nanming City. Upon the invitation of the Nanming City Education Bureau, freshmen from Nanming High School must undergo military training upon enrollment to experience the hardships of military life, thereby fostering a more earnest attitude towards their studies. Fatty, with your physique, you might be at a disadvantage during military training, Huazian teased Zhang Fatty while tidying up his bunk in the barracks. What are you afraid of? Fatty, am least afraid of hardship. It's only a week. It will pass in the blink of an eye, Fatty replied, a hint of worry in his voice. I just hope Tiger Girl can hold on. After all, she is a girl and might be somewhat frail. Come on. Frail? You weigh 150 pounds and you call that frail? Huazian couldn't help but laugh at Fatty's remark. Compared to you, I might indeed be a bit frail. You know nothing. Zhang Fatty scoffed, choosing to remain silent. After they finished arranging their bunks and having lunch, they arrived early at the assembly point for Class 3 of the first year, where many classmates had yet to arrive. The saying that military training inevitably leads to sunburn proved true, as the midday temperature soared to 39 degrees Celsius. It was so hot that even standing still made them sweat profusely. As for Fatty, he was practically drenched, unable to find even a sliver of shade on the expansive training ground. Suddenly, two sharp honks echoed, followed by a jeep racing towards the group of freshmen. With a screech of brakes, the jeep doors swung open, and 5 soldiers rushed out to their assigned classes. Finally, a 21 or 22-year-old female instructor emerged from the vehicle, surveying Class 3 where Huazian stood. In the scorching heat, she stood tall in her military uniform, her hair slightly exposed to the sun, her features delicate, and her almond-shaped eyes icy yet stunning, creating a stark contrast to the oppressive weather. Why is it a woman? And a lieutenant at that? Huazian was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes as he glanced at the insignia on her shoulder. Is this a joke? Why does a new student need a lieutenant for military training? I distinctly remember a private instructor last year. Are you all just lying around waiting for death? Assemble. The instructor's expression darkened, immediately intimidating everyone into standing up and finding their places. Her cold gaze swept across the faces of Class 3, landing on Huazian, whose posture was particularly slouched. Ding! The system has detected a dangerous presence. Host is advised to defend. Just as the system's prompt faded, Huazian sensed trouble, but it was too late to evade. The instructor had already moved swiftly to his side, kicking towards his chest. Instinctively, Huazian crossed his arms in front of him, bracing for the impact. The blow felt like a hammer striking his chest, and he stumbled back 4 or 5 meters before collapsing to the ground. Impressive. He had not expected that even with 15 of the Warrior King ability, he couldn't withstand that kick. As he attempted to rise, the instructor dashed a few steps forward, raising her leg high to deliver a kick towards his head. If that struck him, it would either mean a fracture or serious injury. Does the instructor have the right to assault students? At that moment, Zhang Fatty yelled, positioning himself in front of Huazian, arms raised over his head, ready to withstand the instructor's blow. Fatty, get out of the way! Huazian shouted in alarm, acutely aware of the instructor's strength from his own recent experience. With a resounding thud, Zhang Fatty took the blow from the instructor. Get off me, you fat fool! He bellowed, and as the instructor's kick connected, he forcefully raised his arms, sending her tumbling backward in a surprising display of strength. The instructor, her face darkened, rose from the ground, glaring at Fatty with a chilling gaze. What immense strength! The sudden turn of events had terrified the other students, but it all happened too swiftly for them to react. Who are you? By what right do you strike me? Huazian inquired as he approached Fatty, his expression wary as he watched the instructor. Humph, the instructor scoffed, surveying the students who were now utterly petrified. You all remember this. A soldier must maintain military decorum. Anyone who cannot even stand properly will face the consequences. Stand straight. With her stern command, the entire Class 3, regardless of gender, stood rigidly, afraid of becoming the next target of the wrathful instructor. Is this a warning? Wazian muttered inwardly, questioning why he was singled out. As he pondered, the instructor declared, My name is Yi Fian. I am 21 years old. I entered the military academy at 14 and have served in special forces since I was 16. From today onward, I will be fully responsible for your military training activities. I know many among you look down upon female soldiers. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to step forward.
Yi Fian.
From the Yi family. Upon hearing her name, Wazian's heart sank, recalling the injuries he had inflicted on Yi Yongtian. No wonder they sent a deputy company officer. It was all about him. While grappling with his thoughts, he couldn't help but admire Yi Fian's achievements, serving in special forces from the age of 16 and now, at just 21, holding an officer's rank. How many merits had she accumulated in such a short time? Wazian realized that he was about to endure a grueling ordeal and, without a second thought, entered the Soul Extraction main system. Soul Extraction System, upgrade to Warrior King subsystem. The system responded, permission granted. Current growth value of the Warrior King subsystem is 15. Classified as a primary ability. To upgrade to 30, 15 exchange points are required. Does the host agree to upgrade? Agreed. Ding. Warrior King system successfully upgraded to 30, entering the intermediate ability range. To continue upgrading to 60, 150 exchange points are required. Does the host agree? Seriously? Intermediate abilities require 5 points just to level up? Is this a joke? Agreed. Wazian growled in frustration. Ding. Warrior King system successfully upgraded to 60, entering the advanced ability range. To continue upgrading to 90, 300 exchange points are required. Does the host agree? Enough with the chatter. Just upgrade it. Wazian lamented, near tears. Ding. Warrior King system successfully upgraded to 99, with 5 exchange points remaining. Wait, after reaching 90 it costs 15 exchange points to level up? I risked my life to earn those exchange points from my sister's rewards, and now they're gone. What about the remaining 10 exchange points? Wazian cursed inwardly, finally fixing his gaze on Yi Fian, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Since you have embarrassed me, I shall reclaim those 10 exchange points from you. Chapter 12. Close quarters combat. Having made up his mind, Hua Ziyun scrutinized Yi Fian, who was still explaining the military training protocols. He nudged the stout Zhang and whispered, Thanks for earlier. For what? Zhang grinned. Don't forget you promised me regarding Hunyu. Ugh, you heartless glutton. Can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Hunyu. I'll help you when the time comes. Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes and shifted focus. Do you think Yi Fian is targeting me? You notice too? Zhang pondered, nodding thoughtfully. This is too suspicious. You just fought Yi Yongtian yesterday, and today Yi Fian shows up, immediately ready to pounce. If you ask me, I don't buy it as mere coincidence. Be careful, and don't fall into her trap. Just then, Yi Fian suddenly turned to face them. What are you two whispering about? No discipline, no organization. 5 kilometers cross-country. Commence now. Swish. Almost everyone's gaze turned toward Hua Ziyun and Zhang, some with sympathy, while others reveled in schadenfreude. Seriously? She just says it and expects us to jump to it? The two were momentarily stunned. What are you waiting for? 5 kilometers cross-country. Yi Fian repeated with emphasis. Hua Ziyun glanced at Zhang, whose face was turning pale, and shouted, reporting. It was my doing alone. It has nothing to do with Zhang. If there's punishment, let it fall solely on me. Stubborn, are we? Yi Fian raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. Zhang hadn't expected Hua Ziyun to take the blame alone, knowing that Yi Fian was deliberately targeting him. Reporting. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Reporting. Each person is responsible for their own actions. I stated it's not his fault, and I'm prepared to face any consequences. Hua Ziyun's voice rose above Zhang's. Good. A bit of spirit. Yi Fian smirked, then turned and strode toward the military jeep. Are you insane? You know she's out for blood, and you still charge in? Zhang frowned, visibly displeased with Hua Ziyun. Hua Ziyun remained silent, fully aware that a 5-kilometer run in this sweltering heat could be hazardous for Zhang. Yi Fian aimed to target him, and he certainly wouldn't drag Zhang into this mess. At that moment, Yi Fian retrieved a military backpack from the jeep and tossed it at Hua Ziyun's feet. Thud! The backpack hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, revealing its weight of at least 15 kilograms. Want to show off? I'll indulge you. Let us see how much spirit you really have. 10 kilometers armed cross-country. Now, immediately, Yi Fian's command resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. Expressions of disbelief spread among the crowd. Those who had been reveling in the spectacle now felt a chill run down their spines, not to mention the girls swaying on their feet from the heat. This is outrageous. Bullying us. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of every member of the freshman class. Yi Fian was indeed ruthless. Hua Ziyun dared not protest further, shouldering the backpack and running into the distance. Yi Fian seemed to have gauged his limits. Any further defiance would not only implicate Zhang but could jeopardize the entire class. Everyone, military stance until I return. Yi Fian scoffed, turning to the jeep and closely following Hua Ziyun. You underestimate me. Can a 10-kilometer armed cross-country pose a challenge to someone with 99 Soldier King prowess? Hua Ziyun gritted his teeth and quickened his pace toward the training ground, with Yi Fian trailing him, both harboring ulterior motives. Outside the training ground, in the brigade commander's office of the military district, Commander Han stood by the window, observing the scene with furrowed brows. What is Instructor Yi doing? Why is she personally involved? They are merely students, not recruits. Reporting, sir. This training was initiated by Instructor Yi herself. I'm unaware of the reasons. The communicator replied candidly. Armed cross-country? That kid is running at such a pace from the start? Interesting. Bring me my binoculars. 10 kilometers. Under Yi Fian's increasingly astonished gaze, Hua Ziyun, drenched in sweat, completed the course, distancing himself from the military training base. Gasping for breath, he discarded the backpack and turned to face the unpredictable Yi Fian in the jeep. Speak. What is your relationship with Yi Yangtian? Yi Fian's expression shifted. She stepped out of the jeep and approached Hua Ziyun with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to possess both strength and intellect, to take down my brother 1 against 20, and now to conquer a 10-kilometer armed cross-country. Your stamina is commendable. Upon realizing she was Yi Yangtian's sister, Hua Ziyun's countenance darkened. The Yi family held a grudge against him. How do you know about my stamina? What do you mean? Yi Fian was momentarily taken aback. Hua Ziyun smirked mischievously, his gaze wandering over Yi Fian. Well, since we're alone, if you're curious, I can show you just how enduring I can be. You. Yi Fian's face flushed, suddenly grasping his insinuation. You're asking for trouble. With a fierce cry, Yi Fian's eyes turned cold as she swung her fist at Hua Ziyun. The Yi family indeed had their quirks. Yi Yangtian, you dare disrespect my sister? Then do not blame me for retaliation. With this thought, Hua Ziyun chuckled inwardly as he deftly evaded Yi Fian's punch. Swiftly positioning himself behind her and without hesitation, he embraced her, his hands firmly gripping her softness. Ding! System has detected a new sensuous sensation, rewarding 5 exchange points. Damn! 36C? Not as ample as an older sister, but just right for one hand to cover. Ah! You beast! I will kill you! Yi Fian exploded, taken aback by the audacity of the attack. Possessing the prowess of a soldier king at 99, Hua Ziyun instinctively anticipated Yi Fian's next move. As she attempted to break free, her head tilted left while her right leg aimed a kick at him. Hua Ziyun had already turned his head to the right. Dodging the strike, he seized the opportunity as Yi Fian turned, her leg now caught on his shoulder. A shriek followed as Yi Fian felt a firm grip on her thighs, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Not bad. A bit more texture than your sister, Hua Ziyun mused, capitalizing on the moment. Regardless of whether she was a Special Forces soldier or a soldier king, once in close quarters, she couldn't unleash her full potential, especially since he held a natural advantage. Chapter 13. The enigmatic man. His legs were excessively rigid, a poor rating. His waist, however, was flexible and lively. A commendable score. In a brief struggle lasting mere minutes, Hua Ziyun had nearly explored every inch of Yi Fian's body, mentally comparing her to his sister, ultimately awarding her a score of 90. Damn, why am I unconsciously comparing her to my sister? Hua Ziyun cursed inwardly, exerting more force with his arms, demanding, "Come on, are you submitting or not?" On the grass, Hua Ziyun firmly locked Yi Fian's throat with his arms while his legs crossed around her waist, rendering them both immobile, like a flipped turtle unable to turn over. "I will kill you," Yi Fian shouted, her face flushed with anger. Still unwilling to submit, Hua Ziyun glanced around, and upon confirming there were no tools at his disposal, his eyes fixated on the torn collar of Yi Fian's outfit, revealing the snug fitness attire beneath. "If you don't submit, I might just have to test the quality of that outfit of yours," Hua Ziyun taunted with a wicked grin. At the mention of her fitness attire, Yi Fian's body stiffened, her face paling in fear. "You wouldn't dare. Do you believe I will kill you? Is that supposed to intimidate me? I've already died once. What do I have to fear? You beast, you shameless." In the office of the brigade commander at the military district building, Commander Han and Chief of Staff Tian exchanged peculiar glances as they observed the two entangled figures on the screen of the receiving device. "Report. Come in, and make your report quickly." Commander Han responded without even glancing at the communications officer. The officer entered, holding a stack of documents, and reported loudly, "Our Special Forces basic results for the 10-kilometer armed cross-country run are between 31 and 32 minutes, with the best score being Instructor Ye's 31 minutes and 38 seconds. Upon finishing the report, Commander Han and Chief of Staff Tian's gazes were fixed on the stopwatch on the table. 29 minutes and 55 seconds. Sound the air raid alarm and summon Yi Fian back. Commander Han commanded with delight, eager to proceed. Wait, just as the communications officer was about to leave, Commander Han added, "Bring that guy to me and investigate his background." 10 seconds later, the air raid alarm blared throughout the military district. "Let me go. I submit, all right?" Upon hearing the alarm, Yi Fian's expression changed dramatically, desperately trying to break free from Hua Ziyun's hold. The entire army was entering a state of readiness. Something was amiss. Now that's more like it. Hua Ziyun released Yi Fian and climbed into the jeep with a smirk. He understood the urgency of the air raid alert. Yi Fian would likely have no time to retaliate. However, the 10 kilometers back was a considerable distance, and he had no desire to retrace his steps. Yi Fian, gritting her teeth, scrambled up from the ground, neglecting her disheveled attire, and cast a murderous glare at the grinning Hua Ziyun in the passenger seat before flooring the gas pedal of the jeep as she drove back. "You know I will kill you." Yi Fian's icy voice resonated like the Grim Reaper emerging from the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion. "Is that so?" Hua Ziyun turned to face the dust-covered Yi Fian, nonchalantly responding, "Whatever means you possess, feel free to unleash them. After all, I harbor a deep-seated grudge against your Yi family. Even if you don't come for me, one day I shall collect my debts." "Humph, we shall see about that." Yi Fian spat through clenched teeth. When the air raid alarm sounded, the inexperienced new recruits were inevitably thrown into a state of panic. But the instructors managed to calm them, informing them it was merely a drill, and there was no need for excessive worry. They were granted permission to rest in place while waiting for the alarm to cease. At that moment, the formation of the new recruits had long since disbanded, and they began to gather in small groups to discuss the formidable instructor, Yi Fian. "Dawei, do you think Hua Ziyun will be able to return unscathed?" "Yeah, it's been over half an hour. What kind of enmity exists between him and that psychopathic instructor? I fear the worst. The 10-kilometer armed cross-country run might have ruined him." A dozen new recruits surrounded Zhang Pengzi, exchanging speculations about Hua Ziyun's fate, nearly all of them having internally condemned him to death. Zhang Pengzi himself was uncertain, his attention fixed on the direction Hua Ziyun had departed. "They're coming," Zhang Pengzi exclaimed, rising excitedly as he spotted the military green jeep in the distance, prompting all the new recruits in Class 3 to turn their gazes towards it. The speeding jeep screeched to a halt on the training ground, and Yi Fian, disheveled, leaped out and sprinted towards the military district building. Hua Ziyun, with a mischievous grin, checked his fully upgraded Soldier King system leaping from the passenger seat with ease and strolling towards the new recruits of Class 3, appearing quite relaxed. What on earth happened? Why does Instructor Yi look so disheveled? Is he all right? And he even returned in Instructor Ye's vehicle? What the heck happened in that half hour? In a flurry, the new recruits of Class 3 surrounded Hua Ziyun, bombarding him with questions about what had transpired, making him feel like a victim unsure of how to respond. What is unity? This is unity. In the face of a fierce instructor like Yi Fian, these new recruits naturally banded together. Their collective thought now focused on how to deal with her. You really didn't disappoint me, you're just fine. Zhang Pengzi clapped Hua Ziyun on the shoulder, grinning mischievously. Just now, I noticed Instructor Yi was in quite a predicament, and you're covered in dirt. You didn't go rolling around in the grass, did you? Zhang Pengzi's remark instantly lightened the mood, leaving Hua Ziyun both amused and exasperated. New recruit Hua Ziyun, come with me. Hua Ziyun turned at the sound of the voice, noticing an officer in a lieutenant's uniform who had appeared outside the crowd. You're calling me? Come with me. The commander wants to see you. The officer nodded and turned to head towards the military district building. As the officer finished speaking, not only was Hua Ziyun stunned, but the entire Class 3 of new recruits collectively gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at him. What could he have done? This was the thought echoing in the minds of every new recruit in Class 3. Even Zhang Pengzi was taken aback. A lieutenant officer was a battalion-level officer. What did it mean for him to specifically call for a first-year recruit from Nanming High School? Though Hua Ziyun himself felt uncertain, he squeezed through the crowd and followed, reassured by the military setting that safety was not an issue. After Hua Ziyun departed, nearly everyone crowded around Zhang Pengzi, eager to uncover Hua Ziyun's true identity. After a long pause, Zhang Pengzi gazed at the retreating figure of Hua Ziyun and uttered 6 words. An enigmatic man. Chapter 14. Battle for survival. As Hua Ziyun approached the office of the brigade commander, he was struck by the sharp voice of Yi Fian emanating from within. Chief, I absolutely disagree. I refuse to comply. Nonsense, Instructor Yi. You are our region's most exceptional special operations personnel. Can't you set aside personal grievances for the time being? Outside the door, Hua Ziyun felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. The intensity of the argument suggested a connection to him, and he fervently hoped it wasn't anything detrimental. The captain, with a knowing glance towards Hua Ziyun, knocked on the brigade commander's office door and announced, reporting in. Come in. Following the captain, Hua Ziyun stepped into the room and instantly noticed Yi Fian trembling in the middle of the office. Besides her, a figure stood by the desk, and upon seeing the insignia of 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulder, Hua Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Colonel. Upon Hua Ziyun's arrival, the expression of Brigade Commander Han, which had been tinged with mild irritation, instantly softened. He waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiao Zhou, you may step out for now, and please remember to close the door. The captain who had brought Hua Ziyun in saluted respectfully before turning to leave, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. By now, Hua Ziyun was sweating profusely. Yi Fian didn't concern him as much as the imposing presence of the high-ranking officer before him. Young man, do not be anxious. My surname is Han. Due to my position, I cannot disclose my full name, but I assume Instructor Yi does not require further introduction? Colonel Han surveyed Hua Ziyun with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. Hua Ziyun made an effort to calm himself, letting out a quiet breath, and glanced at Yi Fian's dark expression before responding with a smile. No need for introductions. I am well acquainted with Instructor Yi. May I inquire why the commander has summoned me? Haha, you seem quite fit.
Colonel Han låghet hertile.
Moving around the desk to stand beside Hua Ziyun, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Are you interested in enlisting? Enlist? Not at all, Hua Ziyun exclaimed in shock, dismissing the idea without a second thought. With his current prowess as a soldier, he saw no need to join the army, especially with his sister still in school. He could not leave her behind. The colonel faltered, unsure how to persuade him. After all, one cannot coerce someone unwilling to enlist. In that case, I shall not press you, Colonel Han replied with a smile as he returned to his seat, his gaze lingering on Hua Ziyun. However, I find you quite intriguing. Over the next week, I will be sending you into the mountains for military training. Into the mountains? Hua Ziyun was taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be at the training ground? Temporary change of plans. Rest assured, Instructor Yi will ensure your safe return before you new recruits head back. Colonel Han reassured him. What the hell? Why is Yi Fian involved? Wazian thought to himself, realizing that this could not bode well. Colonel Han seemed to sense Wazian's unease and smiled. Don't worry, you can bring along that fellow named Zhang Dewei. With little choice, Wazian had to comply, as he still held the status of a trainee and had to obey their arrangements. Half an hour later, Wazian and the plump Zhang Dewei were unceremoniously escorted into the deep mountains, while the other new recruits resumed their military training. In a secret military base at Hua Huling, 101 elite special forces were gearing up for action, with Yi Fian standing at the forefront, coldly observing Wazian and Zhang Dewei on the periphery. Both Wazian and Zhang Dewei were bewildered. The scene suggested an impending battle. What could Colonel Han possibly want with them? Were they to become cannon fodder? While the two were lost in speculation, Chief of Staff Tian emerged from the rear tent. Upon noticing Wazian and Zhang Dewei idly standing by, he furrowed his brow. Why are you two not returning to your units? Return to what unit? Wazian was utterly confused. Humph, enough chatter. Fall in and join the exercise. Chief of Staff Tian's expression darkened as he barked his command. Wazian had no authority to refuse, so he obediently pulled the equally perplexed Zhang Dewei to stand beside Yi Fian. It appeared Colonel Han was truly up to something. Listen up. Once everyone is in position, Chief of Staff Tian shouted. The special forces not only test your individual combat abilities, but also emphasize the importance of teamwork. With the approval of higher-ups, we are conducting a joint exercise with all elite special operations personnel. Do you have confidence? Report. Someone suddenly interjected. Speak. If this is an exercise for elite special operations, why are there 2 students present? The question resonated with many present. Good question. Chief of Staff Tian smirked, directing his gaze at Wazian. Because these 2 have been specially approved by higher command to join this mission. Any further questions? His statement was met with uproarious laughter, and even Yi Fian struggled to suppress her amusement. Wazian was left dumbfounded. His worst fears were coming to fruition. Colonel Han indeed had a devious scheme in mind. This was clearly an invitation wrapped in a guise of camaraderie, quickly transformed into a troublesome endeavor after being declined. Seriously? How did military training devolve into an exercise? Zhang Dewei lamented, feeling utterly defeated. He leaned closer to Wazian and whispered, What on earth did you do? This clearly looks like a setup to get us both killed. Relax. Wazian retorted with a sardonic chuckle, scanning the elite soldiers around him. I will ensure that we are not underestimated, nor will I allow someone's plot to succeed. With that, he turned to regard the smirking Chief of Staff Tian. Enough! Silence! Chief of Staff Tian commanded, then continued, I trust everyone here is familiar with the globally popular game, Battle Royale. Let me tell you, it is far more than just a game. It is a comprehensive tool that develops a soldier's multifaceted capabilities. Only those who survive to the end can truly be deemed the kings among special elites. After a brief pause, he elaborated, This mission is codenamed Wilderness. You will form your own teams, 4 members per group. Our military will recreate the game's environment to the fullest extent. In 10 minutes, each team will be dispatched to different locations. Your movements will be monitored via high-altitude satellites, and any team eliminated will immediately terminate their participation and return to base. Ultimately, only 1 team will make it back alive. Is that clear? Understood. Good. Form your teams. You have 10 minutes before departure. With Chief of Staff Tian's command, everyone began to pair off freely, leaving Wazian and Zhang Dewei exchanging glances, uncertain of their next move. Stop staring. No one is going to want to take 2 deadweights along, Yi Fian remarked coldly, casting a glance at Wazian. I truly do not understand what the commander sees in you that compels him to have me lead you. Does that mean you are willing to team up with us? Wazian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Chapter 15. The convenience of hanging up suppress that lewd smile of yours. Once you leave the military district, I shall find a way to eliminate you. Yi Fian huffed coldly, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in her eyes as she turned away, refusing to cast another glance at him. The rotund fellow, astute as he was, immediately sensed the underlying tension between them and, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Huaziyun to whisper, Ziyun, what on earth did you do during that hour? Why does she harbor such animosity towards you? Back off. You detestable fatso should mind your own business. Don't provoke her. I wouldn't want us both eliminated by this formidable ancestor. Hua Ziyun shot him a glare, clearly irritated. What's the big deal? It's just a drill. I'm not a special forces operative, so winning or losing is of no consequence to me. It's Tiger Girl who matters most. The rotund man chuckled foolishly to himself. Looks like this bumbling teammate has only Tiger Girl on his mind, Hua Ziyun thought, shaking his head in resignation as his gaze fixed on Yi Fian's retreating figure. The Yi family had indeed produced such a distinguished daughter. It was a testament to their fortune across generations. She was her own person, and Yi Yangtian was Yi Yangtian. Perhaps he should not harbor all his grievances against every member of the Yi family. Gather round. At that moment, Commander Tian's stern voice rang out, prompting all assigned teams to fall into formation. Hua Ziyun's trio stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. With higher-ups' approval, and to accurately replicate the game's setting, the operational radius has been expanded to 50 kilometers. We depart now. After Commander Tian's announcement, the teams exited the main tent, heading towards their designated vehicles. It's over. It seems Fatty is doomed this time. Zhang, the rotund fellow, deflated instantly. Just as Hua Ziyun was about to offer some words of comfort, a young Special Forces soldier, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, strode directly towards Yi Fian. He possessed a striking physique and a resolute face, his eyes harboring an unspoken ferocity. Yi Fian, I never imagined you would be so arrogant as to bring two inept individuals into the mountains. Even if I win this mission, it will leave a bitter taste in my mouth. The young man glared at Yi Fian, exuding an air of hostility. Humph, Zhang He, don't rejoice too soon. The outcome is yet to be determined. Yi Fian retorted coldly, her confidence wavering. She speaks the truth. Hua Ziyun interjected, stepping boldly between them, unperturbed. What skill is it to target a woman? On the battlefield, bullets dictate the outcome. Foolishness. Zhang He scoffed, making a slashing gesture across his throat before casting one last provocative glance at Yi Fian and turning to leave the tent. Unprepared for Hua Ziyun's sudden appearance, Yi Fian paused, momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Disgust quickly clouded her features as she briskly walked away, muttering, "Who asked you to speak on my behalf? How presumptuous!" Hua Ziyun exchanged a helpless glance with the rotund man. There was no escaping the disdain. Wherever he went, he was met with derision. 2 hours later, Hua Ziyun and his companions were randomly dropped into the heart of Huhuzhen Mountain. Upon reaching their designated location, Hua Ziyun grasped the true meaning of an authentic game backdrop. While the terrain remained unchanged, the distant temporary structures, crafted with 3D technology, appeared strikingly realistic. What a grand endeavor! Hua Ziyun marveled silently. The rapid establishment of such an expansive site by the South China Military District was indeed commendable. Yet, a nagging unease lingered within him, a suspicion that Commander Yi might be setting a trap for him. The exercise had commenced. Aside from communication devices and terrain instruments, they possessed no equipment. Their survival now hinged solely on fortune. Yi Fian gazed toward P-City, a kilometer away, crouching low to advance. Wait, Hua Ziyun grasped her arm. Are you not afraid of becoming a target? Do not forget that everyone in these mountains could be sent straight to P-City. They are all the elite of the elite. As he spoke, Hua Ziyun pointed to the map displayed on his arm. Beyond this hill, there are 3 dilapidated houses. Perhaps we might find some equipment. I do not wish to concede. Regardless of whether you believe in me, I will not be a burden. You? Yi Fian scoffed, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being seen through by Hua Ziyun. Do not jest. I never held much hope. I have no desire for idle chatter. If you wish to defeat Zhang He, do not surrender. Fatty, let us move. With that declaration, Hua Ziyun's demeanor transformed entirely, beckoning the rotund fellow to stealthily head in the opposite direction of P-City. Yi Fian hesitated, her lips twitching slightly as she murmured, "What can 2 high school students accomplish?" Shaking her head, she followed suit. Upon reaching the abandoned house, fortune smiled upon Hua Ziyun as he discovered an SKS sniper rifle with 10 bullets and a 2x scope. The rotund man gleefully picked up a revolver and a safety helmet, while Yi Fian looked down her nose at such equipment, dismissing it entirely. Ding! The Soldier King system alerts the host. A 4-man team detected 500 meters southeast on the hillside, including one sniper with an AK-47. The other 2 are unarmed. Just as they reached solid ground, Hua Ziyun received the system's warning. Not good, he exclaimed, swiftly pinning Yi Fian to the ground. They rolled behind the nearest tree just as a bullet whizzed past the spot where they had just stood. The rotund man, terrified, scrambled back into the dilapidated house. Good heavens! You nearly gave Fatty a heart attack. Why must I endure this torment? Ziyun, take him out. As Hua Ziyun inadvertently rolled onto Yi Fian during the commotion, she regained her composure, now feeling a mix of humiliation and anger. With flushed cheeks, she glared at him, teeth clenched. Trust me, I will make you pay for this. Stay still, Hua Ziyun replied, his expression grave as he retrieved the SKS sniper rifle from his back. Slowly extending himself from behind the tree, he added, once we win this match, I shall grant you the opportunity. Yi Fian was taken aback, staring at the face she despised so intensely, grappling with a complex whirl of emotions as she realized how quickly he had managed to regain his composure. Do not be foolish. Wait until they approach. The gunfire is at least 500 or 600 meters away. Your 2x scope can only target up to 300 meters. We must devise another plan. Though she felt humiliated, she dared not move recklessly. Everyone here was an elite soldier, and even the slightest movement could reveal their position. Silence. Your breathing is disrupting my aim. Hold your breath. I will take out the sniper across from us. Hua Ziyun commanded with utmost seriousness. You, shameless. Ding. The Soldier King system has locked onto the target and commenced shooting assessment. Range 474 meters, angle 27. 3 degrees, wind speed. Chapter 16. A bloodbath of 4 kills. Are you proud to be a Special Forces soldier? Hua Ziyun teased as he gazed at Yi Fian, who was holding her breath beneath him. Though she remained still, her resolute eyes conveyed the undeniable pride of her identity. Hua Ziyun chuckled, closing his eyes mischievously, and leaned closer to her ear, his even breath causing her neck to flush crimson. Can you even shoot? What are you doing lying on me without aiming? Clang. Before Yi Fian could finish her sentence, the sound of gunfire erupted from above. In an instant, Hua Ziyun sprang to his feet, lifting Yi Fian without giving her a chance to protest. A stumble sent her back against the massive tree, and he pressed against her again, as 2 bullet holes appeared at their feet. This is heart-wrenching, mate. Zhang the Fat had no clue about the danger they had just faced. He could only watch the pair as they engaged in what seemed like a flirtation, wondering if they were addicted to this thrill. You should know that remaining still is the safest option. Hua Ziyun grinned, waving the terrain device in front of her. Despite Hua Ziyun's persistent teasing, Yi Fian should have been infuriated. Yet, upon spotting the blinking red dot on the device, her eyes widened in shock. 500 meters. Blind shot. Headshot. Her mouth agape. She stared at Hua Ziyun in disbelief. How did you achieve a kill? Just a casual shot. I assure you, I will not become a burden to you. Hua Ziyun chuckled, and while Yi Fian was still reeling from the revelation, he playfully rubbed against her, accumulating points in the system rewards. Stop dawdling. There are still 3 targets remaining. I believe your swift movements can help you evade the sniper's first shot. Hua Ziyun grinned mischievously. What? You want me to be a live target? Yi Fian frowned, coming back to her senses. Is there an alternative? We are already within their crosshairs, and only by drawing their fire can we seize the opportunity to strike. Can you eliminate him before he fires again? This is our only chance. How will we know unless we try? Hua Ziyun's smile was laden with meaning. Yi Fian hesitated. In less than a day, Hua Ziyun had presented her with an array of unbelievable feats. Was this truly the capacity of a 17-year-old high school student? Let us begin. Ultimately, she extended her fist, making her decision. Hua Ziyun nodded seriously, fixating on her gradually unfolding fingers. As she fully extended 3 fingers, he swiftly retreated, and at that moment, she sprang into action. 1, 2, 3. Hua Ziyun counted silently for 3 seconds, and Yi Fian leaped just as a gunshot rang out from afar. She rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the bullet. Now's the time. Wazian dashed to the opposite side of the tree, raising his weapon and pulling the trigger. Clang! With that shot, everything came to an end. As Yifian landed, she stared dumbfounded at the map device, which now displayed an additional red dot. Sitting on the ground, she pondered whether her previous blind shot was merely luck, but was this fortunate shot also a stroke of fate? Alert! The crisis has been averted. 2 individuals are rapidly ascending the hillside. In 30 seconds, they will exit the sniper's range. Should the host adjust the angle of fire? Negative. Wazian responded internally, tossing the SVS sniper rifle to the astonished Yifian. The remaining 2 are yours. Receiving the sniper rifle, Yifian's emotions and focus restored instantly. Without hesitation, she dropped to the ground and, 2 seconds later, aimed at a swiftly moving black dot on the slope. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, Wazian smiled at the illuminated red on the terrain device and nodded approvingly. Yifian exhaled deeply, rising from the ground, a hint of regret lacing her voice. It's my fault. That one has already fled too far. Not too far. There's still a chance. Wazian grinned, swiftly moving closer to Yifian to snatch the sniper rifle, adjusting her position without hesitation. He rested the weapon on her shoulder, aiming for the black dot 650 meters away. The effective shooting range of the SKS is 800 meters. As a Special Forces soldier, don't you know never to give up before the final moment? Yifian was taken aback. Instead of being angry at Wazian's sudden use of her as a gun rest, she found herself moved by the determination and seriousness etched on his face. Alert! The target will exit the shooting range in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Wazian exhaled steadily, squinting as he gently squeezed the trigger. Clang! Yifian involuntarily shuddered as the echo of the shot reverberated in her ears. Watching the distant black dot come to a halt, Wazian smirked, resting the sniper rifle on his shoulder and patting Yifian's shoulder. Never give up until the last moment. Fatty, it's time to leave. Wazian waved casually, beckoning Zhang the Fat toward the stronghold he had just sniped. Judging by the gunfire, the weapon was undoubtedly an AWM. With such shooting power, he had struck gold this time. Seeing that it was safe, Zhang the Fat emerged, clutching his helmet and waddling forward. As he passed the dazed Yifian, he couldn't help but remind her. Let us go. Instructor Yi, you've already eliminated the targets. What are you still standing here for? Yifian stared at the 4 blinking red dots on the terrain device, feeling a strange numbness wash over her. This title of King of Soldiers had never felt so burdensome. Wazian, do you think I possess only this level of skill? After a long moment, Yifian suddenly smiled, her gaze fierce and resolute as she turned to chase after him. In a secret military base, Commander Han and Chief of Staff Tion stared incredulously at the images projected from the satellite. The 4 flashing red dots appeared exceptionally glaring. 3 shots and he took out 3 of my elite operatives. Is this something a student can accomplish? Chief of Staff Tion's expression was strained. Commander Han smirked slightly. Old Tion, didn't I tell you this time? This kid is indeed extraordinary. Quickly inform those 3 eliminated personnel to deactivate their sensors and exit the battlefield. Next, let us raise the stakes. Are you suggesting? Precisely. Adjust the predetermined routes of each team. I want to see just how capable this kid truly is. I refuse to believe he can take down all my soldiers. Chapter 17. The thunder cannot be dispersed at the stroke of midnight. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting an unusual stillness over the forest. Wazian, cradling a night vision VSS sniper rifle, leaned against the lush trunk of a tree. Throughout the day, his nerves had remained taut, and after numerous skirmishes, fatigue was beginning to set in. He glanced down at the plump figure of Zhang, who was snoozing soundly beneath the tree, and smiled. The 30-kilometer journey had indeed been a challenge for him. With the 32nd enemy down, alongside the 56 eliminated, over a third of the special forces had fallen to him and Yifian. Apart from the 3 of them, only 3 teams remained uneliminated. Wazian looked up to see Yifian observing him from a tree across the way. Though the night obscured her features, instinct told him her eyes were still brimming with lethal intent. What? Still wish to kill me? Wazian inquired with a grin. Humph. Yi Fian snorted, wiping her rifle's bolt and turning her head away, refusing to look at him again. With a resigned shake of his head, Huazian sighed. If it weren't for your brother, I believe we could have been friends. Impossible. One day, I will personally slay you, Yi Fian replied, her voice laced with a chilling resolve. Let us hope so. Huazian chuckled lightly, suddenly springing to his feet atop the tree. Stay alert. There's someone approaching from the north. Wait, there's movement from the south as well. We've been discovered. I'll cover you. Take them out, Yi Fian exclaimed, racking her rifle as she leapt down. Be careful, Huazian responded, donning his grass cloak as he climbed higher. North side, 3 of them, Yi Fian shouted, taking cover behind a tree and firing 6 shots northward. With the sound of her gunfire, Huazian swiftly fired 3 shots, deliberately synchronizing his fire with hers to mask his own. 3 red dots immediately appeared on the terrain locator. Damn, here we go again. The startled Zhang leapt up from his slumber upon hearing the gunfire. Zhang! Machine gun fire from 200 meters south. Huazian barked, pulling the trigger for one last shot. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. Zhang, no longer hesitating, bent down to set up the machine gun, unleashing a random spray of bullets toward the south. Fian, continue, Huazian urged, discarding his VSS as he leaped down from the tree, grabbing his mini sniper rifle and bolting westward. Yi Fian tossed aside her submachine gun, catching the VSS as she turned and sprinted eastward. This is so exhilarating. Come here and let me give you a bullet. Zhang shouted excitedly as he fired indiscriminately, oblivious to his targets. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly after, 3 gunshots rang out from the east and west, but this time all-terrain locators lit up with 4 red dots. Damn, am I hit? The machine gun fire ceased, and Zhang looked down at the glowing mark on his chest, infuriated as he ripped off the persistently ringing headset and crushed it underfoot. With the final gunshot, another light appeared on the terrain locator. Zhang! Zhang! At this moment, Huazian and Yi Fian returned. Well, you two seem to be growing increasingly in sync, Zhang grinned. Enemies should be reconciled rather than held in animosity. Why not just make peace? Humph! If you're eliminated, hurry back to sleep. Spare me the nonsense, Yi Fian coldly retorted, glaring at Zhang as she slung her sniper rifle and turned toward the military base. Huazian patted Zhang on the shoulder, a hint of regret in his voice. Yes, right. Wait here for someone to take you back to sleep. Don't worry about things that don't concern you. Reconciling with her is out of the question. Not necessarily. I, Zhang, have never misjudged a person, Zhang insisted stubbornly. All right, there are still 4 left to deal with. I'm off. You stay safe here, Huazian replied, rising to pursue Yi Fian. He did not believe there was any true understanding between them. Any cooperation was merely a soldier's instinctive reaction. Reconciliation was simply not feasible. After enduring the friction of time, Huazian increasingly recognized that Yi Fian's abilities and military rank were indeed well-deserved. Countless recruits had joined the army at the age of 14, yet few could achieve the prowess of a true soldier king in just 5 years, perhaps only a handful worldwide, especially considering she was a woman. Catching up to Yi Fian, Huazian took aim, vigilant of their surroundings, and warned her. There are still 4 left. Don't you fear being an easy target as you boldly head back? I won't. I know Zhang he is unlike others. He will definitely wait for me at the finish line. Yi Fian replied coldly, continuing her swift pace. Is he truly formidable? What animosity lies between you? Huazian pressed. He is strong and cunning. After a night of arduous travel, Huazian and Yi Fian finally reached the dense forest 5 kilometers south of the secret base just before dawn, and indeed, they encountered no further ambushes along the way. Huazian learned that before Yi Fian was assigned to a different sector, Zhang he was the only soldier king here. This man was also a versatile talent. Over the past 2 years, he and Yi Fian had faced off in 2 victories, 3 defeats, and 7 draws, perpetually vying for supremacy. This confrontation was crucial for the title of Soldier King. The situation had escalated to a boiling point. Zhang he would undoubtedly spare no effort in reclaiming a victory, and as a Soldier King, Yi Fian would not concede easily. Along their journey, Huazian could see how diligently she had pursued this mission. Suddenly, Wazian sensed that Yi Fian's footsteps had ceased behind him. He stopped and turned to find her standing still, a frown creasing his brow. "Why have you stopped?" "I've triggered a landmine." Yi Fian's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down her temples. "Hurry! We cannot both be eliminated." "It was my oversight. I should have noticed that the ground was camouflaged." Wazian was taken aback, recognizing the mix of frustration and a hint of pleading in Yi Fian's eyes. "Stand still." Without hesitation, he quickly discarded his sniper rifle, shed his backpack, and carefully crouched down at her feet, unsheathing his dagger. "Are you insane? Zhang He's landmines cannot be disarmed." "I told you to leave," Yi Fian urged anxiously. "If you don't want to lose, be quiet. Don't distract me. Leave Zhang He to deal with himself." "Ziyun Yu." Yi Fian frowned, momentarily stunned. With a deep breath, Wazian hardly noticed the change in her tone as he placed his helmet gently aside and began to clear the camouflage surrounding her. Chapter 18. This time it's my turn in a secret military base. A row of eliminated Special Forces soldiers stood in the arena, their eyes ablaze with fury as they fixated on the immense military screen displaying the image of Wazian, who had been taken down by a mere high school student with no battlefield experience. Who could accept such an outcome? "Old Tian, what do you suppose are the odds of this kid disarming that bomb?" suddenly inquired Commander Han, standing before the screen. "0. Chief of Staff Tian asserted confidently. "Oh? You're so sure?" Commander Han paused, glancing back at the soldiers behind him. "Do you all share the same sentiment?" "Report." A Special Forces soldier stepped forward, analyzing loudly. "Zhang He said a fake bomb. This loose bomb must merely be a trigger. Once it is disarmed, it will inevitably activate the fuse." At that moment, Wazian remained entirely oblivious to the audience of over 100 scrutinizing him through the screen, his focus solely on the bomb before him. "Initiate system analysis," Wazian thought as he engaged the warrior system. Ding! Scene simulation initiated. System detected a bouncing bomb beneath the loose bomb. The bottom fuse is connected to grenades within a 5-meter radius. The system is currently searching for disarming methods. Please remain patient. Damn! Such an intricate setup. Wazian's heart raced, compelled to admire Zhang He's ingenuity. Had it not been for Yi Fian's timely intervention, both he and she would have been eliminated by now. The explosion of the loose bomb would undoubtedly trigger the bouncing bomb, leaving Yi Fian no chance to escape, especially since the instant the bouncing bomb activated, it would pull the grenade's fuse. A blast of such magnitude would leave even Wazian vulnerable. "Apologies, the system indicates this bomb is unsolvable. Departure is advised." Unsolvable? Wazian was taken aback, forcing himself to regain composure. In reality, he had no obligation to concern himself with whether Yi Fian would be eliminated. He merely needed to eliminate the remaining 4 to secure victory. Yet, recalling his earlier indiscretion towards her, a twinge of guilt surfaced. After all, she was not Yi Yongtian. This is a deceptive bomb, exceedingly difficult to disarm. Wazian chuckled self-deprecatingly, glancing at the perspiring Yi Fian. "Prepare yourself. I am about to begin." Yi Fian's lips twitched as she inexplicably nodded. Even she was unaware why she chose to trust him with a bomb that seemed impossible to disarm. Wazian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and delicately excavated a narrow trench of about 10 centimeters beneath Yi Fian's feet. To avoid triggering the bouncing bomb below, he gently inserted his dagger into the base of the loose bomb. "Do not move. When I instruct, lift your foot upward, and do not stray from the fuse." Wazian swallowed hard, crouching to press down on the dagger's handle, employing the leverage of the earth to elevate the loose bomb by 4 millimeters. Yi Fian, equally tense, adjusted her foot upward by the same measure. "My apologies for the intrusion." Wazian glanced at Yi Fian, deftly pulling the dagger from her waist, nervously reaching for her waist again. "If you trust me, please do not move your feet." On the other side of the screen, silence reigned. Almost everyone was eager to witness how Wazian intended to disarm the bomb, until they were incredulously taken aback as they saw him unfasten Yi Fian's belt, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What on earth are you doing?" Yi Fian was on the verge of a breakdown. A wave of shame tempted her to abandon the competition altogether. Yet upon meeting Wazian's resolute gaze, she held her ground. "If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure your demise." Wazian grinned, crouching once more, gently inserting his dagger into the bottom of Yi Fian's foot, pressing against the fuse to slowly pry open a small gap, revealing half of the fuse. Exhaling deeply, he threaded the belt through the gap beneath the dagger, carefully wrapping it around the exposed half of the fuse. With a swift motion, Wazian secured the entire loose bomb, preventing the fuse from activating. It worked. Lift your foot. Having completed the series of actions, Wazian collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, and beamed at the pale-faced Yi Fian. Upon seeing the loose bomb tightly bound by the belt, a whirlwind of emotions flooded her mind. Wazian sighed, rising to remove his own belt, tossing it to Yi Fian. We must leave. I was left with no choice earlier. After all, your military district is so stingy that the belts provided to us students are this thick. It was only then that Yi Fian grasped the situation. On the other side of the screen, an eerie silence prevailed. Wazian retrieved his backpack, extracting several essential magazines before violently discarding the shoulder strap, swiftly securing it around his waist. He turned to Yi Fian, who was staring at him intently, and said with a smile, "Stop standing there like a fool. Let us go. Zhang He is still waiting for you." The duo recommenced their journey, having learned from past experiences. This time, they acted with exceptional caution, successfully evading 5 fake bombs. At a distance of 1,500 meters, they concealed themselves near the secret base, fully aware that Zhang He had surely targeted them from somewhere. Warfare system, conduct an enemy position scan. Ding. Target locked. 1 sniper detected on each hilltop to the east and west, and a sniper and observer to the north at 17. 5. Damn. How are we supposed to engage? The terrain here is so flat. Aside from the weeds, there is no cover. Once he fires, he will undoubtedly be immediately locked on, and the next moment, he will surely have his head blown off. Wazian cursed inwardly. Since death was inevitable, why not facilitate Yi Fian's victory this time? Yi Fian, there is a sniper at your left front, 37 meters away. You should maneuver around from the rear. Remember, do not use your gun. Wazian instructed through the communication device. How did you know? Came the incredulous response from the other end. Intuition, a dangerous instinct, Wazian explained, his heart racing. He could hardly admit to her that he was using a cheat. Remember, once you reach there, do not act hastily. Wait for the sound of my gunfire before you strike. Are you not concerned about exposing our position? This is the only way to proceed. If I don't reveal myself, the enemy 1T fire, and you 1T be able to lock on to Zhang He. Last time it was you. This time, it's my turn. You! The voice on the other end paused momentarily before abruptly shifting tone. You know I will eventually kill you. I await that day. Wazian chuckled. In 10 minutes, I will fire. The countdown begins. Keeping a close eye on the time, Wazian aimed at the sniper 500 meters to the east, striving to calm himself. Time ticked by, and Wazian's finger froze on the trigger. Clang. Wazian fired the first shot, and instantly, a vivid red dot flickered on the terrain map. Chapter 19. A brother's embrace. With a resounding bang, Yi Fian swiftly neutralized the sniper on the western slope, grasping the fallen AWM to locate the source of the gunfire. Zhang He fired a shot that landed a mere 10 centimeters from Hua Ziyun's feet, inadvertently revealing his position to Yi Fian. Remember, never concede until the final moment. Hua Ziyun cackled over the radio, fully aware that the first shot had been a correction, and the next would surely target his head. There was no chance for him to evade in the following 2 seconds. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed almost simultaneously, followed by another shot 2 seconds later. In the span of 3 seconds, 3 flashing red dots appeared on the terrain scanner. Hua Ziyun, enveloped in blue smoke, exhaled in relief, stretching his weary limbs and exclaiming to the heavens, "Finally, it's over." Bang! Another shot rang out from a distance. As he looked down at the blue stain blooming across his chest, he chuckled and cast a glance towards the western hills, shaking his head as he made his way back to the military base. Just how much did Yi Fian want him eliminated? Yi Fian emerged victorious, reclaiming a round in her contest against Zhang He. Yet, she was acutely aware that without Hua Ziyun, she might never have had the chance to stand at the end. After the exercise concluded, Hua Ziyun and the portly fellow were returned to the training ground. But his performance had undeniably slapped those special forces soldiers in the face, especially his techniques during the mine-clearing exercises, which imparted a valuable lesson. Ziyun, Instructor Yi hasn't shown up for 5 days, and with our imminent return to school, isn't she coming to see us off? The portly fellow lamented, lounging on the grass. Hua Ziyun smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Oddly enough, he had anticipated that after the military exercise, Commander Han would surely persuade him to enlist. Yet to his surprise, not only had Commander Han not appeared, but even Yi Fian, who had previously vowed to eliminate him, had vanished. Sister, I wonder how you've fared these past few days without me? Hua Ziyun sighed softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the northwest. Though he was physically present in the military camp, his heart had already soared back to school. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus from Nanming High School finally arrived at the military training ground. The freshmen, having endured their torment, surged forward like a whirlwind, creating a scene that was almost unbearable to witness. Yi Fian, my vendetta with your family can never be resolved. How shall I face you when we next meet? Hua Ziyun thought with a wry smile as he glanced at the military building, shaking his head as he boarded the school bus. Meanwhile, in the military building, Commander Han and Yi Fian stood by the window, watching the new students depart. Don't you want to send him off, comrade? Commander Han inquired with a knowing smile. No need. I harbor an irreconcilable hatred for him, Yi Fian replied curtly. Oh, the youth of today. Commander Han shook his head, turning back to his desk. He retrieved a bulging brown paper dossier from the drawer and tossed it onto the table. Zhang He has returned, having sustained 7 bullet wounds and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the military hospital. This mission has failed. The documentation is here. The higher-ups have decided to assign you next. Not even he could succeed. Yi Fian frowned, stepping forward to salute the dossier before assuring, I will complete the mission. Proceed. Zhang He's exposure will undoubtedly complicate matters. If you find yourself unable to manage alone, you should know what steps to take. Conveniently, the mission is located in Nanming City. Commander Han remarked with a smile. I can manage on my own. Yi Fian's eyes narrowed as she exited the commander's office. Upon returning to Nanming High School, Hua Ziyun immediately spotted his sister, who stood at the school gate, peering expectantly while holding a package. Knowing he was returning today, she seemed to have dressed up deliberately, donning a pastel top and a lace skirt that showcased her long legs. As he alighted from the bus, Hua Ziyun sensed her imminent embrace. Memories of their previous kiss flooded him with trepidation, and as she rushed towards him, he raised his hand to press against her forehead, keeping her at bay. Sister, stay back. Brother, I've almost missed you to death. Can I have a hug? She implored, undeterred as she leaned in closer. Sorry, I must decline. Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes, glancing at the clusters of boys nearby, his expression filled with distress. You wouldn't want me to be besieged, would you? Hee. Huasha chuckled mischievously, taking a couple of steps back. Brother, let us go eat. Hua Ziyun, feeling a pang of hunger, followed her to the cafeteria. Along the way, he pushed her away several times, unable to withstand the judgmental gazes of those around them. Arriving at the dining hall, he ordered 2 servings of his sister's favorite fried rice and found a nearby table by the window, relieved that the crowd was sparse, sparing them some undue attention. Here, I've prepared your clean clothes, brother. Hua Sha grinned, tossing the pink package at him, leaving him no chance to refuse as she eagerly dug into her fried rice. Again, Hua Ziyun reluctantly caught the package. Since childhood, he had always been the one to wash his sister's clothes, and it appeared that the role had not changed. He would once again shoulder the responsibility of washing her delicate garments in the boys' dormitory, a title of perversion that he could not shake off. Sister, please don't dress so provocatively when you go out. The pressure is immense, he remarked, casting a disapproving glance at her legs and unceremoniously placing the pink package atop them. Brother, don't you like it? Hua Sha innocently inquired, pausing her meal to gaze at him with wide eyes. Of course I like it, Hua Ziyun chuckled, wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth and pinching her cheek. But you risk exposing yourself. What if someone sees? I knew you would like it. Hua Sha beamed, seizing his hand and casting furtive glances around. In the next moment, she pulled his hand underneath the package. Sister, this is the cafeteria. What are you doing? Hua Ziyun gasped, his heart racing as he scanned the surroundings anxiously. Don't be scared, brother. Haven tea you always wanted to touch, she urged. Let go. Someone's coming. He exclaimed, catching sight of a familiar figure approaching the entrance, his heart pounding. Wencheng, the prodigy of Nanming High School, renowned for winning the National Olympiad Mathematics competition at the age of 10. However, the animosity between Hua Ziyun and him ran deep. He would never forget that fateful year when his sister was drugged at the Olympiad gathering. Had it not been for his timely intervention, she would have fallen prey to that wretched boy. Chapter 20. The Scholar Subsystem. What a coincidence. You're here too, Xiaoxia? When Chang approached with a beaming smile and unceremoniously took a seat opposite the two. Upon seeing Wen Chang, Huasha's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, Wen Changgu, what brings you here? I heard you've been preparing for the Olympiad recently? Is preparation even necessary? I've claimed the championship for 2 consecutive years. There are no challengers left in the school. Wen Chang waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of solitude that comes with invincibility. His gaze eventually settled on Hua Ziyun. Boyfriend? No, but you have no chance. Hua Ziyun responded calmly, returning to his meal. Wen Chang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly resumed his cheerful demeanor, teasingly saying, Brother, you seem to have misunderstood. My relationship with Xiaoxia is purely platonic. Humph! Hua Ziyun scoffed, setting down his utensils. He raised his eyes to Wen Chang and said, Those little tricks of yours might fool naive girls, but I advise you to keep your distance from my sister. His expression darkened ominously. Had it not been for his sister's desire to avoid trouble, Wen Chang might have already found himself in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, this matter was far from over. He would eventually reclaim what was owed. So, you two are siblings? Wen Chang chuckled nonchalantly, plastering a smile on his face as he turned to Huasha. Xiaoxia, your brother and I seem to have a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. I'm here to collect a debt, Hua Ziyun retorted coldly. Sensing his brother's displeasure, Huasha subtly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Brother, what's wrong? Hua Ziyun shook his head with a smile. He knew exactly what kind of person Wen Cheng was. A villain disguised as harmless, using his intelligence to deceive innocent girls. He had no desire to look at that smug face any longer, so he coughed lightly, pushed aside his bowl, and took his sister's hand to leave. However, after just a couple of steps, Hua Ziyun paused, turned back, and grinned at Wen Cheng, saying, I have a rule. If you infringe upon it, there are only 2 outcomes, death or a fate worse than death. Once outside the cafeteria, Huasha caught up with her brother, blocking his path with a mischievous smile and demanding, Brother, were you just jealous of Wen Chenggu? Jealous? Not at all. When will you grow up? Hua Ziyun retorted, amused. I don't want to grow up. I enjoy being taken care of by my brother, she replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. With a brother like me, who needs a boyfriend? It's getting dark. Why not walk with your sister instead? Hua Sha said cheekily, intertwining her arm with his and leading him into the shadows. Hua Ziyun shook his head helplessly. If their mother were around, she might reign in Chapter 21. The beautiful teacher the following day in the classroom. Near the back row by the window, Huazian rested his chin on his hand, staring dreamily at the beautiful math teacher. Revisiting this familiar scene brought him a sense of relaxation. The system had granted him a chance to start anew, and he intended to cherish it doubly. Teacher Su, merely 23 years old, possessed delicate features, her long hair cascading down her back, complemented by her well-developed tall figure, making her an epitome of beauty. Huazian couldn't help but recall the efforts teacher Su had invested in him over the years. Having just graduated from university, she took on the responsibility of teaching here, her dedication palpable. Yet, he remained a stubborn stone. No matter how she tutored him, he struggled to grasp the concepts. During exams, he typically only attempted the true or false and multiple choice questions, as he was utterly lost on the more complex problems. Huazian, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something written on my face? Su Yun had long noticed Huazian's gaze. With a frown, she tossed a piece of chalk in his direction. Her words elicited a wave of laughter, all eyes turning towards Wazian. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and sheepishly smiled. I'm sorry, teacher. I promised to pay attention in your class from now on. Humph, let us hope so, Suyun retorted with a scoff, sighing. I've seen your entrance exam scores, 14 in math. It seems you have a bit of a weakness in this subject, but I will make sure to tutor you properly. The classroom fell silent, each student wearing a look of incredulity. 14 points? What does that even mean? Is this what you call a slight weakness? Good grief. You're something else to score such a staggering number. The chubby boy sitting next to Wazian could no longer contain himself, revealing a toothy grin. If he hadn't been pinching his thigh so hard, the laughter might have brought the roof down. Wazian's face flushed crimson, inwardly lamenting, Teacher Su, must you be so blunt? Can't you keep that score to yourself? This was all so awkward. Teacher Su, I accidentally dozed off during the exam. My true abilities are far greater than that. Unable to endure the snickers around him, Wazian hurriedly sought an escape. How dare you? Sit up straight and pay attention. Suyun was both amused and exasperated. Come see me in the office after class. It seems we need to have a serious talk. Wazian nodded obediently, then playfully jabbed the chubby boy beside him. You've had your fun. Just because I scored a little lower doesn't mean you can laugh endlessly. No, I simply couldn't help myself. During class, Wazian discreetly jotted down the answers for the upcoming freshman diagnostic exam on his notebook. As the class drew to a close, he stealthily passed the answers to his friend. When he revealed that these were the answers for all subjects in 3 days' time, the chubby boy's face turned pale. After repeated inquiries, and confirming Wazian was not joking, the chubby boy's eyes turned red. Ultimately, without receiving any further clarification on the origin of the answers, he could only speculate that Wazian had somehow stolen the school's question bank. As the bell rang, Teacher Su closed her book, elegantly smiling at the class while nodding to everyone. Her gaze lingered on Wazian. You, come with me for a moment. With that, she turned and exited the classroom. Wazian grinned, standing up amidst a sea of mocking glances as he followed her. Boom! The moment Wazian stepped out of the classroom, laughter erupted behind him. Haha! 14 points. What a supreme academic failure. Indeed, during military training, he had seemed to perform well, but now it was apparent he had sunk to new depths. I actually envy him for getting one-on-one tutoring from Teacher Su. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. The classroom was in chaos. Even the girls who had developed a slight fondness for Wazian during military training felt deflated. His once mysterious image crumbled in an instant. The chubby boy chuckled mischievously, tucking his notebook into his shirt, casting a resigned glance at the raucous crowd as he exited the classroom. In Teacher Su's office, Wazian stood respectfully before her desk, gazing at that familiar beautiful face, reluctant to divert his gaze. In those earlier years, he had been too timid to face her, but now things were entirely different. He felt no hesitation. Perhaps feeling his lingering gaze, Suyun, unable to hide her discomfort, set down her pen and looked at him seriously. Have you seen enough? You've been staring since class started. Lost in thought, Wazian momentarily forgot his place, impulsively saying, Teacher, I miss you. Ding. Flirting with the teacher successful. The system rewarded the host with 5 exchange points. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Wazian snapped back to reality, noticing a blush rapidly spreading across Suyun's cheeks. She shot him an annoyed glare. Wazian, do you realize what you just said? Not only are your grades dismal, but you also carry a rather lewd aura. Do you know why I called you here? Teacher, your serious demeanor makes me nervous. I know you have a youthful spirit inside. We could easily be friends, Wazian chuckled. In truth, they had indeed become good friends back then, but facing such a stern Teacher Su was still a bit disconcerting for him. Suyun stared at Wazian, momentarily taken aback. She found it perplexing. How could she feel as if she were meeting an old acquaintance when she was supposed to be confronting a student?
All right, Teacher Su.
I won't let you down in the upcoming diagnostic exam. Unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, Wazian produced a stack of papers filled with his notes from his pocket. Placing them on the desk, Here, this is for you. What is this? Suyun picked up the stack of papers and began to peruse them. As her expression shifted from surprise to shock, Wazian smiled with satisfaction. I've written your dream thesis for pursuing a graduate degree at MIT. When you have a dream, go chase it. It would indeed be a shame for someone of your caliber to be confined to teaching here. However, at that moment, Soo-yoon was completely engrossed in the thesis, oblivious to anything else. Ding! Just then, Hwaseon's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered a text message from a disguised military number. Hwaseon, I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. We have a particularly challenging task at hand. Several of our Special Forces personnel have gone missing. We suspect the opposition has gained access to our military data. Only you, as a student, can approach this without raising suspicion. I'll be waiting for you on the school playground in half an hour. Chapter 22. Visitors from the military personnel? Hwaseon was taken aback. He had long suspected that the military would come knocking, but he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. With that thought, he glanced at Soo-yoon, who was fervently calculating in her book, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he quietly withdrew from the office. Upon arriving at the playground, Hwaseon spotted a figure in the stands. The person wore a cap pulled low, obscuring their identity. Only when he approached the stands did he recognize the visitor Chief of Staff Tion. Shoo! Chief Tion gestured for silence and lightly patted the seat beside him, indicating that they should keep their conversation discreet. I cannot linger here for long. Bored, Hwaseon rubbed his hands together, nonchalantly taking a seat. He pointed at the soccer players training on the field with a smile, saying, I am just an ordinary student from Nanming High School. There is no need for you to come in person. Is it ordinary to take down dozens of elite special forces in a single day? Chief Tion lowered his hat further, his expression revealing discomfort. You are remarkable and enigmatic. Even military investigations cannot elucidate your capabilities. Chief Tion, is this all you came to say? Hwaseon shrugged. I am merely a high school student and wish to maintain my current pace of life without disruption. Everyone has their weaknesses, and you are no exception. Chief Tion sighed before continuing. Having injured the young master of the Yi family, old Yi will not let this go easily. While you possess the strength to contend with them, have you considered the safety of your family? Hwaseon furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. He had never feared anything and certainly had ways to deal with the Yi family, but such matters required time and careful navigation. Currently, his abilities were insufficient to withstand their counterattack. Noticing Hwaseon's hesitation, Chief Tion withdrew a brown paper dossier from his pocket and placed it beside him. This mission is particularly perilous. Zhang He's life hangs in the balance, and Yi Fian has already been captured. The enemy's vigilance has intensified, and the military has reluctantly sought your assistance. Should you agree to take it on, remember that, regardless of what transpires in the future, the military will be your staunchest ally. With that, he donned a pair of black sunglasses, adjusted his high collar, and turned to leave the stands. Even Yi Fian is in danger? Hwaseon glanced at the dossier beside him, feeling a twinge of temptation. The military's offer was indeed substantial. He realized that to establish his own power, he needed a formidable backing, and having the military as support would undoubtedly spare him from taking unnecessary detours. After a moment, a soccer ball bouncing onto the stands jolted him back to reality. Hey, Junior, could you please kick the ball down to us? Someone shouted from below. Consider it done. Hwaseon picked up the dossier and grinned as he retrieved the soccer ball at his feet. As he prepared to kick the ball toward the field, an instinctive reaction took over. In full view of many spectators, the ball arced beautifully, gliding past everyone and rolling into the goal. Did I miss? Hwaseon grinned sheepishly, clutching the dossier as he sprinted down the stands and dashed back to the classroom. His kick was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a long-distance curved shot left all the players on the training ground in awe, even prompting the coach, who had been sipping water under a sunshade, to rise in excitement upon witnessing the perfect shot. Who just kicked that? The coach turned incredulously to the two players beside him. No, it wasn't Tias. It was him. Yet when they pointed toward the stands, Hwaseon had already vanished. For several days, Hwaseon found himself ensnared in the clutches of his sister's incessant company, with one notable mention. His sister Hua Sha's friend, Si Ruobing. Following the incident where Hwaseon heroically saved her, she had returned and spent considerable time inquiring about him, her eyes sparkling with interest, which put Hua Sha on high alert. She directly informed Si Ruobing that her brother was already taken. However, Hua Xia's strategy proved ineffective. Si Ruobing remained convinced of her chances, resulting in fewer opportunities for Hua Ziyun to be alone with his sister. Thankfully, with Si Ruobing around, Hua Xia was less overt in her affections. As the class bell rang, Teacher Su Yun closed the textbook. Tomorrow, the school will conduct a placement test for new students. Please review your materials diligently. She glanced at the drowsy Hua Ziyun, adding, I won't disturb you today. After the exam, I wish to have a serious talk with you. Hua Ziyun nodded with a smile. Since submitting that graduation thesis to her, she had attempted to discuss it several times, but her sister's clinginess had thwarted their conversations. However, once he moved into the Confucius Building dormitory with the teachers, they would be neighbors. Surely they would have time to converse then. Upon exiting the classroom, he was met by his sister and Si Ruobing, who were waiting at the door, causing him a moment of exasperation. Brother. Hua Xia disregarded the surrounding stares and seized his arm, provocatively announcing to Si Ruobing, Let us go. We're preparing for a gathering. A gathering? What gathering? Hua Ziyun was somewhat bewildered. Before Hua Xia could explain, Si Ruobing interjected, her eyes sparkling, It's my birthday today, and I wanted to invite you to celebrate and thank you. You've already expressed your gratitude too many times. Hua Ziyun chuckled, waving his hand. If my sister is going, I have no reason to refuse. Si Ruobing was not only beautiful but also possessed a charming demeanor that exuded an elegant grace. She had no shortage of admirers. The three of them walked out of the classroom side by side. Fortunately, Hua Ziyun had grown accustomed to the envious and jealous glances from those around him. Ever since many had witnessed him teach Chao Mu a lesson, it seemed no one dared to trouble them anymore. Imagine anyone walking through the campus, surrounded by two stunning beauties. Apart from someone like Yi Yangtian, who relied on wealth for affection, only Hua Ziyun could achieve such a feat. Are you so infatuated that you want to monopolize your brother as well? Si Ruobing remarked disdainfully at Hua Xia, who had linked arms with Hua Ziyun. Humph! Hua Xia held her head high, grinning triumphantly. This is a natural advantage. He is my brother, and I won't let anyone else have him. Don't be too smug. You are siblings. Sooner or later, he will belong to someone else. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. If he must belong to someone, why not to me? Not happening. That's out of the question. We are best friends. Best friends don't count either. As the renowned warrior Hua Ziyun listened, he could clearly hear their hushed conversation. Having such a sister was indeed a source of exasperation. He might find himself sold off one day. Chapter 23. I want to buy you too, sister. After this mock exam, I need to leave school for 2 days. You don't mind, do you? Hua Ziyun suddenly inquired. Huh? Where are you going? Hua Xia was taken aback, her expression filled with suspicion. Hua Ziyun anticipated her probing and had already devised a response. Mom has worked so hard for us over the years. I've arranged for a comfortable environment for her through a friend, and I plan to go ahead and make the arrangements. Really? Hua Xia tilted her head, scrutinizing him closely, hoping to discover any flaws in his story. I haven't heard you mention any capable friends. There's much you don't know. Hua Ziyun chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. I am now the only man in the family, so naturally, I will find ways to provide a better life for you and Mom. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Hua Xia's eyes darted, still somewhat skeptical, as she reached towards Hua Ziyun's chest. He shot her a glare but maintained his composure. Rest assured, my dear sister, when I return, I will bring Mom over. Have I ever deceived you since we were little? Well, no, not really. Hua Xia smiled mischievously, only feeling reassured when she confirmed that his heartbeat remained steady. Ding! The acting system detected the host's performance as smooth, rewarding him with 5 exchange points. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Hua Ziyun's heart raced. If it weren't for the constriction in his throat, he might have soared into the air. He dared not reveal the truth to his sister. If she were to learn about the risks of his mission, it would undoubtedly fall through. However, it was merely a kind lie, as everything he did was aimed at providing a better life for her and their mother. As they joked, the trio arrived at the school gates, hopping into a taxi heading straight for the party venue. Hua Ziyun felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that the birthday celebrant would receive no gift from him. The gathering was set at a 3-star hotel not far from the school, indicating that Si Ruobing's family was indeed quite well off. After dropping Si Ruobing off at the hotel, Hua Ziyun took his sister to Yangxin Shopping Mall, the largest in Nanming. He couldn't possibly attend the birthday celebration empty-handed. He needed to prepare a gift. Sister, I'm not very skilled in this area. Should I buy her a necklace or a bracelet? He asked while browsing. No way. Hua Sha firmly rejected his suggestion. Pouting as she explained, only couples exchange those gifts. If you must give one, it should be for me. How can you be so unreasonable? Hua Ziyun replied helplessly. Hua Sha playfully stuck out her tongue and, when he wasn't looking, tiptoed to peck his cheek. Satisfied as she declared, I don't care. I won't allow you to like Ruobing. You can only be good to me. Let's go pick out a gift. Hua Ziyun shook his head with a smile as his sister dragged him to a watch counter. Hello, are you two looking to choose a pair of couple watches? The sales attendant asked, glancing at the two clad in Nanming High School uniforms. Before Hua Ziyun could explain, his sister interjected, Yes, I want to buy a pair of watches. Hua Sha giggled, tightening her grip on Hua Ziyun's arm, enjoying the moment. But it's not for me and my boyfriend, it's for my best friend. Hua Ziyun was so annoyed that he twisted her waist, asking, When did I become your boyfriend? Let's go look elsewhere. Elsewhere? Hua Sha pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But that place has brand-name watches. Our combined living expenses wouldn't even cover one of them. Still, browsing won't hurt. We can buy later when we have money. Ah, my silly sister. Hua Ziyun chuckled affectionately as he tousled her hair. I can provide anything you desire. Really? Hua Sha's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Hua Ziyun frowned, sensing that his sister's thoughts were drifting again. He playfully tapped her head before striding towards the luxury watch counter. I'm sorry, but if you want me, I can't accommodate that. Humph, cheapskate. Hua Sha rubbed her forehead in annoyance and followed him. It is a girl's nature to admire beauty. Once they reached the Swarovski counter, Hua Sha's legs became uncooperative with excitement. Due to the relatively low sales of luxury watches, the young sales attendant, Li Yu, was quite idle. Fresh out of high school, she spent her time listening to music or playing on her phone, lacking even the basic principles of customer service. She glanced at the two students looking at watches but quickly lowered her head again, saying, Feel free to look around. Sister, can you recommend a style that is both affordable and suitable for me? Hua Sha asked with hopeful eyes. Over there, you can look at those, Li Yu replied, pointing to a less expensive selection while returning to her phone. Sister, my eyes are getting tired. Can you help me find something? Li Yu absent-mindedly nodded without looking up, waving her wrist with a black and red watch. This one is 780 yuan. Overseas direct mail. It's perfect for you. Have your boyfriend buy it for you. Upon hearing the price, Hua Sha's spirits deflated. Blushing, she tugged at Hua Ziyun's sleeve, whispering, I like that one, pointing at a watch priced at 1,000 yuan. But if we buy it, our living expenses will be tight this month. Silly girl. Hua Ziyun affectionately patted her head. If you want to buy it, choose the one that suits you best. You needn't worry about living expenses. Just pick what you like, and I'll handle the rest. Li Yu glanced up at Hua Ziyun, scoffing quietly, a poor student trying to impress someone. Clearly can't afford it but is still putting on a brave front. Although her voice was barely audible, Hua Ziyun caught it. He chose not to argue with a woman, simply chuckling and shaking his head. Miss, Li Yu called out to Hua Sha, adopting a serious tone as if speaking from experience. Love is blind, but youth is an asset. You shouldn't waste it. What do you mean? Hua Sha looked puzzled. Hua Ziyun's expression darkened at Li Yu's veiled insinuations as he scrutinized the dark red watch adorned with stars. Don't you think that color gives off a rather sultry vibe? With that, Hua Ziyun decisively activated the money exchange system. Ding! The money exchange system has been successfully unlocked, rewarding the host with 1 million yuan, and the system is processing the transfer. Ding! As his phone buzzed, Hua Ziyun pointed to a sky blue watch marked with limited edition in the center of the counter. I'll take 2 of those, wrap them up and apologize to my sister. At that moment, both Li Yu and Hua Sha were left dumbfounded, the latter freezing as she saw the watch's 50,000 yuan price tag. By the way, do you have a clear pricing policy? I can buy you one too. You! Chapter 24. The dragon's reverse scale, brother. We do not possess such wealth. Hua Sha anxiously grasped Hua Ziyun's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she comprehended the implications of Liu's words. Her palms were clammy with sweat, clearly reluctant to place her brother in a difficult position. I no longer desire a watch. Perhaps we should return another time? Humph.
Li Yugoslavia skufa.
Dismissing her with a cold snort. You pretend to be affluent while lacking funds, leading me to believe you possess some background. Your verbal sparring is quite impressive. Sister, do not worry. I refuse to let you suffer. Hua Ziyun ignored Liu, gently brushing back her sister's hair and tenderly placing a light kiss on her forehead. Brother, I am fine. I am not suffering. Hua Sha's face blushed as she gazed at Hua Ziyun, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Since childhood, her brother had always shielded her, pampering her into a reluctant little princess. Regardless of the situation, his presence brought her an unwavering sense of security. Hua Ziyun retrieved his bank card from his pocket and flung it onto the counter, glaring coldly at Liu. I demand you apologize to my sister immediately, but I have done no wrong. Why should I apologize? If you dare, strike me. Liu sneered, casting a glance at Hua Ziyun before checking her watch and the exquisite starry watch on display. With a haughty tilt of her chin, she pushed his card back, her jealousy evident. There are only 2 of these starry watches in all of South China. I have a reservation for one, which my boyfriend will purchase for me after work. Currently, I can only sell you one. Sister, we shall not take either of them. We will return another day. Hua Sha, feeling embarrassed, offered an apology to Liu, eager to depart with Hua Ziyun. Do as you wish, Liu scoffed, turning away and returning the POS terminal to its place. What era is this that one still pretends to be innocent? Utterly disgusting. With a resounding crash, Hua Ziyun's patience reached its limit. He clenched his fist and smashed the glass of the display case. The dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to invoke its wrath, and for Hua Ziyun, his sister was that scale. He did not wish to create trouble, but he would not allow his sister to be wronged. Apologize. Immediately. Hua Sha, already timid, gasped and dove into Hua Ziyun's embrace, trembling with fear. Hearing the commotion, several nearby security personnel assumed a robbery had occurred and triggered the alarm while rushing towards Hua Ziyun. 10 seconds later, all the security guards lay sprawled on the ground, unable to even approach the half-meter radius surrounding Hua Ziyun. Liu, stricken with panic, pulled out her phone, uncertain of whom to call for assistance. Brother, why must you cause trouble again? Hua Sha buried her head deeper into his chest, too frightened to glance around. Hua Ziyun tightened his embrace around his sister, exerting a little more strength, yet remained silent. As their surroundings grew increasingly crowded with onlookers, the boutique manager hurried over to inspect the scene, his gaze settling on the moaning security guards and the shattered display case. I will cover the damages, Hua Ziyun declared with a cold snort, pointing at Liu behind the counter. But she must apologize to my sister. Young man, do not act rashly. You must explain what transpired here, the boutique manager said, bewildered. Hua Ziyun recounted the events as they had unfolded, causing a flicker of surprise to cross the manager's face. Not due to Liu's attitude, but because these 2 appeared to be mere high school students capable of producing such a sum. They must have some significant connections. The attitude of this salesperson is utterly appalling. She clearly looks down upon these students. Exactly. They never said they wouldn't pay. People today are so superficial. In that moment, Hua Ziyun and his sister found themselves in a position of vulnerability, with all blame directed at Liu. As murmurs spread through the crowd, the boutique manager felt the pressure mounting and discreetly signaled to the salesperson, aware that the customer is king. Let us process the sale first. I truly do not believe. Liu grumbled, reluctantly retrieving her bank card from the pile of shattered glass and swiping it on the POS machine. The successful transaction receipt left her utterly stunned. Was she truly so extravagant? Having money is impressive, but my boyfriend is wealthy too. When he arrives, I will ensure you regret this. The female salesperson, still unwilling to concede, blushed as she began to wrap the 2 limited edition starry watches. I will not allow anyone to bully my woman in the Yi family's territory. I will make them pay. Just then, A loud shout echoed from outside as a group of over 20 thugs stormed in. Ha! What a familiar face. This kid is quite resilient, still making noise even with a shoulder injury. Upon recognizing the leader, Hua Ziyun smiled. It was Qiao Mu, the very person he had recently incapacitated. Qiao Mu, too, was taken aback upon seeing Hua Ziyun. The bravado he had exhibited moments ago extinguished. Is she your girlfriend? Hua Ziyun smirked, gesturing toward Liu. So, you have a preference for strong women? Do you wish to defend her? And no, I was merely passing by. Qiao Mu's grin faltered as he quickly retreated behind his subordinates, having witnessed Hua Ziyun's capabilities. He knew this mere handful of men would be no match. Seeing Qiao Mu's arrival, Liu excitedly dashed from behind the counter to stand behind him, pointing accusingly at Hua Ziyun. Qiao Mu, he is bullying me. Qiao Mu's face flushed with embarrassment, torn between anger and humiliation at Liu's unfounded claims. Who do you think you are? Get lost and stop pretending. Qiao Mu, why are you? Liu was momentarily stunned, not expecting her usually accommodating boyfriend to turn so cold, especially with so many eyes upon them, causing her to blush furiously. Such a beautiful life. Why ruin it? Hua Ziyun shook his head, turning to comfort his sister, gently patting her head as he took the wrapped watches and led her toward the exit. As they passed the female salesperson, he paused, taking the bank card from her hand and sighing. Let today suffice. One cannot blame others for the path they choose. You! Liu stammered, her attempts to signal Qiao Mu futile. Before Hua Ziyun, she felt utterly powerless. Brother, let us leave. Hua Sha urged, pulling on Hua Ziyun's sleeve with urgency. Hua Ziyun nodded, just as he was about to depart when the boutique manager called out. Wait, young man, you have harmed my staff and damaged the display. We must discuss compensation. Compensation? Hua Ziyun halted, surveying the bustling mall around him. I initially intended to pay for the damages, but upon learning this is under the Yi family's ownership, I have changed my mind. You may seek compensation from Yi Yangtian. He owes me. With that, Hua Ziyun took his sister and began to exit. Just then, the sound of police sirens blared from outside. Upon hearing the sirens, Qiao Mu, who had been quietly simmering, burst forth with laughter. Hua Ziyun, do you intend to escape today? Let us see if you can evade the police. Hua Ziyun paused, affectionately caressing his sister's pale face. Do not fear, sister. I am here. Allow me to make a phone call. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed the sole contact from the dossier left by Chief Tian. Hello, Yangxin Department Store. I am in a bit of trouble, and the police are here. Chapter 25. Confession. Moments later, over a dozen uniformed police officers burst in, beginning to disperse the crowd. It was over. The siblings likely wouldn't escape. I had heard that a significant figure from the Yi family was at the police station. Indeed, who does not know that the Yi family dominates Nanming City, owning more than half of its enterprises? These two children are not from any prominent family. Even if they are wealthy, they cannot contend with power. Alas, it is pitiful that these two students are facing situations that are beyond their years. The crowd, gradually being dispersed, began to murmur anxiously, casting worried glances at Hua Ziyun, who, despite being ushered away, couldn't help but look back repeatedly. Arrest those causing trouble, the lead officer shouted, his face stern as he approached Hua Ziyun. Yi, the cousin of Yi Yangtian. A smile crept across Hua Ziyun's lips. He was all too familiar with this man, having faced his reprimands in a previous life. Who would have thought they would meet so soon in this life? The auxiliary officers, with a semblance of authority, began to detain Qiao Mu and others. Rather than fear, those rascals appeared to relish the experience, grinning as if entering their own home. Since they are all from the Yi family, is this really necessary? Hua Ziyun thought, grinning as Yi approached. Yi smiled back. After all, appearances mattered with onlookers present. What can I say? I am a police officer. Someone reported that you were causing a disturbance, and I must take you all in for questioning. Do you not realize that you are disrupting public order? Ian, you truly remain the same. Hua Ziyun chuckled, shaking his head. Ian paused, frowning as he scrutinized Hua Ziyun. Do you know me? That is inconsequential. What matters is that I have a birthday banquet to attend shortly, so it seems you will not be able to take me away. Hua Ziyun replied nonchalantly. Before Yi could respond, Xiao Mu, unable to contain himself, jumped in, saying, Yigo, why waste words? Just handcuff him already. Silence. Ian scoffed, incredulously staring at Hua Ziyun. Are you asking to be arrested? Hua Ziyun shook his head with a smile, bending down to pinch his sister's cheek. Sister, we should leave. Otherwise, Si Ruobing will become anxious waiting for us. With that, Hua Ziyun took her hand, turning to head toward the building's exit. The crowd, still not fully dispersed, was stunned. Could he really just walk away in front of the police? Ignoring Hua Ziyun, Yi's forehead turned blue with frustration. Just as he was about to give the order to apprehend him, his phone rang. Upon answering, his face shifted from blue to green as he stared in disbelief at Hua Ziyun, who was retreating further away, and he hesitated to issue any commands. Yige! Apprehend him. You can't just let him go, Xiao Mu exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Such a prime opportunity cannot be missed. With a slap fueled by anger, Ian struck Xiao Mu, then smashed his phone in frustration. Take this group of rascals back. Fall in. Yes. The auxiliary officers responded in unison, beginning to shove the troublemakers outward. Stunned after receiving an unprovoked slap, Xiao Mu grimaced in pain, following Ian outside with his back hunched. He felt completely lost. The Hua Ziyun he knew had no connections. How could an ordinary family possess such power? The mere sound of a phone call had made Yi Gu hesitant to arrest anyone. Upon reaching the mall's exterior, Ian roughly tossed Xiao Mu into the police car, kicking him in the chest. You worthless lackey! How dare you cause trouble for the Yi family? Who do you think you can provoke? Just wait until I get back. I'll break your legs. The crowd gathered outside the mall buzzed with speculation, pondering Hua Ziyun's background. At that moment, the most despairing figure was Li Yu. She believed that following Xiao Mu would improve her life, only to discover he considered her an amusement. On the street, Hua Ziyun walked alongside his sister in silence. Sister, do you not wish to ask me something? Hua Ziyun finally broke the silence. Hua Sha, lost in thought, shook her head and continued walking toward the hotel. Hua Ziyun understood that his sister must be angry with him. There were too many matters she could not comprehend. After all they had been through, she must have guessed that he was concealing much from her. Sister, please listen to me. Hua Ziyun clenched his teeth, blocking Hua Sha's path, grasping her shoulders, and gazing earnestly into her eyes. There are things I do not wish to hide from you. I fear that revealing them may bring you more distress. Brother, you have suddenly become a stranger to me, Hua Sha said, her expression vacant. I have not. Everything I do is to ensure I do not lose you again. Seeing the emotions reflected in her eyes, Hua Ziyun grew anxious, pulling her into an embrace, choking back tears. Sister, I have already died once. I have tasted the bitterness of losing you, so I am truly terrified. Brother, what are you saying? Hua Sha instinctively embraced Hua Ziyun. Sister, I miss you. Hua Ziyun clung tightly to Hua Sha, whispering softly. He wished he could meld into her being. Do you remember the first thing I said when I awoke that morning? I remember. You said, Sister, I am still alive. At this, Hua Sha trembled, slowly pushing Hua Ziyun away, her face pale as she stammered, Brother, please don't scare me. Hua Ziyun nodded, holding her icy hands within his warm grasp. Sister, I actually died at the graduation ceremony 3 years later. Hua Ziyun no longer wished to conceal the truth. He shared all his experiences from the past few years, knowing that his sister was the one he trusted most. He did not want any rifts to form between them, nor could he forget the scene of Yi Yangtian, smugly embracing his weeping sister as he bid farewell before his death. Before Hua Ziyun could finish, Hua Sha, already in tears, dove back into his embrace. Brother, I was wrong. I want nothing but for you to be alive and with me. That is enough. With reddened eyes, Hua Ziyun comforted his sister, gently stroking her back. Sister, even if we do not provoke the Yi family, they will eventually come looking for us. But fear not. Whoever wishes to take you from me must first step over my dead body. Chapter 26. A kiss from the divine Han Ziyun was reluctant to disclose the truth to his sister, as doing so would only burden her unnecessarily. However, if this continued, she would inevitably grow suspicious and even feel estranged from him. Rather than allowing that to happen, He decided it was better to be candid with her and alleviate any misunderstandings she harbored. After a considerable pause, Hua Sha pulled herself away from Han Ziyun's embrace, her face reflecting a hint of worry. Brother, does what's in your head have any side effects? Not yet, Han Ziyun replied, gazing at his sister who had returned to her normal state. He playfully brushed his finger against her nose and added, silly sister, you must keep this a secret for me. If others find out, I will surely be taken for live experimentation. I promise I won't tell even Mom, Hua Sha declared, her small face firm with determination. But you must promise me that you won't hide anything from me in the future. All right, my esteemed sister. I promise. Han Ziyun chuckled, shaking his head while pinching her cheek playfully. I wouldn't dare. Who could withstand your incessant crying and tantrums? With a laugh, Hua Sha wiped her tears and pouted. Humph. You're the only one who knows how to coax me. Come on. Si Ruobing must be waiting anxiously for us. Han Ziyun sighed in relief as the misunderstanding was resolved. Hua Sha obediently nodded, her eyes glinting mischievously as she stealthily gazed into Han Ziyun's eyes. Seizing the moment, she stepped forward, placed her hands on his shoulders, and tiptoed to kiss his lips. Ding! System! Ding! System! A flurry of system notifications echoed in Han Ziyun's mind, but he was rendered speechless, his senses dulled save for the gentle warmth of her lips. 3 seconds later, Han Ziyun stared wide-eyed at his sister, who had retreated. You've gone too far. I'm your brother. Your lips are not meant for me. Well, you're not my real. Hua Sha caught herself mid-sentence and swallowed her words, her cheeks flushing as she gingerly touched her lips. That felt strange. Did you receive a reward? Due to his daze, Han Ziyun missed the first part of her sentence, but the latter part left him exasperated. You did something so outrageous just to test the system? I warn you, there better not be a second time. Hua Sha playfully pinched her flushed cheeks and linked arms with Han Ziyun as they walked away. However, as they turned, they were startled to see Fatty and Tiger Girl passing by, enjoying a leisurely stroll. What a coincidence! Tiger Girl didn't recognize the siblings, munching on 4 ice creams while standing beside Fatty. At that moment, Fatty was staring wide-eyed at Han Ziyun and his sister, his oversized green coconut rolling away, the straw still in his mouth. Han Ziyun awkwardly pulled his sister closer to Fatty, removing the straw from Fatty's mouth, frowning as he asked, when did you arrive? Fatty snapped back to reality, unconsciously swallowing hard. His gaze fixed on Han Ziyun as he stammered, just, when she kissed you. Phew, thank goodness. Han Ziyun sighed in relief, grateful that Fatty hadn't overheard their conversation, while Hua Sha also relaxed. Thank goodness? Fatty's forehead darkened with disbelief as he seized Han Ziyun's collar and pulled him aside. You just kissed your own sister? And you call that thank goodness? You're a real beast.
Han Ziyun's facial muscles wisha uquarli.
You saw it too. I seem to be the victim here. Is your sister a bit too fond of you? Fatty smirked, casting a sympathetic glance at Han Ziyun. I didn't expect you to be. Well, Alright Fatty, I'll explain later. How did you manage to win over Tiger Girl so quickly? Han Ziyun was at a loss, quickly changing the subject. You have no idea. After bidding farewell to Fatty and Tiger Girl, the siblings returned to the hotel, feeling a pang of guilt. Han Ziyun repeatedly emphasized to his sister that under no circumstances should she act so intimately with him in public again. As dusk fell, they arrived at the enormous private room designated by Si Ruobing and found that a gathering of 2 to 3 dozen men and women had already assembled. However, the gender ratio was decidedly skewed, with the number of boys nearly exceeding that of girls. For Han Ziyun, he recognized more than half of the attendees. Aside from Si Ruobing's friends, the older male students had one singular aim, to win over either Si Ruobing or Hua Sha. As Hua Sha entered, she naturally attracted attention, with several boys rising excitedly from their seats. Han Ziyun, too, became the focal point of interest. You two have finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you. Si Ruobing elegantly rose to greet them, a smile gracing her lips. I presume my dear friend Hua Sha requires no introduction. As for this first-year newcomer beside her, he is our stunning Hua de Mei's brother, Han Ziyun. Let us all get acquainted. As Si Ruobing emphasized the word brother, She deliberately heightened her tone, ensuring everyone heard. So he is Hua Hua's brother. Don't be nervous. There are still opportunities. Someone shouted, prompting several eager boys to rush towards Huasha, bombarding her with questions. Little Ice, I won't let you have your way. You're even dragging your best friend into this. Just wait until I get back. Huasha shot an exasperated glare at her mischievous friend, helplessly swept away by the crowd. Meanwhile, Han Ziyun felt despondent. He was supposed to be getting acquainted, yet no one seemed interested in him. He stood there like a desiccated cabbage, utterly ignored. Ziyun, why don't you come sit with me? Si Ruobing suggested, her lips curling into a subtle smile. At least someone remembers I exist. Han Ziyun chuckled, slapping his forehead in amusement. He nodded and followed Si Ruobing into the room. Haha, Senior E should take care. Our ice beauty seems to have a good attitude towards this young lad. As Han Ziyun settled beside Si Ruobing, someone initiated a playful uproar, and the entire room joined in. Han Ziyun, smiling awkwardly, turned to see who had spoken, only for his expression to freeze in shock as he recognized the voice. In the throng, he had momentarily overlooked the presence of the academic prodigy. Wencheng. Chapter 27. Gift-giving everyone, please refrain from causing a stir.
Yassure-you.
I have no such intentions towards ice, so please don't make wild assumptions. The somewhat handsome Ely quickly stepped forward to clarify, his face flushed with embarrassment. As the atmosphere intensified, a more extroverted girl stood up with a smile. Wencheng, you always refer to Igu. When will you find someone of your own to share with us? Not now. My focus remains on my studies. Romantic matters must wait. Wencheng waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he declined. Bookworm. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere lifted again, while Hua Ziyun remained expressionless, staring intently at Wencheng, filled with wariness. This fellow certainly possessed high emotional intelligence, managing to set up an invisible barrier between them with just a few words. It seemed that Wencheng sensed his unkind gaze and naturally nodded at Hua Ziyun with a smile. All right, everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. Ely stood up, suppressing the lively atmosphere with a grin. As the vice president of the student council, I have tirelessly negotiated with the school for this gathering. In the end, we received special permission to not return to school today, which means we can revel all night long. Igu, well done. Wow, that's fantastic. Ely, you're truly impressive. Old E, this is undoubtedly the most serious matter you've handled in 3 years. As the staff brought in the birthday cake, the room's atmosphere was thoroughly ignited. Hua Ziyun glanced at his sister, who was weary from fending off admirers, and quietly said to Si Ruobing beside him, Sister Bing, I just noticed Ely looking at me oddly. Can I switch places with my sister? Si Ruobing frowned slightly, unconsciously glancing at Ely, who indeed was looking their way. What are you afraid of? Besides, there's nothing between us.
Si Ruobing replied calmly. Hua Ziyun replied helplessly.
If it's nothing, you don't need to explain, right? They say one must guard against a girlfriend's best friend, and now it seems my sister's friend also has a bit of interest in him. I hope it's just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, what would happen if they were seen together right under my sister's nose? I heard you have a girlfriend. Is that true? Si Ruobing suddenly asked. Maybe yes, maybe no?
Hua Ziyun stammered.
Who are you asking about? Si Ruobing smirked, leaning in to confide, I might be a little interested in you, but I'm not quite sure if this feeling is right. Please give me some time to figure it out. Wait, is this for real? Is this a confession? Hua Ziyun was stunned, not expecting Si Ruobing to be so straightforward. What does it mean to confirm? Even if she wanted to, shouldn't she inquire about the other person's feelings? If this truly counts as a confession, it would certainly be the most peculiar one he had encountered thus far. A pure, royal-style declaration. Fortunately, Hua Ziyun was aware of what lay ahead. Si Ruobing's feelings were merely a fleeting notion sparked by his heroic rescue. Ultimately, it would be the lovesick Ely who won her heart. It was all his fault for disrupting the original rhythm. And now Hua Ziyun was at a loss as to how to navigate the situation. As their conversation unfolded, the table was soon filled with candles. Huasha joyfully escaped the crowd and came to see Ruobing, exclaiming, Bing Bing, let us go make a wish and blow out the candles. The two were pulled to the cake, and others gathered around to light the candles. Turn off the lights. We'll all make a wish together. With the lights extinguished and wishes made, everyone blew out the candles, plunging the room into darkness. Ding! The soulful system detects that the host has been kissed on the forehead, rewarding 5 exchange points. What? Who was that? Before Hua Ziyun could reflect, the crystal chandelier in the room lit up again, and he stood there bewildered, glancing at his sister and Si Ruobing, instinctively touching his forehead where the kiss had occurred. Who was the culprit? However, seeing the two with their unperturbed expressions only added to his uncertainty. If it were two, that would be one thing, but how could he discern with just one? He couldn't ask. If he questioned his sister and it wasn't her, that would be disastrous. And if it were Si Ruobing, then trouble was surely on the horizon. Bing Bing, happy birthday. Here's my gift for you. Bing Bing. And mine too. Before Hua Ziyun could grasp the situation, he was suddenly pushed out of the crowd as classmates began presenting their gifts. Some brought plush toys, others crystal items. An assortment of eclectic gifts soon accumulated on the cake table. Xiao Sha, I have nothing special for you, but I happen to have a rare manga volume left over, so let this be your gift today. Wen Cheng smiled as he presented his gift, inciting a chorus of gasps from the girls. A limited edition? Oh my, there are only 3,000 copies in the world. He actually gave it up. So envious of Sister Bing Bing. Having connections is truly advantageous. At that moment, Ely squeezed through the crowd, pulling out a gift box from his pocket. A crystal necklace shaped like a white swan was revealed to everyone. I had a friend specially procure this from abroad for you. It symbolizes purity and elegance, and is perfect for you. This. Si Ruobing hesitated, stammering, how did you know I like this necklace? Costs over 5,000 online. It's too extravagant, I can't accept it. It's not expensive if you cherish it. Some things cannot be measured by money. This is a token of my heartfelt intentions, so please accept it. Ely smiled as he placed the gift in Si Ruobing's hands. Feeling embarrassed, Si Ruobing accepted the gift, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Wen Cheng and Ely's gifts were indeed meaningful, causing a wave of jealousy to wash over the girls. Hua, what about your gift? Wen Cheng inquired with an amused glance at Hua Ziyun. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Hua Ziyun hesitated, pulling out a small square box from his pocket. He hadn't intended to give her something so costly. It was merely an impulsive purchase. Would presenting it truly ignite hostility with Ely? A small box? What can it hold? But seeing as you've prepared something, it's the thought that counts, we all understand. Wen Cheng chuckled from the side. Such a sharp tongue. Hua Ziyun thought, feeling pressure as he glanced at the smirking faces around him. Finally, his gaze landed on Ely Igu. It's not that I intend to overshadow you. I've fallen into Wen Cheng's trap. If I put the gift back now, it would be awkward for both me and my sister. Brother, what are you hesitating for?
Hua Sha playfully approached Hua Ziyun,
snatching the gift box and eagerly handing it to Si Ruobing. Ice, hurry and open it. This is a gift, my brother, and I put a lot of effort into acquiring. Chapter 28. The counterattack of the underachiever. What is this mysterious thing? A smile graced the corner of Si Ruobing's lips as she accepted the gift from Hua Sha, and at that moment, all eyes converged upon the small gift box. Wow, what a beautiful watch! As Si Ruobing unwrapped the package, her icy demeanor melted away, and to everyone's astonishment, she smiled. This reaction was a surprise to all who knew her, and the icy blue watch in her hand captivated everyone's attention. Wen Cheng furrowed his brow, casting an incredulous glance at the seemingly innocent Hua Ziyun. Sister, why is it that when you should be sensible you act foolishly, but when it's inappropriate, you cannot help but collect gifts? Don't you understand Ely's feelings? You've certainly muddled things up this time. Hua Ziyun silently cursed herself, casting an awkward glance at Ely, hoping he wouldn't hold it against them later. This watch is truly stunning. I want to buy one too. Xiaosha, where did you get it? Yes, I want one as well. Please tell me. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the Starry Sky watch. The junior had indeed made a lavish purchase. Ely chuckled and sighed. Swarovski, Starry Sky series, with 1,400 natural gemstones embedded in the inner dial, handcrafted, A limited edition of 3000 worldwide for the anniversary. I believe there are less than 100 in the country, and if I recall correctly, its retail price should be around 50,000. A collective gasp echoed as the data sank into everyone's ears, and when Ely revealed the final price, astonishment reigned. Senior Ely, you said the price doesn't matter? You know I lack your depth of understanding, so please don't misunderstand. Hua Ziyun explained awkwardly. Yes, Ely, my watch and Bing Bing's are sister watches. Don't believe me? I have one too. Hua Sha grinned, rolling up her school uniform sleeves to reveal another starry sky watch, her bright eyes glancing at Si Ruobing. Ely, please don't misunderstand my brother. He actually has a girlfriend. 2 watches. The first starry sky watch had already left everyone in disbelief, but the second one rendered them utterly numb. One by one, they gazed at Hua Ziyun as if he were a rare specimen, astonished that besides Yi Yangtian, another wealthy youth had emerged from Nanming High School. Haha, Sister Hua, you must be joking, Ely chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Hua Ziyun also smiled. Ely was indeed a good person. No wonder Si Ruobing ultimately fell for him. Such magnanimity is a rarity and far beyond Wen Cheng's caliber. All right, everyone, let us cut the cake and prepare for the meal. Si Ruobing tucked away the starry sky watch and called out, effectively dissolving the awkward atmosphere. Later, we'll go to the top floor for karaoke. I'm very happy today, and I'll cover everyone's accommodation tonight. With her words, the crowd's attention shifted instantly, and they excitedly returned to their seats. Hua Ziyun shook his head with a smile as he resumed his seat. This girl was indeed sharp. He couldn't fathom how she and his brainless sister became best friends. It simply defied logic. That said, Si Ruobing came from a decent background. Otherwise, accommodating so many people wouldn't be a trivial matter. Yet, her nature was to remain low-key in all matters. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, more than half the attendees were already tipsy, while only Hua Ziyun remained sober, watching over his sister. Although red wine is not intoxicating, its aftereffects can be potent. After the meal, a slightly tipsy Si Ruobing suggested they head to the top floor for karaoke, but nearly half the guests had indulged too much and chose to return to their rooms for rest. Sister, you go ahead, Hua Ziyun said, pulling his inebriated sister aside with an apologetic expression. It's already 10 o'clock, and I have the freshman mock exam tomorrow. I'll take my sister back to rest. What's the point of the freshman mock exam? You won't get into the experimental class anyway. Just take it easy. When Chang, bleary-eyed, approached Hua Ziyun, patting his shoulder. Why don't you head back to your room and let Xiaosha come with us? Let us go. Hua Sha mumbled, dazed.
Cease.
You've had too much to drink. Hua Ziyun shot back, casting a defiant glare at Wencheng. I warned you to stay away from my sister. And how do you know I can't get into the experimental class? Are you implying you can? Wencheng smirked with narrowed eyes. Can you give me a convincing reason? No need for reasons. Come on, don't be stubborn. Everyone knows about your 14-point math score from the high school entrance exam. It's common knowledge. But don't worry, my little brother, Teacher Su Yun often discusses academic issues with me. I can speak a few good words for you and get her to tutor you. How does that sound? Wencheng grinned. What? The guy who scored 14 points is actually him? Good heavens, Hua Sha's brother? Wencheng's words unleashed a wave of laughter, and Hua Ziyun's expression darkened to an extreme. Truly, he was recognized as a high IQ monster, even adept at delivering insults with precision. Anyone perceptive could see that Wencheng's unintentional mention of the 14 points was merely to expose Hua Ziyun's blemish, while his reference to academic research served to elevate his own worth, with the mention of teacher Su Yun's tutoring showcasing his own magnanimity, leading everyone to perceive him as a gentleman. Yet, to Hua Ziyun, all of this appeared utterly hypocritical. Enough, Wencheng. At that moment Ely approached, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder. Hua Sha has indeed had a bit too much. Don't make it difficult for the junior. Hua Ziyun cast a grateful glance at Ely and pulled his sister towards the exit. However, as they reached the door he paused, turning around with a radiant smile directed at Wencheng. I know you're not actually drunk. Let us settle our matters from this point forward. Tomorrow's mock exam will show you how I'll enter the experimental class. Oh? The junior speaks with quite a bit of bravado. Senior, didn't T mean to target you earlier? Your words leave me feeling quite helpless as a senior. When Chung maintained his facade of amiability. Enough. I couldn't care less how others view you. Frankly, I'm too lazy to spare you another glance. Just wait. Soon enough, I'll show you the talent that will make you sick of yourself. Is this a blatant provocation to the academic elite? With that, Hua Ziyun disregarded the bewildered crowd and pulled his sister through the door. Yet, just as he stepped outside, he halted and, with his back to Wencheng, coldly remarked, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I guarantee that from tomorrow onwards, Teacher Suyun won't seek you out even once. I know her better than you do." Chapter 29. Sister's night raid. Hua Ziyun escorted his sister to the prearranged guest room shared with Si Ruobing, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. "Sister, could you refrain from drinking too much in the future? If I'm not around, you might find yourself in trouble." Observing his inebriated sister, Hua Ziyun muttered in exasperation and turned towards the bathroom. He returned with a damp towel, gently laying it upon her forehead. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand to fetch her a glass of water, she unexpectedly seized his wrist. "Brother." Hua Sha, in a dazed state, rubbed her face against his hand. "Sister, what are you doing? Let go of me," Hua Ziyun exclaimed in shock. However, it was too late. In the next moment, with an unexpected surge of strength, Hua Sha pulled him closer. Thud! Hua Ziyun found himself sprawled atop his sister. Ding! The soul-consuming system has detected an overwhelming sensation, rewarding 20 exchange points. "Sister, please let go of me. Si Ruobing will be back soon." Hua Ziyun's eyes widened as he struggled to rise, his hands pressed against the bed for support. The warmth beneath him was undeniably overwhelming. "If you don't release me, I won't be so courteous. I shouldn't have given you the chance to be alone." "All right, dear brother. Courtesy is out of the question." Hua Sha's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes. "Older sister, are you serious? I'm your little brother." Hua Ziyun was taken aback, his arms and eyes straining as he attempted to break free. However, he had underestimated his sister's clinginess. As he sat up, she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising with him. "You are not my brother. In truth, we..." At this moment, Hua Ziyun's mind went blank, denying her the opportunity to speak. Convinced that his sister had indeed drunk too much, he forcefully knocked her unconscious with a swift strike. Cradling his slumbering sister, he gazed down at her serene face, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Sister, you've had too much to drink. A brother cannot serve as a boyfriend." He chuckled softly, placing her back on the bed, tucking her in, extinguishing the light, and exiting the room. Returning to his own quarters, Hua Ziyun stood by the window, contemplating the brightly lit Nanjing city, uncertain whether this mission would bear fortune or calamity. Third Master, a cunning individual adept at camouflage with formidable counter-surveillance skills, is hiding in Yang City. The military's dossier contained only this line, alongside mentions of Zhang He being severely injured and Yi Fian being apprehended, both linked to the term Night Rose. Night Rose, could it refer to the Night Rose Bar? Pondering this, Hua Ziyun narrowed his eyes, directing his piercing gaze towards the northern district. "Third Master, what extraordinary abilities do you possess? To have exchanged the loss of 2 elite soldiers for merely these 3 words. Yi Fian, are you still alive?" Hua Ziyun shook his head in self-deprecation. "Despite the irreconcilable enmity between our families, we have shared acquaintance. You are somewhat different from them. I hope you do not meet an untimely demise." With these thoughts, Hua Ziyun swiftly drew the curtains and retired to bed, exhausted from the day's events. His sleep was particularly deep. Time passed, and when he next opened his eyes, he discovered the lights in his room were still on. The dawn was breaking outside, suggesting it was around 5 o'clock. Ding! The soul-consuming system has rewarded the host with 170 exchange points, which have now been distributed. Please check your balance. What the? The system notification left Hua Ziyun wide-eyed, for he felt a smooth arm draped over his neck. Did someone spend the night with me? He swallowed hard, nervously turning to the side, only to exhale in relief upon realizing it was his sister. Thank goodness it's just her. But wait, how did she get in here? Hua Ziyun rolled onto the floor, scanning his attire and confirming he was unharmed. Yet he could not fathom how, with his elite skills, he had failed to notice someone entering. How did my sister manage this? I must safeguard against her. Otherwise, I may wake to find her beside me unannounced. Huasha, you have crossed the line, Hua Ziyun called out in frustration, grabbing her arm to pull her away, unaware that she was not dressed. In the next instant, the delicate silk blanket slipped down her neck. Nevertheless, true to his elite training, as the blanket threatened to slide further, he swiftly yanked it back, wrapping her tightly. Brother, why are you holding me? Let us sleep a little longer. It's not yet dawn. Hua Sha, bleary-eyed, was about to nestle back into sleep. Sister, you've won. Hua Ziyun shook his head in disbelief, forcibly wrapping her in the silk blanket like a dumpling and dragging her off the bed. We must hurry back before Si Ruobing wakes and realizes you're missing. We'll be in trouble. Ugh. Hua Sha was jolted awake, yawning widely. Brother, could you be a bit gentler with your sister? Given the current situation, I'm afraid I cannot comply. You still haven't explained how you managed to sneak in here. Hua Ziyun questioned her with a stern expression. Hee. Hua Sha smiled brightly, bouncing over to the bedside table to grab 2 room cards, waving them at him. Little Bing slept soundly, and I couldn't fall asleep in an unfamiliar place, so I simply went to the front desk to collect your room card. You truly are determined. Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes, exasperated. How did you manage to enter my room without causing a stir? Look, Hua Sha laughed, extending her leg from beneath the blanket in an exaggerated manner. I'm not wearing shoes. Naturally, there's no sound. Stop. Hua Ziyun quickly turned away, raising his hand to gesture. If you extend any further, you'll be exposed. You have 1 minute to leave my room, or I will report you to our mother. You! Hua Sha's face flushed with indignation as she angrily gathered her clothes and began dressing. You big oaf, devoid of romance. If you were a bit smarter, wouldn't you have grasped the truth by now? Dressed, Hua Sha playfully stuck her tongue out at him, a hint of disappointment in her eyes as she exited the room. What truth? It seems my sister has truly lost her senses. Hua Ziyun groaned, lightly tapping his forehead. If she were to visit more frequently, he would surely develop a psychological complex. Chapter 30. I offer you as dawn broke. Apart from Hua Ziyun, who appeared invigorated, the group trudged back to school in a state of drowsiness. The annual freshman mock exam was held as scheduled, but this year's event was particularly noteworthy as 2 freshmen, Hua Ziyun and Zhang Dawei, emerged as the class's most recognized underachievers. With the exception of the Chinese exam, where they exceeded the answering time by 30 minutes, they completed the other subjects in under 20 minutes, including English, where they audaciously submitted their papers just as the listening section ended. 3 days later, at the freshman mock exam results announcement, Hua Ziyun and his chubby companion squeezed through the crowd. The chubby one grinned as he discovered his total score of 530 placed him among the top 10 freshmen. When he gazed upward at Hua Ziyun's impressive 568, he couldn't help but be astonished. Initially, to avoid drawing suspicion from the school, they had agreed to keep their scores around 530, yet Hua Ziyun had unexpectedly changed his mind. Good heavens, what does a score of 568 signify? He had only missed 2 questions across all subjects? This was unprecedented. Aside from the prodigy Wencheng, there were hardly any young geniuses in Nanming City. Hua Ziyun, that name sounded so familiar. Indeed, he was the younger brother of the renowned campus belle, Huada, and now he turned out to be an exceptional scholar. The murmurs around them reached their ears as the chubby one proudly pulled Hua Ziyun away from the crowd. Old pal, are you being a tad too ostentatious? Didn't we agree to keep a low profile? I had a change of heart. Hua Ziyun replied with a smile, patting his friend's shoulder. I need you to cover for me with the experimental class while I'm away for a bit. The chubby one, grinning mischievously, nodded eagerly, already anticipating sharing the joyous news with Hunyu. After parting ways, Hua Ziyun made his way to teacher Su Yun's office, intending to request a leave of absence. Knock, knock. He politely tapped on the door. Come in. Upon entering, he was greeted not only by teacher Su Yun, but also by the face he loathed, Wencheng. Seeing Hua Ziyun, teacher Su's face lit up with excitement. Our new freshman champion has arrived. New freshman champion? Wencheng was clearly taken aback. You haven't checked the freshman rankings yet, have you? Teacher Su chuckled, gesturing for Hua Ziyun to come closer. Let me introduce you. This is our freshman class 3. No need for introductions, Su teacher. We're already acquainted. Hua Ziyun interrupted with a smile, approaching the frowning Wencheng. Senior Wencheng, I forgot to mention I've just crossed the threshold for the experimental class. Wencheng paused, then resumed his benign smile. Congratulations, Huazi. You certainly performed exceptionally well this time. Not just exceptionally, Teacher Su chimed in, covering her mouth with a laugh. He scored 568, surpassing your score by 15 points. 568? Wencheng gasped, glancing incredulously at Teacher Su. Are you certain, teacher? Of course. My students do not err, she retorted with a playful glare at the smiling Hua Ziyun, feeling a mixture of pride and a hint of resentment. I've reviewed your exam papers and frankly you could have scored full marks. However, the school deducted 2 points for your rapid submission, which they deemed disrespectful to the invigilators. Hua Ziyun smiled inwardly, recognizing that Teacher Su's perception of his underachiever status had dramatically shifted. While the paper could not conclusively prove he authored it, this exam had undoubtedly rectified his image in her eyes. He noticed that Wencheng's expression was a blend of discomfort and suspicion. Teacher Su, your admonition is duly noted. I shall be more mindful in the future, he replied with a grin, glancing teasingly at Wencheng. Senior Wencheng, I've heard you're quite the young genius. I wonder if I can catch up to you. Be wary in the upcoming math competition. Upon hearing this, Wencheng's face twitched involuntarily, and he forced a disjointed smile. Junior, you're jesting. I look forward to it. Feeling out of place, he nodded to Teacher Su. I have other matters to attend to, he said before leaving. Once Wencheng departed, Hua Ziyun relaxed and plopped down on Teacher Su's desk, grinning as he admired her. So how's the paper? Have you submitted it yet? Her casual demeanor made Teacher Su frown. Get off my desk. Your demeanor makes it difficult for me to associate your grades with your character. Are we going to have another awkward moment? He teased. Just tell me if there are any results from the submission. Don't change the subject. Don't you understand the importance of respecting your teacher? Teacher Su adopted a serious expression. Hua Ziyun shrugged resignedly, fiddling with a pen on the desk. I imagine you're quite eager to pursue further studies. Aren't you? You!
Teacher Su gasped.
Startled, staring at Hua Ziyun in disbelief. He had anticipated her reaction. Zero Number Su was a prominent name in the hacking community and was also Teacher Su Yun's second identity. Had it not been for her attempt to embezzle a substantial sum from a bank to fund her studies, her future would not have been jeopardized by imprisonment. But none of that mattered now. Leaning against the desk, he smirked at the astonished Teacher Su. In any case, I advise you to refrain from pursuing any thoughts you have at present. Otherwise, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Teacher Su blinked, questioning, what thoughts could I possibly have? Hua Ziyun sighed silently and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, never underestimate the bank's tracking system. I, Hua Ziyun, am a person who understands gratitude. I will cover your tuition fees. Ding! Just as he finished speaking, Teacher Su's phone rang. Upon seeing the transfer record of 300,000, she was rendered completely speechless. Hua Ziyun chuckled as he stepped back and turned towards the exit. I'll take care of my first year's expenses for now, and I need to request a leave of absence. Please assist me with the school administration. Wait, Teacher Su called after him, her brow furrowed. Why would you help me without reason? Nothing much. If you can successfully complete your studies, I might hope for your assistance in the future. Hua Ziyun waved without looking back. But that's a matter for another day. If I manage to survive my upcoming endeavors, I will periodically transfer funds to you for your expenses. With that, he left without allowing her any further questions. Chapter 31. A sudden burst of spring. Hua Ziyun had two motives in his actions. One was to repay a debt from a past life, and the other was to gather sufficient strength to counter the Yi family in the future. Naturally, Su, a skilled hacker, was an excellent candidate for this purpose. After bidding a hasty farewell to his sister, Hua Ziyun left the school. The Night Rose Bar was the only clue left behind by Yi Fian before her disappearance, and it also served as a hub of intrigue in Nanning City. Hua Ziyun deliberately delayed his departure until Chief Tian's attention was diverted, aiming to lower their guard. To better blend into the vibrant atmosphere, Hua Ziyun changed into flamboyant attire and dyed his originally black hair a striking red. With everything prepared, he slipped into the Night Rose bar as dusk fell. The bar was bustling with patrons. In the center of the dance floor, a myriad of alluring young women swayed to the deafening music, their bodies undulating under the flickering lights, enveloping the space in an intoxicating ambience. In order to avoid drawing attention, Hua Ziyun danced and sang for nearly an hour, fully aware that someone was likely observing the crowd. During this time, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the dance floor and the bar, there were 9 closed private rooms. The muffled sounds of moans emanating from 7 of them indicated occupancy, while rooms 1 and 3 remained eerily silent, having not been entered by anyone. Hua Ziyun took a couple of swigs from his drink and, amidst the chaos, playfully approached a nearby tipsy girl. "What's the point of drinking alone? Why not come have some fun with me inside?" The girl nodded in rhythm with the music, downed her drink, and glanced at Hua Ziyun. "You think you can handle it? Why not find out?" Hua Ziyun teased, giving her a playful squeeze before wrapping an arm around her waist and heading toward room 2. "Never ask a man if he can do it. Oh, you talk a big game. The room costs 300 for 10 minutes. How long can you last?" she cooed. "As long as you want, we can start with 3,000, he replied, pushing open the door to room 2, where a strikingly vibrant woman was dancing provocatively. "Hey, you could at least knock before barging in. Get out." A burly man in his 40s hurled a bottle at Hua Ziyun. Swiftly, he dodged, pulling the girl with him as he shut the door behind them, before veering towards room 1. As he stepped inside, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The room featured a heart-shaped pink bed draped with translucent pink gauze, subtly concealing the view of the occupant. However, he could discern a figure lying there. This room's lavish setup suggested it was meant for receiving guests, and he suspected the woman on the bed was of considerable value, potentially yielding useful information. "How unfortunate, there's someone here too. Should we switch rooms?" The girl sighed, leaning languidly against him. "Let's reschedule for another day." Hua Ziyun feigned disinterest, pushing her out of the room and locking the door with a decisive click. Instantly, the cacophony of bass from the bar was muffled. At that moment, he noticed a subtle pink glow appearing on his chest, almost imperceptible. Had it not been for the system's warning, even his keen instincts would have failed to detect it amidst the overwhelming pink decor. "Are you waiting for someone beautiful?" Hua Ziyun teased, edging closer to the bed. As he drew back the curtain, his composure faltered, and he gulped audibly.
Yefeyan.
"What is she doing here?" Yifian lay weakly on the bed, her face pale and glistening with perspiration. She wore an audaciously revealing loose men's shirt, the fabric straining against her curves, with several buttons left undone, emphasizing the deep valley of her figure. The shirt barely reached the tops of her thighs, exposing her long, fair legs to the air. Clearly taken aback by his presence, a flicker of hope in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by an icy resolve. "You can either leave or I will die." With that, she drew a short dagger from beneath her, pressing it against her neck, though the blade was angled towards the window. Hua Ziyun smirked, knowing the system had already locked onto her position. Ding! System confirms subject's position. Single, height 178 centimeters. Critical point at 172 centimeters. Located at a 174-degree angle from the host. Armed with a P-22 silenced pistol. Danger level, red alert. For reasons unknown. Seeing her frail yet determined face tightened Hua Ziyun's heart, his temples throbbing. 7 days had passed. Was this how she had survived? Preferring death over submission to anyone. Fortunately, she had not entirely relinquished hope, waiting for him. 3. You truly are ruthless, she thought, her eyes softening for a brief moment. "Hey, were you coerced into this?" he asked with a grin. "Let's discuss this calmly. If you let me enjoy myself, I'll buy your freedom. I have plenty of money. I'll say it again. Leave." Yifian gritted her teeth, pressing the dagger deeper into her skin, blood beginning to trickle. "Hey, are you serious?" Hua Ziyun feigned shock, instinctively reaching for the dagger. "Put the knife down. I can't handle blood." Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, and he lunged toward Yifian with a roar. "Remember my blind shot?" Understanding immediately, she handed him the dagger, and they tumbled onto the bed together. A muffled sound echoed as a bullet pierced the spot where Hua Ziyun had just stood, and the dagger flew out of the curtain's path, following the bullet's trajectory. Chapter 32. What are you crying for at your age? With a dull thud, the sound of a body hitting the ground echoed, and both individuals exhaled in relief. Until the very last moment, one must never relinquish hope. Yifian, almost as if possessed, uttered those words. It was Hua Ziyun's phrase that had enabled her to persevere thus far. For reasons unknown, her heart felt like a tumultuous cauldron of emotions. She blinked her clear, bright eyes, fixating on Hua Ziyun, who lay atop her. The last time he had taken such liberties, it was for honor. Yet this time he had saved her life. Ding! The soul-devouring system is detecting. Ding! The soul-devouring system. Ding! A series of system notifications jolted Hua Ziyun back to reality. He felt as though his right hand was grasping something soft and yielding, perfectly fitting within his palm. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, only to find Yifian's expression had turned grave. Have you had your fill? Yifian scoffed, summoning all her strength to push Hua Ziyun off her, then aimed a kick at his groin. Fortunately, he was prepared, and as her foot came down, he instinctively shielded himself. Hua Ziyun tumbled off the bed, rolling several times. Hey, I saved you, you know? Do you have no conscience? He shouted as he scrambled to his feet. Shameless. I'd rather die than be humiliated by you, Yifian retorted coldly, weakly descending from the bed and advancing towards Hua Ziyun with a menacing glare. I told you I would kill you. Struggling to maintain her balance, Yifian swayed unsteadily, her scant attire accentuating her figure, leaving little to the imagination. As she walked, the unbuttoned garment fluttered enticingly, revealing glimpses of the alluring scenery beneath. Spare me, you can barely stand. How can you possibly kill me? You should at least wait until you've regained your strength. Hua Ziyun chided, bemused by her stubbornness. Enough nonsense. Yifian gritted her teeth and lunged for his throat with claw-like fingers. Such weakness yet such speed? Hua Ziyun shook his head in resignation, swiftly sidestepping her attack. But unexpectedly, Yifian pivoted and pursued him, attempting another strike. Enough already, Hua Ziyun sighed, capturing her wrist with ease. Realizing her predicament, Yifian, in her weakened state, attempted to jab her fingers into his eyes with her free hand. Do you truly harbor such hatred for me? Hua Ziyun grinned, swiftly twisting her wrist with a speed that exceeded her own. Yifian, forced to rely on her agility, executed a 360-degree spin to maintain her grip, but the exertion caused her clothing to slip. Two pale, slender legs flashed before Hua Ziyun, and amidst the system's reward notifications, he involuntarily gulped. Yet, in that fleeting hesitation, Yifian blushed crimson and transformed her palm into a claw, aiming for his heart. As Hua Ziyun instinctively dodged, he contemplated pushing her away, but when his hand neared her chest, he was momentarily blinded by the sight before him, inwardly cursing the consequences of her scant attire. Guided by instinct, he managed to evade her strike and, seizing the opportunity, grasped her shoulders, intent on tossing her back onto the bed for her own safety. With a rip, his forceful throw tore her clothing, leaving her only in a delicate state. Ah, you perverse fiend! If I don't kill you, I shall not bear the name Yi. She shrieked, landing awkwardly, her face flushed as she covered her chest and sank to the floor. What's there to fight about now? Your clothes are gone. Hua Ziyun exclaimed, aghast at her sudden vulnerability. I didn't do it on purpose. You scoundrel. Embarrassed? Hua Ziyun rubbed his hands awkwardly and cautiously approached Yifian, draping the torn fabric over her shoulders. You're an adult. What's with the tears? Hurry and put on your clothes so we can leave. Afterward, he approached the lifeless body of the assassin, retrieving the dagger lodged in his head and wiping it clean on the curtain before securing it to his waist. Hearing a sound behind him, Hua Ziyun shook his head in resignation, beginning to remove the assassin's clothing. He had initially intended to infiltrate and gather information, yet fate had led him to save Yifian. Now, not only was his identity compromised, but they had also likely alarmed the enemy. It would be challenging to re-enter this place, and he wondered if Yifian had acquired any valuable intelligence. The bait that Chief Tian had cast was indeed substantial, yet it appeared that this mission was far from straightforward. Just leave, Yi Fian's voice, laced with despair, halted Hua Ziyun in his tracks. He turned to see her retreating to the bed, cocooned in the covers. What did you say? I took such risks to save you, and now you refuse to leave? Yi Fian lifted her gaze, her eyes betraying an unusual tumult. I cannot leave, but I hope you can take the information I've gathered with you. What are you saying? I've taken care of those who were here. What's keeping you from escaping? Hua Ziyun, holding the garment he had stripped from the assassin, approached her bedside and tossed it to her. Quickly, put it on. I'll get you out of here. The longer we stay, the greater the risk. I told you to go. Tears streamed down Yi Fian's face. There's a bomb on my neck. I cannot escape. The reason I am still alive is to await the military's arrival to take the information. The third master is cunning. He's deliberately using me as bait in this hunting game. You are not the first to come here. 3 elite individuals have already perished during this time. Hua Ziyun's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched in anger. Damn it. He truly is ruthless. Yi Fian began, but Hua Ziyun swiftly moved closer, striking her unconscious. Having come this far, he could not bear to watch her perish. Glancing at Yi Fian sprawled on the bed, he acted without hesitation, entering the system's reward shop. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the Divine Healer system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing all exchange points to upgrade the Divine Healer system to 48, remaining 0 exchange points. Chapter 33. Escaping the cage. Apologies for the offense. With a steely resolve, Hua Ziyun drew the dagger from his waist and aimed it at Yi Fian's neck. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a soft gasp of pain from Yi Fian, Hua Ziyun made a cut on her neck, forcibly extracting the pea-sized bomb. Due to the absence of anesthesia, even in her unconscious state, the excruciating pain jolted her awake at the moment the bomb was removed. Don't move, Hua Ziyun commanded sharply, placing the detonator aside before tending to Yi Fian's wound. I can't take you to the hospital right now. San Ye's influence is vast, and there are likely his spies everywhere. Just endure for a bit. Yi Fian was already frail, and Hua Ziyun's actions drained the last of her strength, rendering her unable to utter a word. After staunching the bleeding, Hua Ziyun unhesitatingly pulled away the covers that lay atop her. Ding, 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 the soul-seizing system is detecting. The system's alert nearly overwhelmed Hua Ziyun's mind, yet upon witnessing Yi Fian's nearly flawless form, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. What do you intend to do? Yi Fian murmured, her eyes barely open, summoning all her strength to articulate those few words. A fire ignited within Hua Ziyun's chest, but Yi Fian's voice jolted him back to reality. He quickly grabbed a nearby assassin's clothing and clumsily draped it over her. Once she was clothed, Hua Ziyun used his dagger to rip the covers into strips, each the width of a hand. Don't speak. Conserve your energy and stay awake, he urged as he bent down to hoist Yi Fian onto his back, securing the makeshift strips around his waist. I'm taking you out of here. Reaching the window, Hua Ziyun cautiously drew aside the curtain to peer outside, only to discover a winding alley directly below. Furrowing his brow, he thought it typical for such places to have emergency escape routes, but usually, someone would be stationed at the end of these paths. He pondered whether they could make their escape this time. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the semi-conscious Yi Fian resting on his shoulder, then bent down to retrieve a silenced pistol from the ground. To minimize noise, he kicked off his shoes and stealthily climbed out the window, a technique he had recently learned from his sister. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the pain in her neck, Yi Fian regained consciousness. She weakly lifted her head to survey the dim alley before her gaze fell upon Hua Ziyun, who bore her weight on his back, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Gently turning her head, she leaned closer to Hua Ziyun's ear, whispering with great effort, "You should leave. If you carry me, you will be in danger too. If you don't want to burden me, just be quiet." Hua Ziyun shushed her, crouching low against the wall as they made their way out of the alley. Just then, a lazy voice echoed nearby, startling him into a crouch. Through the faint light, he spotted 2 figures standing against the wall several meters ahead. Had it not been for the earlier commotion, he would not have noticed them at all. I'm so tired I could die. I just want to smoke to wake myself up. Are you looking for death? Have you forgotten our purpose here? Do you dare to light up? What's the big deal? The 3 who came a few days ago were taken out before we even had to lift a finger. But that girl was truly something else. Why won't Tiger let us enjoy ourselves? Just because you want to? If it weren't for Tiger's orders to keep her identity under wraps to spare the Yi family some dignity, I would have had my fun with her long ago. What a waste. What does the Yi family have to fear? Tiger is too cautious. With San Yi backing him, who would dare to cross us in Nanming City? I reckon she's on the verge of starvation. How about we take our pleasure when she's dead? After all, dead bodies don't matter. Damn, you have a twisted taste. But you make a point. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Stop talking nonsense. Focus up. If we mess this up, we're both done for. The voices faded, and Hua Ziyun was left momentarily stunned, realizing these 2 scoundrels wouldn't even spare a corpse. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, causing him to gasp in shock. Damn, there's no need to bite when you're angry. Besides, those comments weren't even mine. Hua Ziyun knew Yi Fian had overheard their conversation. A strong-willed woman like her surely would not tolerate such words. Had she been able to act, those 2 men would likely have already lost their heads. Tiger? That could be a promising lead. Hua Ziyun smirked slightly, contemplating that since Tiger feared the Yi family's influence in Nanming City, it was likely he had dealings with them. Capturing such a minor character might yield little information, so why not leverage this connection to the Yi family first? With this thought in mind, he stealthily drew his silenced pistol, aiming at the 2 figures not far ahead. 2 muffled gunshots rang out, and the 2 figures promptly collapsed. All right, I've avenged you. Now you should speak up. Hua Ziyun sighed, holstering the pistol as he darted out of the alley, sprinting into the inky darkness of the night. He could not afford to be too conspicuous while carrying such a significant burden, as it would only lead to their exposure. After an hour of frantic flight, Hua Ziyun successfully navigated to the deserted ruins behind Nanming Middle School, where he took a brief respite. However, by this time, Yi Fian had grown faint and slipped into unconsciousness again. Fatty, which dormitory are we assigned to now? Hua Ziyun called Fatty's number. Room 74. Teacher Su Yun personally arranged it. Where the hell have you been? The lights are out in the regular dorms. Are you even coming back tonight? Fatty's voice erupted with indignation. Room 74? Damn. Isn't that right across from Teacher Su's? Hua Ziyun sighed inwardly before responding. Hurry to the infirmary and buy some disinfectant and bandages. I'm heading back immediately. What do you need that for? Stop asking questions. Just go and buy as much as you can. Hua Ziyun hung up, feeling the weight of Yi Fian on his back, and sprinted towards the school's northern wall. After scaling the wall, Hua Ziyun headed straight for the Confucius building, where the experimental class students and teachers resided, a place less strictly monitored than the regular student dorms. He easily blended into room 74, just as Fatty returned with supplies. Damn, little redhead, where have you been? Did you lose your shoes? Fatty stared at Hua Ziyun in shock, and upon recognizing the familiar face on his back, his mouth dropped open.
Instructorie.
Chapter 34. Teacher Su's inspection. The dormitory for the experimental class was exceptionally luxurious, almost resembling a high-end hotel with its nearly 50 square meters of space, complete with a bedroom and bathroom. It was more fitting to call it a hotel than a student dormitory. Hua Ziyun ignored the astonished chubby boy, unfastened the unconscious Yi Fian, and gently laid her on the bed near the window. Bring me the disinfectant and bandages. The chubby boy dared not question further. He locked the dormitory door and handed over the necessary supplies he had purchased. Hua Ziyun took the bandaging materials and poured iodine onto a cloth to moisten it, as Yi Fian's blood had already congealed with the fabric, making it impossible to remove forcibly. Ziyun, where have you been? How did Instructor Yi get such severe injuries? Shouldn't we take her to the hospital? The chubby boy was now quite frightened. If Instructor Yi were to die in the dormitory, it would spell trouble for them. No. If we take her out now, we might not even reach the hospital before something happens to us. The school is the last place anyone would suspect, Hua Ziyun replied, glancing at the chubby boy and wiping the sweat from his forehead. I'll explain everything later. First, go get a basin of hot water. Is this method really going to work? The chubby boy expressed his concern. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Fian has an extraordinary constitution. As long as she wishes to live, there is hope. Hurry. After saying that, Hua Ziyun began to carefully unwrap the dirty, dark red cloth to further treat the wound. The chubby boy, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed toward the bathroom. She's burning up. Hua Ziyun frowned as she cut away the white skin surrounding Yi Fian's wound, rinsed it with disinfectant, and then wiped away the traces of medicine with a hot towel. Observing the violent gash on Yi Fian's neck, the chubby boy shook his head regretfully. What a pity for Instructor Ye's beauty. She'll have to live with a scar. Stupid chubby, you're thinking too far ahead. Given the amount of blood she's lost, it's already a miracle she's alive. I'll do my best to minimize the scarring. Bring me the 4 drip. I need to transfuse her blood, Hua Ziyun responded, activating the medical sage system to assist in treating her wound. Transfusion? Where's the blood coming from? The chubby boy was taken aback. For me? I'm type O. Saying this, Hua Ziyun tore open 2 4 bags, connected the needles, and tied her and Yi Fian's arms together, deftly inserting the needles into their arms. Wow, I've never seen a transfusion done like this before. You really dare to play like that? The chubby boy sat on the nearby bed, dumbfounded. Hua Ziyun had no time to respond. Once she secured the needles, she continued treating Yi Fian's still bleeding wound. This continued for 20 minutes before she finally paused. During this time, Yi Fian had awakened in pain several times, and when she saw Hua Ziyun, drenched in sweat and transfusing her blood, she moved her lips but could not utter a word. After finishing the bandaging, Hua Ziyun placed an ice pack on Yi Fian's head to prevent her from overheating. Once everything was in order, she sat weakly on the bed. Just then, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Who is it? The chubby boy jumped, nervously glancing at Hua Ziyun, sweat pouring from him. Hua Ziyun, pale-faced, shook her head at him and called out, "We've already gone to bed. Come back tomorrow." After a long pause, a familiar voice came from outside. Hua Ziyun, my consultation fee is still pending. You can't die on me yet. Su Yun, how does she know I'm back? Hua Ziyun was taken aback, realizing that Teacher Su was far more formidable than she had previously thought. Ding! A buzzing sounded. Hua Ziyun checked her phone and saw a message from an unfamiliar number. Open the door. You're so bold to bring her back. Without me, you can't keep it hidden. So it was from her phone. No wonder she knew his exact whereabouts. Hua Ziyun suddenly recalled that she was a prominent figure in the hacking community, and now it seemed that there was no way to hide this. With that thought, Hua Ziyun moved her lips slightly and stood up to approach the door. Chow, what are you doing? You can't open the door looking like this. The chubby boy pointed at the unconscious Yi Fian on the bed, nearly frightened out of his wits. Don't worry. It's Teacher Su. Hua Ziyun reassured him as she opened the door. Seeing Hua Ziyun's bright red hair, Su Yun smiled knowingly and walked straight into the room with her laptop. Hua Ziyun obediently locked the door behind her. Hua Ziyun, do you want to first report to me about this woman's identity? Su Yun placed her laptop on the table, smiling at Hua Ziyun. And also about yours? Hua Ziyun helplessly shrugged her shoulders. I'm afraid that's not possible. Sigh. I spent half a day helping you erase the surveillance footage from the Night Rose Bar, and yet I can't even get a single truth in return. Su Yun sighed, unceremoniously sitting on the chubby boy's bed, causing him to jump up in fright, sweating profusely. Teacher, please don't ask me. I truly know nothing. Seeing the chubby boy's comical expression, Su Yun burst into laughter. I completely overlooked the surveillance. Hua Ziyun scratched her head in embarrassment, gratefully saying, Thank you, Teacher Su. Please keep this a secret. If there's nothing else, you should head back. Already trying to send me away? Su Yun shook her head. Do you think she won't be discovered if she's here? For safety's sake, I suggest you take her to my room. Besides, it's awkward for a girl to be surrounded by 2 men. She won't heal well and it would be a disaster. Hua Ziyun felt a bit defeated. Teacher Su was right. If her sister were to barge in and find Yi Fian, it would be disastrous. If Yi Fian didn't heal properly, it would be one problem, but if his sister found out, it would be catastrophic for him. However, it wasn't safe yet. He feared that if Yi Fian woke up and saw a stranger, it could lead to complications. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, nodded, and stood up from the chubby boy's bed, glancing at the unconscious Yi Fian. After she recovers, I'll go for my consultation. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. This is my way of repaying you." With that, Su-yoon closed her laptop and prepared to leave. But as she passed by Hua Ziyun, she paused once more, saying, "Before I return, make sure you don't die." After Su-yoon left, Hua Ziyun finally let out a sigh of relief. He could hear the concern laced in her words, but then again, it would be hard for him, Hua Ziyun, to perish so easily. The chubby boy had been quietly observing their conversation, and now his eyes were nearly popping out. "Ziyun, when did you become so familiar with Teacher Su? You actually dare to pursue a teacher?" Just then, the unconscious Yi Fian murmured softly, gradually awakening. Chapter 35. The unveiled teacher Su awake? Wazian exclaimed with joy as he hurried to Yi Fian's bedside, the plump companion following closely behind. Yi Fian cast a complex glance at Wazian, struggling to rise. However, her body, weakened from hunger and blood loss, proved incapable of such exertion, and after much effort, she remained still. "Hey, where do you think you're going? I went through great lengths to get you out. Can you please stay put?" Wazian frowned, pressing her back down. He quickly replaced the old ice pack on her forehead with a fresh one. "You have a high fever. If you plan on causing trouble, I won't stop you, but if your mind gets scorched, that's beyond my concern. Why? Why are you being so good to me?"
Je fejans gaze driftet unjartainli.
"Don't misunderstand." Wazian chuckled lightly, rising from the bed. "My enmity lies with the Yi family, and saving you is not my intent. I have undertaken this task. As a soldier, you should understand that this is unrelated to personal grudges." Though Wazian spoke thus, his heart held a different sentiment. Yi Fian was not entirely detestable, yet neither did he harbor any affection for her. After all, they had cooperated in the past, and he felt a sense of indebtedness for the humiliation he had inflicted upon her. Such experiences could inflict profound damage upon a woman. Yi Fian, taken aback, weakly turned her head to glance at the bewildered plump companion. "Don't worry, he is my good brother. You need not fret about any issues," Wazian reassured her, discerning her unease. The plump man, initially oblivious to the situation, was left utterly perplexed by the current state of affairs involving Teacher Su. After a long pause, Yi Fian slowly closed her eyes, her pale lips uttering a few words. "Wazian, I will personally kill you." Wazian shrugged nonchalantly, turning to pat the plump man's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, as long as you keep what you see to yourself, I promise you will be safe." "Damn," the plump man muttered under his breath, feeling mentally fatigued as he dropped onto the bed, staring blankly at Yi Fian. "I can't figure out whether knowing you is a blessing or a curse, but at least I don't have to return home to farm." "Seriously? Farming requires oxen, right? Are you supposed to do it yourself?" Wazian laughed, rolling his eyes. "Rest assured, as long as I am alive you will see your future glory." "Let us hope so," the plump man replied, revealing a crooked smile. "Our village is impoverished. My mother sold our only old yellow ox to support my education, which naturally left the farming duties to me, or else I wouldn't have such strength." "Remarkable," Wazian praised, giving him a thumbs up, amused. "Rest assured, I will arrange for your family to move to the city soon." "Really?" The plump man sprang up in excitement. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Wazian laughed, turning to leave. "Stay here and keep an eye on things. I need to visit Teacher Su to gather information about someone. No one is allowed to enter except for me." Upon hearing that he would be left alone with Yi Fian, the plump man's expression darkened. He grabbed Wazian's arm before he could take 2 steps. "Wazian, are you really okay with leaving me alone? What if Yi instructor wakes up and silences me?" "Don't worry, she won't do that," Wazian reassured him, patting the plump man's shoulder while glancing at the still closed eyes of Yi Fian, smiling as he departed the dormitory. Just outside the door was Teacher Su's dormitory. Wazian cautiously checked the corridor for anyone else before knocking on her door. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response from within. Could she have stepped out unexpectedly? He instinctively turned the doorknob, and to his surprise, it clicked open. In truth, Suyu did not have a habit of locking her door. She was quite the neat freak, and her dormitory was not welcoming to visitors. Wazian, unaware of this, had never been to Confucius Hall in his previous life, and most of his interactions with teacher Sue occurred in the classroom or her office. Fearing being seen entering a teacher's dormitory at night, he hesitated not and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was struck by the brightness of the room. It turned out that teachers enjoyed better accommodations than students. Just beyond the small corridor lay a cozy two-bedroom apartment. Engrossed in admiration, Wazian was momentarily oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and freshly bathed Suyu accidentally collided with him. Thud! Ouch! The impact caused both to tumble to the ground. As Wazian contemplated rising, he was rendered speechless upon seeing Suyu, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there. Ding! The soul system rewards. Ding! The soul system. Ding! A series of reward notifications overwhelmed Wazian's mind. Suyu, having been struck by Wazian, was quite startled, sitting on the floor with her bath towel clutched around her chest and her other hand rubbing her slightly dazed head. How did you get in? Are you not aware that my room is off-limits to others? Ignoring Suyu's reprimand, Wazian's gaze was fixed upon her, lost in a trance. At that moment, Suyu's damp hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. The thick towel wrapped around her fully developed bosom, revealing pale crescents. Water droplets glided down her neck, converging at her collarbone like lustrous pearls, while further down, her long legs, exposed due to the collision, were left in an awkward position as the towel slid above her knees. Fortunately, the towel remained substantial. Otherwise, from Wazian's angle, even a slightly stronger impact or a minor lift of her legs could have resulted in complete exposure. Wazian, where are you looking? Coming to her senses, Suyu immediately felt Wazian's heated gaze, exclaiming in surprise as she hurriedly pressed her legs together, nervously adjusting the towel back down to her knees. Chapter 36. The truth about Master who with a single remark, Suyun caused Hua Ziyun to flush crimson, prompting him to hurriedly rise from the ground and approach her. Stop! Suyun, maintaining her composure, raised a hand to halt Hua Ziyun. Keep a distance of half a meter from me. We can discuss matters once I have finished bathing. Furrowing her brow, Suyun rose from the floor and turned back towards the bathroom. Teacher, didn't you just wash up? Hua Ziyun asked, bemused. Can't I wash again? Just stand quietly outside. With a bang, the bathroom door was forcefully shut. Hua Ziyun, feeling awkward, couldn't help but smirk. It was no surprise she was a Virgo, even a tumble required a rewash. Half an hour later, Suyun finally emerged from the bathroom, glaring fiercely at Hua Ziyun, who remained standing at the door. Wrapped in a towel, she retreated to her bedroom, only reappearing after changing clothes, her expression still stern.
Suti acha.
Could you let me move a bit? My legs are going numb from standing. Hua Ziyun tentatively inquired. You still recognize me as your teacher? Suyun scoffed, pulling a chair next to the computer and beginning to furiously type code. If you can assist me, thank you. I will repay you in due time. Actually, I don't need you to repay me, Hua Ziyun responded, clearly lacking confidence. Enough chit-chat. I can tell you're not just an ordinary student. We are all intelligent individuals, merely pursuing our own needs. You came here for the matter concerning Night Rose Bar, right? I'll pull up footage from there now.
Suyun stated seriously.
Sighing inwardly, Hua Ziyun realized that Suyun had always been wary of him. In truth, he had no intention of using her. It was mostly out of gratitude for past favors. When would he be able to lower his guard? With that thought, Hua Ziyun approached the computer, beginning to filter the crowd entering and exiting the Night Rose Bar. Stop! At the door of Box 1, rewind 10 seconds. A quarter of an hour later, Hua Ziyun gasped, having discovered someone exiting Box 1. Suyun remained silent, rewinding the footage as requested, revealing a middle-aged man glancing towards the camera. This man appeared to be in his 30s, with deep shadows beneath his eyes and a rugged face marred by a sinister grin, sending chills down Hua Ziyun's spine. Su teacher, could you help me find his information? Hua Ziyun asked urgently. I'll give it a try, Suyun replied, quickly capturing an image from the footage and rapidly cross-referencing it in the database. Zhao Yonghua, male, 33 years old, nicknamed Master Hu, previously imprisoned for multiple offenses including public disturbance, obstruction of justice, and involuntary manslaughter. After being bailed out, he has rarely been seen in public. Background: grew up in an orphanage, No parents. Ex-wife Xue Jingwen, former customs director, now divorced, currently single, with a daughter whose whereabouts are unknown. Commonly frequented places: Night Rose Bar, World Entertainment City, Black Coffee Casino, Customs Building. Current residence: unknown. Additional information: unknown. A barrage of data flashed across the screen, causing Hua Ziyun's brow to furrow deeply. So this is Master Hu? With such a background for an ex-wife, it's no wonder he thrived in Nanning City. It seems that Xue Jingwen is not to be underestimated. Since capturing Master Hu is proving difficult, perhaps he could try to approach her instead. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I must advise you to steer clear of these individuals. Su Yun interjected abruptly. And regarding the woman you brought back, why can I only find her information up to the age of 14? Hua Ziyun chuckled awkwardly, gazing at Su Yun with a hint of exasperation. Haven't you heard? Curiosity killed the cat. I suggest you focus on your studies. I do not wish to involve you in this. Is that your way of looking out for me? Su Yun questioned skeptically. One might interpret it that way. Thank you for your assistance. Hua Ziyun replied with a grin. You needn't be overly cautious of me.
Y arbo no ulterior motivas.
You shall remain my teacher, and I your student. Just then, Su Yun's phone rang. She glanced at the unfamiliar number, discreetly silencing it, and signaled to Hua Ziyun that it was late and he should return to rest. What? Already trying to shoo me away? Ignoring your boyfriend's call? Hua Ziyun teased, pulling out a chair to sit beside Su Yun, showing no intention of leaving. How do you know? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Hua Ziyun scoffed, not replying. He was all too familiar with Su Yun's boyfriend. Feng Tao, Su Yun's current boyfriend, was notorious in Hua Ziyun's eyes. Whenever he appeared, it was invariably to demand money from Su Yun. Since graduating university, he had spiraled into a life of aimlessness after his entrepreneurial endeavors failed, constantly relying on Su Yun for financial support, and causing scenes at her school when denied. Su teacher, with your high intelligence, how can your emotional intelligence be so lacking? Why cling to someone so self-destructive? Hua Ziyun lamented. Su Yun hesitated, realizing she could no longer see through this 17-year-old student. She couldn't fathom how he knew so much about her life. Observing Su Yun's scrutinizing gaze, Hua Ziyun sighed, snatching the phone from the table and waving it before her. Don't give me that look. If you don't want to answer, I'll do it for you. Before Su Yun could react, Hua Ziyun answered the call and switched it to speaker mode. Su, where the hell have you been? I've blown through the 20,000 you gave me. Hurry and send more money. I promise I can win it back. Feng Tao's furious voice pierced the air, startling Su Yun and draining the color from her face as she stood to grab the phone. However, Hua Ziyun did not give her that chance, standing up simultaneously and holding the phone high above his head. Give it back. You need to return to your dorm. Su Yun pleaded softly, her anxiety palpable. Hua Ziyun, incensed by her submissive demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He had endured enough of this scoundrel's abuse. In his previous life, he had lacked the ability to intervene. In this life, he was determined to sever this burden from her life. Hey, speak up. I just heard you talking to someone. Are you screwing around behind my back? Feng Tao's abrasive voice echoed from the phone. Su Yun, now visibly panicked, looked at Hua Ziyun with pleading eyes, hoping he would end the call. Unexpectedly, Hua Ziyun shook his head and coldly laughed. 300,000. Leave her. Who the hell are you? 500,000. Chapter 37 Threat. What? Are you joking? Feng Tao's arrogance instantly diminished by 70%. Hua Ziyun smirked, continuing to raise the bid. Do you truly intend to offer that much money? You're making me. 1 million, no need for deliberation. Hua Ziyun interrupted him directly, declaring that 1 million was sufficient for your funds to restart. You have 10 seconds to decide before I change my mind. 10, 9. I agree. As long as you provide the money, I assure you I will never harass her again. Very well, the funds will be transferred by tomorrow morning. I hope you will honor your word. Hua Ziyun snorted coldly and hung up the phone, nonchalantly handing the device to Su Yun. Looking at Su Yun, her face was flushed crimson, her gaze filled with a ferocity that made him uneasy. Why do you humiliate me? Teacher, I merely wish to convey that such a person is unworthy of your affection. Hua Ziyun chuckled awkwardly, asserting that it was far better for you to see his true nature now than to regret it later. A short pain is better than a long one. I willingly accept the reputation of this villain. Good night, Teacher Su. With that, Hua Ziyun turned to leave Su Yun's dormitory. He understood clearly that if he allowed her to linger on thoughts of this scoundrel, she would inevitably suffer for him again in the future. He truly did not wish to witness such a scene again, especially since only by doing this could she let go and focus on her studies. One day, she would comprehend his intentions today. Upon exiting Su Yun's dormitory, Hua Ziyun shook his head silently at the sounds of banging and smashing coming from inside. It seemed he had truly solidified his image as a villain. Hua Ziyun did not return to his dormitory. He knew that Yi Fian would not recover anytime soon. His primary task was to dye his hair back to its original color. He dared not risk his sister seeing him like this. Furthermore, he had just received a message from Colonel Tian, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. As midnight approached, a barbershop displaying a closed sign still emitted light. Colonel Tian personally wielded the clippers to give Hua Ziyun a haircut, while a person lay sleeping at his feet.
Colonel Tian.
Is there anything you can't wait to discuss until after my haircut? I really dislike crew cuts. Hua Ziyun gazed forlornly at the hair cascading down. No choice. If you dislike it, I can shave your head instead. Stop. I actually think a crew cut is not so bad. Hua Ziyun quickly called for a halt. He could not accept a shaved head. I have rescued the person. They are temporarily safe, but this mission is far more challenging than I anticipated. How can I eliminate a person who is nearly non-existent? Colonel Tian chuckled, continuing to trim Hua Ziyun's hair. We cannot find him, just as we cannot find you. 3 elites could not rescue him, yet you managed to do so. So, you suspect I am the third master? Hua Ziyun's lips curled slightly. Not quite, as you have vulnerabilities. Colonel Tian set down the clippers and unfurled the scarf around Hua Ziyun's neck. Shall we wash it? No. I will provide you with an answer within 3 months. Hua Ziyun stood up, brushing off the hair clippings from his clothes, and grabbed the leather envelope from the table as he walked toward the exit. Do not disturb their lives. If anyone wishes to use this as leverage, I cannot guarantee a second third master will not emerge in Nanming City. That depends on whether you are willing to consistently stand by our side. I value my freedom and detest threats. Without glancing back, he waved his hand and walked alone into the dimly lit street. Hua Ziyun discerned the implication in Colonel Tian's words. It served as a warning. They did not wish to eliminate a third master only to create a more uncontrollable presence. Thus, the vulnerabilities Colonel Tian referred to were his mother and sister. He was unafraid of threats but genuinely feared for their safety. However, one thing was certain. Regardless of whether it was the Yi family or the military, should they dare threaten his mother or sister, he would not tolerate it and would ensure they paid dearly. As he walked back to campus, Hua Ziyun suddenly felt a pang of longing for his sister. Since his rebirth, he had not spent quality time with her. Hey, sister, are you awake? Hua Ziyun dialed Hua Sha's number. After a long pause, a lazy voice came through the line. Brother, are you back? Did everything go smoothly? I'm back. I don't know why, but I suddenly miss you. Flattery. You usually avoid me. Why is your tongue so sweet today? Offering unrequested kindness is often a sign of ulterior motives. Nonsense, are you feeling mischievous again? You only know how to bully me. Hua Sha sighed mournfully and fell silent. After a while, the voice on the other end returned. Brother, I know that every time you go out it's very dangerous. I'm worried. Hua Ziyun understood that his sister would certainly worry upon learning the truth, but some matters had to be faced. Avoidance would only render the situation more passive, and he could potentially lose even more. During their call, Hua Ziyun unknowingly arrived at the base of Dormitory C, tilting his head to gaze at the darkened 353 dormitory, and smiled. Sister, open the window. You're downstairs? A voice of surprise followed, and then sounds emerged from the dormitory as the curtains and window were drawn open. Wearing a tank top, Hua Sha leaned out, revealing half her head while clutching her phone. Brother, why did you cut your hair? But it looks quite spirited like this. Under the moonlight, Hua Sha could not see Hua Ziyun's full appearance. Did you know there was a hiking fitness event organized by the school today? I signed up. Are you going? Suppose? Hua Ziyun tilted his head and grinned, uncertain. as he had a patient to care for at Kongzi building. It seems you don't want to go. Huasha sighed sadly. If Ruobing and Ili are going, they are all paired up. Can you bear to let me go alone? That's not the point. They are couples and we are siblings. It's completely different. I don't care. If you don't go, I will go with Wenqing. You dare. So, are you going? Fine, my little ancestor, I concede. I will go. Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes, secretly relieved as he genuinely wanted to accompany his sister. Moreover, he was concerned about her going alone, especially since Wenqing would be joining in the fun. By the way, brother, it seems Yi Yangtian has returned to school today. Upon hearing this, Hua Ziyun's brow furrowed. Things were about to get interesting. Yi Fian was still recuperating, and he hoped that the two would not clash again before she departed.
Chapter 38. Ye Feyan Avakens Suddenly.
At that moment, the light at the dormitory management office, merely 10 meters away from Hua Ziyun, flickered to life. The dormitory matron scolded loudly as she opened the window, berating the little rascal for attempting to pry open the girls' dormitory window in the dead of night. Her booming voice not only startled Hua Ziyun into dropping his phone, but also roused the previously dark dormitory, illuminating each room one by one. Upon realizing that Hua Ziyun had been discovered, Huasha quickly hung up the phone and exclaimed, "Brother, run. If you get caught, there will be consequences." With a clang, Huasha shut the window and retreated behind the curtains. Hua Ziyun, fearing for his safety, hastily picked up his phone and dashed towards Kongzi building, his heart racing at the thought of being seen entering the girls' dormitory. What would become of his reputation if word got out? After a frantic escape back to his dormitory, Hua Ziyun collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily as he clutched his chest. That was too close, he muttered to himself. Is the dormitory matron part dog? How can her hearing be so acute? Meanwhile, his chubby roommate was snoring soundly, completely undisturbed by the commotion. Hua Ziyun, having regained his breath, approached the still slumbering Yi Fian. He gently touched her head and, noticing her fever had subsided, removed the largely melted ice pack from her forehead. I didn't expect your vitality to be stronger than I imagined. Even if it's to kill me, you managed to pull through, didn't you? Hua Ziyun murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. He turned off the light and sat at his desk, realizing that after a day spent in tension, it was time for him to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning, Hua Ziyun awoke to find his roommate still fast asleep. But Yi Fian was now attentively gazing at him, her head turned slightly. When did you wake up? He asked, momentarily taken aback. Yi Fian moved her cracked lips and, after a struggle, managed to utter a single word. Water. Hua Ziyun smiled and rose to moisten a medical cotton swab from the previous night's leftovers. He approached her bedside, intending to gently dab her lips. You've just awakened, and after fasting for so many days, you cannot rush into eating just yet. At that moment, Yi Fian suddenly turned her head away, straining to reach for the cotton swab in Hua Ziyun's hand. She underestimated her body's frailty. Even the slightest movement drained her energy, leaving her barely able to wiggle her fingers. Hua Ziyun shook his head, understanding her stubborn nature. Since gentle persuasion was ineffective, he decided to take a firmer approach. Stop pretending to be strong. Do you think I enjoy serving you? Besides, whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Don't you wish to kill me? How could you do it like this? Surprisingly, his words had an effect. Yi Fian, who had been resistant, fell silent, her cold gaze fixed on him. If looks could kill, he would surely have been reduced to ashes. Hua Ziyun nonchalantly discarded the cotton swab and took a fresh one, resuming his efforts to moisten her lips. Seconds turned into minutes as he persisted, depleting an entire pack of cotton swabs and nearly half of the water in the cup. During this time, Yi Fian appeared to be in anguish as well. The murderous intent in her eyes was replaced by a complex mixture of emotions. The cool moisture on her lips confused her, as she grappled with the realization that she had intended to eliminate the man before her. Yi Fian hesitated. She had always viewed him as a rogue, a scoundrel, but she had not anticipated this delicate side of him. Yet, he had humiliated her repeatedly. He had seen what she deemed private and touched what was off-limits. If he were to survive, how could she live with herself? With that thought, Yi Fian chose to close her eyes, no longer looking at him. As for the future, She would address it once her strength returned. Just then, a knock reverberated through the dormitory door, followed by Su Yun's low voice. Open the door. Startled by the sound, Yi Fian's eyes flew open. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Hua Ziyun reassured her with a smile, gathering the water cup and cotton swabs as he glanced at the clock. Realizing it was nearly 7:30, he casually grabbed a textbook from the nightstand and tossed it at his still sleeping roommate. Wake up, you lazy pig. Su Lauscher is here. Who? The chubby roommate jolted upright, bewildered. Who hit me? Upon seeing Hua Ziyun, he awkwardly scratched his head. Ziyun, when did you return? I had no idea. What did you just say? Seriously? You sleep like a log and still can't notice my return? Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes in exasperation. I said to open the door. Su Lauscher has been waiting. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? The roommate quickly hopped out of bed. Hua Ziyun then approached the window, drawing back the curtains to let the warm sunlight flood the room. Yi Fian, unaccustomed to the brightness, instinctively shut her eyes. It's been a while since you've seen sunlight, hasn't it? This will aid in your recovery. I'll be waiting for you to come and kill me, he remarked, his gaze drifting out to the students passing by below. Yi Fian's lips stirred slightly, but she remained silent, savoring the warmth of the sun on her closed eyelids. By this time, the chubby roommate had ushered Su Yun into the room. She glanced at Yi Fian on the bed before fixing her gaze on Hua Ziyun, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. I will be leaving in a couple of days. How is your friend recovering? Hua Ziyun let out a self-deprecating laugh, aware that Su Yun was still troubled by the events of the previous night. Just as he was about to apologize, the figure of the dormitory matron suddenly came into view, making her way towards Kongzi building. Oh no! Hua Ziyun exclaimed, his heart racing. He urgently turned to his roommate. Quickly pack some snacks, we're going out for an outing. I have something to attend to, so I'll head downstairs first. Wait, are you skipping class again? The roommate replied, astonished. Not to worry. Su Lauscher will handle it. Hua Ziyun replied with a grin, moving closer to Su Yun. Su Lauscher, I apologize for yesterday's incident. I may need to step out for a bit. Could you please keep an eye on things here until I return? Am I your caretaker?
Su Yun scoffed.
Glancing at Yi Fian, Hua Ziyun felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, forcing a smile. You see, there are differences between men and women. My roommate and I can't really take care of her. I know you have a kind heart, so can we consider this a favor I owe you? Chapter 39 Farewell to Yi Yangtian, let us settle our accounts later. You must tell me who she truly is, Su Yun inquired coldly, her brows furrowing in apprehension. At that moment, the rotund figure standing nearby stirred, appearing to wish to speak. However, fortunate for him, Hua Ziyun reacted swiftly, barking, You foolish fat man, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pack, we need to leave soon. Hearing this dismissal, the hefty fellow grinned as he approached the bedside, grabbing a large backpack and beginning to stow away items. Teacher Su, I don't have time to explain. I just saw my sister charging over. If she catches me, I'm done for. Why don't you wait until she arrives and ask her? Whether she chooses to answer is not my concern. With that, Hua Ziyun made to dash out of the dormitory. Yet, after only a couple of strides, Su Yun seized his arm, her expression one of confusion. Are you really planning to slip away like this? Friend? Lover? Why are you afraid of your sister? Teacher Su, I concede. Rival, is that satisfactory? Hua Ziyun hastily raised the white flag of surrender, sensing that Hua Sha was nearing the Confucius building. Rival? Are you certain? Su Yun's bewilderment deepened. Absolutely certain. Hua Ziyun insisted, breaking free and casting a glance at the still unconscious Yi Fian, advising Su Yun, she has just awakened. Her bodily functions have yet to fully recover. She cannot eat for a while. In 6 hours, please give her some light nourishment to regain her strength. I leave the rest to you. With that, Hua Ziyun fled the dormitory as if his life depended on it. Fat man, hurry up and pack. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. The rotund fellow, unwilling to remain alone with the two women, quickly gathered his belongings and bolted out the door. Su Yun watched the two of them flee in a flurry, shaking her head with a smile, recognizing them as two unduly childish souls. She then approached Yi Fian's bedside, surveying her closely. At that moment, Yi Fian opened her eyes, staring blankly at Su-yun. He claims you are rivals? Su-yun remarked with a laugh. That hardly seems plausible. Who would be foolish enough to save their rival? Moreover, the concern he displayed before leaving clearly indicates he cares for you. Yifian's eyes flickered before she shut them once more. As Hua Ziyun dashed out of the dormitory, he unexpectedly encountered his sister at the corner of the staircase. Brother, why are you running? You look exhausted. Hua Sha chuckled mischievously, and when Hua Ziyun was not paying attention, she tiptoed and pecked him on the cheek. This scene was fortuitously observed by the rotund fellow rushing from behind. The hefty figure stood frozen behind Hua Ziyun, while several students and faculty members exited to attend classes, mistaking the duo for a young couple. Only the rotund fellow, with a pained expression, muttered under his breath, "Damn, you two siblings are at it again?" Hua Sha playfully stuck her tongue out at him, confidently asserting her dominance. Fortunately, Hua Ziyun was already accustomed to her antics and playfully flicked her forehead, frowning at his sister. Hua Sha, how many times must I tell you not to be so touchy in public? You're just being mean, Hua Sha pouted, her lips forming a small frown as she playfully poked his side. I was just greeting you with a good morning. You! The rotund fellow stood aghast, unable to look away from the sibling antics. Just then, Wen Chang, a fellow student from the experimental class, emerged from a nearby dormitory. Upon spotting Hua Sha at the staircase corner, he donned a refined demeanor. Xiao Sha, what brings you here? Surely, you aren't worried about my being late and came to summon me? Wow, this guy has some nerve, Hua Ziyun silently cursed, casually removing his sister's mini backpack from her back and slinging it over his own shoulder. Go say hello, your little bee has arrived. I do enjoy seeing my brother jealous, Hua Sha teased with a playful smile, turning to the approaching Wen Chang. Good morning, Wen Chang. I came to invite my brother to accompany me. Him? Wen Chang glanced at Hua Ziyun, nodding politely. Hua Ziyun was already familiar with Wen Chang's demeanor and shrugged him off, knowing full well he was likely cursing him under his breath. Wen Chang, are you not welcoming him? Of course, welcome. But shouldn't he, a junior, focus on his studies instead of participating in activities? I don't recall seeing any new student names during registration, Wen Chang replied with a disingenuous smile. Last-minute registration. However, it is you, senior, who should be valuing your time, considering the upcoming math competition in a month, right? Hua Ziyun retorted with a grin. Wen Chang's eyelids twitched slightly as he opened his mouth to retaliate, but he was interrupted by the impatient Hua Sha. You two, stop chatting. We'll be late. Let's hurry. Hua Ziyun affectionately ruffled her hair, calling out to the rotund fellow as the trio headed downstairs. Wen Chang followed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. As they reached the entrance of the Confucius building, Hua Ziyun encountered a familiar face. With a cast on his arm, Yi Yangtian was heading inside, and their paths crossed. Both parties came to an involuntary halt, causing Hua Sha to instinctively retreat behind her brother. Hua Ziyun. Yi Yangtian forced the words through clenched teeth. Hua Ziyun glanced at Yi Yangtian's injured arm, then patted his startled sister on the shoulder, smiling as he said, You truly are resilient. Why not take some time to recuperate before returning? I cannot rest easy until I avenge my severed arm. Yi Yangtian's gaze shifted to the quaking Hua Sha behind Hua Ziyun, a flicker of unbridled fury in his eyes. For the first time, Yi Yangtian fell to the hands of a woman. You cannot hide, you will surely taste despair. Repeat that if you dare. Hua Ziyun snapped. But it was the rotund fellow who exploded first. Bullying a woman is no feat. If you have the guts, face me instead. Realizing they were on school grounds, Hua Ziyun seized the impulsive rotund fellow, pulling his sister along as he retorted, Whatever skills you possess, I shall gladly accept. Let us see who falls first. The rotund fellow shot one last defiant glare at Yi Yangtian before following suit. As the brief altercation concluded, the trio departed, leaving only the scheming Wen Chang behind. He had discerned the underlying tension. The young man appeared to be entangled in an irreconcilable conflict with the formidable Yi Yangtian. Yi Yangtian, it has been quite some time. Wen Chang greeted with a smile. Are there individuals at South Ming Academy whom you cannot handle? Get lost. Yi Yangtian barked, choosing to ignore him as he ascended the stairs. Wait, Yi Yangtian. I too find that boy quite irksome. If you wish to deal with him, I have a plan. Perhaps we should discuss a collaboration? Chapter 40. Practical life activities throughout the journey. Wazian continuously reassured her sister not to fear, and soon they arrived at the designated gathering point at the south gate, with Wenqing following closely behind. A considerable number of people had already arrived, approximately 40 to 50 individuals, along with a senior teacher supervising the group, indicating that this event was rather formal. Upon noticing the trio's arrival, Suruobing and Ili approached them, and after exchanging greetings, they rejoined the group. "Sister, you seem a bit unwell. What's the matter?" Suruobing inquired softly. "Nothing, I'm fine," Huasha replied absent-mindedly. "The teacher has no objections to adding a couple more people, right? Would he?" Suruobing questioned, casting a glance at the young teacher who was looking their way, and whispered, "You've already enchanted Teacher Lu. Would he dare refuse your request?" "Xiaobing, stop teasing me." Huasha blushed, playfully nudging Suruobing's shoulder. Wazian, with keen hearing, shook his head helplessly at the two girls' antics. It was no secret that Teacher Lu had a soft spot for his sister. Anyone with discerning eyes could see it. "All right, is everyone here?" Teacher Lu cleared his throat, surveying the crowd with a serious demeanor. "First, we will embark on a hike into the southeast mountains. In 3 days, we aim to reach Qingyang town, which is 30 kilometers away, where a school bus will return us. This activity is not only a test of your physical endurance, but also an opportunity for everyone to grasp the essence of life through this experience. The difficulty of the journey is for you to discover through your own practice." "Oh no, not this again." The stout boy's face turned pale at the mention of such an endeavor. Given his physique, long-distance trekking was the last thing he was suited for. "Ziyun, why didn't you tell me earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have joined you. Do you believe me if I say I just found out?" "Of course not," Wazian replied with an innocent expression, knowing her sister hadn't clarified the details. With their backpacks ready, the group set off under the banner of Nanning Middle School, marching forth with enthusiasm. 30 kilometers of mountainous trails. Had her sister's sanity deserted her? She often complained about sore legs after just a few kilometers of shopping, and now she was willingly partaking in such a strenuous outing. This was merely an invitation for torment, wasn't it? As he observed the eager students around him, Wazian could not fathom what excitement they derived from climbing mountains. To ensure safety, he checked the day's weather and saw that a brief rain was forecasted around noon, accompanied by potential thunderstorms. Did the school administration not consider this basic outdoor knowledge? "Teacher, wait." Wazian rushed to the front, kindly warning, "Sir, I just checked the weather forecast, and there's a chance of rain around noon. Should we wait until after the rain before heading into the mountains? The weather looks good for the next couple of days." As the head of the student council, Ili and Wenqing were leading the group, and they chuckled at Wazian's sudden interjection. "Junior, there's no need to worry. Our school has organized such activities many times. A little rain won't hurt. It's about whether you can withstand the challenge," Ili reassured, patting Wazian's shoulder. Wazian realized he was misunderstood and hurried to clarify. "Brother Ili, it's not about enduring hardship. It's about the real danger of thunderstorms in the wild." "What danger?" Wenqing waved dismissively. "You're just afraid of hardship. Remember, these outdoor practice activities are rare. Are you going to back out over a bit of rain?" "Exactly. You've clearly been pampered since childhood. If you lack the courage, now is the time to withdraw." Some of Wenqing's admirers chimed in, knowing this event was meant to be a trial, and no one would abandon it for a mere drizzle. "Damn, are these fools brainless?" Wazian thought to himself, feeling a fire ignite within him. The weather in the eastern NS district was notoriously unpredictable. Rain was not the issue, but thunderstorms were. Even military training in the rain required insulated gear. "Teacher, I believe as the leading mentor you should consider everyone's safety, especially with over 40 people here." Wazian ignored the surrounding banter and turned to Teacher Lu. "Teacher, it's perfectly normal for juniors to worry about everyone's safety. If safety is a concern, perhaps we should adjust our schedule?" Ili interjected on Wazian's behalf. "Old Ili, when did you become such a coward? Whether it rains or not is still uncertain. Why are we backing down before we've even started?" Wenqing was the first to voice his opposition, and soon others followed suit. Hearing the commotion from the front, Huasha angrily ran to Wazian, saying, "What are you doing? Don't bully my brother." "Brother? Turned out he was the newly crowned academic star. I've heard much about him. But what good is being smart if he is afraid of a little rain? What a pity. He'll only end up a bookworm. The cacophony of comments reached Wazian's ears, especially Wunching's derisive expression, igniting a firestorm of indignation within him. Enough! Everyone, quiet down. Teacher Lu interrupted, waving a small flag. We love sunshine, but we are not afraid of wind and rain. The real test has arrived. We have the school's logistical support team, and the original plan remains unchanged. Please quicken your pace. We must enter the mountains before 10. Damn, it's hard to advise the obstinate. I hope nothing goes wrong, Wazian thought as he suppressed his anger, calling out to the stout boy to look after Huasha. He informed them that he needed to procure some essential items before temporarily separating from the group, agreeing to meet at the entrance to the mountains. 2 hours later, Wazian caught up with the group, carrying a large pack filled with supplies. Aside from him and the stout boy, everyone else traveled light, making the two of them the center of attention. Ziyun, are you two planning to escape with all that gear? Suruobing sighed, unable to comprehend their choices. Hey, at least you have a conscience, knowing this much isn't enough for me. You packed plenty of food, right? The stout boy's eyes sparkled at the sight of Wazian's bulging backpack. Get lost. All you think about is food, Wazian shot back, rolling his eyes. I didn't buy anything to eat. These are all necessary supplies for the hike. Let us hope we need them. Chapter 41. The Coming Storm. Ziyun. You are overthinking, Zero Bing remarked gently with a slight smile, offering reassurance. Previous students have faced harsh weather conditions. Teacher Lu is quite experienced, so you need not worry. Exactly, brother. We are only here to enjoy ourselves. Nothing else should concern us. Huasha chimed in, playfully wrapping her arm around Wazian, her face beaming with satisfaction. Hey, could you please be mindful of your image? With so many people around, perhaps you should refrain from such antics with your brother. Zero Bing admonished, her brow furrowing slightly. Huasha pouted defiantly, responding, No way, I like it this way. If you're envious, go find your Eli. Stop talking nonsense. I have no feelings for him, Zero Bing huffed, casting a deep glance at Wazian. What are these two women squabbling about? Wazian thought awkwardly, bemused. One is my sister, while the other, Zero Bing, is destined for Eli. Neither seem remotely connected to the notion of a girlfriend. Their antics are severely disrupting my normal life. As the group continued their journey, several girls, fatigued, required multiple breaks. The previously clear sky began to stir with wind. Wazian glanced up at the clouds drifting in the distance, then checked his phone map, noticing the signal had weakened significantly. Hopefully nothing would go amiss. The mountain path was already treacherous. Approaching evening, the group had scarcely traversed 1/3 of the trail, now resting at a midpoint. Observing the weariness etched on their faces, Wazian realized that continuing in this state would only slow their progress. Thankfully, the anticipated rain had yet to arrive, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, I somewhat regret joining this activity. We spent the entire morning hurrying along without truly appreciating the scenery. Huasha lamented, perched atop a small stone. Now you understand what it means to seek unnecessary hardship. Wazian replied, squatting beside her, massaging her feet while keeping an eye on the sky. Look, we've only covered half the distance and your feet are already sore. It's all Ruobing's fault for insisting on participating. Everyone else here is in their senior year. What are we even doing here? Huasha glared at Zero Bing, who was watching Wazian intently. You, Ruobing, confess honestly. Did you want me to bring my brother out for this activity? What are you talking about, sister? Wazian rolled his eyes in embarrassment, disregarding the 20 pairs of eyes around them that seemed ready to shoot daggers. He swiftly grabbed her drying socks and fitted them onto her feet, then slipped on her sports shoes. Zero Bing, momentarily dazed, murmured, Your brother is truly kind to you. It makes me want a brother to tease. Look, he's spoiling you rotten. No wonder you're so foolish. Ruobing, let your envy be. I share my brother with you, Huasha declared with a hint of pride, lifting her chin and surveying the onlookers. What are you all staring at? Never seen such a close sibling bond before? Sister, that's enough. Is this what you call affection? It's clearly just public humiliation for your brother, Wazian exclaimed, nearly exasperated. At that moment, a plump boy resting on the ground caught sight of the envious gazes around him and, taking a swig from his water bottle, boisterously said, "What are you all staring at? You're about to graduate, you've missed your chance. This pair of siblings is quite extraordinary. Just get used to it." Just then, a cool breeze, tinged with moisture, swept through the mountainside. "Wow, the wind has picked up. It feels refreshing," someone shouted. But Wazian frowned and looked up at the darkening sky to the north, where ominous gray clouds were approaching. Teacher Lu seemed to sense the unusual change in weather as well. He glanced at the students still enjoying the autumn breeze and called out, "Has everyone rested enough? Let us make an effort to reach the summit and set up camp before nightfall." "Teacher, I suggest we should not climb any further," Wazian interjected, his expression grave. "I propose we take a detour and head back down." "Why descend? We're almost at the top. You expect us to turn back now?" When Cheng protested vehemently. "Have you lost all reason? Don't you understand that ascending higher in a storm accompanied by lightning only increases our danger?" Wazian shot back, pointing towards the northern sky. "You! Enough, you two!" Teacher Lu interjected as tensions flared. "Everyone, there's no need to panic. It will soon be dark and we must proceed." "Teacher." Wazian attempted to explain, but Lu raised his hand to silence him. "I have experience with outdoor activities. If I send them back now, the majority will disagree. Besides, the weather may not be as dire as you think. Let us move towards the windbreak pavilion." "Damn, how is this guy any different from Wencheng?" Wazian silently cursed, thinking, what kind of experience is that? Isn't he just following the textbook? My experience as a soldier can't be disregarded. Can it? Come on, brother. Don't argue with Teacher Lu. Our luck can't be that bad, Huasha urged, tugging at his arm. "Let us hope so," Wazian sighed, following his sister into the line. "How can you say that? Knowing we'll be camping outdoors, you didn't even bring a tent. Are you planning to sleep in the open?" "How would I know? You usually handle these things," Huasha replied, pouting. "Worst comes to worst, I'll just sleep with you. A tough guy like the plump one can handle a night outside." The plump boy, overhearing Huasha, widened his eyes in disbelief. "That's not fair." "Hey, Huasha, doesn't your conscience hurt?" "What is conscience? Can it be eaten?" Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from the northern sky, and the wind intensified to a force of 6. "Oh no, the weather is changing," Wazian exclaimed, and panic spread across everyone's faces. "Everyone, remain calm. Let us head down. Remember, do not run under the trees." Teacher Lu, sensing the urgency, fought against the increasingly fierce wind to issue commands. A flash of lightning struck a distant peak, and torrential rain surged in with a ferocity that left everyone without a moment to react. Chapter 42. The soulful wish system. The thunderous winds continued to howl, as, save for Fatty and Si Ruobing, everyone else screamed and rushed into the dense forest. "Don't go. If it gets dark, we won't find our way back." Wazian's voice was drowned out by the thunder. He was not yet a deity and had no way to bring everyone back. Ding! The soulful system detected a refuge of caves located 253 meters to the southeast of the host, with an estimated arrival time of 3 minutes given the current wind speed. What an inopportune moment for such detailed analysis. Wazian muttered under his breath as he bent down to lift his sister and ran in the southeast direction. "Fatty, Ice sister, stay close to me." A minute later, they arrived at the so-called cave refuge. "Is this really a cave?" Wazian exclaimed, staring at the natural depressions in the mountainside. Cursing the system for its lack of ethics, he chose a deeper cavity and squatted down with his sister inside. The cave was exceedingly small, barely accommodating 2 people, and it provided no shelter from the rain, only from lightning. As the storm drew nearer, Wazian removed the anti-static raincoat from his sister and blocked the entrance, attempting to prevent the rain from flooding in. In a fleeting moment, he noticed that Fatty and Si Ruobing had indeed followed them, with more than 20 others seeking refuge in the natural depressions. "Brother, I'm afraid of the dark." Huasha's pale face gripped Wazian's arm as she crouched on the ground. "We won't die here, will we?" Wazian struggled to keep the raincoat in place while reassuring his sister, "Don't be afraid. As long as we endure the storm, we'll be safe." "Brother, Brother. Suddenly, he felt a shiver from his sister's body as she gazed at him with wide eyes, illuminated by the faint light streaming in. What is it? Wazian turned to glance at her. You have nothing to fear with me here. Don't frighten yourself.
No.
It's not that. Huasha shook her head frantically. The darkness of the cave concealed her flushed face. In an unexpected twist, Wazian felt softness around his waist as his sister's arms encircled him from behind. What the? Sister, is this really the time for that? The sensation made him uneasy. Brother, I like you. I know. Wazian rolled his eyes, exasperation rising within him. I like you too, is that enough? I see you're just teasing your brother. Yes, I did it. Huasha exclaimed in excitement, quickly releasing Wazian and rubbing her flushed cheeks. I want light, I want fireflies. Fireflies? What on earth? Just as Wazian began to reprimand her, the cave was suddenly illuminated by countless blue fireflies, filling every space where rainwater touched the outside. Outside, the storm raged, and Wazian's words were caught in his throat as he turned, incredulously watching his sister, whose face was bright red yet unable to suppress her delight. Ding! The soulful system has completed the initial task as requested, rewarding the host with 500 exchange points. While what? Wazian stood dumbfounded. What is this soulful system? I've never heard of it. Seeing his bewildered expression, Huasha shyly explained, I don't know why, but just now when I thought I would die with you, a voice in my head mentioned the soulful wish system, claiming that our hearts resonate at 100%, and your unique subordinate system has recognized its master. Are you serious? Wazian's eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't my system give me any hint other than the reward? Huasha hesitated, her eyes sparkling as if making a decision. I need to try again. With that, she leaned in and kissed him, this time deeper than before. Sister, have you lost your mind? Wazian, caught off guard, hastily discarded the rain jacket, twisting his body to shield against the downpour, and pushed her away. Ding! The soulful system has completed the designated task, rewarding the host with 100 exchange points. What's happening? Before he could digest it all, Huasha could hardly contain her excitement. I want a barrier to shield us from the storm. Buzz! Wazian felt an inexplicable force pushing him inward, causing him to stumble and fall into his sister's embrace. Ding! The soulful system detected the sensation of soul connection, rewarding the host with 10 exchange points. Damn! Is that all? Wazian yelled at the system in frustration, quickly turning to glance behind him. Indeed, a transparent barrier had appeared at the cave entrance, causing the raindrops to slide off like beads on glass. Soulful system, explain this to me. What subordinate system grants such high rewards? Wazian swallowed hard as he engaged with the system. Apologies, I am unable to disclose information. Then what can you tell me? Wazian grew anxious. Apologies, I have nothing to offer. At this point, Wazian was utterly speechless. He cautiously retreated toward the cave entrance, scrutinizing his sister. Don't look at me. It's not my fault your system is so domineering that it recognizes its master without even asking for consent. Huasha said, her cheeks flushed. What exactly is going on? I don't know. The soulful wish system indicates it belongs to you, and it seems to be the only subordinate system of your main system. Huasha answered earnestly. Strange. Why was I unaware of this before? How does the system upgrade? Wazian asked, urgency in his tone. Well, sister, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. I'm not sure, but the soulful wish system shows 10 tasks. The first, confessing my feelings to the main system owner, is complete. The second, kissing the system owner, is also done. The system rewarded me with the ability to fulfill some basic wishes, which I just tested. Is that even possible? Wazian stammered, astonished by such peculiar tasks. Once the final ultimate task is completed, the two systems will merge, and I will be able to share your main system, Huasha explained softly. Are subordinate systems really so extraordinary? Wazian had no argument left, rolling his eyes. What are the 10 tasks? I can help you complete them. That. I can't tell you. Huasha's face flushed crimson. Brother, please don't ask. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Chapter 43. The system's gender division, is this really necessary? Observing his sister's expression and recalling the previous 2 tasks, Wazian involuntarily shuddered, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Cursing under his breath, he directly accessed the soul-capturing system. Damn system, are you mentally challenged? She is my sister. Are you crossing the line? Apologies. The soul-capturing system has completed its ownership recognition. It cannot provide answers to the host. Then surely you can explain why you chose my sister? Ding. The soul-capturing system confirms a success rate of 100%. Please rest assured, host. Damn, that's not the answer. Frustrated, Wazian cursed vehemently and helplessly exited the soul-capturing system, only to find his sister staring intently at him. Brother, look, your clothes are soaked through. Do you want me to help you take them off? Huasha suddenly stammered. No way, I refuse. Wazian categorically denied, instinctively clutching his collar and shrinking back, warily eyeing his sister who was so close. Keep your distance from me. If you dare to do anything inappropriate, don't blame me for turning against you. A hint of disappointment flickered across Huasha's face as she pouted, then mischievously plopped down on the ground, beginning to comb through her damp hair. Brother, look at my clothes. They're drenched too. Hand me my backpack so I can change. Older sister, it's only about 4 or 5 square meters here. With both of us squatting and the backpack, there's hardly any room to move. Wazian's heart sank. It appeared that the soul-capturing system was intent on targeting him, and he would need to be even more vigilant against his sister, lest a grave mistake occur one day. I don't care. You know I was already scantily clad, and now the rain has soaked everything off. How am I supposed to go out once the rain stops? Huasha said, intentionally puffing out her chest to indicate she was confident in her appearance. Indeed, with the glow of the fireflies, Wazian noticed his sister's clothes clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her curves. Her rounded form stood upright and firm, the blue fabric of her small undergarment barely concealing her figure, outlining alluring lines. Gulp. Wazian unconsciously swallowed hard, quickly turning his head away, feeling warmth radiate from his nostrils. Change quickly. Don't waste time. He huffed, pulling open the zipper of his backpack and retrieving his sister's pink bundle, tilting his head as he handed it over. You're 18 now. Can you not be so reckless in front of your brother? Have you considered how others feel? Huasha joyfully rummaged through the backpack, finding it completely dry, and felt a surge of happiness. It was good to have a brother who took care of everything. Without a second thought, she pulled off her wet top, reaching behind to unfasten her bra. Instinctively, Wazian turned away, glancing up at the sudden downpour outside, wondering how the others were faring. After a while, he suddenly felt a poke at his waist twice. He guessed it was his sister but couldn't turn back to look. What's going on? Are you done changing? Not yet, Huasha replied anxiously. I mistakenly took the wrong piece of clothing. This bra feels icy, and it doesn't fit right. I can't manage to hook it at the back. Brother, please help me. What? No way. Try a few more times. Wazian firmly rejected her request. Humph. If you don't help me, I won't wear it. I'll embarrass you when we go out. She huffed, throwing a sharp retort at him. You're not a good brother at all. When you touched me back then, you weren't shy. Stop. Wazian quickly interjected, raising his hands high above his head. Sister, do you plan to hold that over my head forever? You know I was just a child then. Turn around, and I'll help you. You're the best. Brother. Upon receiving his consent, Huasha's expression shifted from sorrowful to gleeful in an instant, a transformation that could rival a page turn. Alright, I'm turning around. Wazian grinned, squeezing his thigh tightly, silently praying as he turned his body. Once he confirmed that his sister had indeed turned away, he sighed in relief. However, just as he began to relax, his breath caught in his throat. His sister lay sideways, her smooth, fair back fully exposed, a sight that eclipsed even the glow of the fireflies surrounding them. This was the first time he had observed his sister so closely. Ding! The soul-capturing system detected a captivating scene and rewarded the host with 50 exchange points. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, Wazian dared not linger. He quickly grasped the fabric of his sister's undergarment and attempted to secure it. Perhaps due to its small size or Huasha's ample development, he found it difficult to fasten properly. Ah, brother, be gentle. It's very tight. Huasha gasped in surprise. Shoo, be quiet. Wazian snapped back, preparing to take a deep breath. Huasha reluctantly inhaled deeply, and seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wazian managed to fasten the clasp, swiftly turning away. Ever since he turned 14, he could no longer face his sister as he had in childhood. After a struggle, he finally heard his sister's plaintive voice behind him. "This bra is really too tight. I can hardly breathe." "Stop. I categorically refuse to discuss such matters in front of me from now on." Wazian interrupted her directly. What's the big deal?" Huasha pouted playfully, then curiously asked, "Brother, I just wished for all my classmates to be safe. Why did the system notify me that my wish exceeded the allowed level and asked if I wanted assistance from the main system? Let me try." Before Wazian could refuse, an eager Huasha had already pressed the confirmation button. Ding! The soul-capturing system informed the host of the completion of the subsystem assistance task, to rescue all injured individuals during this trip. The host would be rewarded with 1,000 exchange points, and the task list is being generated. What? Wazian felt utterly bewildered. It seemed that the main system had responsibilities to assist the subsystems. Could it be that the system itself was gendered? Was his sister's system female? Ding! The task list has been successfully updated. External detection revealed 7 casualties. 1 severely injured by electric shock, for lost direction and moving further away from the host, and 2 fainted from the torrential rain, currently locating their positions. Chapter 44. Betraying teammates. The task commenced, offering a reward of 1,000 exchange points for success, while failure would result in the system formatting and restarting itself. "Sister, you better stay put." Huaziyun grimaced as he glanced at his dazed sister. "What are you going to do, little brother? Rescue someone." With that, Huaziyun dashed out of the hollow, sprinting swiftly toward the southeast. Boom! The thunder and lightning persisted, and Huaziyun pushed his speed to the limit, drawing the attention of the crowd hiding in the hollow, especially that of the overweight individual, whose eyes nearly bulged from his head. "Huaziyun, have you lost your mind? Going out like this is tantamount to seeking death. Come back. It's not safe yet." Siruobing shouted. Ignoring their frantic calls, Huaziyun continued his reckless dash as bolts of lightning struck around him, as if he were daring fate itself. Following the coordinates provided by the system, he reached his destination, spotting the beautiful senior, unconscious and disheveled in a puddle. He quickly hoisted her up and sought refuge behind a nearby tree. "I'm sorry, miss," Huaziyun murmured, forcing her mouth open to perform CPR. Cough, cough. After a tense few seconds, the girl abruptly awoke, staring blankly at Huaziyun, who was still administering artificial respiration. Seeing her revive, he said nothing but violently lifted her up and turned back toward the hollow. "Goodness, he's back. And he seems to be carrying someone. Was he really risking his life to save someone?" What a lunatic! Gasps of astonishment echoed from the hollow. Huaziyun, however, had no time to heed their remarks. He unceremoniously tossed the rescued senior into the pit and sprinted southward, relieved to find that the storm had begun to subside. With the ominous clouds beginning to disperse, Huaziyun, under the incredulous gazes of onlookers, managed to return with 2 more individuals within a mere 10 minutes. The overweight man, now numb to the chaos, muttered, "What the hell? He has gone again. Is this a joke? How can he still be alive after all this?" "For more to go. The task is nearly complete," Huaziyun silently reminded himself, glancing up at the fading clouds, relieved that his sister had made another wish. After navigating several obstacles, Huaziyun finally located the 4 individuals who had lost their way. To his surprise, the leader was none other than Teacher Lu, accompanied by a familiar face, Wenchang, the academic prodigy from Nanming High School, who now appeared utterly disheveled. "Teacher Lu, don't go further. Your path only leads deeper into the woods," Huaziyun interjected with a smile, positioning himself in front of the group. "What are you doing here?" Teacher Lu asked, taken aback, wiping rainwater from his face. "Of course, I'm here to guide you out. Did you think I was lost too?" Huaziyun felt a surge of anger at the sight of Lu, who had insisted on venturing into the mountains, leading everyone into this predicament. "Are you joking? Who do you think you are?" Wenchang, having lost all composure, shouted, "All the trees look the same, and there are no stars in the sky. We can't tell which way to go. How can you lead us out?" "Feel free to leave if you wish," Huaziyun shrugged indifferently, turning back the way he came. "If I could enter, I can certainly exit." Don't waste your breath with your so-called experience. If you refuse to leave, just stay here and wait for death. Night fell completely, and the students who had evaded disaster gathered around the hollow. Some had retrieved their blown-away backpacks and hastily erected a dozen tents. The luminescent fireflies illuminated the area. "They're back." A voice rang out, drawing nearly everyone's gaze toward the dense forest. Huazi-Yun emerged at the forest's edge, holding a glow stick, with the shivering teacher Lu and 3 seniors trailing behind him. In the next moment, a crowd surged forward, encircling them. Huashan buried her face in Huazi-Yun's embrace while the overweight man, carrying Huazi-Yun's large backpack, joined the others in expressing concern and inquiries. "Teacher Lu, what should we do now? All our electronic devices are broken. We can't get down the mountain. Over half of us have fevers that one tea break. If this continues, we're in serious trouble. Wenchang, you're the most knowledgeable among us. Please, think of a solution." Yes, how do we save ourselves?" The crowd erupted in panic, for nothing is more terrifying than darkness and the anticipation of death. After the harrowing experience they had just endured, Wenchang was on the brink of collapse, desperately wishing to escape this place, unable to formulate a plan. In an instant, fear gripped nearly everyone. Enough with the noise. The overweight man, clutching his large bag, stepped forward, cursing. "My brother warned you not to ascend the mountain. Yet you all bragged about not fearing difficulties. Now that trouble has struck, you're all scared like children." "Fatty," Huazi-Yun interjected sharply. "What? Isn't what I said true? If you had listened earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. You all nearly caused a disaster without realizing your own limitations." The overweight man's words silenced the crowd, even prompting teacher Lu to reflect on his actions. "Daiwei, stop complaining. It's too late for that now. What else can we do? Do you have a brilliant solution?" Ely tugged at the overweight man, signaling him to calm down. This was not the time for outbursts. "Fatty may not have a plan, but I know he can safely lead everyone out," he declared, pointing unceremoniously at Huazi-Yun. Instantly, every pair of eyes turned to Huazi-Yun. "Wow, this fat guy's talent for betraying teammates is truly exceptional." Huazi-Yun cursed inwardly. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, he stepped away from his sister and approached teacher Lu. "I sincerely hope that after we return, the school will reconsider such absurd experiential activities." Teacher Lu, now filled with despair, placed his last hope in Huazi-Yun. Faced with the questioning looks, he found himself nodding in agreement. "I will definitely report this to the school. But can we truly escape?" A slight smile graced Huazi-Yun's lips as he turned to rummage through the overweight man's backpack, retrieving some medical supplies and handing them to teacher Lu. "Even if we manage to escape, it will take some time." Chapter 45. Unbearable discontent. As the team leader, it is imperative for you to first find a way to stabilize everyone's emotions. Otherwise, the situation will only deteriorate further. With these words, Huazi-Yun turned and shot a glare at the chubby fellow. "You seem quite confident, don't you?" "It's not my concern. That's what your sister said." In response to Huazi-Yun's inquiry, the chubby guy immediately gestured towards Huasha. Huazi-Yun, observing her sister's relaxed demeanor, felt a tremor at the corner of her eye as she pulled her towards the tent, whispering in exasperation, "Sister, are you trying to get me killed? How do you expect me to lead this group out? Aside from you, I don't believe anyone here possesses such capability." Huasha chuckled. "I'm not omnipotent. Sooner or later, you'll be the cause of my demise," Huazi-Yun retorted, rolling her eyes in frustration. Unfazed, Huasha smirked with pride. "To me, my brother is capable of anything. When it comes to life and death, it's all on you now. Does this situation truly seem life-threatening to you? You've made it feel more like a vacation. At the very least, you should pretend to be frightened," Huazi-Yun conceded, realizing she had been thoroughly outmatched by her sister. While the others were on the brink of collapse from fear, her sister appeared completely nonchalant. Could it be that he, as the younger brother, could inspire such confidence in her? After the tumult, aside from the 3 who were struck by lightning and fell unconscious, another 14 individuals sustained various injuries while fleeing. Huazi-Yun patiently treated their wounds, preventing any potential infections. Throughout the process, she was surrounded by the group, who were primarily concerned with how to escape. Fortunately, under teacher Lu's reassuring presence, Their emotions began to stabilize. Junior, when will we leave this place? Senior, you should be more worried about whether you'll sustain further injuries. Hua Ziyun carefully bandaged the ankle of a lovely junior named Bai Jiqing, jesting, "What will you do if you become a cripple? How will you find a boyfriend?" Her words elicited a wave of laughter, significantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Bai Jiqing's face flushed, her shyness amplified in the dim glow of the fireflies. Hua Ziyun had always noticed her. Fair-skinned, delicately featured, and possessing a reserved yet gentle personality. Apart from her sister and Si Ruobing, Bai Jiqing could be considered the epitome of femininity in the group. Given the presence of so many beautiful women for this outing, it was no wonder it attracted numerous male participants. It appeared they all had ulterior motives. "Why are you blushing? Did I hurt you?" Hua Ziyun teased. "No, not at all." Bai Jiqing's face turned even redder. "You're quite humorous, Junior." "Is that so? As long as you're not upset, that suffices." Hua Ziyun replied with a smile, tying a bow on her ankle. "Try not to move it too much for now. We wouldn't want any lingering issues." "Thank you. I feel much better now, aside from feeling cold. Thank you for making me laugh. I'm no longer afraid." Bai Jiqing sincerely nodded. Hua Ziyun smiled, rising to gaze down the mountain, where, indeed, flickering lights were visible in the distance. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she stabilized the injuries and emotions of the group, they would be essentially safe. Given the magnitude of the incident, the school's logistics department would undoubtedly dispatch a rescue team immediately, alleviating any excessive concern for their safety. "Teacher Lu, if I'm not mistaken, that light down there belongs to the school's rescue team." Hua Ziyun suddenly spoke up. Many began to notice the scattered lights below, excitement building among them. "Everyone, stay calm and maintain order. We are saved." Teacher Lu reassured the restless crowd, his brow furrowed. "We need to communicate our location to those below." No sooner had Teacher Lu spoken than a beam of bright light shot down the mountain, illuminating an area of roughly 500 meters. All eyes turned towards Hua Ziyun, who held a powerful flashlight. "What are you staring at?" she quipped. "Just wait for the rescue." In that moment, Hua Ziyun ascended to an unparalleled status in the eyes of the group. No one doubted his predictions anymore. They understood that mere courage was insufficient against nature's wrath. Before their departure, Hua Ziyun had fervently advised against ascending the mountain, but his warnings were disregarded, and he was ridiculed as a coward. During the torrential rain, he had risked his life to rescue classmates and teachers trapped in the cave. Moreover, in their moments of sheer panic, he had remained composed while treating the injured, and now he offered them hope for survival. Hua Ziyun, the junior, had earned their profound respect, leaving the seniors feeling inadequate. Half an hour later, the school's rescue team, led by the physical education teacher Hu Bing, successfully reached the cave. A former soldier, Hu Bing possessed invaluable wilderness survival skills. Upon spotting the light emitted by Hua Ziyun, he quickly arrived at the location. "Teacher Lu, is everyone all right?" Hu Bing surveyed the disheveled students and promptly instructed the team to distribute supplies. "The students are safe, but why has the school sent so few people?" Teacher Lu observed the 8 or so male teachers hurriedly distributing supplies, his expression tense. "Many of the children are injured and unable to descend normally. Has the school reported this incident?" Hu Bing's expression grew grave as he surveyed the area with his flashlight, realizing many students were indeed hurt. Leaning closer to Teacher Lu, he lowered his voice. "There is nothing we can do." Given the severity of the situation, the school was too afraid to report it. "You know the consequences of calling the police, Teacher Lu. Not only would the higher-ups face repercussions, but our school would likely make headlines tomorrow. We must find a way to get them down." Their hushed conversation was overheard by Hua Ziyun, who felt his expression darken. Raising his voice, he questioned, "What are you two teachers discussing? Can anyone explain how this meager rescue team will get us down?" Hua Ziyun's words struck at the heart of everyone's concerns, igniting a renewed uproar among the group. "Who are you?" Hu Bing was taken aback, shining the flashlight on Hua Ziyun's face. "How is a junior here?" "Teacher Lu, you can't be slacking off this time." Teacher Lu stammered, at a loss for words. "It's not about you. Answer my question. How will the injured be transported down?" Hua Ziyun pressed coldly. Hu Bing scoffed, his temper rising. You needn't worry about that. The school has its own methods. How dare you? Hua Ziyun's anger flared. You think you can joke about these people's lives? I will not tolerate such disregard. Chapter 46. Only discuss right and wrong, you are courting death. Hu Bing's expression darkened as he flung the flashlight towards Hua Ziyun's head. In an instant, Hua Ziyun deftly caught it and, with a display of strength, snapped the sturdy flashlight in half. Why not call the police? Is the school foolish? Or are you as well? Do you understand that every minute wasted could lead to unforeseen accidents? How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Hu Bing exploded with rage and charged at Hua Ziyun. Observing Hu Bing's impending aggression, Teacher Lu quickly wrapped his arms around Hu Bing's waist, exclaiming, "Calm down. Hu, this is not the time to target students. We must first think of a way to descend the mountain." The commotion attracted a teacher distributing supplies, who intervened to stop Hu Bing's reckless behavior. Given the circumstances, was it worth it to argue with a student? As Hu Bing's outburst subsided, several seniors instinctively shielded Hua Ziyun, evidently wishing to protect him from harm. Their actions warmed his heart. "Junior, don't be impulsive. You shouldn't confront Teacher Hu. He is notorious for his bad temper." "Exactly, calm down. We will devise a plan. Don't let your confrontation with him result in disciplinary action against you. Worst case, we can carry each other down the mountain. Avoid offending the teacher. It might lead to complications later." The seniors surrounding Hua Ziyun began to offer their guidance, and even some injured students joined in with words of encouragement. In their eyes, teachers were always to be revered, and students, eternally subordinate. Yet, Hua Ziyun perceived matters differently. His vision was solely focused on right and wrong. Irrespective of one's status, a mistake remained a mistake, and he felt compelled to voice it. Not only the seniors, but also the likes of Fatty and Si Ruobing whispered in his ear about patience and discretion, cautioning him against further conflict with the teacher. "Brother, whatever you do, I support you," came the abrupt voice of Huasha. Looking at his sister's resolute face, Hua Ziyun's pent-up anger dissipated considerably. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Sister, you understand me. I cannot simply stand by as our circumstances worsen." With gratitude in his eyes, he stood before the crowd. "Teacher Lu, let him go. I want to see what he can do to me today. If you don't intend to report this, then bear the responsibility if something goes wrong." Hua Ziyun's icy gaze swept over the teachers. "Who do you think you are, issuing commands here? Do you believe I won't petition for your expulsion?" Hu Bing was now frantic. In all of Nanming High School, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. It must be said that Hu Bing's military background endowed him with considerable strength. 7 or 8 individuals struggled to restrain him. Yet, his capabilities were limited. His readiness to resort to violence as a teacher merely revealed him as a brash individual lacking in professional ethics. As Hu Bing charged at him, Hua Ziyun had no intention of showing restraint. Just as Hu Bing's fist was about to strike him, Hua Ziyun sidestepped and seized his wrist, pivoting sharply and effortlessly throwing him across the ground. In mere seconds, the conflict was resolved, leaving many stunned at how swiftly it had unfolded. He had actually struck a teacher? An ominous premonition surged within the hearts of the seniors. "You are seeking death." Hu Bing struggled to rise, but how could he escape the grip of a combat expert? No matter how hard he tried, he was powerless. Hua Ziyun did not wish to waste time on Hu Bing. In the moment he subdued him, he discovered a phone in Hu Bing's possession. With several girls in the tent suffering from high fevers, he dared not gamble with their lives. "This matter concerns no one else. Once I ensure everyone's safe return, I will willingly accept any punishment from the school." With that, Hua Ziyun tightened his grip, and with 2 sharp sounds, he dislocated Hu Bing's shoulder. "Ah!" A pained scream echoed, and Hua Ziyun swiftly rose, casting a cold glance at the stunned faculty and students. "I do not wish to waste any more time. I will reattach his shoulder once we are out of danger." Everyone was rendered speechless, especially those seniors who had previously urged Hua Ziyun to relent. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Despite the poor lighting, Hu Bing's anguished cry made it evident what had transpired. He truly feared nothing. "Hua Ziyun, you have gone too far." Teacher Lu's face turned ashen. "Silence. If a life is lost, none of you can escape responsibility. Hua Ziyun retorted coldly, unhesitatingly dialing a familiar number. I am in distress. Urgently locate my coordinates. Approximately 50 people require immediate rescue. With that, he tossed the phone aside and approached Hu Bing, who had finally regained his footing. Grasping Hu Bing's drooping arms, he lifted them sharply, resulting in 2 more audible cracks as his arms were reattached. Do you realize what you are doing? Hu Bing managed to squeeze out the words through gritted teeth. Yet, having witnessed Hua Ziyun's capabilities, he dared not provoke him further. Saving lives, Hua Ziyun resolutely replied. The school remains oblivious to the gravity of our situation. If you do not intend to shoulder the burden alone, it is best to remain silent. With that, Hua Ziyun turned to the crowd, retrieving the backpack from Fatty's arms. He glanced at the astonished seniors and proceeded towards the direction of the tent. Everyone, do not worry. Keep an eye on those with fevers and ensure they do not fall asleep. At this point, Hu Bing regained some semblance of rationality, recognizing the severity of the situation. However, having been humiliated in front of so many, he felt compelled to regain his dignity as the leader of the rescue team. Hua Ziyun, what do you think you're doing, pretending to be someone important? Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? With so many injured, unless the police dispatch a helicopter. Hu Bing's voice trailed off as the distant sound of a helicopter suddenly filled the air. Look, there really is a helicopter. Chapter 47. Customs Clue. Hu Bing and his fellow teachers stood in stunned silence, gazing up at the 2 helicopters that were drawing ever closer. He had truly summoned helicopters. My goodness. This boy is becoming increasingly enigmatic. The rotund teacher licked his lips, staring at the approaching aircraft. Quiet. I see now why you appeared so untroubled. It seems you are quite confident, aren't you? Why wouldn't I be? Hua Sha replied playfully, wrapping her arms around the equally astonished Si Ruobing. I certainly do not wish to spend the night in this remote mountain. The rotund teacher stole a glance at Hu Bing, whose complexion had turned ashen. He muttered, while safety seems assured now, poor Ziyun will face the consequences upon our return. Not necessarily. Hua Sha chuckled lightly, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at her brother, Hua Ziyun. Brother, I suddenly find you rather dashing. At that moment, Hu Bing's expression was one of utter humiliation, as if he had just consumed something foul. He glared coldly at Hua Ziyun, who was meandering between tents, his teeth clenched. If this matter were to be exposed, not only would Hua Ziyun suffer, but he would also be left with no way to escape. I can't believe you dared to report this. Do you realize the kind of people you've offended? I am fully aware of my actions and require no guidance from you, Hua Ziyun retorted coolly, approaching Bai Jiqing at the edge of the tent. Are you able to move? Do you need my assistance? No, thank you, Bai Jiqing replied, her cheeks flushing as she steadied herself against a nearby rock. I appreciate your help in saving everyone. The helicopters had begun to circle above, preparing to land in a safe area. Only then did Hua Ziyun exhale in relief. This territory belonged to the military district, and there was no need to call for help. One phone call sufficed to resolve the matter. 3 minutes later, the helicopters touched down on a nearby clearing, and 5 individuals disembarked, hastily making their way towards them. Leading the group was a man in his 30s. Isn't that the Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou Jun, who picked him up at the base to meet with Commander Han last time? Hua Ziyun recognized him from a distance, surprised that he had come in person this time. It seemed that Commander Han had given him considerable face. Instantly, cheers erupted from the gathered crowd, with even some of the more emotionally fragile seniors moved to tears. Silence! Hu Bing shouted, but at that moment, no one was inclined to heed him. Zhou Jun approached, his brows furrowed as he surveyed the injured students. He coldly addressed Hu Bing, "Are you the leader here?" When Hu Bing realized that the newcomer was not a police officer, but a soldier, his face paled in terror, especially at the sight of Zhou Jun's conspicuous epaulets. He quickly stood at attention and saluted, reporting, "Sir, I am Hu Bing, the commander of the 3rd Company of the former 9th Regiment." Hu Bing, the soldier of Captain Sun? How could you make such a significant error? Zhou Jun scrutinized him, then gestured dismissively to his comrades. "Assist the injured. Call headquarters. We have too many casualties here and require 2 more helicopters." Yes, sir. Several individuals sprang into action. Report. I can handle this. It is my fault for not keeping a close watch on my students, allowing one to recklessly contact the military district. Faced with Zhou Jun, Hu Bing dared not utter a single word of protest, his bravado waning. Hua Ziyun handed an injured student over to the military personnel, smiling as he approached Zhou Jun. How did you know I mistakenly called for help? Can you summon the rescue team as well? Be quiet. Do you think this situation is not dire enough? Hu Bing ground his teeth in frustration. Zhou Jun paused upon seeing Hua Ziyun, then smiled and nodded, the earlier severity dissipating. Hua Ziyun, ignoring Hu Bing's ire, reciprocated the gesture towards Zhou Jun. Thank you for your efforts, Commander Zhou. I appreciate you coming personally. It is no trouble. Executing orders is a soldier's duty. I did not expect you to find yourself in such a predicament. With your skills. Zhou Jun began, but Hua Ziyun hastily interrupted. Commander Zhou, as you can see, I am not the only one here. Let us prioritize the rescue. We can discuss matters later. Understood. This is not the place for conversation. Please board the helicopter. Zhou Jun gestured courteously. Hua Ziyun nodded, a smile playing on his lips, feeling a flicker of gratitude towards the military. It was indeed as the advisor had said. The military would serve as his most steadfast support. Even Commander Zhou, holding a high rank, treated him with courtesy. He turned to glance at his fellow students, who were staring at him with expressions of incredulity, some with mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. What are you all staring at? Hurry and board the helicopter. Hua Ziyun chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Hua Sha was the first to snap out of her daze, bounding over to Hua Ziyun and wrapping her arms around his. Brother, you are so impressive. I like you more and more. Shall we go? Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes in exasperation, beckoning the others. Come on, hurry up. Do you want to stay here for the night? With that, reality returned to them all, and the group began making their way towards the helicopters, though many still glanced back at Hu Bing, who remained rooted in place, appearing utterly foolish. Commander Zhou, thank you for your assistance today, but our teacher who does not wish for this matter to become public. I hope you can help keep it under wraps. Hua Ziyun said coldly, casting a look at the dazed Hu Bing as he led his sister towards the military aircraft. Zhou Jun, perceptive as ever, discerned the underlying tension and responded with a cold snort before turning towards the helicopter. 10 minutes later, the other two helicopters had safely arrived, and all students and teachers were rescued, leaving only Hu Bing behind, the focus of all eyes, a pitiable sight. As the military aircraft prepared for takeoff, headed for the field hospital, Zhou Jun issued commands while casting a disdainful glance at Hu Bing. Hu, you are of military background. The district has decided to give you a chance for re-education. Turn around and march down the mountain at night. The whirring of the helicopters filled the air as Zhou Jun's words hung heavy, and the 4 helicopters ascended simultaneously, leaving Hu Bing behind in a stupor. On board, Zhou Jun handed Hua Ziyun a brown paper envelope, containing another task personally assigned by the advisor. The whereabouts of the Tiger Lord remained elusive, but the military had agreed to let him pursue leads through customs. They had deliberately allowed a smuggling vessel to dock in 3 days, knowing full well that customs would intercept it, and the recipient of that vessel was none other than Hua Ziyun himself. Chapter 48. Your life is mine. The following day, the military hospital was abuzz with excitement. A throng of uninjured students encircled Hua Ziyun, bombarding him with questions, completely disregarding the medical staff's firm reminders to maintain silence. The solemn atmosphere of the military hospital was nearly transformed into a festive gathering. After considerable effort, Hua Ziyun managed to usher his sister into an unoccupied ward, utterly exhausted by the sudden exuberance of his seniors. Finally, he could rest. He collapsed onto a hospital bed, feeling utterly drained, his mind still buzzing with the events of the day. Hua Sha, feeling somewhat fatigued herself, climbed onto the bed. The single bed was already cramped, and with 2 people on it, it was even more so. Despite his exhaustion, Hua Ziyun was acutely aware of the movement beside him. Startled, he rolled off the bed when he noticed his sister had joined him. Hua Sha, what are you up to now? I warn you to keep your distance, he exclaimed, eyeing his sister warily. The bizarre tasks set by the bewitching desire system had left him on edge, and he had no idea what the third task would entail. His sister was now a ticking time bomb in his presence. Huasha stifled a laugh at his comical predicament, clearly enjoying his reaction. "Brother, why are you so afraid of your sister? Do you think I would harm you?" she teased, crawling to the edge of the bed and gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Hua Ziyun swallowed nervously, his lips parting to mutter, "That remains to be seen. Who knows what you might do next?" Huasha pouted, her eyes sparkling as she reached for his face. Realizing the potential danger, he instinctively tried to move away, but her finger gently brushed against his brow. "Brother, I find myself growing fonder of you. What should I do?" she said, caressing his eyebrows tenderly. Hua Ziyun sighed, observing the inscrutable expression on his sister's face. "No need to entertain such thoughts, dear sister. Even if you adore me, marriage is out of the question. We are siblings." "Oh, but what if we weren't?" Huasha replied, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Don't jest. That is impossible," Hua Ziyun retorted, rolling his eyes. "If we weren't related, I would certainly marry you. Is that truly your sentiment?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Indeed, yes. Honestly, if I weren't subjected to your antics, my life would be far more bearable," he replied, exasperated. Huasha chuckled softly, stroking his brow. "But brother, there is no one else quite like you to tease. I wish I could stay by your side forever. Sister, must you persist in such daydreams? Could you not consider a life without marriage?" Hua Ziyun sighed with a smile. Huasha's face flushed as she whispered, "Of course, I plan to marry, but only you, brother. The 10 tasks of the bewitching desire system can only be completed by us two." Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, and even Hua Ziyun's keen ears could not catch her words. Suddenly, as he contemplated asking her what she had murmured, the door swung open, and in burst Fatty, Si Ruobing and Ili almost simultaneously. "Hua Ziyun, the school leaders have arrived," Si Ruobing began, but as her gaze fell upon the compromising position of the siblings, her face turned crimson. You too." Startled by their unexpected intrusion, Hua Ziyun sprang up from the floor, while Huasha awkwardly withdrew her hand, blushing as she stepped down from the bed, standing sheepishly to the side. "Good grief, you two again?" Fatty exclaimed, seemingly unfazed. "Relax, Bingjia. I've told you before that this pair is rather peculiar. Just get used to it. You should have seen what happened that day." "Fatty," Hua Ziyun interjected, his spine tingling as he realized Fatty was about to recount the incident of his sister kissing him on the street. "Did you just say the school sent someone?" "Indeed," Ili interjected, sensing the awkwardness of the moment. "The school leaders specifically requested you, which is why we came to find you." "Oh, then let's not linger. We must hurry," Hua Ziyun exclaimed, darting past the three of them in haste. Fatty and Ili exchanged awkward glances before following suit, leaving only Si Ruobing and Huasha in the room. "Huasha, how could you dare engage in such intimate behavior with your brother?"
Si Ruobing stammered, aghast.
"Do you realize the trouble this could cause?" "Oh, Bing, you're overreacting. My brother and I have always been like this." "Don't take it to heart," Huasha replied, her cheeks flushed. "You." After meeting with Hua Ziyun, the school leaders expressed their immense gratitude to Captain Zhou, who oversaw the rescue operation, and proceeded to arrange discharge paperwork for the uninjured students. Those still recovering were to remain at the hospital until transport could be arranged later. The entire incident was effectively contained due to Hua Ziyun's efforts. The outside world remained oblivious to the events that transpired on the mountain. Contrary to what Hu Bing had suggested, Hua Ziyun received commendation from the school rather than punishment. After all, he had not only saved everyone during the chaotic outdoor activity but also garnered recognition as a new academic star, making it unlikely for anyone to wish him ill. Hu Bing, on the other hand, faced severe reprimand due to his inadequate rescue efforts. Had it not been for his connections, he would likely be back home tending to the fields. Upon returning to school, Hua Ziyun forcibly sent his clingy sister back to her dormitory to rest, eager to rush back to Chapter 49. "The arrival of my sister, all right. Hurry up and drink your porridge." Su Yun, shaking her head in exasperation, once again offered the spoon to Yi Fian's lips. "Although I am unaware of the misunderstanding between you two, Do you truly possess the resolve to act as you have claimed? Of course, I can hardly wait to rid the world of him.
Ye feyan scoffed.
Swallowing the porridge before turning her gaze away from Hua Ziyun. Well, it seems I cannot escape this predicament, Hua Ziyun remarked awkwardly, forcing a smile. What have you done to that girl, you rascal? You certainly have a knack for inciting hatred. Su Yun continued to feed Yi Fian with a smile. After all this chaos, I have lost all desire to remain in this city. I plan to leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Isn't that rather soon? Hua Ziyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Yun's hasty departure. It appeared that his phone call with Feng Tao had impacted her significantly. However, he harbored no regrets, for his actions were motivated by concern for her well-being. Yet, a dilemma arose. With Yi Fian in her current state, full recovery would take at least a week. What would he do if Su Yun left? Miss Su, about that day I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive me. I promise to make amends in the future. Hua Ziyun spoke earnestly. Amends? What can a mere child like you possibly offer me?
Su Yun chuckled lightly.
Your circumstances and hers seem rather unique. Once I return to my studies, whether you will still be alive remains uncertain. Wait, how am I a child? Hua Ziyun scratched his head awkwardly. He should be in his 20s if not for his rebirth. Being teased by Su Yun about his youth stung him a bit. Enough. Regardless, I must thank you, young one, for helping me achieve my wish. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With that, Su Yun set the bowl down and cast a glance at the expressionless Yi Fian. Sister, despite his seemingly infuriating demeanor, this young man possesses decent character. Whatever misunderstandings exist, they can be resolved. There is no need to sever ties completely. No need for thanks, but I appreciate your care. Yi Fian leaned back against her bedding, slowly closing her eyes. There will never be a day when he and I can reconcile. Hua Ziyun had long since grown accustomed to Yi Fian's attitude. What could he do? He innocently shrugged at Su Yun. Miss Su, please go about your business. I will see you off at the airport tomorrow. No need for that. I think it would be best for you to stay here and be honest. Su Yun waved her hand dismissively, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Fian before sighing and exiting Hua Ziyun's dormitory. The empty room was left with only Hua Ziyun and Yi Fian, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. You should not have saved me. Do you believe I should not have? After a lengthy silence, they both voiced their thoughts simultaneously. You go first. They spoke in unison once more. Is it truly necessary to be this in sync? Hua Ziyun thought the atmosphere was strange. The person lying before him was the child of his enemy, yet he felt no animosity. Perhaps through their interactions, he had come to realize that not all members of the Yi family were detestable. Yi Fian seemed untouched by her family's mercenary nature, possibly due to her upbringing in a military environment. He genuinely had no idea how to face her in the future. Allow me to speak first. After a moment of hesitation, noticing her silence, Hua Ziyun awkwardly scratched his head. I know I should not have treated you that way. You understand I cannot compromise with your brother. This act of saving you is my attempt at making amends. You are mistaken. I do not require any compensation from you. Why did you save me in the first place? If I cannot personally take your life, how can I possibly face the world? Yi Fian suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring coldly at Hua Ziyun. Hua Ziyun sighed. He regretted his impulsiveness. Yet, if he were in her position, being saved by a stranger, he would feel no less humiliated, especially considering the connection with Yi Yangtian. Their chances of becoming friends were non-existent. The atmosphere fell silent again, each lost in their own thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded from outside, followed by the panicked voice of the chubby boy. Ziyun, you better run now. It seems Sister Hua is coming to get you. Sister. Hua Ziyun exclaimed in shock, springing up like a coiled spring. He glanced at the bewildered Yi Fian, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yi Fian frowned, sensing that he was about to do something reckless. A wave of foreboding washed over her. What do you intend to do? I might need to offend you a little. If my sister catches me, I am done for. Without waiting for her consent, Hua Ziyun dashed to Yi Fian's bedside, swept her into a princess carry, and hurried towards the door. His only option was to get Yi Fian to Su Yun's place before his sister arrived. You pervert. You are testing my limits.
Ye Feiyan shouted.
But in her weakened state, she could only helplessly watch as Hua Ziyun acted recklessly. The chubby boy opened the door, simultaneously letting Su Yun's door swing wide open. Hua Ziyun, disregarding everything else, bolted toward the door, and as the doors swung open, he zipped into Su Yun's dormitory like an arrow shot from a bow. Clang. Only when the door closed behind him did Hua Ziyun finally breathe a sigh of relief. Huh? Why are you standing outside? Chubby boy, where's my brother? Why haven't you called him to help? At that moment, Hua Sha's voice drifted from outside, filled with curiosity.
Hua ye bing ye.
Why have you both moved to Confucius Building? The chubby boy stammered. What are you nervous about? We are not going to eat you. It is all thanks to your brother that we are here. We have been specially approved by the school. Why are you just standing there? Come help us. Oh, I'm coming. By the way, where's my brother? He had something come up and went out. He should be back shortly. Oh my, that was close. Hua Ziyun cast an innocent glance at the fiery-eyed Yi Fian in his arms, awkwardly grinning as he carried her into the inner room. Hearing the commotion, Su Yun emerged from within, instantly aware that it was Hua Ziyun who had barged into her room again. Why did you bring her here? Su Yun asked, slightly taken aback. Don't mention it. My sister suddenly moved in, and I couldn't risk leaving her in the dormitory. After carefully placing Yi Fian down, Hua Ziyun turned to leave. Miss Su, since you are leaving tomorrow, I will let her stay here to recuperate. Clang. Hua Ziyun departed, leaving a perplexed Su Yun in a daze. Why does this young man act like a mouse in the presence of his sister? It's not like a girlfriend is visiting. Why be so terrified? Chapter 50. Airport dispute sister has moved to Confucius Building? It seems he has carelessly made another wish. This is undoubtedly catastrophic news. Hua Ziyun sighed deeply within. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he retreated to his dormitory and endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions before stepping outside nonchalantly.
Cease.
What brings you to Confucius Building? Hua Ziyun inquired with feigned ignorance, casting a deliberate glance at a few individuals fussing with their luggage at the stairway, as he strolled toward them. Ah, brother, you're here. Upon spotting Hua Ziyun, Hua Sha exclaimed with excitement. Discarding the basin in her hands, she rushed over and without hesitation attempted to embrace him. Quick-witted, Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes and placed his hand on her forehead, keeping her at bay, thwarting her scheme entirely. Hua Sha, I warn you to maintain your distance. Oh dear, when did you become so rude? Let go of me, Hua Sha protested, struggling while seeking an opportunity to burrow into Hua Ziyun's embrace. Are you not happy that I moved here to live with you? You should feel fortunate. Fortunate, my foot. How can I be so unfortunate? Hua Ziyun sighed, half amused, half desperate, casting a pleading glance at Fatty and Si Ruobing. They, feeling utterly awkward, pretended not to notice, busily gathering their assorted backpacks and making their way past the two toward their dormitory. How inconsiderate, Hua Ziyun lamented inwardly. Just then, as he lost focus, his sister found an opening and abruptly dove into his embrace. Brother, nothing feels safer than being held by you. Just as she said this, Hua Sha suddenly furrowed her brow, as if sensing something amiss. She tugged at his shirt and sniffed at his collar, her eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity. This isn't my scent. Speak honestly, what is going on? Really? You can smell that? Hua Ziyun realized he was in trouble. Instinctively, he turned to sniff his shoulder. Aside from a hint of antiseptic, there was nothing else. Was his sister's nose canine? Regardless, he could never admit to anything. With a newfound resolve, Hua Ziyun looked down at his sister with a puzzled expression. What scent? There's nothing but the smell of the hospital, I assure you. Not true. There's also a hint of body fragrance. Hua Sha frowned, reaching toward Hua Ziyun's heart, her gaze piercing into his eyes. Now tell me, who is it that you've embraced? You, Hua Ziyun replied unflinchingly. In fact, you are still hugging me now. Really? Would I have any reason to deceive you? I've been back for less than half an hour. All the students in Confucius Building are in class at this hour. I would have liked to have someone to hold. But who could that be? Humph, dream on. This time I'll take your word for it. Hua Sha pinched Hua Ziyun's chest hard, slowly retracting her delicate hand to glance at the now absent Fatty and see Ruobing, blinking her large dark eyes. Brother, would you care to give your sister a kiss? No, but I can certainly give you a flick. With that, Hua Ziyun unceremoniously flicked her forehead and led her to their new dormitory. A tragic fate was about to unfold, especially with the addition of a rather troublesome wish system. At this moment, Hua Ziyun's heart twisted with anxiety. He had long lost count of how many times his sister had stealthily invaded his space. Her dependence on him had even drawn their mother's ire, who had imposed a curfew on her. Now, with his sister moving next door, without their mother's oversight, would she not become even more unrestrained? Thankfully, they lived in a double room. He could only hope she would not be too blatant about it. After tidying their new dormitory, they each headed to their respective classrooms to report. However, Hua Ziyun noticed that Si Ruobing's gaze towards him seemed less enamored than before, especially with her parting words leaving much to ponder. Ziyun, I feel I may have had a moment of blind admiration for you. If I were to choose you, I fear I couldn't bear the jealousy towards your sister. Was that a rejection? Hua Ziyun sighed in relief. At least Si Ruobing had not squandered too much of her time on him. After all, her heart belonged to Li. Who could withstand the vinegar his sister would inevitably pour? Even if one knew she was his biological sister, one could hardly overlook it. That night, without any incidents, Hua Ziyun finally managed to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, since his return, he had yet to see Yi Yangtian and was unaware of which floor he resided on. Nevertheless, Hua Ziyun did not believe this matter was settled. The recent climbing accident had been orchestrated so overtly as a warning to Yi Yangtian. The news would soon reach him, and the situation with Tiger was pressing. He could only employ this method to keep him calm for a while. The following morning, as dawn broke, Hua Ziyun arrived at Su Yun's dormitory, discovering the room empty save for Yi Fian, who lay in bed. She has left. Upon seeing Hua Ziyun enter, Yi Fian turned her head away. Thank you for helping her. She has come to terms with that day and no longer blames you. Hua Ziyun scratched his head awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable as he stammered. I'm sorry. Some things were truly not intentional. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Wait for me to return. After a long pause, Yi Fian remained silent, not even moving an inch. Hua Ziyun was uncertain of her thoughts. His immediate priority was to see Su Yun off. He could only put Yi Fian on hold for now. Contemplating this, he quietly exited, closing the door behind him. After Hua Ziyun left, Yi Fian struggled to sit up, her gaze lost as she looked out the window. Hua Ziyun, what kind of person are you? Hua Ziyun skipped class and took a cab to the airport, feeling that teacher Su was terribly impolite, leaving without a word. Was he truly that detestable? Before long, Hua Ziyun arrived at the airport, only to be drawn in by a commotion at the ticket counter, where a crowd had gathered. He had no desire to meddle in others' affairs, shaking his head in resignation as he hurried toward the airport entrance, hoping Su Yun had not yet boarded. You vile woman, carrying on with a pretty boy behind my back. Do you think a million can placate me? Dream on. How can you let me go? It's over between us. Rubbish. You think it's over just because you say so? You think you can run? Let me break your legs. Hua Ziyun had taken only a couple of steps when the quarrel erupting from the ticket counter halted him in his tracks. His temples throbbed with rage. The source of the commotion was none other than Su Yun. Chapter 51. Death or a fate worse than death. Feng Tao. No amount of money can alter your true nature. Hua Ziyun gritted his teeth and turned away, merging into the crowd. It's best to let it go, young man. If you continue this ruckus, security will surely arrive. Indeed, you've fought and yelled, and the girl has already declared her intention to break up with you. Why do you persist? You're a grown man, engaging in such a spectacle with a girl. How unbecoming! The onlookers began to chastise Feng Tao, yet not a single person stepped forward to intervene. At that moment, Hua Ziyun had reached the periphery of the crowd. Through the gaps, he witnessed the emotionally unstable Feng Tao gripping teacher Su's hair, forcefully pressing her down to the ground, with luggage strewn about as if ransacked. Feng Tao squatted on the ground, casting a cold glance at the gathering crowd, and shouted, You meddlesome onlookers, have you never seen a couple quarrel? This wretched woman not only seeks out a toy boy behind my back, but now she dares to escape. Feng Tao, cease this nonsense. Whatever sum you desire, I shall give it to you. Just release me. Su Yun, disheveled and struggling on the ground, found her efforts futile against his overpowering strength. Humph! Feng Tao sneered, a twisted smile forming on his face. I came here for a reason. I never expected you to be so fortunate. I demand 5 million. If you refuse, you shall not leave today. At that moment, Hua Ziyun, with a grim expression, approached the two. Just as Feng Tao reveled in his perceived victory, a hand suddenly seized his wrist. With a sharp crack, his arm bent at an unnatural angle. I offered you a chance, Hua Ziyun growled, swiftly releasing his grip and delivering a kick to Feng Tao's face just as he turned his head. In a blur, Feng Tao's body slid more than 10 meters away, only stopping when someone in the crowd kicked him again. Hua Ziyun, why are you here? Seeing him, Su Yun hurriedly scrambled to sit upright, desperately trying to smooth her disheveled hair. Witnessing her sudden tension, Hua Ziyun felt a fire ignite within him. Despite her attempts to maintain composure, the bruise at the corner of her mouth was undeniable. Teacher. Hua Ziyun crouched down, extending his not too broad arms to steady Su Yun as he helped her to her feet. I underestimated the situation. A scoundrel like him cannot be appeased with money. It will only embolden him further. With that, Hua Ziyun cast a cold glare at the dazed Feng Tao, who, having suffered a heavy kick, now bore a collapsed nose, blood streaming down his face. Yet, in his stunned state, he hadn't yet registered the pain of his broken arm. Ah, my hand! The airport was filled with Feng Tao's anguished wails. Seeing his pitiful state, not only Su Yun but also many onlookers were taken aback, instinctively retreating several steps to create more space. Good heavens! Where did such a brute come from? His strikes are too vicious. Indeed, what strength he possesses. We must call the police or chaos will surely ensue. Hua Ziyun ignored the clamor of the increasingly agitated crowd, guiding Su Yun step by step toward the wailing Feng Tao. Ziyun, don't be rash. Su Yun was now utterly stunned, fearing Hua Ziyun might commit an irreversible act. Terrified, she broke free from his embrace, standing before him. Listen to me, go back to class. I will handle this. Handle it? How? Continue to be bullied by Feng Tao and perhaps extorted for medical fees? Hua Ziyun cast a sympathetic glance at Su Yun. She remained as emotionally naive as ever. Can you not live for yourself just once? Hua Ziyun gazed intently into Su Yun's eyes. Teacher, there are men beyond Feng Tao. If you give me your assurance, I can ensure he disappears from your life forever. No. Su Yun was horrified, gripping Hua Ziyun's shoulders anxiously. You must not do this. At this moment, Feng Tao seemed to regain his senses, clutching his numb right arm, laughing mockingly at the two. Ha! Su Yun, who would have thought you have such a unique taste, associating with a mere boy? Just as Hua Ziyun was about to retaliate, Su Yun seized his arm again, urgently glaring at Feng Tao. You should leave now. Otherwise, even I cannot help you. Don't be ridiculous. Feng Tao transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, spitting blood and menacingly declaring, don't pretend to care for me. Now that I'm injured like this, it's not over. If you have the guts, let him finish me off. You! Hua Ziyun raised a hand to silence Su Yun. He understood Feng Tao's nature. This man truly feared nothing. In a previous life, Feng Tao had sought Su Yun's aid after being beaten for debts, and he had never taken it seriously. He was beyond redemption. He knew Su Yun still harbored feelings for Feng Tao, even after today's treatment. Her ingrained submissiveness prevented her from living for herself. He didn't want to witness her continue down this path. Even if he chose to leave this city, he had to find a way to sever all her ties to him. With this thought, Hua Ziyun smiled slyly, wrapping his arms around Su Yun's slender waist. Feng Tao, you are not mistaken. I am the toy boy you speak of. What will you do about it? Hua Ziyun, what nonsense are you spouting? Release me. His words startled Su Yun. After all, many eyes were upon them. The sight of this younger man acting so boldly made her uncomfortable. What? A May-December romance? They don't seem too mismatched. Indeed, I reckon this young man has some merit. He is far better than a domestic abuser. As expected, Hua Ziyun's words ignited a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Hearing the jeering comments, Feng Tao grew furious, grinning through his bloodied teeth. Boy, I will not let this slide. Humph. Hua Ziyun tightened his hold around Su Yun's waist, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I am never one to be intimidated. Before you lies but two paths, death or a fate worse than death. Chapter 52. Who made me owe you? Who are you trying to intimidate? I am not easily frightened. Feng Tao wiped the blood from his face, menacingly advancing towards Su Yun. You wretched woman, you'll never escape me in this lifetime. Do you really think you can evade me? Su Yun, utterly petrified, seemed to have harbored an innate fear of Feng Tao, who was nothing short of a psychologically deranged lunatic. Hua Ziyun, you should leave. I cannot go now. Given the situation, he won't let this go easily. He's gone mad, and I accept my fate. Su Yun's gaze was vacant as she looked at Hua Ziyun, for in her eyes, nothing could evoke despair more thoroughly than this moment. You little brat, don't think of playing the hero. If you injure me, you'll be obliged to serve me for life. Feng Tao drew closer, clearly intent on harming Su Yun. Thirsty, Hua Ziyun exclaimed, frowning as he kicked a disheveled suitcase on the ground and swung his hand at Feng Tao's face. A sharp crack echoed as the white plastic suitcase exploded into fragments, sending Feng Tao crashing sideways into the crowd like a kite severed from its string. At this moment, the airport security personnel and local police finally arrived, several officers pointing their weapons at Hua Ziyun. Any sudden movement on his part could result in unfortunate consequences. The police checked Feng Tao's pulse and began calling for medical assistance via their walkie-talkies. Meanwhile, the officers surrounding Hua Ziyun advanced on him, demanding, "You are under arrest. Put your hands on your head and squat down immediately." The abruptness of the situation rendered Su Yun and the onlookers speechless. It seemed the situation had escalated beyond resolution. However, Hua Ziyun remained unfazed. He had already devised an escape plan before taking action, knowing the military would soon intervene. Glancing at the time, he casually released the frightened Su Yun and picked up her backpack from the ground, nonchalantly placing it on her shoulder. He understood the police's protocols. Drawing weapons was merely a tactic to intimidate him. As long as he was unarmed, they would not easily fire. Let us go. We must not miss our flight, Hua Ziyun said with a smile, offering Su Yun a reassuring glance. What about you? Su Yun trembled, her lips quivering as she glanced at the armed officers, her complexion pale. We cannot leave. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the airport entrance, indicating a significant number of individuals approaching. Lower your weapons. I am taking him. In an instant, Captain Zhou, accompanied by a dozen fully armed elite soldiers, surged into the crowd, disarming the police and encircling Hua Ziyun. The number of firearms aimed at him multiplied exponentially. The bewildered onlookers were left in utter confusion, questioning how a mere dispute could attract military intervention. Was that young man a terrorist? A flurry of questions lingered in the minds of the crowd. Upon recognizing Captain Zhou, Hua Ziyun smiled and gently brushed Su Yun's hair, saying, "Let us go. Remember to erase the surveillance footage before we leave. If I am exposed too soon, it will jeopardize my future actions." You! Hua Ziyun had more to say, but Captain Zhou had already moved closer, lowering his voice to admonish, "Hua Ziyun, you've gone too far this time. The airport is crowded, and if your identity is revealed, all our prior efforts will be in vain. I must get you out of here immediately." With that, Captain Zhou pretended to restrain him, placing a black hood over Hua Ziyun's head and leading him away from the crowd. After completing these actions, Captain Zhou cast a meaningful glance at Su Yun, urging her, "You should leave quickly." Huh? Oh! Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. She was not foolish and quickly realized that Hua Ziyun was not in danger. The next moment, she picked up her ticket from the ground and dashed toward the boarding gate. Observing Su Yun's flight, the leading officer from earlier became agitated, intending to pursue her, only to be halted by Captain Zhou. "Hello, this is a military operation. We hope you will not interfere. We will provide an explanation later." With a wave of his hand, two soldiers swiftly carried the unconscious Feng Tao out of the airport, and the military jeep sped away, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment, unaware of what had transpired. Inside the vehicle, Captain Zhou removed Hua Ziyun's hood with an exasperated expression. "I now believe collaborating with your superiors is a grave mistake. You are a harbinger of chaos wherever you go. Hua Ziyun chuckled, glancing back at the still unconscious Feng Tao. What can I do? Trouble seems to find me. Do you realize how difficult it is to handle situations involving the police? You are only complicating matters for us. Is it harder than dealing with the third master? You little rascal, you've truly outdone yourself. What shall we do about this person? Captain Zhou was both amused and exasperated by Hua Ziyun's antics. What can be done? Can your military take a life? Certainly not. Captain Zhou replied firmly. Then it's settled. Hua Ziyun shrugged, stating, I simply do not wish to see him in Nanming again. Please stop the car in an isolated area. With a screech, the vehicle halted, and Hua Ziyun stepped out. Watching the military jeep speed away, he shook his head in resignation, murmuring, Must I truly serve them in the future? Yet it is indeed beneficial to have a strong backing. As long as they do not harm those close to me, we may continue to collaborate. Ding! A notification sounded as he checked his phone, revealing a message from Sun Yun. Hua Ziyun felt a twinge of disappointment, rolling his eyes at the simplicity of her message. Just a thank you after all he had done for her. Such an imbalance between effort and reward was disheartening. After a moment of reflection, Hua Ziyun passed by a restaurant, purchasing food and necessities before hailing a taxi back to school. This round trip consumed nearly 2 hours, and by the time he returned to Su Yun's dormitory, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Upon seeing Hua Ziyun return with food, Yi Fian shot him a cold glance. Did you finish delivering her things? Aren't you a student who should be attending class? Hua Ziyun chuckled awkwardly, grabbing a chair to sit beside the bed as he began to unpack the nutritious meal. Of course I need to attend class. There was just a minor incident at the airport, and I returned a bit late. Then why are you still here?
Ye Feiyan retorted eagerly.
What's the rush? I have to come back and take care of you, the ailing one. Hua Ziyun sighed, stirring the hot porridge in his bowl with a spoon, blowing on it to cool it down. I owe you this, so hurry and eat. Chapter 53. The strong reason for being late. As Yi Fian gazed at the kanji brought to her lips, she swiftly turned her head away. I want to eat. Hey, is this how you treat me? I kindly brought you food, and you choose to go on a hunger strike? Hua Ziyun's lips twitched as he glanced at Yi Fian, who stubbornly refused to open her mouth. Deep down, he felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, he had never cared for anyone in this manner except for his sick sister. Yet, considering their current awkward relationship, it was unreasonable to expect her to eat. He understood Yi Fian's fiery temperament. If she was determined not to eat, no amount of persuasion would sway her. However, Hua Ziyun was resolute. He would find a way to make her eat, for in 2 days the customs officers would come knocking, and he would not be able to look after her then. Therefore, she needed to recover quickly, at the very least to the point of self-sufficiency by that time. With this thought in mind, Hua Ziyun smirked and set down the lunchbox, rising to approach the window. With a swift motion, Hua Ziyun pulled the curtains closed, turning back with a mischievous grin directed at Yi Fian. You had better let me feed you the kanji. Otherwise, don't blame me for being a rogue. You wouldn't dare. Yi Fian's lips quivered with indignation. What do I have to fear? Hua Ziyun shrugged, casually removing his jacket since it was just the two of them in the room. Enough! Yi Fian shot him a fierce glare, fully aware that Hua Ziyun was merely trying to intimidate her. His ultimate goal was clear. He did not want her to perish. However, such coercive tactics seemed a tad simplistic. Stop pretending. I'll eat. That's more like it. You'll need your strength to take me down. One to you? Hua Ziyun chuckled as he returned to his seat, lifting the kanji once more to blow on it before feeding Yi Fian spoonful by spoonful. Are you truly not afraid I might kill you? Yi Fian asked abruptly. Hua Ziyun smiled and shook his head, continuing to feed her. When you leave here, we will owe each other nothing. As for whether you can kill me, that will depend on your own skills. Let us wait and see.
Ye Feiyan huffet.
Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Have there been any developments regarding Lord Hu? Has anyone from above sent new tasks?
Monsieur.
Do you still have the energy to concern yourself with such matters? Even if I told you, what would it matter? The moment you step out of here, Third Master will send someone to eliminate you. Mind your own business. The conversation fell flat. After a long pause, Hua Ziyun sighed, placing the now empty lunchbox on the table. He glanced at Yi Fian, tidied up, and turned to leave. You should have heard that conversation the other day. I hope that once you recover, you won't meddle in this matter anymore. You've already exposed yourself, and the Yi family may not be able to protect you then. My affairs are none of your concern, nor do they involve the Yi family. You would do well to worry about yourself. Yi Fian's tone turned icy. Wazian paused, pondering why mentioning the Yi family seemed to provoke such a strong emotional response from her. Chuckling bitterly to himself, he thought, when had he begun to care about someone else's family matters? In any case, his unresolved issues with the Yi family would never be settled. With a thud, Wazian exited the dormitory, heading straight for the teaching building. Upon arriving, he noticed a chubby classmate standing in the doorway, being punished. What? Did the fatso make a mistake? Fatty, you're being punished? The chubby boy, seeing Wazian approach, awkwardly grinned and leaned closer to whisper, Be careful. This teacher is a bit strange. I don't know if he took the wrong medicine, but he is specifically targeting me. Oh, let me take a look. Wazian grinned, peering through the small window of the door. Ah, Teacher Zhao? Turned out to be Zhao Lei, who had been in charge of the experimental class. No wonder he had been recognized as one of the top 10 teachers in Nanming. Evidently, he had considerable knowledge. In his previous life, Wazian had only heard of Zhao's reputation, but as a mediocre student, he had never had the opportunity to interact with him and was unaware of his temperament. Report. Wazian knocked on the classroom door. Hearing the sound, Teacher Zhao turned to glance at Wazian through the glass, motioning impassively for him to enter. Wazian walked in obediently. I'm late. Late? Zhao Lei frowned, pointing at the clock hanging on the wall. Look at the time. There are only 4 classes in the morning, and you show up for the last one. You call this being late? Boom! Zhao Lei's words elicited a burst of laughter from the class. Don't laugh, Wazian said awkwardly, trying to suppress his embarrassment. I'm here now, aren't I? It's been 3 days since classes began, and I've heard from other teachers that you have only attended half a class. Zhang Dawei said he couldn't attend due to your reasons. Is that true? Cao Lei questioned sternly. What? Wazian paused, cursing the chubby boy under his breath for selling him out. Teacher, regarding Fatty, how could he be punished? Humph! How dare you ask? Eating a chicken leg so blatantly in my class? I've never encountered such a student before. Zhao Lei's face turned a shade of green. You had better give me a valid reason for being late. Oh, this was troublesome. It seemed that Teacher Zhao's patience was wearing thin, and he was now seeking accountability. Report, Teacher. Recently, I've been spending a lot of time in the library, often using competition topics to hone my skills because I want to win the championship trophy in the upcoming Olympiad competition for our experimental class. As Wazian finished speaking, the entire class gasped in unison. Even Teacher Su looked momentarily stunned. That was quite a bold declaration. Zhao Lei understood well that the Olympiad competition required participation from all experimental classes from the 1st to the 3rd year, and all participants were among the best in the school. Excluding the 60 students, the number of applicants each year never fell below 300, and there were always a few dark horses emerging. The perennial champion, Wen Cheng, had once come from an ordinary class to defeat all the higher year experimental classes and claim the championship. In the experimental class he managed, only a handful of students had ever made it into the top 10 over the years, with the highest score only reaching 7th place. The thought of winning the championship had never crossed his mind. Wazian, do you know what you are saying? You must understand the responsibility that comes with your words. Zhao Lei's expression softened slightly. From the recent experimental class selection, it was evident that Wazian stood out among the rest, and he might very well become a dark horse, breaking into the higher grade ranks. Teacher, rest assured, this year I not only aim to win the championship, but I also want our first-year class to shine even brighter than the trophy itself. Wazian declared earnestly. Chapter 54. The third task of my sister, what do you wish to do? Cao Lei inquired curiously. Han Siyun smirked subtly, casting a glance at the other classmates before articulating his thoughts. His idea was straightforward yet rather audacious. He intended for class 1 of the first year to battle to the end, claiming more than half of the top 10 spots. That's impossible. You underestimate the ruthlessness of the Olympiad mathematics competition. Though your ambition is commendable, achieving it is nearly unfeasible. Zhao Lei chuckled, patting Han Ziyun on the shoulder. To him, the assertion sounded somewhat amusing, yet it stemmed from a commendable motivation. Han Ziyun shook his head, gazing at Teacher Zhao with a smile. There's less than a month left. If you could arrange targeted training for everyone, I assure you a miracle in return. Such confidence? Indeed, I have a repository of 150,000 Olympiad problems lodged in my mind. Han Ziyun shrugged, inviting a dare. 150,000? Are you certain? Zhao Lei's eyes widened in surprise, startled by Han Ziyun's declaration. Simultaneously, the entire class gasped in astonishment. What a staggering concept! What kind of mental capacity would that require? A walking calculator? Zhao Lei had fallen under Han Ziyun's spell, and the previously solemn atmosphere of the classroom began to shatter, as other students chimed in with their remarks. Great, another person boasting. It doesn't concern you, fatty. Outside the classroom, a chubby boy sat cross-legged on the floor, munching on chicken breast, oblivious to where he had acquired it. Only he understood that Han Ziyun's confidence was not unfounded. His admission into the experimental class was largely due to his efforts. It seemed that, during this Olympiad competition, he would have to lead everyone in a bit of strategic deceit. Indeed, it was deceit. With the system at hand, Han Ziyun was fully capable of obtaining the competition questions and their sequence. Time passed swiftly, and before long it was the afternoon dismissal. After a day of negotiations, Han Ziyun successfully convinced Teacher Zhao, who ultimately agreed to let him lead some practice sessions, provided they did not interfere with their existing studies. After class, amidst the envious gazes of many, he was forcibly taken away by the renowned beauty of the school, Hua Daxiaoua. Upon returning to Confucius Tower after dinner, Zhang Fatty wisely sought out Hunyou, wishing to avoid the melodrama of the sibling duo. Sister, shall we return home tomorrow? I wish to temporarily settle Mom, Han Ziyun suggested, vigorously kneading his sister's small garment on the balcony. He glanced at his sister, who lay on his bed playing games, and suddenly spoke up. Hua Sha turned, propping herself up on one elbow, a hint of worry crossing her face as she regarded Han Ziyun. Are you planning to take on another task for those people? Han Ziyun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Do not fret with the system. I am assured of my safety regardless of what transpires. Humph! Don't get too complacent, Hua Sha retorted, sitting upright with a scrutinizing expression directed at her brother. It's easy for you to say you always make others worry. All right, sister, once I possess sufficient capabilities, I shall take you and Mom on a world tour. Shall I? Han Ziyun replied, shaking his head helplessly as he hung the freshly washed garment on a rack. As long as Yi Yangtian remained, he could not rest easy. Hua Sha understood the weight of the burden her brother carried and refrained from excessive reproach, though she couldn't help but make a playful face at him, mumbling, Brother, can I sleep with you when we return home tomorrow? Without a chapter 55. Can you help me to the bathroom? At this moment, Hua Ziyun felt as though his mind were a blank slate. He had entirely forgotten to push his sister away in time. This sensation was rather peculiar. He was acutely aware that the person before him was his sister, yet an inexplicable thrill surged within him, a rush that seemed to transcend all boundaries. Ding! The Soulful Wish system has completed its designated task, rewarding the host with 2,000 exchange points. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Hua Ziyun snapped back to reality, shoving his sister aside with a sudden urgency. He practically catapulted himself off the bed and bounded onto the balcony. Hua Sha, you've gone too far. Do you realize this constitutes personal injury? He exclaimed, relishing the lingering sweetness of the moment, while keeping a wary eye on his sister. He genuinely feared that she might become addicted to this newfound sensation. Such a strange feeling, Hua Sha murmured, dazed as she sat up in bed, her fingers brushing her lips as she gazed at Hua Ziyun. Brother, did you not find that experience truly wondrous? No, you'd best not come any closer. I'm frightened of you now, Hua Ziyun replied, still shaken. His sister had always been unpredictable, and it seemed the soulful system had chosen her for a reason. He had a foreboding sense that he would inevitably meet his downfall at the hands of this wish system. Just then, a sudden knock on the dormitory door startled him, followed by a voice inquiring, Hello? Is anyone there? May I come in? Fatty, come in quickly, Hua Ziyun called out, his excitement palpable upon realizing his friend had returned. Bang! Fatty, thinking something was amiss, burst through the door. Upon seeing the siblings, he sighed in relief. Could you two refrain from scaring me like that? I thought something serious had happened. Hey, Dewey, why are you back so early? Hua Sha finally rose, calming her racing heart, and playfully stuck her tongue out at Hua Ziyun before darting out of the dormitory. Once his sister had departed, Hua Ziyun exhaled deeply, still shaken as he stepped off the balcony. Fatty, unaware of the earlier events, shot him a quizzical glance. Was it really necessary to get so worked up? Anyone would think you nearly faced a violation. Hua Ziyun awkwardly grinned. Thaddeus just hit a bit too close to home. Had he not returned just in time, who knew what further transgressions his sister might have committed? The thought of having to ask her to accompany him home the next day filled him with regret. Perhaps it would have been better to go alone. Fatty, what about the dinner I asked you to bring? Hua Ziyun recalled that he had instructed Fatty to return with food, considering Yi Fian had been starving all day. I left it at the other dormitory. You've already eaten, so you can't expect me to bring it in. What would I tell Sister Hua? Fatty sighed, collapsing onto the bed and pulling out his phone to message someone. Clever, Hua Ziyun thought, pleasantly surprised by Fatty's quick thinking. After thanking him, he slipped out of the dormitory, and upon finding no sign of his sister in the hallway, he darted into the opposite dormitory. Upon retrieving the food from the entrance, he entered the inner room, only to be met with an empty bed, causing his heart to race. Where had Yi Fian gone? Just as he feared something had gone awry, a noise emanated from the small corridor to his right. He quickly set the food down and rushed over. At that moment, Yi Fian was struggling to crawl along the floor of the corridor, pushing herself forward with great effort. Seeing her laborious movements, Hua Ziyun's mind raced with 100 questions. Why aren't you resting in bed? Where are you trying to crawl off to? No, you needn't concern yourself.
Ye Feiyan retorted.
Her cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, continuing to inch her way forward. Are you trying to head to the bathroom? Hua Ziyun inquired, glancing towards the bathroom door at the end of the corridor. This narrow passage offered only two directions, the bathroom or the corner by the entrance. If she intended to leave, there was no need for her to take this convoluted route. Didn't I say it's none of your business? Just leave me alone.
Ye Feiyan snip.
Honestly, I'm impressed by your determination. How can you crawl so far while in such a weakened state? Would you like me to assist you? Get lost. Yi Fian shot back, her frustration evident. Hua Ziyun, feeling unjustly rebuffed, returned to the bedroom to prepare the meal. Once everything was ready, he poured a cup of instant nutritional drink for Yi Fian. Upon hearing the noise, she jolted upright. Hua Ziyun, what are you doing? Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? What? Hua Ziyun replied, baffled by her words. In an effort to cool the nutritional drink to a more palatable temperature, he poured back and forth between two cups, completely unaware that the clinking sounds were causing Yi Fian to sweat profusely. Who? Hua Ziyun, can you help me to the bathroom? At last, Yi Fian could no longer contain herself and made her request. After finishing pouring the drink, Hua Ziyun set the cup on the bedside table. You want me to help you? Are you certain? Enough with the nonsense. It's your fault I'm in this situation. Hurry up.
Ye Feiyan urget, gritting hertit.
This was your request, so don't hold it against me later, Hua Ziyun said, feeling a bit awkward as he bent down to lift Yi Fian into his arms and headed towards the bathroom. His actions only served to infuriate Yi Fian further. Hey, what are you doing? I just asked you to help me. I didn't want you to carry me. As she spoke, the veins on her forehead bulged as she bit down hard on Hua Ziyun's shoulder. Ow, that hurts. Hua Ziyun yelped, nearly dropping her as he reacted to the pain. Are you a dog biting indiscriminately? Once they reached the bathroom, Hua Ziyun quickly set her down, allowing her to brace herself against the toilet. I'm just trying to be kind, and you treat me like this. Do you think I enjoy waiting on you? Yi Fian clenched her teeth but remained silent, using both hands to steady herself as she managed to stand upright. She turned to glare at Hua Ziyun. I should be able to move normally by tomorrow. You won't need to worry about me anymore. As he observed her prideful demeanor, Hua Ziyun felt he might have gone too far with his earlier comments and was unsure how to proceed. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to watch me use the restroom? Yi Fian shot back icily. I got distracted. Hua Ziyun's face flushed as he awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Make it quick. I'll be waiting outside. The food will get cold. Chapter 56 Farewell. Mother, get out. A sharp rebuke echoed from the restroom, followed by an abrupt silence. Wazian awkwardly leaned against the door, unable to suppress a foolish smile. It was amusing to think that someone as proud as Yi Fian could be driven to seek assistance. With a sigh, Wazian shook his head in resignation. Yi Fian, I wonder if this is a case of nurturing a tiger to trouble me. Your brother is currently plotting my demise, and you keep insisting you want to kill me. My entanglement with the Yi family is truly inextricable, even across 2 lifetimes. Pondering this, Wazian glanced at the silhouette moving behind the frosted glass and thought, in the future, if we find ourselves in opposition, as long as my bottom line is not crossed, I will grant you and Yi Yangtian a chance at life. Thereafter, life and death shall be determined by fate. After a while, the sound of the toilet flushing broke the stillness. Come in, help me out. At the sound, Wazian grinned and pushed the door open, casting a mischievous glance at Yi Fian. Smile all you want. Be careful or I might just gouge your eyes out. Yi Fian retorted coldly, a faint blush creeping across her pale face. She understood the embarrassment of needing assistance for something as private as using the restroom. It was a matter of shame. To save time, Wazian, just as he had entered, unceremoniously scooped Yi Fian into his arms, grinning as he carried her towards the bedroom. Wazian, do you dare to be even more outrageous? Yi Fian glared icily at the side of his face, allowing his shameless princess carry without protest. Wazian was fully prepared for her to lash out at him. He anticipated a torrent of scolding or perhaps even a minor injury. However, this time he was taken aback. Upon reaching the bedside, Yi Fian did not utter another word. Aside from her slightly awkward expressions, she surprisingly did not threaten him with death, which was quite uncharacteristic of her. Wazian, feeling a sense of triumph, gently placed her on the bed, retrieved the prepared nutritional supplement, inserted a straw, and offered it to her with a smile. Drink up. It's a rare occasion that you're not threatening to kill me. Do you wish for me to kill you? Yi Fian shot him a cold glance before beginning to sip the supplement, her hunger evident after a long day. Wazian chuckled, using a tissue to wipe the liquid that had spilled from her mouth due to her hurried drinking. Take your time. I'm not going to snatch it away from you. Her body trembled at his actions, and she turned her head away, declaring, Take it away. I won't drink anymore. What is this? Even at this moment you're throwing a tantrum? Hurry up and finish it. Wazian replied sternly, his expression serious. You? What do you mean, you? If I say finish it, you finish it. Do you want me to force-feed you? Why are you being so fierce? Is gentleness effective with you? Hurry and finish it. After a round of banter, Yi Fian finally relented and obediently drank the entire supplement. Unbeknownst to Wazian, Yi Fian had always been stubborn, never yielding to anyone. Even after joining the military, she was notorious for her fiery temperament. Her willingness to compromise this time was, indeed, a miracle. Once they had finished eating and tidying up, Wazian thoughtfully fetched a set of Su-Yun's clothes for Yi Fian, allowing her to change once she had regained some strength. After Ms. Su left, the school would naturally reclaim the dormitory. Perhaps she had considered Yi Fian's living arrangements and did not submit her resignation to the school. Instead, she took a month-long leave, which conveniently allowed her to recuperate. Wazian changed her sheets and tended to her slightly loosened wounds, smiling at Yi Fian, who was surprisingly cooperative. Tomorrow I'll send Fatty to bring you meals. During this period you should stay put and avoid going anywhere. There are many eyes in Nanming right now, and even the military is hesitant to come for you, lest they alert the enemy. Where are you going? Yi Fian asked, reclining against the high pillow, her gaze fixed on him. Are you off on a new mission? Yes. Wazian nodded, casually pulling a blanket over her legs. Rest well. I'll be on my way. With that, he stood, flashed her a smile and turned towards the door. Wait, Yi Fian suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Remember to come back alive. Your life is mine. Is dying now even an option? Wazian left the dormitory with a bitter smile, knowing that Yi Fian's attitude towards him seemed to have softened considerably. Even her last remark sounded more like concern. Upon returning to his dorm, Wazian briefed Fatty, instructing him to look after Yi Fian while also keeping up with the Olympiad training schedule. Ultimately, in his absence, Fatty would have to shoulder the burden. And even if he were present, there would be little time to spare for the training sessions. The following morning, Wazian accompanied his sister back to their dilapidated childhood neighborhood, arriving at the sewing workshop where their mother worked. Just then, Aunt Lee, the workshop owner, was playing mahjong with a few others. Upon noticing Wazian and his sister's return, she turned to call out from the factory, "Gao Shui, your children are back." "Yes, we're here," a familiar voice replied from within the factory. Their weary mother, wrapped in an apron covered with threads, emerged. Upon seeing Wazian, her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Xiaoyun, why did you come back with your sister? SNT, it's supposed to be school time?" "Mom." Upon seeing his mother, who had donned reading glasses, Wazian felt a wave of emotion wash over him, rushing forward to envelop her in a bear hug. In 2 lifetimes, he had only now begun to truly grasp the hardships his mother had endured. Over the years, she had sacrificed so much to raise him and his sister alone, and he felt that she appeared even older than he remembered. "What's wrong?" Gao Shui lovingly ruffled Wazian's hair, her face brimming with affection. "Have you missed home after just a few days? Has your sister been bullying you at school?" "Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly bully my brother?" Gao Sha, standing nearby, pouted in displeasure. "He clearly missed you. Just because he got a bit emotional, it doesn't mean I'm the one bullying him." "Enough." Aunt Lee, growing impatient at the mahjong table, tossed aside her unwelcome tiles and shot a glance at the trio. "It's all well and good to display your mother-son affection in the morning, but aren't there chores to be done?" "Gao Shui, if I'm not mistaken, those two have come back looking for money." Chapter 57. The Trials of Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee jested, "You must be joking. I shall return to my work now." Gao Shui chuckled as she gently pushed Hua Ziyun aside, reaching into her pocket to retrieve several hundred yuan, pressing it into Hua Ziyun's hand. "Hurry back to school. Save your money for later and return with your sister tonight. Mother will prepare dinner for you." "Mother, I did not come to ask for money." Hua Ziyun felt a pang in her heart as she returned the money. "I have come back this time to take you away." "Indeed." Hua Sha interjected with a mischievous grin, linking her arm with Gao Shui's. "My brother and I have already conspired. We are moving out now." "Moving out?" Gao Shui appeared taken aback, playfully pinching Hua Sha's cheek. "My dear daughter, are you trying to amuse your mother? Quickly take your brother back to school. Mother must return to her work. Is this never ending?" Before Hua Ziyun could explain, Aunt Lee slammed her mahjong tiles onto the table, her face contorted in anger as she directed her ire at Gao Shui. "It's early in the morning, and your luck is already so poor. You continue to chatter incessantly, wanting money without working. Today, I shall deduct half a day's wages from you. How dare that old hag bully my mother again?" Hua Ziyun shot a cold glance at Aunt Lee. In the past, Aunt Lee frequently made life difficult for their mother, often withholding wages, an occurrence that had become commonplace. However, for the sake of survival, their mother had endured this for over a decade, and the siblings could only stifle their anger. "Why do you always bully my mother?" Aunt Lee's attitude incited Hua Ziyun's fury, and emboldened by her newfound courage, she defiantly stood her ground, hands on her hips. Gao Shui was startled by her sister's boldness and quickly pulled her back, apologizing hastily. "Aunt Lee, please do not take it to heart. The children are young and do not understand. If you wish to deduct, then do so. I shall return to work now." With that, Gao Shui shot a glance at her children and hurried back to the factory. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, Hua Ziyun grasped her arm. "Mother, sister is right. We are done with this. You have endured this old hag's bullying for far too long. It is time to put an end to it. You little rascal. Who are you cursing at?" Aunt Lee stood up, slamming her fist onto the table, her spittle flying as she berated, "Gao Shui, is this the kind of child you have raised? Have you any idea how many people in this neighborhood rely on me for their livelihood? Your 2 little brats dare to insult me. You will not receive this month's wages. Then I won't take them. Our family does not need your charity." Hua Sha clung to her mother's arm, angrily retorting, "You always do this, deduct, deduct, deduct. After a year, you barely give my mother 2 months' wages. Do you have no conscience? What is conscience worth? Aunt Li kicked the scattered mahjong tiles on the ground, glaring at the onlookers. Get back to work, unless you want to forfeit this month's wages. Hua Ziyun's patience had reached its limit. Aunt Li had exploited the community's submissive attitude towards poverty, running this illegal workshop for over a decade, repurposing discarded clothing for resale. Had it not been for its location in a dilapidated neighborhood, this factory would have been shut down long ago. Aunt Li had not only greased the palms of officials, but also employed notorious local thugs, allowing her operation to survive multiple crackdowns. Hua Ziyun decided not to waste further breath on her. She pulled out a bank card and tossed it at Aunt Li. My mother has earned less than 30,000 yuan from you over the years. Though you have oppressed her, you have, in a way, shown some kindness to my family. This card contains 300,000. I repay you tenfold, principal and interest. 300,000? Good heavens! The son of the Gao family has truly made something of himself. Indeed, who would have thought that the child who once seemed so unremarkable would now soar so high? As the murmurs of astonishment echoed around her, Hua Ziyun recognized that her mother's sacrifices over the years had far exceeded mere 30,000 yuan. Although Aunt Li possessed a poor character, their long-standing neighborly ties compelled Hua Ziyun to prevent an overly awkward farewell. With this in mind, Hua Ziyun approached Gao Shui, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mother, I cannot bear to see you suffer any longer. I have succeeded. Let me take you and sister to enjoy a better life. You. Gao Shui found it difficult to accept this sudden revelation. Rest assured, brother has truly accomplished something, Hua Sha chimed in, her voice tinged with emotion as she grasped Gao Shui's arm. Do not let his homebody demeanor deceive you. He has founded his own internet company and is earning quite a sum. Really? Gao Shui regarded Hua Ziyun with skepticism. Yes. Hua Ziyun nodded earnestly. They had agreed on this narrative beforehand. He wished to shield her from any fears regarding the source of his wealth and feared that revealing the truth might send her into a state of distress. Xiao Yun, you are truly impressive. Your son is so young yet has achieved so much. You will no longer need to toil. Indeed, this child is here to provide you with comfort. How enviable! Why is it that I could not bear such understanding children? In an instant, the air filled with congratulatory voices, and Gao Shui beamed with joy, her smile widening as she realized her children had accomplished something remarkable, bringing her newfound pride among the neighbors. As she witnessed her mother in a state of happiness she had never seen before, Hua Ziyun felt a wave of emotion wash over her, and she subtly nodded at her sister. The family reveled in their joy, completely oblivious to Aunt Li, who stood off to the side, her expression darkening. The very individuals who should have been singing her praises had suddenly shifted their allegiance, leaving her feeling humiliated. Is being wealthy so impressive? Had it not been for my support all these years, could your son have reached such heights? Aunt Li seethed as she pushed through the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Gao Shui. Do you think you can simply placate me with this money? Chapter 58. Dinner to be served by younger brother Xiao Li. As neighbors, we have coexisted for many years. There is no need for you to act as if you are superior to others. At that moment, Granny Sun, in her 70s and hunched over, emerged from the supermarket to mediate the situation. Flower Ziyun, who had initially been ready to lose his temper, quickly stepped forward to support her upon seeing her arrival. Granny Sun was a kind woman who often slipped him treats during his childhood, earning his enduring respect. With her standing up, how could he, as a junior, dare to confront the elders? Granny Sun, what brings you out despite your frail health? Flower Ziyun inquired politely. At my age, if I don't come out to move about, I might as well be useless. Granny Sun replied with a warm smile, glancing at the arrogant Aunt Li. At our age, what does it matter to quarrel over such trivialities? No matter how much wealth you accumulate, you cannot take it with you upon death. Harmony among neighbors is of utmost importance. Granny Sun speaks the truth. Aunt Li has been bullying others, someone chimed in, indignantly. She cannot stand to see anyone else prosper, always acting superior. Indeed, it is nothing short of outrageous. Another voice echoed, filled with resentment. He. Hua Sha chuckled quietly as she sidled up to Flower Ziyun, tugging at his arm and whispering, It's the first time I've seen Aunt Li so embarrassed in years. I can't quite explain it, but I feel quite satisfied. Enough. Stop making things worse. Flower Ziyun shot her an irritated glance. He thought that, with Granny Sun mediating, the matter would resolve peacefully. As they had all known each other for so long, it would be best to avoid any unpleasantness. However, Flower Ziyun's assumptions were entirely misplaced. Aunt Li, used to ruling the neighborhood with an iron fist, could not tolerate the sudden uprising against her. Shut up. Why should I heed your commands? Aunt Li snapped, unable to bear the surrounding chatter. And you, old hag, with one foot in the grave, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Hurry back and wait for your demise. Aunt Li, you have gone too far. Flower Ziyun retorted sharply, glaring at her. I respect you as an elder, which is why I address you as Aunt. Granny Sun is of advanced age. Can't you show a little decency for once? You think you can bully her? You can scold her all you like. But what can you do to me? Just because you have money doesn't mean I am impressed by your 30,000. As she spoke, Aunt Li tore Flower Ziyun's card in half before the crowd. Vile woman. Truly a harpy. Flower Ziyun thought to himself. This was the first time he encountered such a stubborn shrew. Aunt Li, sometimes one must know the limits. I have tolerated your attitude towards my mother. I advise you not to push your luck further. With that, Flower Ziyun took out his phone and dialed Commander Tian's number. Hello. I wish to report an illegal workshop at Donghu Community. Ah, what trouble have you stirred up now? ISNT Donghu Community your home? Commander Tian's voice came through, tinged with exasperation. There is a corrupt owner, surnamed Li, operating illegally and frequently underpaying workers. Will you do something about it? Flower Ziyun declared, disregarding the consequences. When did you become so polite? This isn't like you, Commander Tian remarked. All right, thank you. I will send someone over. After hanging up, Flower Ziyun did not intend to seek help from Commander Tian, especially with his mother watching. He needed to maintain a facade of being a good boy to avoid raising suspicion. Commander Tian chuckled and shook his head, dialing another extension. The little rascal has caused trouble again. Inform the enforcement department to head to Donghu Community. Understood. Wait, something about his tone sounded odd, as if he was avoiding someone. Let us keep this discreet. After terminating the call, Commander Tian glanced at the satellite images of military maps uploaded, noting that in approximately 20 hours, the problematic goods would reach customs. He wondered if that rascal was prepared. Meanwhile, Aunt Li was behaving like a circus performer, shouting threats and causing a scene. If not for the crowd holding her back, she would have resorted to violence. Little brat, stop trying to intimidate me. I have had more than 80 reports against me over the years. Who dares to touch a hair on my head? Today, I will not let you off easy. Enough. Aunt Li, mind your image, someone interjected. Hi, take your 2 children and leave quickly. Those thugs of hers will be here soon, another advised. Flower Ziyun did not wish to engage further with the shrew, beckoning his mother and sister to squeeze out of the crowd. Just then, 2 police cars and an administrative enforcement vehicle entered the community, followed by 7 or 8 personnel carrying seals, pushing through the crowd toward the workshop. What are you doing? Aunt Li exclaimed, horrified as they approached to seal her workshop. She forced her way through the crowd, blocking the enforcement officers, and screamed, Who gave you the right to seal it? I know you all. Before she could finish her sentence, she was struck unconscious by a high-voltage stun baton. The leading officer called out, Criminal obstructing official duties. I hereby place you under arrest. Aunt Li, now unconscious, was loaded into a police car while the enforcement officers proceeded to affix seals. The small-time thugs, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were now too frightened to approach. The chaotic crowd fell silent, each person incredulous that Aunt Li, who had operated with impunity for so long, was finally apprehended. Hadn't she always boasted about her connections? How could a single report lead to her downfall? After nearly half the day, Flower Ziyun successfully settled his mother in a secure, high-end community. Without hesitation, he exchanged 1,000 points for 10 million in housing funds, purchasing a nearly 400-square-meter duplex. Under the pretense of trickery between the siblings, their mother ultimately believed Flower Ziyun. However, she, being somewhat nostalgic, spent the entire day gathering her old antiques and belongings. Once everything was settled, the family of 3 finally sat down for dinner together that evening. At the table, Flower Ziyun gazed forlornly at his mother, who sat silently with her head down as if guilty. Mom, why did you hide from me that you found a job in the community's environmental sector? If you need anything, you can always talk to me. Xiao Yun, you know I can't sit idle. You can't expect me to stay cooped up at home all day. With both of you at school, I simply wanted to find something to occupy my time. All right, brother, don't fret over Mom. I think she just wanted to mingle and alleviate her boredom. You know her personality all too well. Hua Sha chimed in playfully, momentarily forgetting that they were at home. She opened her mouth, looking at Flower Ziyun with a hint of pride. Ah, brother, I'm hungry. Hurry and feed me. Chapter 59. Sister is back with a sudden clatter. Wazian accidentally knocked his bowl onto the table. He sensed that his sister seemed overly excited, and quickly shot her a warning look, signaling her to be cautious of their high-energy mother nearby. In that moment, Huasha also appeared to notice the unusual tension, her scalp prickling as she hurriedly closed her mouth and slowly turned to face the displeased gaze of Gao Shui. What are you staring at? Gao Shui scoffed, her face betraying her irritation. Can't you eat on your own? Have you grown hands? Bullying your brother in front of me. Mom, sister is actually... Silence. Wazian barely began to explain before Gao Shui interrupted. I see this is your fault for indulging her. She has grown so much yet still relies on you. What will happen if she doesn't get married in the future? After a lengthy reprimand, Huasha obediently picked up her rice and began to eat. At that moment, she dared not argue, especially when she saw her mother bringing over the ancestral feather duster from their old house. With their mother's formidable presence, Wazian finally found the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful dinner, grateful for this protective shield. Otherwise, he might have been teased by his sister even during mealtime. After dinner, under their mother's insistence, Wazian was sent upstairs to rest, with strict orders not to lock the door. Naturally, the key was kept by their mother, who also forbade his sister from stepping foot into his room after 10 o'clock. Reluctantly, Wazian returned to his room, bemused by how his mother was more vigilant against his sister than a burglar. However, considering that both were at the precipice of adolescence, it was impossible for them to frolic together as they did in childhood. Some boundaries should never be crossed out of mere curiosity, and Gao Shui's actions were indeed for their benefit. Not long after Wazian lay down, he drifted into a deep slumber. These days, it had been rare for him to have a sound sleep, perhaps due to his exhaustion. He was plagued by a night full of chaotic nightmares, with a jumble of bizarre images swirling around. In his dream, he felt something warm in his hand and instinctively squeezed it, finding the sensation soft and springy. This feeling offered a fleeting sense of security to his restless palms, gradually calming his anxious heart. But wait, he had outgrown such dreams. This sensation was unmistakably real. Suddenly, Wazian felt as if struck by lightning, his mind exploding in confusion. He abruptly opened his eyes and, through the enveloping darkness, indeed saw his sister's sleeping face, and his hand was currently... Oh no, he had crossed a line. Ding! The soulful wish system has completed the 4th task, rewarding the host with 3,000 exchange points. Accompanied by the system's chime, Wazian felt his mind whirl, realizing he had inadvertently helped his sister level up. When had she stealthily entered his room? He distinctly remembered their mother taking the key. As he pondered this, he swallowed hard, not daring to move, fearing any sudden motion would awaken his sister. Yet, the sensation in his hand was becoming intolerable. His sister always played such tricks. How could his heart withstand it? Carefully, Wazian withdrew his hand and inched toward the edge of the bed, anxious not to stir her. Shaosha. At that moment, their mother's voice echoed down the second-floor hallway, and the lights outside flickered on. Oh no, why is Mom awake at this hour? Huasha, still half asleep, jolted upright in bed, causing Wazian to tumble to the floor in shock. Huasha, now fully awake, hurriedly grabbed a nearby nightgown and flipped on the bedside lamp. Wazian, his face flushed, pulled the covers over himself, motioning for his sister to be quiet. This is it. We're doomed. Brother, help me. In a flurry, Huasha leaped out of bed, ready to flee. However, barely 2 steps into her escape, she collided with Wazian, who hissed, Sister, if you go out like this, we're finished. Knock, knock. Yuner, Are you talking to someone? Are you asleep? Their mother's voice rang from outside the door. Huasha, now petrified, felt cold sweat trickle down her back, placing all her hopes on her brother. Wazian, equally rattled, desperately wished their mother wouldn't barge in. Yuner, after a moment of silence, Gao Shui knocked again. Mom, I'm already asleep. Is something wrong? Wazian stammered nervously. Nothing. I just wanted to check if you were asleep. Xiaosha said she wanted to sleep with me, but when I woke up, she was gone. Is she with you? No, maybe she went to the bathroom? I was already asleep. Then you should sleep early. I'm going downstairs to get some water. This house is so big. It's a hassle to go all the way to the first floor for a drink. Soon, footsteps retreated down the stairs, and both siblings exhaled in relief simultaneously. Just wait until you dare to do this again. Hurry and leave. Wazian glared at his sister, giving her a playful shove on the forehead. Huasha, undeterred, stuck her tongue out at him, rising to grab the door key and stealthily slipping towards the exit. Wait, what? Is the reason she wants to sleep with Mom just to steal my door key? Wazian felt utterly defeated. His sister had gone to great lengths for this, behaving like a mischievous little sprite, peeking around the door to ensure their mother had descended into the kitchen. Huasha turned back with a cheeky grin. What are you waiting for? Go. Wazian shot her an exasperated look. Brother, you just touched me, she teased, flashing a playful smile before slipping out the door, leaving Wazian dumbfounded in place. Chapter 60. E-cloak. Shui Jingwen, could it be that she was awake just now? Hua Ziyun's face flushed with embarrassment. No wonder his sister was the first to respond upon hearing their mother's voice. She hadn't been asleep at all. He unconsciously moved his palm, as if the sensation from earlier still lingered there. What a sin! Hua Ziyun cried out inwardly. What had he done? Mom, did you just call for me? Came his sister's steady voice from the bathroom outside. Where have you been, you little brat? I thought you were lost. Their mother's voice echoed from downstairs. I was worried I might wake you, so I stepped out to use the restroom. I just couldn't sleep well next to you, so I went back to my room. Ungrateful child. You've only slept for 2 hours and you're already complaining about me. 2 doors slammed shut, and the lights outside flickered off. Yet, Hua Ziyun remained seated on the floor, dazed, as he recalled having touched his sister the next morning. Hua Ziyun jolted awake once again. However, upon noticing his sister's absence beside him, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Her sudden appearances and disappearances were driving him to the brink of insanity. Xiaoyun, Xiaosha, hurry down for breakfast. You're going to be late, their mother shouted from downstairs. Feeling somewhat weary, Hua Ziyun lifted his head to glance at the clock. It was barely 7. After the events of the previous night, he had hardly slept. Dressed and stepping out of his room, he lethargically donned his sandals. Coincidentally, as he opened the door, he bumped into his sister, who was just about to head downstairs. Oh, you're awake, little brother. Did you sleep well last night? Huasha giggled. Oh, not too bad, Hua Ziyun replied, unsure of how to face her, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Seeing his awkward demeanor, Huasha let out a chuckle and lowered her voice teasingly. Did my little brother do something naughty last night? What? I didn't do anything. I just accidentally bumped into you. Hua Ziyun stammered, his confidence waning. In truth, what had transpired was entirely unintentional. Thankfully, he had regained his composure in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What are you two talking about up there? Hurry down for breakfast, Gao Shui urged. Hua Ziyun dared not look at his sister's face, quickly responding as he rushed downstairs. At this rate, when would it all end? It seemed that the desire system truly intended to ensnare him. At the dining table, he said nothing, merely shoveling rice into his mouth. Xiaoyun, why do you look so tired? Didn't you rest well last night? Gao Shui inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. No, it's nothing. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm just adjusting to the new environment, Hua Ziyun hastily explained. Conversely, Huasha appeared to have slept soundly, her complexion radiant as she sat down to eat, occasionally glancing at Hua Ziyun, as if declaring her intent to keep an eye on him. After breakfast, with a flutter of anxiety, Hua Ziyun accompanied his sister to school. Sis, stop staring and get to class. I might be leaving school for a while today, he urged, feeling awkward under her persistent gaze. Hee, okay. But don't look so pitiful all the time. Huasha playfully pinched his cheek, giggling. If you're feeling uncomfortable, I'll take responsibility for you. What? Can you be any more shameless? Huasha's words made Hua Ziyun both furious and amused. Exactly. There's nothing to worry about. I'll head to class now. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Huasha playfully tapped Hua Ziyun's cheek before dashing off to the classroom. Hua Ziyun sighed in exasperation, glancing at his watch. It was nearly time. He then headed alone to the school gate. The customs officials should be on their way by now. Before long, Hua Ziyun spotted a white vehicle from the customs enforcement approaching the school. According to the dossier, the military had intercepted that shipment before it crossed the border. The military informants had revealed that the original consignor was none other than Customs Director Xue Jingwen, which, when combined with her ties to Tiger Yi, led the military to an unsettling conclusion. She and Tiger Yi had never divorced, and for many years, she had seemingly been managing certain affairs for him from the shadows. As the saying goes, a county magistrate is not as effective as the local authority. The military could not bypass Xue Jingwen to inspect the shipment. Should they attempt a forced search, it would undoubtedly alert the parties involved, rendering their efforts futile. Ultimately, they would be left with an unhelpful Xue Jingwen. Faced with such a dilemma, the military finally made a bold decision. They armed themselves and hijacked the cargo ship at sea, altering its original route and designated recipients, thus creating an opportunity for Hua Ziyun to infiltrate. Damn! What was meant to come would come. There was no escaping it. Hua Ziyun cursed inwardly, unafraid of confronting those individuals, yet somewhat irked by the last note in the file provided to him by Chief Tien. Adapt to circumstances upon entry. The customs enforcement vehicle halted at the school gate, and soon a woman in her 30s emerged. Heavens! What a perfect timing! Upon seeing her, Hua Ziyun gasped in astonishment, mentally giving her a thumbs up. The newcomer was none other than Customs Director Xue Jingwen, who, despite her high position, was not dressed in formal attire today. Instead, she wore a striking red bodysuit that accentuated her curves perfectly. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her delicate brows and mesmerizing eyes. With a perfectly shaped nose, rosy cheeks, and lips resembling glistening cherries, her complexion was flawless, akin to snow. Her alluring figure was accentuated by the revealing attire, with a deep V neckline that left little to the imagination, the two assets subtly bouncing with her movements. An enticing sight that was both captivating and tantalizing. Truly, she was a mature woman, exuding an altogether different allure. As Hua Ziyun admired her, Xue Jingwen approached him, smiling as she pulled out a mini handheld computer to check something. Hello, I am Xue Jingwen, the person in charge from customs. You have a shipment arriving at the port, but there are several issues that need addressing. Please accompany us. Hua Ziyun snapped back to reality, forcing a calm demeanor as he smiled and replied, You've arrived. Are you curious as to why that shipment from Tiger Yi is under my name? At his words, he distinctly noticed a flicker of surprise in Xue Jingwen's eyes, though it quickly returned to her usual composure. Little one, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Would you like me to request a leave for you before we go? She replied with a smile. Chapter 61. Just do it, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the acting subsystem to the maximum level, deducting 2,000 exchange points from the host. Damn, is it really that expensive? Hua Ziyun stared blankly at the system, which now displayed less than 3,000 exchange points, feeling a significant loss of security within. With the actor mode fully engaged, Hua Ziyun completed the system tasks and smiled gently at Xue Jingwen. So, are you not thinking of treating me to a drink? Is this your way of trying to capture me? Xue Jingwen furrowed her brow, utterly unprepared for Hua Ziyun's calm demeanor. It appeared he was not joking. Could he possess an identity that belied his age? He exhibited no flaws. Noticing her momentary distraction, Hua Ziyun seized the opportunity to bring his hands together, extending them towards her. If Director Xue wishes to apprehend me, then let it be. How did you know my identity? Did I mention it? No. But my ability to wait for you here surely implies something. As he spoke, Hua Ziyun wore a serene expression, a smile laden with unspoken meaning that left Xue Jingwen perplexed, shattering her previously established sense of control. He was no fool. Someone as young as Xue Jingwen who attained such a position must possess considerable cunning. However, such individuals often harbor stronger suspicions. Without a second thought, Hua Ziyun took a step forward, opting for offense rather than defense, believing it to be a more effective strategy. With the system in hand, he felt invulnerable. After a brief hesitation of about 3 seconds, Xue Jingwen's initially dismissive expression transformed into one of cordiality. I truly do not understand what you are saying. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Why not join me at my office? Then let us go. Hua Ziyun gestured invitingly, fully aware that Xue Jingwen's use of the word please indicated her growing uncertainty. Upon arriving at the customs office, Hua Ziyun was immediately struck by its impressive architecture. The customs building, facing south, soared over 30 stories, undeniably a landmark. No wonder people spoke of it as a place of wealth. Seeing it in person was indeed more impactful than mere hearsay. A white enforcement vehicle pulled up at the entrance, but Xue Jingwen did not rush to exit, and neither did Hua Ziyun in the back seat. Now can you tell me who you are? Xue Jingwen suddenly asked. Hua Ziyun leaned back against the seat, slowly closing his eyes. I have no obligation to tell you. Let Lord Hu convey it to me personally. However, the fact that you thought to send someone to pick me up speaks highly of his discernment. At this juncture, Hua Ziyun was acutely aware that revealing his identity could lead to complications. Although the military merely speculate Chapter 62 unexpected gains at that moment. A buzzing sound echoed behind Hua Yun, and the elevator unexpectedly malfunctioned. Hey, I've heard you're quite the tough guy. A middle-aged man named Lu Jin, bare-chested and wielding a baseball bat, approached Hua Yun, scrutinizing him with disdain. Good dogs don't block the way. Tell your master to come out and face me. Hua Yun retorted coldly, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Military documents indicated that the men following Tiger Yi were all desperate rogues, and should danger arise, special measures could be taken. This group deserved death, and now they dared to think they could trap him? He was eager to see who the real prey was. With military permission granted, Hua Yun felt a newfound liberation, free from the constraints that had bound him. Ha ha ha! Lu Jin let out a derisive laugh, resting the bat on his shoulder as he mockingly asked, Your mother know how arrogant you are? You're scaring poor little me. His antics sparked laughter from the crowd. Ding! The soul-shattering system has selected the optimal mode for the host, deducting 1,300 points from the exchange value. What the hell is this nonsense taking so much? Hua Yun was momentarily stunned by the system's notification, but before he could express his frustration, another voice resonated in his mind, commanding him, now, eliminate them. A deep voice reverberated through his consciousness, and Hua Yun felt his muscles surge with newfound power, an irresistible urge to unleash this pent-up energy. Lu Jin, noticing Hua Yun's distraction, furrowed his brow and thrust the baseball bat toward his face. Kid, have you just been weaned? Are you scared silly? Do you know how many eyes the king of horses has? Before he could finish, Hua Yun's eyes flared with anger as if he had been provoked. He swiftly seized the bat, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Jin's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Lu Jin was sent flying into the crowd like a kite severed from its string. Wow! Lu Jin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his previous bravado extinguished in an instant. How infuriating! Hua Yun coldly grunted, stepping forward with the bat toward Xue Jingwen's hiding place. Our boss is dead. Charge, kill him. Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to surge forward. With a roar that echoed like thunder, Hua Yun swung the wooden bat, the air slicing around him as he advanced without hesitation. Each swing of his bat struck with the force of a hammer, leaving behind a trail of destruction. He advanced relentlessly, stepping over the fallen as screams and bloodshed failed to disrupt his grim resolve. Xue Jingwen, engaged in her own workout, heard the chaos outside and her face turned pale upon seeing the live feed from the surveillance camera. Get up. Something's happening outside. She shoved the middle-aged man aside, hastily donning scattered clothing. The man glanced at the screen, retrieving a handgun from beneath the desk as he calmly loaded it. Stay calm. It appears we've truly encountered a formidable opponent. We can't kill him. We don't know his identity yet. Xue Jingwen, panicked by his actions, clutched his arm. At that moment, a loud crash announced the splintering of the wooden door as Hua Yun stormed in, his expression darkened by a bloodthirsty aura. You are from the third master? Xue Jingwen stammered, glancing nervously at the chaos outside. Why would you say that? Huayun's curiosity was piqued. It seemed there was more to the relationship between Tiger Yi and the third master than he had anticipated. With a sinister smile, Huayun suppressed his murderous intent, casually sitting at the desk and twirling a pen in his fingers. Why the ambush? Unbeknownst to Huayun, the middle-aged man, driven by desperation, raised his gun and fired. But his movements were a fraction too slow. Before he could pull the trigger, Huayun's system alerted him. In the blink of an eye, the pen Huayun had been toying with pierced the man's wrist, causing his gun to clatter to the ground alongside a scream of agony. Don't move, or you'll both die, Huayun barked, freezing Xue Jingwen in place. It's not my fault. It was Tiger Yi's orders. She quivered in fear. What orders? Huayun was intrigued. It seemed this unexpected turn might yield valuable information. With a swift motion, he vaulted over the desk. A smile plastered across his face as he approached her. Please, don't come any closer. What do you want? Fear overtook Xue Jingwen as she retreated. Huayun continued his advance, finding amusement in her growing panic. His gaze roamed over her disheveled attire, and he shook his head in disbelief. Tiger Yi's woman, daring to betray him here. I can only imagine the consequences should he learn of this. Please, don't tell Tiger Yi. He'll kill me, Xue Jingwen cried, her face a mask of desperation. She backed against the wall, unable to retreat further. With the upper hand, Huayun felt a thrill as he approached, relishing the power shift. He had no urgency to seek answers now. Having expended so many exchange points on a summoning skill, he was determined to recoup his losses. With that thought, Huayun felt an electrifying rush. He closed the distance, leaning against the wall with an imposing stance. You can't be that close to me, Xue Jingwen stammered, her composure unraveling as she realized what was about to unfold. Chapter 63. Trapped by the system, Huayun squinted as he leaned closer to Xue Jingwen's face, inhaling deeply. No wonder your little lover is utterly captivated. It seems that anyone else in his position would dare to take the risk. Upon hearing this, Xue Jingwen trembled in fear, instinctively glancing at the middle-aged man crouching in pain on the ground, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Sir, your lover is currently in my grasp. What are your thoughts on this? Huayun inquired coldly, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned away. With a swift motion, he pulled back one hand and abruptly pinched Xue Jingwen's chin, rendering her unable to escape. This sudden action startled her, and she instinctively attempted to shake off his grip. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not free herself from his fingers. Her resistance only brought forth waves of pain to her jaw. I suspect your little lover will not come to your aid. Am I correct? Huayun leaned in closer, almost brushing against her cheek, halting mere centimeters from her nose. Xue Jingwen ceased her movements, her eyes wide with terror as she faced his proximity, feeling his heated breath engulf her in despair. The pride she once held shattered, replaced by overwhelming shame and fear. Ding! The soul-enticing system registered the exquisite scene, rewarding the host with 100 points. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Huayun felt an insatiable heat rise within him, intensified by Xue Jingwen's quickening breaths. The closeness of this enthralling encounter, combined with her stunning beauty, made him fear he might lose control and kiss her. But just as he prepared to withdraw, the middle-aged man's voice suddenly broke through. I was merely playing with her. If you let me go, you can do with Xue Jingwen as you please. Zhang Dehai, how could you say such a thing? You beast! Xue Jingwen's anger flared. She never imagined she was merely a plaything in his eyes. Was she truly so unworthy? You filthy woman! Shut your mouth. Do you think you're some noble flower? If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't bother protecting such a foolish woman. You! Clap! Huayun stepped back, amusement dancing in his eyes as he applauded the sudden betrayal between the two. What a splendid show! Your little lover seems ready to sell you out. You just said you would protect me. Now you behave like this. Tears began to well in Xue Jingwen's eyes. Is this real? Huayun sighed lightly, his fingers gently brushing her cheek, catching the 2 tears that had fallen. What a pity for your beauty, entangled with such a man. Take things seriously, and you lose. Yet, this seemingly casual gesture sent a jolt through Hua Ziyun, a tingling sensation that coursed through him, igniting something deep within. Ding! The soul-enticing system. With the system's alert resonating in his mind, Hua Ziyun sighed as he withdrew his hand. It truly was a shame for Xue Jingwen, blessed with such beauty and youth, to be caught in this mire. These people lacked humanity. Though they often spoke of loyalty, their treatment of women was merely driven by physical needs or as pawns to be exploited. Reflecting on this, Hua Ziyun cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man beside him, a surge of inexplicable anger swelling within. Before my mockery, she did not yield. She cast her gaze toward you. I believe she would rather die than allow me to humiliate her in front of you. Do you truly think you can simply walk away? As long as you let me leave, you can do whatever you want. Ha! Do you believe you have the right to negotiate with me? Before Hua Ziyun's words could fade, Xue Jingwen, cornered, suddenly charged forward, swiftly picking up the handgun from the ground while the two men were distracted. Bang! A bullet pierced the middle-aged man's forehead. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Xue Jingwen. Thud! He collapsed onto the ground, blood streaming down his forehead. In the next moment, Hua Ziyun sprang into action. After Xue Jingwen shot the man, she aimed the gun at her own temple. Bang! With eyes tightly closed, Xue Jingwen gasped, believing she was about to die. Little did she know Hua Ziyun was quicker. He knocked the gun away just in time. Want to die? It won't be that simple. Hua Ziyun snorted coldly, gripping her neck and pinning her against the wall. So you are a passionate woman after all. Are you truly willing to give up a child for him? Child? Xue Jingwen's gaze turned hollow. If he takes them, will I ever see them again? Hua Ziyun was taken aback. Could her child have been taken by the third master? How intriguing this situation had become. Initially, he had intended to use Xue Jingwen to lure out the Tiger Master for information on the third master. But now, the circumstances appeared to favor him greatly. Ding! System alert. The opponent's clothing conceals a lethal threat. Host should evade immediately. As Hua Ziyun contemplated his next move, the system's alarm blared, startling him into retreating 5 meters, his expression wary as he fixed his gaze on Xue Jingwen. What are you hiding in your clothes? And nothing, Xue Jingwen stammered. Impossible. Strip immediately. Hua Ziyun's brow furrowed, anxiety creeping into his voice. Strip? Xue Jingwen gasped, her lips trembling. Please, spare me. Do not torment me further. What? Still defiant? What do you intend to do? Enough chatter. Don't think I'm unaware of what you're hiding. Hurry up and remove it. Fine. I'll do it. With tears in her eyes, Xue Jingwen bit her lip and slowly began to peel off her tight clothing. At this moment, Hua Ziyun was on edge, utterly perplexed as to what could be concealed within her attire. Is that enough? Can I have the gun now? I've had enough. Xue Jingwen shed the last of her clothing, her eyes filled with the resolve of death. No? How could that be? Hua Ziyun gulped, staring at the boundless allure before him, his mouth dry. Ding! The system detected the host passively captured in an enchanting scene, rewarding the host with 1,000 points. Damn it! Soul-enticing system. You have betrayed me. Chapter 64. The transaction ding. The system has entered sleep mode. Damn it, even the system is acting up now? Hua Ziyun cursed furiously in his heart, awkwardly glancing at the stunning Xue Jingwen. She was so beautiful. This was the first time he had the opportunity to appreciate such a captivating figure in full view. In just a few seconds, he found himself bleeding from the nose uncontrollably. Oh no! Hua Ziyun, with a comical expression, quickly covered his nostrils with his hand and turned his head aside, urging her to get dressed quickly, insisting it was not his intention. Are you messing with me? What do you really want? Xue Jingwen, overwhelmed by his unpredictability, burst into tears, the size of soybeans sliding down her cheeks. No, it's not me playing with you. I was just tricked myself, Hua Ziyun hurriedly explained, turning his body away from her and pressing on. If you still want to save your child, stop acting like you're seeking death in front of me. You mean? A glimmer of hope flickered in Xue Jingwen's dim eyes. Stop rambling. I'm not accustomed to waiting. Hua Ziyun impatiently wiped away the blood from his nose, realizing he had been caught off guard by the system today. Embarrassed by the sounds coming from behind, Hua Ziyun felt utterly awkward. Xue Jingwen, why are you being so straightforward? You're already 30 and yet maintain such perfection. After a long pause, Xue Jingwen softly remarked, I'm ready. Is what you said about the child true? Who are you really? Don't rush to ask me. Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly and took a seat at the office chair. If you cooperate enough, I believe it won't be difficult. I will cooperate. As long as I can have my child back, I'll give you whatever you want. Xue Jingwen approached the desk, urgency written all over her face. Really? Indeed. Even if you desire me, I could accommodate that. Stop. Hua Ziyun raised his hand to halt her, bemused. I have no such intentions. Put your mind at ease. Xue Jingwen appeared somewhat dazed, puzzled as to why Hua Ziyun had asked her to undress if he had no interest in her. You must answer me 3 questions now. Your relationship with Lord Hu, the connection between Lord Hu and Lord San, and the matter concerning your child, Hua Ziyun stated confidently. You're not one of Lord San's people. Did I ever claim to be? Hua Ziyun smirked, his gaze fixed intently on Xue Jingwen. How you proceed is entirely up to you. Xue Jingwen fell silent, stepping back weakly. Her eyes drifted to the lifeless body of Zhang Dehai not far away. Fatigue etched on her face, as if her soul had been lost. How could this happen? Hua Ziyun sighed softly, beginning to scrutinize Xue Jingwen more closely. It was true that this woman had committed numerous heinous acts and deserved her fate. Yet she possessed emotions that were absent in others, making her enigmatic. After a prolonged silence, Xue Jingwen appeared to have made a decision. Clenching her teeth, she said, I will speak. After a series of discussions, Xue Jingwen divulged everything she knew. It turned out her marriage with Lord Hu was merely a coercive arrangement for mutual benefit. Working in this environment, she inevitably encountered various individuals, and her position was crucial for those like Lord Hu. Ultimately, under the dual pressures of survival and family safety, she had no choice but to tread this irreversible path. The couple had a daughter after their marriage. With her assistance, Lord Hu's business flourished until he was imprisoned following a scandal. At that time, Lord Hu spent an astronomical sum to ensure Xue Jingwen's safety, but fearing she might turn against him during his absence, he had their child kidnapped and sent to Lord San as a hostage, compelling her to comply. During Lord Hu's 3-year imprisonment, they finalized their divorce to maintain appearances. Yet all operations continued under Xue Jingwen and her capable assistant, Zhang Dehai. Upon his release, seeing that Xue Jingwen was even more competent than he had anticipated, he relaxed and ceased to involve himself in business matters, indulging in a lifestyle of leisure. Since you've been in charge of the business all along, have you ever met Lord San? Hua Ziyun skeptically inquired. Xue Jingwen shook her head. No. Communication was always handled by his subordinate named Zero. Zero? Exactly. The reason I mistook you for Lord San is that Zero is quite capable. He is one of Lord San's most trusted aides. Xue Jingwen confirmed with a nod. Oh, so there's such a talent beside Lord San? Hua Ziyun furrowed his brow, deep in thought, contemplating that he needed to investigate this person thoroughly. Noticing his prolonged silence, Xue Jingwen suddenly asked, Can you now tell me who you really are? What are your plans moving forward? Partner. Hua Ziyun grinned, tossing the pen he had been toying with onto the desk. You continue with the business. Once I eliminate Lord San, I will naturally rescue your child. What? You want to kill Lord San? Are you insane? Xue Jingwen's face paled, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at him. What other option do we have? Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly, standing up and walking around the desk to approach her. To avoid alerting the enemy, we won't rush on that front, but I have something else to take care of first. What is it? I need you to help me bring down the Yi group. Hua Ziyun's tone turned icy. I know you're concerned about Lord Hu's interference, but you need not worry. I can handle him. With that, Hua Ziyun patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, he will be mingling with the foreign business delegation here. I hope you can spare his life. Where are you going now? Xue Jingwen called after him as he walked away. Back to school, of course. Do you expect me to stay and help you clean this place up? Hua Ziyun shook his head without turning back, proceeding to the pool to wash away the blood on his face, nonchalantly exiting the customs building. He believed Xue Jingwen was intelligent enough to understand her situation and would not go back on her word for the time being. Standing in the sunlit courtyard of the customs, Hua Ziyun lazily stretched, preparing to relay the intelligence he had gathered to the military while simultaneously packaging a set of documents for the distant Su Yun. He never expected things to go so smoothly this time. The unexpected gains were indeed substantial. Hua Ziyun secretly marveled, hailing a taxi towards the school. Chapter 65. This is excessive throughout the journey. Hua Ziyun contemplated his next course of action. He could leave the matter of Hu Yi to the military. After all, he had become rather useless. With Xue Jingwen's operational support, the leads on the third Master S side would not falter for the time being. However, the ominous zero she mentioned piqued his interest significantly. Upon returning to school, Hua Ziyun did not attend class. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by the recuperating Yi Fian. As he arrived at Confucius Building, he intended to change his clothes in his dormitory. Suddenly, the dormant sensual system activated unexpectedly. Ding! The sensual system has detected an emergency situation, with a danger level indicated as deep red. Please evacuate immediately. What? Yi Fian is in danger? A shiver coursed through Hua Ziyun's body. His hand, which was about to grasp the dormitory door, quickly withdrew, and he dashed into the opposite dormitory. Bang! Yi Fian, are you all right? Ah, get out! As Hua Ziyun burst into the room, he froze, staring at Yi Fian, who had just finished changing clothes. Blood gushed from his nose. A moment of sheer embarrassment washed over him. At that very instant, Yi Fian, having just removed her towel, was startled by his intrusion and hastily covered herself with the towel. Ding! The sensual system has detected an exquisite scene, awarding the host with 1,000 exchange points. Taken aback by the system's reward, Hua Ziyun stood in shock for 3 seconds before turning and bolting out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Gasping for breath, he awkwardly explained, I swear it wasn't intentional. Do you believe me? Leaning against the door, his chest heaving, his mind replayed the earlier scene. He marveled at Yi Fian's stunning figure, particularly her long legs, which seemed to stretch endlessly. That fleeting glimpse had nearly taken his breath away. He recalled having seen her at Night Rose Bar, but the lighting and angles had not done her justice like this moment. It was as if he had glimpsed the most exquisite beauty in the world, illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the window, radiant and alluring. The legs long and toned, the curves perfectly shaped and enticing. Sensual system, you trickster, you've ensnared me once more. What a day this has been. Hua Ziyun sighed, realizing he had been outsmarted by his own system twice in one day. While the unexpected windfall of 2,000 exchange points was delightful, if this continued, he feared his heart might not withstand the strain. After all, one misstep could lead to disaster. Just as he contemplated fleeing, a door slammed in the distance, and a familiar figure entered his line of sight.
Ye Yangtian.
Hua Ziyun's expression shifted instantly as he straightened up, wiping the blood from his nose, and fixed a cold glare upon him. Yi Yangtian noticed Hua Ziyun and approached, his expression impassive, his arm encased in a plaster cast. Funny meeting you here. I was just thinking of finding you. Is that so? I wonder what business you have with me. Hua Ziyun retorted, a smirk involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Their eyes locked, and an unnameable tension filled the corridor. I've heard about your performance on the mountain. No wonder you dared to make a move against me. It seems your backing is quite formidable, Yi Yangtian remarked, his tone contemplative. However, this is Nanming City. There are matters here that the Yi family dictates. Crushing you would be as simple as squashing a bug. Is that why you sought me out? To deliver empty threats? Hua Ziyun scoffed. Do you know who holds the reins in this school? Yi Yangtian's face flickered with amusement. What does it matter to me whether I know or not? Just wait. I'll soon present you with a grand gift. Yi Yangtian chuckled, glanced at the dormitory sign for Su Yun, and turned to leave. Creak. Before Hua Ziyun could process what was happening, a delicate hand suddenly yanked him back into the room, and the door slammed shut behind him. Dressed and ready, Yi Fian pushed Hua Ziyun to the ground, placing a cold fruit knife against his throat. Why didn't you knock before entering? Yi Fian said icily. Hua Ziyun gulped nervously, feeling the chill of the knife. Hey, let us not be hasty. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Would you believe me if I said it was unintentional? Do you think I would? So you really intend to kill me? As he spoke, Hua Ziyun accessed the system, fearing the knife might pierce his throat at any moment. Sorry, the system is in sleep mode and cannot provide any services at this time. Damn, now it's asleep? Is this how I'm going to die? Panic surged as sweat trickled down his forehead, his gaze fixed on Yi Fian's icy expression. Are you scared? I didn't realize you could feel fear. Today, I'll make sure to gouge out your eyes. With that, Yi Fian lunged at Hua Ziyun's eyes with the knife. If she hadn't moved, it would have been fine. But since she did, she exposed a flaw. Hua Ziyun, being a trained warrior, swiftly turned his head aside and seized her arm. Are you serious? Yi Fian, still weak, could not withstand Hua Ziyun's instinctive resistance. The knife clattered to the ground beside him. Oh, I forgot about your injuries. Hua Ziyun blinked, slowly releasing Yi Fian and pushing her away. You think you can kill me in this state? Get real. Sitting up, he pushed the knife away, fully aware that if Yi Fian truly wanted to kill him, the knife would have been plunged into his throat, not aimed at his eyes. It seemed she was still unable to bring herself to do it. Rubbing his head, he stood up, embarrassment flooding his cheeks as he looked at Yi Fian lying on the floor. I told you it wasn't intentional. Can't you hear my explanation? No need. One day I will gouge out your eyes. Yi Fian huffed, her face flushed deep red. Not gonna kill me then? After a long silence, Yi Fian sighed, gradually rising from the floor. With a complex gaze, she glanced at Hua Ziyun and walked toward the bed. I've nearly recovered now, so you don't need to visit me anymore. I overheard your conversation earlier. I advise you to keep your distance from my brother. I know him better than you do. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 66. The fatal notification. Are you concerned for me? Are you afraid that your brother might kill me? Hua Ziyun innocently pouted. Yi Fian's body trembled as she halted. Her back turned to Hua Ziyun, and she murmured, You are right. I do indeed care that you might perish at another's hands. I, Yi Fian, have stated more than once that your life is mine. Awkwardness enveloped the air. Hua Ziyun helplessly shook his head but still reminded her. If one day it comes to a life-and-death situation between me and Yi Yangtian, I may spare him for your sake. Well, thank you, but you underestimate the Yi family. Yi Fian sighed, reclining on the bed, closing her eyes to rest. You should leave now, do not return here. Once my injuries recover, I will take my leave. Hua Ziyun said nothing, casting a complex glance at Yi Fian before quietly retreating. Perhaps this was their destined fate. Upon exiting the Confucius building, Hua Ziyun walked towards the teaching building, burdened with thoughts. He understood that Yi Fian was warning him, yet he also recognized the terrifying weight of the Yi family, comparable to the formidable San Yi, albeit with different affiliations. To topple the Yi group, which holds over 50% of the economic lifeblood of Nanming City, would seem like a fantasy to an ordinary person. However, Hua Ziyun possessed ample time and patience. If he did not bring down the Yi family, he and his sister would never find peace. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. He intended to gradually erode this mountain, unrelenting in seeking any available power. Before he knew it, Hua Ziyun arrived at the courtyard of the teaching building, coinciding with a break in classes. Groups of students were gathered around the bulletin board, buzzing with excitement. What's happening? Is there breaking news? Curiosity piqued. Hua Ziyun joined the throng, eager to discover what could draw such a crowd. Cheating is the greatest taboo at Nanming High School. I can't believe this year's top freshman would stoop so low. Indeed, I thought Nanming had produced another genius, but it turns out to be mere trickery. Move aside. The main character has arrived. Someone in the crowd spotted Hua Ziyun and shouted, causing the throng to part, creating a pathway for him. Cheating? What's going on? Hua Ziyun's heart raced, sensing that the discussions pointed towards him. Hastily, he approached the bulletin board and lifted his gaze to the posted notice. Notice. After verification by the school authorities, it has been confirmed that freshman Hua Ziyun engaged in serious violations during an examination. To remind all students of their self-awareness and to demonstrate the school's zero-tolerance policy towards cheating, the school has decided to expel freshman Hua Ziyun. What the hell is this? Are they targeting me? Hua Ziyun cursed inwardly, suddenly recalling Yi Yangtian's provocation earlier. It appeared he had indeed taken action. The top student, who would have thought you cheated your way into the experimental class? Now you look foolish, a student remarked with disdain. Just as Hua Ziyun was about to retaliate, a senior squeezed through the crowd, glaring at the student who had spoken ill. If you don't have anything constructive to say, then keep quiet. This matter seems far from simple. If Hua has cheated, why has this only now come to light? Qingfeng, he clearly silence. This is not your place to speak. Qingfeng snapped again, silencing the student and causing the surrounding crowd to quiet down. Hua Ziyun felt a wave of gratitude towards the senior named Qingfeng. He found the senior vaguely familiar but couldn't quite place him. Thank you, Qingfeng. I believe you are right. I should visit the school authorities? Hua Ziyun smiled and nodded. No need for thanks. I trust that Hua would never cheat, Qingfeng said, walking closer to Hua Ziyun and patting him on the shoulder. Thank you for what you did during our trip. We would have been in quite a predicament without you. Ah? Hua Ziyun suddenly realized that this Qingfeng had also participated in the excursion, explaining the familiarity he felt. The onlookers were dumbstruck. When had seniors from the third year ever been so courteous to freshmen? It seemed rather implausible. The student who had previously mocked Hua Ziyun retreated sheepishly, having underestimated the situation. Indeed, I also find the school's announcement rather perplexing. Hua Ziyun began but was interrupted by a melodious voice emerging from the crowd. Bai Jiqing, dressed in her school uniform and moving somewhat unsteadily, stepped forward. She politely acknowledged Qingfeng before approaching Hua Ziyun with a sweet smile. Don't worry, Ili Sr. has already gone to the Academic Affairs office. I believe a resolution will come soon. Feeling touched by the concern from the two, Hua Ziyun thought. Forget about the previous incident. It seems I have offended someone petty this time. Even if Ili doesn't intervene, I will clarify this matter with the school. Could it be that it was teacher Hu Bing who instigated this? Bai Jiqing speculated, casting a doubtful glance at Hua Ziyun. Perhaps. After all, he is notoriously petty. This incident might very well involve him, Qingfeng mused thoughtfully. Let us not dwell on that for now, seniors. Class is about to start, so let us wait for news from Ili. Hua Ziyun sighed, aware that this was not Hu Bing's doing, but rather Yi Yangtian's attempt to publicly humiliate him. The two exchanged knowing nods, offering Hua Ziyun words of comfort before they all headed towards the teaching building. As they reached the classroom door, Hua Ziyun heard the heated argument between teacher Zhao Lei and someone else within. Mr. Sun, how could my student possibly cheat? Is there a mistake at the Academic Affairs office? Indeed, this is the conclusion reached after extensive discussions in the faculty. Given his speed of submission and final score, cheating is the only plausible explanation. Where is the evidence? I demand evidence. None at the moment. None? You cannot expel my hard-earned star student without evidence. I refuse to accept the school's decision and will personally visit the Academic Affairs office. Chapter 67. An unconventional examination method. The classroom door swung open, and Mr. Zhao Lei stormed out, colliding with Hua Ziyun, who was just about to enter. Mr. Zhao, I have returned to report, Hua Ziyun said respectfully. In that instant, nearly everyone's gaze converged upon the doorway, making Hua Ziyun the undeniable center of attention. The classroom was sparsely populated, yet one particularly irksome figure stood out, the deputy director of the education department, Mr. Sun Youfu. With a displeasing visage characterized by a prominent nose, small eyes, and a wide mouth framed by broad cheeks, he also sported half-formed eyebrows and a noticeable beer belly, all directed towards Hua Ziyun. In a previous life, Hua Ziyun had heard of Sun Youfu, a man brimming with malice and devoid of genuine talent, who had risen through sycophancy. Not only was he unkind to students, but his incessant demands for teachers' financial contributions rendered him exceedingly detestable. Mr. Zhao Lei stood frozen for 3 seconds, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Hua Ziyun. Speak honestly, did you cheat in the new student assessment? No, Hua Ziyun replied with conviction. If the school can provide evidence of my cheating, I willingly accept expulsion. But if not, I, Hua Ziyun, refuse to accept such an accusation. Before Mr. Zhao could voice his opinion, Mr. Sun let out a derisive snort from the podium, his triangular eyes scrutinizing Hua Ziyun as he sneered. You still refuse to accept it? If we say you cheated, then you cheated. Can the school really wrong you? I never claimed that, teacher. That was your assertion, Hua Ziyun retorted, standing his ground. Humph, Mr. Sun scoffed, crossing his arms with an expression of displeasure. At such a young age, you have the audacity to be so glib and deny your wrongdoing. Not guilty is not guilty. Why should I admit to something I haven't done? Hua Ziyun shot him a blank stare, then turned to the indecisive Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, I overheard your conversation. Since the school suspects me of cheating, may I request a retest? A retest? Do you think the school is your family, yes? You expect the school to prepare another examination just for you? Mr. Sun interjected indignantly. Mr. Sun, please do not speak to a child in that manner. Mr. Zhao finally could not contain himself, casting a glance at Mr. Sunday. I believe Hua Ziyun has a point. The school should conduct an individual assessment for him. Mr. Sun's lips twitched as he felt embarrassed by Mr. Zhao's public support, for he was indeed the esteemed deputy director. Humph, Mr. Zhao, you must be accountable for your words. He sneered, darkening his expression as he exited the classroom. Mr. Zhao then patted Hua Ziyun on the shoulder before striding towards the administrative office. Hua Ziyun cast a grateful glance at Mr. Zhao's retreating figure, then expressionlessly returned to his seat amidst the scrutinizing eyes of his peers. Yay, are you trying to mess with me? It's not that easy, Hua Ziyun thought, acutely aware that Yi Yangtian had already prepared to retaliate. This incident was merely his opening gambit. Did he truly believe he could eliminate him and then target his sister? Such naivety was laughable. As he contemplated his next move, his chubby friend nudged him with his shoulder. A look of concern etched on his face. Ziyun, it's obvious they're out to get you. You can't drag me down with you. Fatty, even now, you're only thinking of yourself? Hua Ziyun shot him a disgruntled glance. Hey, what else am I supposed to do? You know my capabilities. I have no idea what's going on, Fatty whispered, glancing around the classroom. Hua Ziyun found himself amused by Fatty's fearful demeanor. Don't worry. This matter is directed at me. It has little to do with you. Phew, that's a relief. Fatty sighed in relief, still somewhat shaken. Did Yi Yangtian set this up against you? Hua Ziyun nodded affirmatively. Though he assured Fatty that he was fine, he harbored concerns about Yi Yangtian potentially targeting those close to him. If that were to happen, his sister would be the first victim, followed by Fatty. With Yi Yangtian already making moves, Hua Ziyun knew he could not remain passive. After this incident, he had to devise a plan to protect those around him from any sudden retaliations. Fatty, I think we should go to the countryside in the next few days. There's a chance to bring your parents to the city, Hua Ziyun suggested unexpectedly. Fatty was taken aback, previously believing Hua Ziyun was joking, but now realizing he was serious. Are you really considering this? Yes, it's my fault for involving you in this. What nonsense. Do you look down on me? Are we not brothers anymore? Of course we are. It's just brothers don't need to talk like that. Just tell me what to do next, and I'll follow your lead. Hua Ziyun nodded slightly, smiling at the simple-hearted Fatty as he began to contemplate his next steps. Indeed, the current situation was quite troublesome. Dealing with Yi Yangtian alone was already a challenge, but there was also the hidden threat of San Yi to consider. He had initially planned to address these matters sequentially, but now, with the instability from Xue Jingwen's side and Yi Yangtian's maneuvers, facing these challenges alone would be quite daunting. Conversely, aside from his sister, Fatty was the only person he truly trusted. As long as his sister remained safe, that would be fortunate. He couldn't expect her to assist him in any substantial way. After all, no matter how capable one might be, their abilities have limits. He had to consider bringing Fatty into the fold, especially since they were still students, meaning their visibility would be relatively low. Nearly half an hour passed before Mr. Zhao Lei returned briskly from the administrative office, and the previously noisy classroom fell silent. Teacher. Hua Ziyun stood up respectfully from his seat. Mr. Zhao acknowledged, brandishing the latest notification in his hand as he approached the podium. After discussions, the school has agreed to grant you another opportunity. The teachers have been urgently summoned to prepare examination questions. Here's the new notice. Take a look. Hua Ziyun nodded, stepping up to the podium to take the notice and unfold it. The notice read, due to objections from faculty and students regarding the treatment of new student Hua Ziyun, The school has decided to conduct a separate assessment to determine his true academic level. Tomorrow, Mr. Sun Yofu and 4 other teachers will supervise the examination, which is tentatively set to take place on the playground. To prevent any further cheating, the school encourages students who are free to attend as supervisors. What the? Hua Ziyun was nearly speechless after reading the notice. Was it truly necessary to have so many teachers supervise an exam? And they were calling for students to attend as well? Yi Yangtian, do you truly wish to see me humiliated before the entire school? Chapter 68. Classmate, do you need paper? Opportunity has been presented to you, and the rest is up to you. Teacher Zhao Lei meaningfully patted the bewildered Hua Ziyun, hoping he would not let him down. Hua Ziyun nodded, assuring, rest assured, teacher, your student will not disappoint you. I will prove myself with my abilities. All right, go ahead. Teacher Zhao gestured for Hua Ziyun to return to his seat, then closed the textbook on the desk. He scanned the students present and said, I believe you have all heard about Hua Ziyun's situation. As my students, I do not wish for any lingering distrust among you. Naturally, I will not allow any blemish to taint our class. Since he has the courage to request a retest, we should believe in him and support him. Do not forget that you are all part of this class. We are a team. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, many students nodded in agreement, casting encouraging glances at Hua Ziyun. The previously clouded emotions of suspicion and disdain dissipated entirely. Feeling the warmth of their support, Hua Ziyun smiled back, admiring teacher Zhao's eloquence. With just a few words, he elevated his personal honor to that of the class, clearly aiming to shield him from exclusion. However, should he falter in the upcoming examination, the consequences could be dire, transforming hope into disappointment. The morning classes swiftly passed, and the school's newly issued notice had spread throughout the campus. The new student prodigy, Hua Ziyun, was once again in everyone's sights, but this time, it was not for glory but rather a significant reversal of fortune. Sister, could you please calm down? Why are you dragging everyone into this? I really don't need any tutoring. Hua Ziyun, trapped at his seat, looked at his sister, who had brought him lunch and was now wiping the table. It was his first time witnessing her in such a diligent light, and he felt a twinge of fear. A good start begins with a clean table. Drink your milk first. The seniors came here on their own accord to help you. Saying this, Huasha handed a yogurt to Hua Ziyun. Taken aback, Hua Ziyun marveled at how his sister had learned to care for others. He glanced at his companions, including Ili, Si Ruobing, and Bai Jiqing, feeling an awkward lump in his throat. Can someone tell me if this milk is poisoned? You really don't need to worry about me. That's not an option. The entire school is watching you. We certainly don't want you to get expelled. Si Ruobing huffed. With the exam tomorrow, we all decided to help you review middle school subjects, covering all disciplines. Bing is right. We all struggled with our subjects during the entrance exams and can definitely assist. Ili chimed in. Is it really necessary for this group to be so enthusiastic? Even if they are unaware of my capabilities, my sister should know better than to join in this chaos. However, with everyone present, it was impossible to refuse. The hefty boy had long slipped away, leaving him without any means of escape. Gulping down the milk, Hua Ziyun suddenly stood up. I need to use the restroom. He squeezed through the crowd and dashed out of the classroom. Yet, before he could enter, he was intercepted by a lovely girl waiting at the restroom door. Classmate, do you need paper? The girl extended a piece of tissue from her pocket, thrusting it into his hand before he could decline. Who are you? No, I'm younger. Hua Ziyun's eyes widened in surprise, and just as he was about to push it back, a fellow classmate rushing to the restroom bumped into him. The boy glanced awkwardly at the scene before him, the two blocking the door and the tissue held aloft in Hua Ziyun's hand. His face flushed crimson. I need to get by. I have to use the restroom. Feeling startled, he ducked his head and squeezed past them. Senior, this paper. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl who handed over the tissue turned and bolted away. Hua Ziyun, utterly flabbergasted, glanced at the tissue in his hand, then around at the empty hallway, his face burning with embarrassment. This restroom was no longer an option. As he rounded the corner of the stairs, he collided with another senior hurrying up. Hua Ziyun, where are you headed? Ili asked us to help you review. It's nothing. I just wanted to take a walk. Hua Ziyun felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing he was ensnared in a web of well-meaning intentions. Even the restroom was monitored. Since you're not busy, let us head back. Everyone has taken the afternoon off to help you cram at the library. Fine, let us go. Hua Ziyun relented, obediently following the senior back to the classroom. Suspecting this was all part of his sister's grand scheme. In a corner of the teaching building, Yi Yangtian and Wencheng observed the older students streaming into the experimental class for new students. Wencheng, you'd better not play tricks on me. You know what the consequences will be if you fail to deliver the results I expect. Yi Yangtian said coldly. Rest assured, Yi. This kid scored only 14 points in mathematics on the entrance exam. Do you really believe he can achieve a good result? I've done my homework. He definitely cheated on the last test. Wencheng smirked confidently. Let us hope so. I can assure you, with so many people coming to tutor him, he must be in a state of panic, trying to cram at the last minute. Just wait and see. Time passed quickly, and Hua Ziyun found himself forcibly taken to the library to cram. Although he could recite the material effortlessly, this kind of review felt more like torture. During this period, Hua Ziyun received a response from the military. Tiger had been captured, and they were working to extract information from him. As for Zero's data, it remained under investigation, and he was advised to be cautious for the time being. Meanwhile, Suyun also relayed that she had found no information on Zero. However, she had a friend who could infiltrate the Skynet program, which might yield some data, but that would require patience. After consolidating the information from both parties, Hua Ziyun decided to set this matter aside for now, as nearly everyone at Nanming High School was focused on the impending examination. Moreover, the enthusiasm of the seniors he had once saved compelled him to cooperate, even if it felt like mere pretense. Sister, this is truly unfounded. Tomorrow, when I unleash my full potential in the exam, what question could possibly stump me? This is such a waste of time. Chapter 69. The examination live-streamed early the next morning. On the playground of Nanming Middle School, a solitary student desk was placed on the lawn. Even before 8 o'clock, several spectators had gathered in the stands, drawn by the unprecedented nature of this examination method, eager to witness the spectacle. As the school bell rang, Wazian arrived at the playground accompanied by his sister. Indeed, 5 teachers, led by Sun Yofu, awaited him, making the examination feel akin to that of a criminal. Was it truly necessary? With a resigned sigh, Wazian took his seat at the student desk, bracing himself for the examination's commencement. Are you ready? Sun Yufu, his belly protruding, approached Wazian and checked his watch. Our teachers have been quite busy lately. The school has graciously approved this make-up exam for you. Consequently, each subject's examination time will be shortened by half an hour. Do you have any objections? Shortened by half an hour? Wazian blinked in surprise. Is that really a thing? Fine, I have no objections. Very well, let us begin. Sun Yofu grunted, tossing a pre-prepared Chinese language test paper at Wazian. For each completed subject, a teacher would be on hand to grade the responses, and once all subjects were finished, Wazian's final score would be revealed. With an expressionless nod, Wazian seized the Chinese test paper and commenced answering. Intelligent Scholar System, automatically retrieve answers. Ding, the system is scanning the test paper. Ding, the system has generated answers for the host to transcribe. As the system's prompts resonated, Wazian fixed his gaze on Sun Yofu, lowered his head, and began to write at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, Sun Yofu's expression transformed into one of disbelief as he witnessed Wazian's rapid answering. The 4 accompanying teachers were equally stunned, eyes wide in astonishment at the answers appearing on the test paper. Such speed, and it appears all correct. Watching the teachers' reactions, Huasha discreetly chuckled to herself. You ignorant fools, attempting to challenge my brother? Just wait and see how he leaves you all flabbergasted. At this moment, the modest crowd in the stands had dwindled considerably, their curiosity satiated. They deemed the examination no longer entertaining and began to depart in small clusters. Xiaomei, let us leave too. We'll get sunburned if we stay much longer. A girl urged her gaming companion. They had been sitting there for 20 minutes and were utterly bored. Ugh, it's your fault for making me lose. Let us go, Xiaomei huffed, reluctantly exiting the game. She glanced at Wazian on the playground, thinking how hard it was to escape for some fun, only to be urged to leave again. However, before she could finish her thought, her eyes widened in disbelief. No way, is that real? Yes, submitting already? Upon hearing the phrase submitting the test, the other girl was equally startled, quickly turning to the playground to confirm that indeed, one teacher had begun grading papers, while Wazian had already commenced the second test. Is he cheating? Xiaomei, compelled by curiosity, unlocked her phone and instinctively entered the school's live streaming forum. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaomei from Class 7, Grade 2. You've likely heard about yesterday's incident. I'm now at the examination site and just moments ago, our troublemaker Wazian astonishingly submitted his test. Stay tuned for more updates. Unbeknownst to Wazian, his examination was being live-streamed. He had no patience to waste a whole day here. If he took too long, his sister might get sunburned, and he would certainly face her wrath upon returning home. With fervent scribbles and rapid notes, Wazian completed the last short answer question under Sun Youfu's incredulous gaze. Look, he has submitted again, and this time it took even less time. 15 minutes? Most people wouldn't even finish the multiple-choice questions in that time. Xiaomei exclaimed, exhilarated, raising her phone to continue the live stream as the viewership soared to over 500. Next paper. Wazian yanked the completed math test aside and seized the remaining exam papers from Sun Youfu. He was wholly immersed in the thrill of answering questions, unaware that the school's forum was ablaze with excitement over this examination, which had transformed into a personal showcase, all stemming from a single proctoring scene on the playground. Hey Senior Ili Bing Bing, what brings you here? Huasha called out in surprise, seeing two figures approaching in the distance. Don't ask, just look. Si Ruobing shot her a glare, handing her phone to Huasha. On the screen was the live footage from the examination room, where the three of them were now visible. What's this? A live stream? Huasha grinned at Xiaomei in the stands, who was still broadcasting, flashing a playful peace sign. 666,666. The campus belle is here. Let us send her some flowers. The screen exploded with comments as Huasha's presence ignited a flurry of excitement. As time ticked by, Wazian labored for nearly an hour and a half before finally completing his answers. Ugh, that was exhausting. He slammed his pen down on the desk, stretching wearily. At that moment, Xiaomei, leading a group of 7 or 8 others, crowded around Wazian. Hey, when did you all arrive? Wazian asked, surprised to see Si Ruobing and the others. Si Ruobing awkwardly smiled, pointing at Xiaomei, who was now eagerly checking the grades on the papers she had graded, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. This live stream had propelled her popularity to new heights. How could she not be overjoyed? Who is she? What is she doing? Wazian inquired, glancing at Xiaomei, whom he did not recognize. She's live-streaming your examination. Live-streaming? Wazian gasped, nearly toppling from his seat. Could anyone actually find such a stream interesting? Meanwhile, in the freshman experimental class, a chubby student was glued to the screen displaying a red score, unable to suppress his glee as he chuckled to himself. Zhang Dawei. Teacher Zhao Lei slammed his hand on the desk, casting an irate glare in his direction. What are you doing? I've been watching you giggle at your lap this whole class. What could possibly amuse you so much? Hand over whatever you're hiding in your lap. And you lot. Zhao Lei coldly surveyed the entire class, reprimanding, just a few of you is one thing. But is my class so dull that you can't pay attention? Each of you seems to be lost in your thoughts. Chapter 70. The spring radiance in the cornfield startled. The plump boy abruptly stood up from his seat, obediently placing his phone on the table. He answered earnestly, Teacher, you mentioned we are a collective. The exams over at Wazian have concluded. Isn't it reasonable for me to pay some attention? Concluded? How is that even possible? Teacher Zhao Lei was taken aback, incredulous that the first major class had ended so soon. Indeed, and the results are already out. The examination was live-streamed just now. If you don't believe me, you can ask them, the boy said, gesturing toward his classmates, hoping to drag them into the conversation. Zhao Lei regained his composure, involuntarily twitching his lips in frustration as he murmured, It ended so quickly. It must have gone poorly. Teacher, it's not as you think. The boy quickly explained. Wazian scored full marks in mathematics and science, only losing 2 points each in Chinese and English. The results for the comprehensive subject are still pending. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei dropped the chalk he was holding onto the table with a clatter. Bring me your phone. I want to see. At that moment, Huaxian had lost interest in waiting for the comprehensive subject results. She stood up and approached the visibly displeased Sun Youfu. Teacher Sun, I did not cheat. You saw that clearly. If the school still intends to expel me, I have nothing more to say, but I require a reasonable explanation. With that, she took her sister's hand and headed toward the teaching building. Brother, you really stood up for yourself this time, Huaxia exclaimed cheerfully. What else could I do? Can't you see that this was a trap set by Yi Yangtian? Huaxian whispered. Yes, he is quite the villain. But remember to be cautious in the future to avoid falling into his schemes. Got it. I have my wish system. I'm not afraid of him. It's just that my fifth task. Stop. Huaxian was startled and immediately halted, pushing her sister aside. She turned to glance back at Si Ruobing. Sister Bing, could you please escort her back to the classroom? I would greatly appreciate it. Si Ruobing shook her head helplessly, exasperated with the antics of this brother-sister duo. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhao Lei, like a treasure hunter who had stumbled upon a gem, pulled Huaxian aside for an inquisition. His reputation as a scholarly figure was now firmly established, and he felt a surge of pride that resonated deep within him. The incident soon reached a conclusion. Huaxian undeniably became the focal point of the school, widely recognized as a genius scholar, and nearly every student memorized her relatively unremarkable face. The school, of course, responded accordingly. A newly issued notice apologized to Huaxian for their earlier decision. Notably, the once revered scholar, Wen Cheng, suddenly became the scapegoat. Following an investigation, it was revealed that Wen Cheng's accusation of Huaxian's cheating stemmed from personal jealousy, resulting in a serious reprimand for him. His previously refined image was utterly shattered. Huaxian now understood that Wen Cheng had orchestrated this entire debacle. It was no wonder Yi Yangtian was able to retaliate so swiftly. Having proven her capabilities, the school could not afford to admit their error openly, and thus the best resolution was to sacrifice one of their own to deflect blame. After class that noon, Huaxian took a brief leave with the plump boy and teacher Zhao to visit the mountain village. Though the incident had seemingly passed, she knew Yi Yangtian would not relent easily. To avoid provoking him further, she needed to prepare thoroughly. Before dusk, Huaxian arrived at the plump boy's home in Zhangjiadian. As she walked along the only path leading to the village, she admired the orderly little village, with its serene environment, the verdant mountains and flowing waters creating a peaceful escape from the city's clamor. Suddenly, she heard a commotion from a nearby cornfield. Assuming it to be some intriguing animal, her curiosity piqued, and she strained her ears to listen. Despite being over 20 meters away, her keen hearing, honed from her training, made it easy to discern the sounds. Do I really have to take off my clothes? Can't I just keep them on? A sultry yet reluctant female voice drifted into Huaxian's ears. Huaxian's body trembled. Was there indeed someone in the cornfield? With that thought, she swiftly grabbed the plump boy, who was walking toward the village, making a shushing gesture as they hid in a nearby ditch, straining to hear the source of the voice. The plump boy, lacking such acute hearing, squatted in the ditch with a bewildered expression, unsure of Huaxian's intentions. She did not explain, merely signaling him to remain silent, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she activated the perspective function of her medical sage system. That's definitely not acceptable. Have you ever seen a doctor in a large hospital who doesn't require you to undress for an examination? Focusing on the source of the voice, Huaxian saw a robust young man, approximately 20 years old, examining a woman across from him with the seriousness of a doctor, his eyes shimmering with an unsettling light. Opposite him sat a woman in her late 20s with an oval face and a delicate figure, her hands modestly covering her ample bosom, shyly uttering, "But I've never been to a large hospital in the city." The young man gazed intently at her, earnestly declaring, "Let me tell you, Linger, in big cities, any hospital will require you to undress for a checkup. Moreover, since you're having issues with fertility, I need to examine your reproductive organs and breastfeeding areas closely to determine the root of your problem. Otherwise, not even a divine doctor could cure your ailment." Watching the young man's professional demeanor, Xiaoer hesitated, then, steeling herself, slowly began to unbutton her top. Ding, system detection. Ding, system detection. A series of system notifications echoed in Wazian's mind, prompting her to quickly deactivate the perspective function, muttering a few mantras under her breath. She couldn't believe that such occurrences were happening in such a small place. Wazian, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? The plump boy asked, his expression one of suspicion. It's nothing. Is there a woman named Linger in your village? Wazian casually inquired. How do you know? That's my cousin's aunt. She just married Zhang Dali from our village a few years ago, and is living quite well now, he replied, a hint of envy in his voice. Seriously? Wazian's mouth widened in surprise, turning to glance at the cornfield, feeling a surge of embarrassment. Plump boy, can you promise me not to act impulsively later? Chapter 71. Did you really see that? What urgency do I have? What are you up to, shrouded in mystery? The chubby one, curious, inquired how I knew about my aunt. Before I could respond, I asked him how many doctors there were in his village. Just Zhang Banzian, he replied. That kid is only a few years older than us. His parents passed away early, and he learned a couple of tricks of the trade, flaunting them around the village, deceiving people. The mention of Zhang Banzian immediately darkened the chubby one's expression. He muttered, ever since my aunt married here, that dog has been harassing her. When I was around, I would beat him up whenever I saw him. I don't know if he has corrected his vile ways since then. Huazi Yun awkwardly froze for a moment, instinctively turning to glance at the distant cornfield. He advised the chubby one, you better stay put and not move until I return. With that, Huazi Yun rose and headed towards the cornfield. He couldn't risk bringing the chubby one along. If he stumbled upon his aunt in a compromising situation, Zhang Banzian would certainly have his life at stake, if not worse. Unaware of Huazi Yun's intentions, the chubby one lazily reclined on the ground, plucking a blade of grass to chew on, contentedly gazing at the setting sun. Activating his X-ray vision, Huazi Yun, feeling a bit anxious, stepped cautiously towards the cornfield. This was a situation he had never encountered before. If he did not intervene, the chubby one's aunt would surely be in dire straits, at the mercy of Zhang Banzian. After walking merely 10 meters, Huazi Yun noticed that the buttons of the chubby one's aunt's blouse had come undone, causing his face to flush crimson. Indeed, this mature woman was striking, and her ample figure was captivating. Ding! The soul captivation system recorded a scene of overwhelming allure, rewarding the host with 500 exchange points. At that moment, Zhang Banzian remained surprisingly composed, maintaining his charlatan demeanor as he fixated on the chubby one's aunt, feigning seriousness as he quietly watched her, slowly peeling away her clothing. Observing Zhang Banzian's ambiguous posture, the chubby one's aunt took a deep breath, seemingly reassured, and gradually unfastened her belt, inching down her loose trousers to reveal a pair of sheer, light red panties. Good heavens! Who would have thought there would be a golden phoenix in this remote village? And a transparent one at that. Meanwhile, Huazi Yun had reached the edge of the field, wearing a bitter smile as he gazed at the oblivious chubby one's aunt. Could this truly be considered desperate measures? It was evidently akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den. What kind of ridicule from her family would compel her to make such a bold choice? Seeking alternative remedies instead of consulting a proper physician? Looking back at Zhang Banzian, his eyes were now bloodshot, the serious facade he had earlier vanished. He swallowed hard, stammering, Sister Linger, I must begin my examination now. I will need to check both your feeding and birthing areas. Rest assured, this time I will surely uncover the cause of your ailment. With that, Zhang Banzian reached out toward her ample bosom. Huazi Yun could no longer bear to watch. Just before Zhang Banzian's hands could succeed, he cleared his throat and loudly called out, Chubby, look at the corn. It seems half-ripe. May I pick a few ears to take back? At Huazi Yun's words, the two concealed in the cornfield felt as though thunder had struck from a clear sky. Zhang Banzian sprang to his feet, gazing intently in the direction of the voice. However, lacking X-ray vision, he could not possibly see anyone outside the cornfield. At that moment, the chubby one's aunt was also startled, hastily gathering her clothes to cover herself. Although she had merely come to seek Zhang Banzian's help, being caught would lead to insurmountable embarrassment, and rumors of her infidelity would surely spread. Go ahead, This plot belongs to my third uncle. Feel free, the chubby one replied. Once he confirmed he had not misheard, Zhang Banzian, terrified, turned and dashed away, leaving the chubby one's aunt in a frenzy, nearly in tears as she struggled to dress. Seeing that Zhang Banzian had fled, Hua Ziyun smirked and slipped into the cornfield, intentionally creating a commotion to cover his presence. He did not want the chubby one to uncover the truth. Otherwise, the poor lad would be utterly devastated. Hey, how come there are still people here? Hua Ziyun pretended to be oblivious, coincidentally bumping into Zhou Ling, who was tying her belt. With a feigned look of surprise, he exclaimed, "Big sister, why are you here as dusk approaches?" "And no, nothing. I was just passing by." Zhou Ling's complexion was a deep shade of red, almost purple, as she continued her task, seemingly flustered. "Where did you come from? I don't recall seeing you before." "Oh, I'm Zhang Daoi's classmate, visiting with him to reconnect with family." Hua Ziyun chuckled in response. "Dawei? Yes, he is my closest friend." Hua Ziyun smiled warmly and shouted towards the edge of the cornfield. "Chubby, there is a big sister in the cornfield. You should come over." "What big sister? Is she stealing corn from my third uncle's field?" the chubby one called back, rushing into the cornfield with a stick he had somehow procured. During this time, Hua Ziyun couldn't help but steal a few glances at Zhou Ling. It was true that the chubby one's aunt possessed some beauty. To have such a striking figure emerge from this small mountain village was indeed remarkable. However, she could use a bit of mental refinement. It was unclear whether she genuinely sought medical assistance or was merely using it as a pretext for a clandestine meeting with Zhang Banzian. "Aunt?" the chubby one exclaimed as he entered, startled to see Zhou Ling. He quickly dropped the stick, rubbing his palms together awkwardly, chuckling, "I thought someone was stealing corn. What are you doing here? Aunt?" "What aunt?" Hua Ziyun feigned ignorance, eyes wide with surprise. "She is the aunt I mentioned, Zhou Ling." The chubby one gestured to Hua Ziyun, slightly embarrassed. "What do you think? My aunt is quite the beauty, isn't she? She is the most renowned village flower." "Dawei, don't say such things." Zhou Ling's face flushed as she brushed off the grass clippings. With a hint of anxiety, she glanced at Hua Ziyun and asked, "Did you see anything just now?" "Nothing at all." Hua Ziyun smirked, stepping closer to Zhou Ling and whispering, "I just heard something about treating ailments. Then it seemed a wild boar ran past here." You saw that?" Zhou Ling's face flushed once more, her lips bitten white in embarrassment as she grasped the implication behind Hua Ziyun's words. Chapter 72. The Rogue Zhang Banzian Zhou Yun. "What were you and my aunt murmuring about?" The chubby boy tilted his head, looking at the two with confusion. "Oh, nothing. Let us go. It's getting dark soon." Hua Ziyun smiled, waving his hand, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Ling, who was the first to step out of the cornfield. Even if one were to indulge in infidelity, it should be in a more suitable place. How could one have any interest in a stifling and hot environment like this? Hua Ziyun chuckled mischievously in his heart, glancing at the rapidly increasing reward exchange value in the system, nodding in satisfaction. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Until they reached the village, Zhou Ling remained absent-minded, even unaware that she had followed the chubby boy to his home. "Chubby, your home is rather impoverished. I see it?" Hua Ziyun remarked, wrinkling his lips at the sight of the 3 small mud houses lacking even a courtyard. Along the way, he had seen the most dilapidated homes, all of which were at least made of brick and mortar, yet these 3 small mud houses stood out as starkly incongruous within the village. "How did I end up here?" Before the chubby boy could respond, Zhou Ling exclaimed in surprise, "Dawei, my aunt has gone home." Saying this, Zhou Ling cast a bashful glance at Hua Ziyun before turning to leave. "Aunt, we've arrived at your doorstep. Want you come in for a while?" Hua Ziyun said with a cheeky grin. "Why you called me what?" Zhou Ling's face flushed crimson. "Aunt, is there a problem? If the chubby boy calls you aunt, it is only natural for me to do the same." Hua Ziyun casually glanced at him, raising an eyebrow, and asked, "Is it wrong for me to call you that?" "Yes, of course not." "Well, I'll take my leave then." Zhou Ling shook her head in a flustered manner, turning to flee towards the west of the village. Watching his somewhat disheveled aunt leave, the chubby boy grew increasingly puzzled, frowning as he turned to Hua Ziyun, who wore a sly grin. I can't shake the feeling that my aunt is acting strangely. Speak honestly, did you do something to her? What on earth are you thinking? Do you really believe I possess the ability to do anything to your aunt? Hua Ziyun shot the chubby boy a disgruntled glance. It may be impossible for others, but you are a different case. The chubby boy scrutinized him with a serious expression. Get lost. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Hua Ziyun laughed and scolded, shaking his head helplessly. Are we not going inside? The chubby boy continued to scrutinize Hua Ziyun's face for a while, but ultimately found no incriminating evidence. Despite his lingering doubts, he entered the old house. At that moment, the chubby boy's parents had not yet returned from the fields. The yard appeared desolate, save for a famished and thin yellow dog that did not even bark at newcomers. Upon entering the house, the chubby boy enthusiastically introduced his childhood home. Although the exterior seemed a bit shabby, Hua Ziyun was pleasantly surprised to find the small interior tidy and organized. It seems that even though the chubby boy's parents are impoverished, they lead a meticulous life. I wonder if it would be feasible to suggest they leave this place someday? Lost in thought, Hua Ziyun aimlessly wandered around the room until he paused by an old photo frame. A black and white photograph of a thin little boy, around 7 or 8 years old, embracing the chubby boy caught his attention. Chubby, who is the one holding you in this photo? I had no idea you had an older brother. I don't remember either. The chubby boy leaned closer to the frame, appearing contemplative. My parents told me I had an older brother, but he was abducted when I was very young, and I have no idea what happened to him since. I'm sorry, Chubby. I shouldn't have asked. Hua Ziyun quickly apologized. It's fine. It's been over a decade. If my parents hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even remember him. The chubby boy waved his hand dismissively, pointing at the photo of himself with a chuckle. Look at how chubby I was at such a young age. It's no wonder I turned out this way. Is Zhang Yukai at home? Didn't I give you the money for treating your yellow dog a couple of days ago? Just as they were conversing, a voice suddenly called from outside the fence. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Hua Ziyun was taken aback, and before he could think further, the chubby boy snorted, furrowing his brow angrily. That Zhang Banzian. He bullies my father every day. Just wait. I'll break his legs. With that, the chubby boy dashed outside. Zhang Banzian? The yellow dog? SNT that the chubby boy's pet? Hua Ziyun suddenly realized. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. This fellow must have gotten wind of something from Zhouling and intended to investigate. But is he a physician for humans or animals? Fearing that the chubby boy might go too far and cause trouble, he hurriedly followed him outside. However, Hua Ziyun was still a step too late. The chubby boy burst through the fence like a chicken being grabbed, gripping Zhang Banzian by the wrist and lifting him up. You scoundrel! Did you trick my father out of money while I was away? Chubby, don't be impulsive. Put him down and let us talk it out. Hua Ziyun quickly stepped forward, patting the chubby boy's shoulder to signal him to calm down. The chubby boy snorted, reluctantly releasing the grinning Zhang Banzian. Dawei, what brings you back? Zhang Banzian glanced at Hua Ziyun with a sideways glance, speaking defiantly. A couple of days ago, your yellow dog fell ill, and Uncle Zhang asked me to take a look. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to collect the payment, so I came to retrieve it. No money. Besides, who needs you to take care of my dog's ailments? The chubby boy's face darkened. Zhang Banzian seemed to have anticipated the chubby boy's refusal, nonchalantly sneering as he stepped towards the inner room. Regardless, I've already treated the dog, and the payment is due. If you don't have it, I'll just stay here for dinner tonight as compensation. With that, Zhang Banzian turned back, wearing a smug expression that seemed to say, what are you going to do about it? If I get injured, I might just stay for 10 days or half a month. You scoundrel! Can you be any more shameless? The chubby boy was furious, but there was clearly nothing he could do. As the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. If one is even poorer, they are looked down upon even more. Zhang Banzian was nothing short of a petty villain, reveling in his bullying. Hua Ziyun could no longer bear to watch. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Zhang Banzian's path with a smile. How much do you owe him? I'll pay. I don't want your money. I just want to eat here tonight. Zhang Banzian scoffed dismissively, glancing past Hua Ziyun as he continued toward the house. Stop! Hua Ziyun seized Zhang Banzian's arm, his expression darkening. Did I give you permission to enter? Do you know what happens to those who offend my friends? Zhang Banzian turned to look at Hua Ziyun, snorting and grinning. Who do you think you are to scare me? However, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself tumbling outside the fence. Chapter 73. A contest of defiance. How dare you? The stout man exclaimed, eyes wide as he gazed at Hua Ziyun, a mixture of laughter and despair in his voice. You have no idea how cunning this fellow is. This will surely result in him mooching off my family for at least half a month. Hua Ziyun shrugged nonchalantly, casting a knowing glance at the stout man. You've been taken advantage of by this scoundrel for far too long. Aren't you worried about persuading your parents? This presents a perfect opportunity. With my presence, you need not fret. Just go for it. Indeed, if he wishes to linger, let him. I could even offer him a room. The stout man suddenly understood, excitement surging through him as he dashed out through the fence. At that moment, Zhang Banzian, who had just been unceremoniously tossed out, was attempting to rise from the ground when the stout man kicked him down once more. Cries of agony, wails, and pleas for mercy erupted in waves. Hua Ziyun, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes. How much pent-up rage must the stout man possess? Perhaps Zhang Banzian's cries were indeed too pitiful, for soon, several neighbors emerged, and it took a group of 7 or 8 to finally pry the stout man away from Zhang Banzian. Daiwei, calm down. This could lead to a tragedy. Stop. Let us discuss this rationally. The crowd began to plead on Zhang Banzian's behalf. Despite his questionable character, the villagers depended on him for medical attention during their ailments. Should anything happen to him, they would have to travel to town for treatment. Hua Ziyun glanced at the battered Zhang Banzian, who resembled a swollen pig head, and stepped out from behind the fence, approaching the stout man. That's enough. Let this serve as a lesson for him. It's not worth your time to engage with such a person. Who is this young man? A city dweller? Zhang Zhengshuan, a middle-aged man intervening, glanced at Hua Ziyun with curiosity. Hello, sir. I am a classmate of the stout man. Hua Ziyun replied politely with a smile. Ah, this young man knows manners. Unlike Daiwei, the middle-aged man remarked approvingly, garnering nods from the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the stout man's parents returned from the fields, alarmed to see a gathering at their doorstep. As Zhang Yukai squeezed through the crowd and caught sight of his son, he initially felt relief, but that quickly turned to shock upon seeing Zhang Banzian moaning on the ground. Daiwei, you little rascal, have you beaten someone again? You troublemaker. You've caused your father great distress. Zhang Yukai scolded, brandishing a hoe as if to strike, but fortunately, he was restrained by the crowd. Zhang Banzian, seeing Zhang Yukai's return, intensified his wailing. You've come at the right time. Look at how your son has beaten me. You must compensate for my medical expenses. Compensate? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? The stout man glared, ready to charge again. Realizing that, if he didn't intervene, the stout man would surely face a beating from his father, Hua Ziyun approached Zhang Yukai with courtesy. Uncle Zhang, please don't be angry. I am a classmate of Daiwei. I take partial responsibility for this incident. I will cover the cost of his injuries. Zhang Yukai observed Hua Ziyun's smiling demeanor and sighed, lowering his hoe. Ah, I apologize for my rudeness. How can I let a guest bear the burden? Zhang Yukai's anger subsided somewhat, and he acknowledged Zhang Banzian. How much do you demand? 1,000. Not a penny less, Zhang Banzian declared, wiping the blood from his nose and lying on the ground, determined not to relent. 1,000? Both Zhang Yukai and the onlookers were taken aback. To demand such a sum after receiving a beating was indeed excessive. Zhang Banzian, enough is enough. You know the circumstances of the Yukai household. Your demands are unreasonable. In my opinion, 100 would suffice for your ointment, Zhang Zhengshuan interjected, stepping in as a mediator. Hua Ziyun observed quietly, intrigued to see how Zhang Banzian would attempt to extort the 1,000 yuan. Zhang Yukai glared at Zhang Zhengshuan. You old fool, do you dare meddle? Do you still wish to treat your rheumatism? I said 1,000 and not a cent less. Zhang Banzian's words left Zhang Zhengshuan momentarily speechless, while murmurs arose among the crowd. They were aware of Zhang Banzian's unscrupulous nature. Many felt anger but refrained from speaking up, for he was the only doctor in the village, and future ailments could necessitate his services. Zhang Youcai's face grew increasingly strained. Hua Ziyun could see he might not be able to muster such an amount at once. He shook his head and sighed, kneeling beside the bewildered Zhang Zhengshuan. Uncle, your rheumatism has likely persisted for 7 or 8 years. Perhaps I can assist in alleviating it. What are you doing, young man? Zhang Zhengshuan exclaimed, startled. Please, don't move. Hua Ziyun smiled as he began to apply pressure to the acupuncture points in Zhang Zhengshuan's legs. This condition stems from the accumulation of dampness. Warming your lower limbs will benefit your entire body. It seems you have suffered from chronic dampness without effective treatment. However, it is not insurmountable. As Hua Ziyun proceeded with his technique, Zhang Zhengshuan's expression shifted from confusion to delight. The pain in his legs began to subside. Young man, it seems to be working. This is truly miraculous. Seeing the positive results, many gathered around to witness, engaging in lively discussions about Hua Ziyun's abilities. Uncle, please follow me inside shortly. I will administer a few acupuncture sessions to thoroughly eliminate the dampness. My family has practiced medicine for 10 generations. I have learned much from my grandfather, Hua Ziyun offered graciously. As the crowd gravitated towards Hua Ziyun, Zhang Banzian was filled with rage. He stood up, abandoning his demands for money, and pushed into the throng, shouting, "What nonsense are you spewing? I have practiced medicine for years, and this is the first time I've heard that rheumatism can be completely cured. Stop deceiving the villagers. Zhang Banzian, perhaps you should hold your tongue. I know well whether your treatment is effective or not. Your ointments are no match for the skills of this young man," Zhang Zhengshuan retorted, now entirely enamored with Hua Ziyun. Nonsense. This boy hasn't he even matured yet. How can he rival me? Zhang Banzian felt disrespected for the first time, his anger boiling over as he pointed furiously at Zhang Zhengshuan. You old fool. Don't expect me to treat you again. Physicians should possess integrity. What kind of mindset is that? Hua Ziyun shook his head in exasperation, gazing at Zhang Banzian with a sigh. Who are you to dictate terms? I will do as I please. If you dare defy me, let us settle this with a contest. Chapter 74. System task very well. Hua Ziyun chuckled, rising to stand before Zhang Banzian. How shall we compare? Seeing the atmosphere shift, the portly man began to chuckle mischievously from the side, sensing that Zhang Banzian was about to face misfortune. That insolent brat, and you can still laugh. Zhang Youcai kicked the portly man from behind, lowering his voice to admonish, You're causing me trouble all day. How am I to gather that 1,000 yuan? The portly man, grinning, pulled Zhang Youcai aside and whispered with a sly smile. Don't worry, old man. I assure you, you won't need that 1,000 yuan. Zhang Banzian is destined to fail this time. Is that true? Don't fool me. I'm getting old, and what exactly does your classmate do? Zhang Youcai replied skeptically. Oh, just wait and see, the portly man replied impatiently. With Hua Ziyun present, he felt secure that he would not be the one to bear the burden. Zhang Banqian's eyes were now red. He could not tolerate anyone threatening his standing in the village. He glared coldly at Hua Ziyun and declared, Best of 3 rounds. I will set the questions. If I win, you must leave our village at once. Very well, but what if I win? Hua Ziyun responded casually. If you win, I shall forfeit the 1,000 yuan, and this matter will be settled. You were never going to take that money. Using it as a wager seems rather unfair. Doesn't it? Hua Ziyun scoffed. Enough of your nonsense.
What do you propose?
Let me sweeten the deal. If you win, not only will you leave, but I will also compensate you double your loss. Hua Ziyun's eyes sparkled coldly as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Banzian. However, if you lose, I will compensate you tenfold, but you must allow the portly man to strike you 9 more times. By heavens, I like this wager, the portly man exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he jumped high, giving Hua Ziyun a thumbs up. Ziyun, you truly are a brother. I give you my respect. Upon hearing Hua Ziyun's wager, the surrounding villagers erupted in astonishment. What kind of wager was this? Winning would lead to monetary reward? A 10-fold compensation meant 1,000 yuan. Not to mention whether he could even produce such a sum. It was clear he intended to strike Zhang Banzian as well. With a knowing smile, Hua Ziyun awaited Zhang Banqian's response. Zhang Banqian's expression soured, but having made the challenge publicly, he felt unable to retract his words. He could not fathom where Hua Ziyun derived his confidence under the condition of his own questioning. Yet finally, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Very well, I shall come to find you tomorrow morning. Zhang Banzian glared at Hua Ziyun for a moment longer before coldly turning and exiting the crowd. Clear the way, you traitorous lot. Have you forgotten how you once sought my assistance? After Zhang Banzian departed, under Zhang Youcai's guidance, Hua Ziyun graciously welcomed Zhang Zhengshuan into the room. After sterilizing the acupuncture needles, he began to perform acupuncture to dispel the cold. The small room had already been crowded with curious villagers. He discerned that Zhang Zhengshuan's damp and cold energy had accumulated excessively, resulting in damp poison. Just as Zhang Banzian had stated, such chronic ailments could not be effectively treated by ordinary physicians. They could only be managed through gradual therapy and rest. However, this minor issue was trivial for Hua Ziyun, who had reached the pinnacle of healing arts. The ancient and mysterious therapeutic methods were all stored in his mind, and within half an hour, he successfully expelled the cold poison from Zhang Zhengshuan's leg. Uncle, your leg is completely healed now. You must learn to protect it in the future. Hua Ziyun smiled as he removed the acupuncture needles, gesturing for him to step down and assess if there was any lingering pain. Zhang Zhengshuan felt as though his legs were being warmed by a furnace, an unprecedented comfort. Amid the expectant gazes of many, he leapt down from the bed and circled the room, his eyes brimming with excitement. Is it truly healed? It's completely gone. Zhang Zhengshuan exclaimed, grasping Hua Ziyun's shoulders, his eyes glistening. Young man, you are indeed a miraculous healer. My chronic leg ailment has tormented me for years, keeping me awake through countless nights. You have saved my life. As he spoke, Zhang Zhengshuan felt an impulse to kneel, but Hua Ziyun quickly supported his arm. Uncle, you mustn't. My grandfather taught me that practicing medicine is a form of cultivation. How could I accept such honor? The portly man watched from the side, inwardly amused by the performance. Hua Ziyun's act was quite convincing, even weaving in his grandfather's lineage. Yet overall, the charade flowed seamlessly, appearing natural and perfect. Young man, come, dine at my home. I shall have my wife prepare a nourishing old hen for you. Zhang Zhengshuan was clearly still quite excited. That's not necessary. You must come. In no time, the portly man's home became lively. With Zhang Zhengshuan's success, the villagers clamored for Hua Ziyun's healing, eager to be treated. It was not until midnight that Zhang Youcai, concerned for Hua Ziyun's fatigue, forcibly turned away the villagers who continued to arrive, insisting they could discuss matters the following day. After all, it would not be good to exhaust the guest immediately upon his arrival. The villagers departed, but news of the young healer spread throughout the village. Zhang Zhengshuan's chronic leg ailment, old Lu's disc issues, and old son's chest discomfort, as well as widow Li's menstrual irregularities, had all found resolution. After dinner, Hua Ziyun and the portly man confessed their intentions to the elderly couple, hoping to convince them to move to the city. As Hua Ziyun had initially suspected, the elderly couple was reluctant to part with their 3 small earthen houses. They were simple country folk who did not wish to bask in the light of others without cause. Hua Ziyun understood that this matter could not be rushed. Changing the couple's mindset would take time, and he needed to discuss strategies with the portly man. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the portly man's door was besieged with villagers seeking Hua Ziyun's healing. The number was overwhelming. Some even arrived before dawn, stools in hand, lining up in a scene that could only be described as bustling. Good heavens! Ziyun, your popularity is soaring. I'm just here to watch the show. The portly man smirked, observing Hua Ziyun sighing at the window. Can you blame me? Wasn't this all to deal with Zhang Banzian yesterday? Hua Ziyun retorted, casting a glare at him. Seeing the long line of villagers outside made him regretful. How unreliable is Zhang Banzian that he has managed to attract so many patients. Just as Hua Ziyun lamented his predicament, the system suddenly activated, announcing, "Ding! Soul-searching system environmental assessment complete. The host is restricted to accumulating 2,000 exchange points from the villagers within 3 days. Failure to complete the task within the time limit will result in the deduction of all exchange points." Chapter 75. Only Gynecology Chow. Are you coming with me at this time? Huazi Yun's mind buzzed with confusion as he bitterly sat on the bed, feeling utterly frustrated. The damn soul-consuming system was clearly kicking him when he was down. What kind of mission was this at such a time? It was evident that he was being forced to endure discomfort over the next 3 days. Get out of the way. Each of you, do not obstruct my path. Just as Huazi Yun was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Zhang Banzian, leading a big black dog, strode into the courtyard, and the surrounding villagers instinctively parted to create a path. They had all heard about Zhang Banshan's mishap the previous day, and they were curious about the outcome of his 3 contests with Huazi Yun. They wanted to see if this legendary young doctor was truly remarkable. Huazi Yun, come out, Zhang Banzian declared, standing firmly in the center of the courtyard, his voice booming. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Huazi Yun emerged from the back room with a hefty companion. The villagers' gazes immediately converged on the duo. Is this really the much-talked-about young doctor? So young? Indeed. He appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet he had such impressive abilities. The young and skilled doctor. My uncle's asthma was completely cured by him last night. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. In an instant, the courtyard buzzed with chatter, and all eyes were undeniably on Huazi Yun. Zhang Banzian, filled with anger and resentment, found their remarks to be a profound insult. Huazi Yun, today I shall challenge you. Upon seeing the 2 dogs he was holding, Huazi Yun was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a contest of medical skills? What was Zhang Banzian planning? Zhang Xin, didn't we agree on a competition? Why are you bringing 2 dogs? Planning to race them? Ha ha ha. The hefty companion's question elicited laughter, as it was indeed puzzling to bring dogs for a medical contest. Huazi Yun waved his hand at his friend and approached Zhang Banzian with a smile. I truly do not understand your intentions. Are you planning to unleash the dogs on me? Humph. Zhang Banzian snorted, glaring at Huazi Yun with fury. Old Lu's dogs suddenly fell ill last night, lethargic and refusing to eat. You claim to be a skilled doctor. I want to see if you can cure these dogs. Seriously? Is that even a challenge? Huazi Yun awkwardly grinned, glancing at the 2 seemingly listless yellow dogs. Was Zhang Banshan's mind clouded? Such a trivial idea? Before he could refuse, expressing that this challenge was utterly pointless, the hefty companion sidled up to them, squinting curiously at Zhang Banzian. What a coincidence. Old Lu's dogs fell ill just like that? You didn't secretly drug them last night, did you? Nonsense. Do you take me for that kind of person? Zhang Banshan's face twitched in irritation. This is my contest with him. It has nothing to do with you. Come on. Zhang Xin, are you blind? Look at all these people in my yard. Is there still a need for a contest? The hefty one exclaimed. Huazi Yun chuckled and pulled his friend aside, shaking his head in resignation. Is it meaningful to argue with someone like him? Since we're diagnosing, let's proceed. With that, Huazi Yun helplessly surveyed the onlookers and turned back to Zhang Banzian. Shall you go first, or shall I? Guests are to be treated with courtesy. You should go first. Zhang Banzian replied coldly, his eyes glinting. If you cannot cure them, I will take them back for treatment. If these dogs are fine in the end, you lose this first round. Very well, I'll give it a try. Huazi Yun was aware that Zhang Banzian had ulterior motives, so he refrained from further discussion and crouched down to examine the dog's conditions. After some deliberation, he concluded that the dogs appeared fatigued but were otherwise healthy. If it weren't for Zhang Banshan's tight grip on their leashes, they might have simply been lying down. Upon further assessment, Huazi Yun realized the dogs were not sick at all. They might have been given a sedative, explaining their sluggishness. No wonder Zhang Banzian wanted him to go first. It was likely that once the dogs had a good rest, they would be fine. How could he allow Zhang Banzian to take advantage of him? With that thought, Huazi Yun returned to the house and retrieved 2 exceptionally long needles. Under the gaze of the crowd, he plunged the needles directly into the dogs' backs. The dogs yelped in pain, leaping about, causing Zhang Banzian to stumble and fall. Even the surrounding villagers were startled and retreated in shock. Watching Zhang Banzian struggle to control the dogs, Huazi Yun smirked and declared, "These dogs are already cured. They may experience drowsiness for a while, but once they rest, they will be fine." You! Zhang Banzian, holding one dog, glared at Hua Ziyun, his face contorted in discomfort. He wasn't angry that Hua Ziyun had thwarted his plans. He was astonished that Hua Ziyun had noticed his tampering with the dogs. You've lost this round. I have no interest in engaging in such trivial games. If you wish to compete, bring forth your genuine skills. I have no time to waste here. The villagers remained perplexed about the nature of this contest. Was medical skill truly this mysterious? Yet, a skilled doctor was indeed impressive, defeating Zhang Banzian so swiftly with just 2 needles. Just wait, I shall demonstrate my ancestral treasures to you. Zhang Banzian retorted, turning to lead the dogs away. Hua Ziyun merely chuckled nonchalantly and turned to a young girl of about 20, leaning on a cane. Just right, I won't be leaving for the next few days. Come with me, and I'll check your health. Me? The girl was taken aback, glancing around, seemingly realizing he was indeed addressing her, and she felt a bit excited. Come with me. Hua Ziyun nodded and walked toward the house, causing the girl's cheeks to flush as she limped in behind him. Meanwhile, the hefty companion was beaming with pride, feeling Hua Ziyun had brought him honor. In front of so many villagers, he was able to act so impressively. Who wouldn't be pleased? After all, Hua Ziyun was the one he had brought back. Stand in line, everyone. I'll call you one by one. The hefty one puffed out his chest, turning to follow Hua Ziyun inside. But before he could reach the door, it closed with a thud. You stay out here, too, and tell everyone today we are only treating gynecology. The hefty one was left outside, dumbfounded, as he noticed the curtains inside the house had been drawn shut. Stunned, he mumbled, No way, my friend. Are you planning something during the day? Chapter 76. Beyond endurance, do you require the curtains to be drawn for your examination? The girl, feeling somewhat anxious, sat motionless on a stool beneath the Kong, observing Wazian's retreating figure. Wazian adjusted the curtains and pressed them down with a pillow, illuminating the room before glancing back at the nervous girl with a ponytail seated on the stool. You need not be anxious. I am a legitimate doctor. Relax. It's perfectly fine. What is your name and what seems to be the ailment? I am Xiaotsue. I sprained my ankle while foraging for herbs in the mountains yesterday, and now my ankle is swelling more and more. I am a bit worried. Upon realizing that Wazian did not seem malicious, the girl began to relax slightly. However, Wazian felt his palms dampening with sweat. The soul system had unexpectedly assigned him a rather bizarre task. Where should he even begin? One misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. What options did he have? He had to find a way to complete the task. Feeling defeated, he resigned himself to the demands of the soul system, recalling the peculiar methods employed by Zhang Banjian in the cornfield, contemplating whether he could replicate them to see how much redemption value he could gather this time. With that thought, Wazian sat across from Xiaotsue, his heart racing at the sight of the slightly older girl. If she were to tidy herself up for the city, she would undoubtedly be the envy of many, though she would lose her unique innocence in the process. Xiaotsue, you needn't feel tense. Try to ease your body. Wazian encouraged himself, leaning forward to gently grasp Xiaotsue's waist, slowly lifting her from the stool. Turn around. I shall begin the examination shortly. Ding. The system detected a soft touch, rewarding the host with 10 redemption points. What? Is that all? Wazian silently cursed, already anticipating the shamelessness of the soul system. Without waiting for Xiaotsue to react, he turned her around, swallowing hard as he grasped her top and began to pull it up. Dr. Hua, what are you doing? Xiaotsue, startled, clutched his arm from behind. The tension was becoming unbearable, and the soul system had activated its performance mode. It was Wazian's first time playing the role of a healer, and if he didn't enter the system mode soon, he would surely be exposed. With the promise of 200 redemption points, he steeled himself. Fear not, Xiaotsue. A physician is devoid of gender. In the next moment, Wazian fully embraced the performance mode. His voice calm as he explained, a sprain may appear simple, yet without a thorough examination, it can lead to further complications. If you wish to recover swiftly, you must let go of your current reservations. Xiaotsue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, but the pain radiating from her ankle was intolerable. Since her back was turned to Wazian, she finally gritted her teeth and released her grip on his arm. Seeing her compliance, Wazian felt a surge of relief as he gradually removed her top, revealing her smooth back, which earned him a reward of 50 redemption points from the system. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Huaxian's fingers glided across Xiaozui's back, the silky sensation sending an involuntary shiver through him. With another soft sound from Xiaozui, he received an additional 100 redemption points. "Are you done yet?" Xiaozui urged, a hint of impatience in her tone. No issues were found above. We'll proceed to the lower region next. Please remove your trousers, Huaxian stated, his heart racing as he retracted his hands, struggling against the primal urge surging within him. To his surprise, Xiaozui believed his earnest demeanor and, biting her lip, began to slide her hands into her pants, slowly pulling them down until her rounded curves were fully revealed. With determination, Huaxian placed his hands firmly upon her, indulging in the moment as he asked, "Xiaozui, do you feel any discomfort here?" Xiaozui was too overwhelmed to respond, her back arching instinctively, her breath hitching. Huaxian reveled in the exhilarating sensation, the tautness igniting a fervor within her. When the system ceased its reward notifications, Huaxian reluctantly withdrew his hands, guiding the somewhat flustered Xiaozui to sit by the Kong. He retrieved a set of needles and, with an expression of utmost seriousness, declared, "Are you ready? We shall commence." Xiaozui shyly nodded, her face nearly crimson. Just as she braced for what she thought would be a full-body acupuncture session, Huaxian completed the acupuncture of her ankle with 7 precise needle placements. "All done. In 10 minutes you shall bid farewell to your crutch." Seizing the opportunity, Huaxian's gaze roamed over the reluctantly yielding Xiaozui as the system's reward prompts gradually diminished. "Is that it?" Xiaozui blinked in disbelief, staring at Huaxian. "Yes, I have cleared the stagnant blood. You may experience some residual pain while walking, but there are no major concerns." As he spoke, Huaxian casually brushed against Xiaozui's thigh. "Can I put my clothes back on?" Xiaozui asked, her face buried in her chest from embarrassment. Yes, of course." With Huaxian's permission, Xiaozui hurriedly donned her top and adjusted her pants, feeling overwhelmed with shame, unable to meet Huaxian's gaze. "Ziyun, are you finished in there?" Zhang Banjian's impatient voice called from outside. A minute later, Xiaozui, her face still flushed, exited the room, having left her crutch behind. Huaxian then emerged from the inner room, nodding at the skeptical Zhang Banjian before surveying the now empty courtyard, his gaze settling on Zhang Banjian and a young man in his late 20s beside him. "Huaxian, I have brought you your second challenge. Meet the renowned 3-minute man of the Zhang family. Let us see how we can enhance this man's endurance," Zhang Banjian proclaimed eagerly, ready to commence their next endeavor. Chapter 77. "This recipe is mine to claim," as Zhang Banjian's words echoed. Not only was Huaxiyun taken aback, but even the young man accompanying him stood in stunned silence. The onlooking women around them began to snicker, pointing and whispering about the young man. "My goodness, I never imagined Zhang Dezhuang to be so inept. What good is 3 minutes?" One remarked. "No wonder they have been married for 4 or 5 years without a child. Poor Zhou Ling must be suffering." The thought alone was utterly tormenting. The derisive laughter from the women left Zhang Dezhuang wishing he could vanish into the ground. In a fit of rage, he pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Banjian, shouting, "You scoundrel! How dare you reveal my secret in front of so many people? Silence! Don't you have any self-awareness?" Zhang Banjian retorted coldly, "Do you still wish to have children?" Surprisingly, his sharp tone rendered Zhang Dezhuang speechless. His face flushed as he stood quietly to the side. Huaxiyun couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Zhang Dezhuang was Zhou Ling's husband, which explained her infertility. How ironic that her partner was such a quick trigger. It appeared that Zhang Banjian was quite confident this time, yet even with the finest remedy, it could hardly compare to the renowned medical wisdom of the Huangdi Neijing. Huaxiyun was curious about what methods Zhang Banjian would employ. "Enough idle chatter. Let us begin," Huaxiyun said with a smile, gesturing for Zhang Banjian to proceed. "You are bound to lose this round." Zhang Banjian chuckled as he retrieved a golden pill from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Dezhuang. "Take this." Zhang Dezhuang hesitated, eyeing the unfamiliar pill in Zhang Banjian's hand, but before he could voice his concerns, Zhang Banjian forcefully pressed his mouth shut and made him swallow it. Huaxiyun shrugged, unimpressed. He suspected Zhang Banxian was up to no good. Excessive consumption of wild herbs could be lethal. According to the Huangdi Neijing, premature ejaculation was often due to heightened anxiety, and the most reliable treatment was acupuncture, which could reduce physical sensitivity and prolong performance, albeit only by about 10 minutes. Enough. I have many patients to attend to. I've already won the first round, so I'm indifferent to this one. Hua Ziyun waved dismissively and selected a rather attractive woman from the crowd to accompany him into a room. As noon approached, Hua Ziyun, feeling drained, bid farewell to his last patient. The only solace he found was in having collected 2,000 points in exchange value, a price paid in exhaustion. After a morning of hormonal excess, anyone would be worn out. Even a golden-bodied arhat would be diminished. Cursed system of ecstasy, one day you shall be my undoing. Hua Ziyun muttered under his breath as he sat on the edge of the bed, beginning to remove the needles from his body. At that moment, the stout man had finally gotten out of bed. He had exerted considerable effort to persuade his parents, ensuring that all the aunts and uncles were on board. He even discussed with Hua Ziyun the possibility of cultivating a small garden in the community park for his parents to grow vegetables, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Just then, news arrived from Xue Jingguan that all of Tiger Ye's men had been replaced, and business was back on track. However, because the previous batch of goods had not yet reached San Yi, suspicions arose. Yet, under her careful concealment, the situation had been managed for the time being. Nevertheless, given San Ye's inherently suspicious nature, she worried he might come knocking, prompting her to urge Hua Ziyun to discuss countermeasures. Hua Ziyun recognized that San Yi was not to be trifled with, but with the stout man's parents still unresolved, he could only reply that they would address the matter in 3 days. As he pondered how to deal with San Yi, a familiar voice called from outside, Hua Ziyun, "Are you there? Could you take a look at my health? Is that Zhou Ling's voice? What happened?" Hua Ziyun thought, smiling as he jumped off the bed and stepped outside. He found Zhou Ling, pale and limping, entering the courtyard. "Auntie, what happened to you? You looked fine just yesterday," Hua Ziyun asked, concerned. Zhou Ling's face flushed as she weakly leaned against the doorframe, sweat beading on her forehead. "I don't know what got into your uncle today. He was as strong as an ox. I had just gone to the field to tend to the livestock when he dragged me back home." "No way." Hua Ziyun felt the hair on his neck stand on end, suddenly piecing together the situation. "Please don't tell me you're in this state because of your uncle. Why do you have to be so blunt?" Zhou Ling huffed, both embarrassed and annoyed. After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, she leaned against the wall and walked inside, saying, "I hear you've cured many urgent ailments in the village. Come in and see what's wrong with me." Hua Ziyun stood frozen, astonished by Zhou Ling's boldness. Could it be that Zhang Banxian's pill had such remarkable effects? This was inconceivable. With this thought racing through his mind, he hurriedly closed the door and entered the room, seizing Zhou Ling's wrist. Deficiency in qi and yin? Could it manifest to this extent? He wondered, grappling with the implications of the Huangdi Neijing's teachings on nourishing yin to supplement yang. Just as he contemplated the audacity of his actions, Zhang Dezhuang hurriedly approached, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding vitality as if he had never been fatigued. This defies all logic. Hua Ziyun could hardly believe his eyes as he grasped Zhang Dezhuang's wrist. In an instant he was stunned. Zhang Dezhuang's pulse was steady and vigorous, far surpassing that of a man his age. "Auntie, where do you feel discomfort?" Hua Ziyun inquired. "I'm fine, feeling quite spirited. You should check on my little Ling. She has never been like this before," Zhang Dezhuang replied, clearly anxious. Auntie is merely fatigued," Hua Ziyun said awkwardly. "Are you certain that the pill Zhang Banxian gave you had no side effects?" "Side effects? I feel invigorated, filled with energy," Zhang Dezhuang replied, scratching his head sheepishly. "Is it possible that such a miraculous remedy exists?" Hua Ziyun felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain such a recipe, he would never have to worry about the ecstasy system ensnaring him again. "This recipe must be mine." Hua Ziyun's lips curled into a smile, and without further ado, he dashed out of the room. It was imperative that he visit Zhang Banxian without delay. Chapter 78. The indulgence of wealth at the solitary clinic at the west end of Zhangjiadian village. The usual couple of villagers seeking consultation were conspicuously absent today. The consultation room was eerily quiet, save for the dozing Zhang Banxian. Damn that Hua Ziyun! How dare he threaten my livelihood? If I don't drive you out of this village, my name isn't Zhang. Zhang Banxian, enraged, hurled his cup to the floor and reclined back in his chair. Is it so simple to remove me from this village? However, you must agree to one condition. Just then, Hua Ziyun entered the clinic with a broad smile. Hua Ziyun. Zhang Banxian sprang up from his chair, his eyes ablaze as he glared at the intruder. You little brat. I didn't come looking for you. Yet here you are. Indifferent. Hua Ziyun shrugged and pulled out a chair at the consultation desk, sitting down with an impish grin. He waved his hand dismissively, urging Zhang Banxian to calm down. Why not sit down and have a proper conversation? With a resounding clap, Zhang Banxian slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Who told you to sit? Get out of here at once. Why, am I unwelcome? Hua Ziyun chuckled, crossing his legs without any intention of leaving. I didn't realize your reputation as Zhang Banxian was so well-deserved. No wonder you know Zhang Dali is quite the man. You've neglected his treatment for so long. I suspect it has something to do with your dalliance in the cornfield yesterday. Have you been coveting my aunt's beauty for quite some time? Zhang Banxian's expression shifted dramatically, his body freezing in disbelief as he stammered. How did you know? Otherwise, do you think that shout yesterday was from thin air? I merely offered you an opportunity to escape. Hua Ziyun stood, grasping the still-dazed Zhang Banxian and pressing him down. Had I not intervened, if Dawei caught you in the act with his aunt, would you still be seated here so comfortably? Seeing the uncertainty on Zhang Banxian's face, Hua Ziyun couldn't help but smirk. Initially, he had only pretended to scare Zhang Banxian away for the sake of Zhouling and Fatty's dignity. Little did he know that it would come in handy today. As long as that seed of doubt remained in Zhang Banxian's mind, things would be manageable. He didn't believe mere threats would suffice to procure the prescription. Dealing with a rogue like Zhang Banxian required caution. He couldn't be too extreme, or he might end up empty-handed. Zhang Banxian's heart raced. He was unaware that Hua Ziyun had come to deceive him into revealing his prescription. What do you want? Hua Ziyun, sensing Zhang Banxian had temporarily calmed down, refrained from immediately stating his purpose for the visit. Instead, he stood and began to wander around the small clinic, careful not to appear too eager, lest Zhang Banxian deduce how desperately he sought the prescription. Are you quite concerned about the outcome of this? Hua Ziyun asked, turning his back to Zhang Banxian as he examined the disorganized herbal cabinet. Are you anxious to rush me into opening Zhangjiadian? Isn't it obvious? Don't you think you've shattered someone else's livelihood? Zhang Banxian spoke in a subdued tone. Is that so? Even if I'm lacking, I am still far superior to you, a deceitful quack. Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly, turning his gaze to the now grim-faced Zhang Banxian. If you want me to leave, that is not impossible. If you want me to keep your affair with Fatty's aunt a secret, that is also feasible, but I have one condition. Zhang Banxian furrowed his brow. What condition? Allow me to see the formula for the pill you gave Zhang Dali. Not a chance. Do you think this is as common as a cabbage? You can't just look at it. This is a family heirloom of the Zhang clan. Upon hearing Hua Ziyun's intention to target his prescription, Zhang Banxian's expression darkened further. Without hesitation, he outright rejected the request. Feigning indifference, Hua Ziyun shrugged, a hint of disappointment in his eyes as he turned to leave. If you won't provide it, so be it. I was merely curious. I intended to have a proper discussion with you, but it seems you have no such inclination. Consider this round a loss for me. You can prepare for the third contest, but once this competition concludes, it will mark the end of your reputation, Zhang Banxian. Wait. Just as Hua Ziyun was about to step out of the clinic, Zhang Banxian called after him. What do you truly desire? Hua Ziyun paused at the door, noticing a subtle shift in Zhang Banxian's demeanor, a hint of a smirk crossing his lips. He turned to face him. Wasn't I clear enough just now? Zhang Banxian hesitated, struggling to decipher the motives of the youth standing before him, who was even a few years younger. Finally, as if making a decision, he gritted his teeth and said, Do you expect to receive my prescription without any compensation? Do you think it grows on trees? Hua Ziyun's interest piqued. It seemed Zhang Banxian was seeking some form of remuneration. 300,000. Hua Ziyun said, his lips curling into a confident smile, adding, Furthermore, I can forfeit the last contest, and tomorrow I will leave the village. Your affair with Zhou Ling will remain a secret. Upon hearing the figure of 300,000, Zhang Banxian visibly flinched, staring incredulously at Hua Ziyun. You truly intend to offer 300,000? But this formula is ancestral. It holds no value. Hua Ziyun could see that Zhang Banxian was indeed intrigued. After all, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. He should have realized that even a small clinic like this would take years to accumulate such wealth. He had wasted so much time pretending. Seeing that Zhang Banxian's eyes glimmered with greed, Hua Ziyun decided to use money to blind him, lest he come to his senses too late and regret it. I have no interest in your family history. Your lengthy explanations only reveal your reluctance. Shall I raise the offer? Raise it? Is that even possible? Zhang Banxian asked, somewhat dazed. 300,000 was a staggering amount in this small mountain village. Then how much do you propose? 1 million? 2 million? What? Zhang Banxian's face turned pale, his body swaying slightly. Had he not supported himself with the table, he might have collapsed. You said 2 million? That's an increase. Hua Ziyun failed to notice that Zhang Banxian's mention of 2 million was a question. He simply interpreted it as a reaction to the substantial increase from 300,000, which was indeed an astronomical leap. Seeing Zhang Banxian's evident desire for the formula, Hua Ziyun waved his hand dismissively, growing impatient. 3 million, and I will trade your formula for your peaceful existence for the rest of your life. Chapter 79. Special Services. My goodness. Zhang Banxian, feeling his legs weaken, collapsed into a chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he anxiously exclaimed, I'll sell the clinic to you. Hua Ziyun chuckled softly, returning to his original seat. What would I want with your small clinic? It's best you keep it for yourself. Now hand over the formula. As he spoke, Hua Ziyun extended his palm, demanding, where's the money? Zhang Banxian retorted, check for yourself. It was transferred the moment you agreed to sell. Zhang Banxian, somewhat incredulous, pulled out his phone and discovered a transfer notification. Upon seeing the 6 zeros following the number 3, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly drooling. Wow, that's generous. Just wait, he shouted excitedly, springing up and rushing into the back room. Observing Zhang Banxian's sudden capitulation, Hua Ziyun couldn't help but smirk, pondering how in this society, wealth truly holds little merit, yet it accomplishes 90 of matters. The demands of the soul-devouring system were becoming increasingly perverse. If this continued, it would eventually ruin his body. However, with the prescription provided by Zhang Banxian, what did he have to fear? Before long, Zhang Banxian returned, a bit flustered, clutching an old black box. He unlocked it and retrieved a roll of ancient, dark bamboo slips, handing them to Hua Ziyun. Having acquired the formula, Hua Ziyun left Zhang Banxian's clinic with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the chubby man's home and conducting further research, Hua Ziyun discovered that this formula could be traced back thousands of years. With the system's assistance, he successfully translated the illegible characters within the prescription. It turned out that the golden pill concocted by Zhang Banxian was not a finished product. It seemed he would need to experiment with it upon returning home. Smiling, Hua Ziyun unhesitatingly tossed the bamboo slips into the fire, keeping the ancient prescription a secret known only to him. After persistent urging, the chubby man finally convinced his parents to move to the city. The following morning, the family packed their essential belongings and left with Hua Ziyun from Zhang's clinic. In a high-end residential area of NN City, Hua Ziyun and the chubby man exited the gates together. Ziyun, it's one thing for you to get my dad a job as a security guard, but suggesting my mom, a rural woman, to apply as a kindergarten teacher? Isn't that a bit absurd? The chubby man's expression was far from pleasant. What's wrong with that? Hua Ziyun hailed a taxi, smiling at the chubby man. As long as it's a stable job for my parents, it's all that matters. My mom is already working as a cleaner anyway. Are you sure living here is safe? Of course. This is the finest affluent area in all of Nanming. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places can often be the safest. If danger were to arise, I doubt anyone would scrutinize a low-level worker, especially since they prefer to stay busy with such jobs. With that, Hua Ziyun opened the taxi door, signaling for the chubby man to return. driver, to the high-end auto club in the development zone. Upon entering the car, Hua Ziyun stated their next destination directly. What's the plan there? Aren't we heading back to school? The chubby man questioned, his face filled with skepticism. You'll find out when we get there. Hua Ziyun smirked, contemplating the acquisition of a vehicle for commuting. He envisioned frequent trips to the customs area, a 30-kilometer journey each way. He didn't wish to stand at the school gate waiting for a ride any longer. Upon arrival at the International Auto Trade City, Hua Ziyun and the chubby man headed straight into the Mercedes-Benz showroom. Due to their youth, they felt as if they had become invisible, as no sales personnel approached them. Ziyun, you wanted a vehicle for commuting, right? Did we come to the wrong place? The chubby man glanced around at the indifferent sales staff, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he urged Hua Ziyun. Of course, this is a commuting vehicle. Hua Ziyun beamed. Are you serious? The cars here cost hundreds of thousands to millions. How can you call this a commuting vehicle? The chubby man felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, his throat tightening. Can you tell me just how much money you have? How much do you want? Hua Ziyun replied with a playful smile, opening the door of a luxury sports car. Seeing him enter the vehicle, a 27 or 28-year-old female sales representative was startled and hurried over, calling out, "Hey, you two young men must be in the wrong place. Get out of the car. You can't afford to pay for any damages." Her shrill voice startled the chubby man, who instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from the sports car. The saleswoman reached the front of the car, leaning against the door and smiled at Hua Ziyun. "Young man, all our cars are imported. You need to pay a $5,000 deposit for a test drive. Please step out." "What? Aren't these cars for sale?" Hua Ziyun frowned, glancing up at the saleswoman's name tag. To be honest, he found her attitude rather off-putting. Who Lily? 5-star sales manager. Such a young sales manager? In an imported car dealership, no less? Hua Ziyun thought to himself, somewhat disdainful as he stepped out of the sports car. He felt that this model was unsuitable for him. It lacked space, and to accommodate someone of the chubby man's stature, a more spacious vehicle was necessary. Furthermore, given that Nanming is a mountainous area, it would be wiser to purchase a practical SUV rather than a flashy sports car. Seeing Hua Ziyun exit the vehicle, Hu Lily hurriedly bent down to replace the floor mats he had just stepped on. "You two young men should refrain from touching anything further. Don't cause me any trouble. Let us go. We shouldn't embarrass ourselves any longer," the chubby man urged, his face flushed with embarrassment as he tugged at Hua Ziyun's arm. Hua Ziyun was already displeased with Hu Lily's demeanor, especially her actions after he exited the car, coupled with her disdainful expression that crossed his threshold of tolerance. Did she not understand the most basic form of respect? With a cold snort, Hua Ziyun glanced at Hu Lily, who was still replacing the mats, and asked with a smirk, "Madam, I'm quite curious how you became a manager at such a young age. Does selling cars come with special services?" "Madam," Hu Lily exclaimed, her face instantly turning frosty. She spun around, glaring at Hua Ziyun with fury. "Am I that old? You little brat. What do you know? Get out of here." "Madam, your attitude is problematic. I'm here to buy a car," Hua Ziyun retorted, unperturbed. "Buy a car? Are you even an adult?" Hu Lily scoffed. "Is being young a barrier to buying a car?" Hua Ziyun smiled, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and pointing to a nearby G63 AMG, marked at 8,500,000. "I'm interested in purchasing that one. Does it come with special services?" Chapter 80. The Arrogant Heir vs. The Sister Defending Maniac. Is it truly 5 million? Not only Hu Lily, but even the plump fellow was taken aback upon seeing the price of that 6-wheeled beast of a pickup, feeling as if his heart had been seized by an unseen hand, gasping in astonishment. After a brief moment of distraction, Hu Lily skeptically explained, "The G63 AMG 66 is limited to just 20 units globally, with only one available in the country. Its price stands at 5 million yuan. For imported vehicles, one must pay a full 100 tax. Are you certain you can afford it?" She deliberately raised her voice a few notches when mentioning the price, fearful that Hua Ziyun might misunderstand. "You still haven't answered me. If I purchase this vehicle, will there be any complimentary services?" Hua Ziyun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Can you really afford it? Hu Lili scrutinized Hua Ziyun's face for a long moment, and with her keen ability to read people, she discerned he was not jesting. Instantly, the gloom on her face dissipated, replaced by a beguiling smile. Well then, shall I accompany you? Are you planning to take me for a coffee? Nervously, she swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on the bank card in Hua Ziyun's hand, fearing he might retract it. With a cold snort, Hua Ziyun extended the card toward Hu Lili, watching her rapidly shift her demeanor. Hurry and process the paperwork for me. I'm not interested in your aunt, but feel free to inquire if my brother is keen. After saying this, he shot a meaningful glance at the plump fellow and turned to stride toward the beastly vehicle. Hu Lili's face flushed. She believed she had encountered a lucrative opportunity. Excitedly, she rushed to the service desk, eager to swipe Hua Ziyun's card, for the commission from such a prestigious car would suffice for her to live lavishly for years. With the successful transaction notification chiming, Hu Lili proudly floated toward the vehicle delivery area, drawing envious glances from several salespeople. Humph! What's there to be proud of, you sly vixen? Indeed, just seeing her makes me nauseous. How can she always be so fortunate? What's there to envy? She treats money like her father. Can you do that? Once Hu Lili departed, the sales staff at the front desk began to gossip. Although she held the position of manager, her performance was evidently lacking. As they chatted, their glances frequently drifted toward Hua Ziyun, and soon their discussions turned to him, speculating about his background. After all, few could afford such extravagance in Nanning City. Time passed swiftly, and Hu Lili joyfully approached Hua Ziyun with the completed paperwork, detailing the subsequent services the dealership could offer, while shyly maneuvering to the passenger side. Would you like to take me for a cup of coffee? Hu Lili asked softly. Her boldness startled the plump fellow, who tightened his seatbelt, eyeing Hu Lili warily. Sister, I'm still a novice. I think you should let me off the hook. Hua Ziyun chuckled, shaking his head. He hadn't anticipated the plump fellow would be so reluctant, even turning down the advances of a beautiful woman. He had neither time nor inclination to engage in such trivialities, casting a cheerful glance at Hu Lili before flooring the accelerator. The beastly vehicle lunged forward like a tiger pouncing, vanishing around the corner in mere moments, leaving Hu Lili disappointed and regretting her earlier actions. Ziyun, what exactly is your status? The plump fellow inquired, anxiety evident in his tone. I have no particular status, Hua Ziyun replied with a slight smile. Even you lack status now, we are merely students at Nanning. Seriously? That sounds rather thrilling. The day after tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 81. Understated luxury. Zhao Dadai turned her head to glance at the expressionless Yi Yangtian in the car and hesitated. In the past, she could act with impunity when he was by her side, as he would swiftly leap to her defense if anyone dared to oppose her. Yet, why did he remain in the car this time? With so many students watching, as Ye's nominal girlfriend, she could not afford to lose face. Eager to resolve the situation, Zhao Dadai, fearing Yi Yangtian's impatience, reached into her bag and pulled out several 100 yuan bills, offering them to the stout man before her. This is school. I do not wish to bully you. Please take the money and move your pickup truck away. Pickup truck? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is no pickup. The stout man's face twitched as he glanced at the bills Zhao Dadai offered, sneering. I'll give you double the amount if you just take your car back. You! Zhao Dadai's face flushed, her lips trembling in anger, unable to utter a word. Get back in the car and wait. We have plenty of time to waste here. You are not her, Hua Ziyun remarked, rolling down the window and smiling at the stout man. The stout man nodded, snapping his fingers in understanding before returning to the vehicle, thinking to himself that he truly wanted to teach her a lesson. She was clearly relying on her connections. Do not engage with such people. You are different. You are my brother, not a lackey, Hua Ziyun chided playfully. The stout man grinned, realizing he had acted impulsively. From now on, you must not behave this way. To Yi Yangtian, she is merely a toy, but to me, you are a brother. In the future, do not appear in such situations. Understood, my brother? I have not wasted my efforts on you, the stout man replied. Zhao Dadai overheard snippets of their conversation, her frustration boiling over. In an attempt to salvage her dignity, She forcefully tossed the money against the window of the small giant vehicle. Hua Ziyun, do not overstep your bounds. My relationship with your sister is quite amicable, so I advise you to move your pickup truck swiftly. Hua Ziyun's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned to glance at the composed Yi Yangtian. Sister Zhao, it is not that I am disrespecting you. This matter concerns only Yi Yangtian and me. I hope you do not meddle. Humph. Do you realize you are striking a rock with an egg? Rest assured, Yi Xiao has no interest in your sister. His affections lie with me, Zhao Dadai declared with utmost confidence. What business do you have bringing a pickup truck to school? As she spoke, Zhao Dadai disdainfully glanced at the large white letters on the small giant's body, indicating its total mass and height, clearly unimpressed. Sister Zhao, your confidence is excessive. If you wish to stand up for Yi Yangtian, please do not involve my sister, as that is my bottom line, Hua Ziyun replied coldly. At this moment, the crowd surrounding them grew larger, and the already half-open school gate became completely blocked. Never before had anyone dared to confront Yi Yangtian in front of such a throng. Today would undoubtedly be explosive news. Dadai, come back to the car, Yi Yangtian finally called out, losing his patience after a lengthy silence. Zhao Dadai pouted. Yangtian, he is bullying me. She playfully threw a tantrum before returning to the car, drawing the attention of the onlooking boys, who were filled with excitement. Zhao Dadai is so stunning. Her roommate says she is a white tiger. Her figure is simply exceptional. What good is that? In the end, she still gets devoured by Yi Yangtian. Even the leftovers would be fine. When has Yi Yangtian ever taken anything seriously? Does she truly aspire to marry into a wealthy family? That is a valid point. Among the crowd, two repressed boys gazed at the even angry yet gorgeous Zhao Dadai, lost in their fantasies, acknowledging that the effect of such beauty always drew attention. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Yi Yangtian's car began to inch backward. What the heck? He is actually retreating, the stout man exclaimed, grinning widely, unable to believe that Yi Yangtian would concede. Hua Ziyun was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Yangtian's car, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yi Yangtian maintained his composure as always, but facing a formidable opponent, he could remain calm, which made him difficult to decipher. Stout man, you were mistaken. Hua Ziyun furrowed his brow, concern evident in his tone as he looked into Yi Yangtian's deep-set eyes. Unlike others who now choose to retreat in front of so many, I would rather he impulsively charge at us. We have taken away his lofty dignity today, and it will not be long before he seeks to retrieve it tenfold. Really? The stout man asked, incredulous. Without a doubt. No one understands him better than I do, Hua Ziyun affirmed, realizing he needed to be cautious. Retreat? Yi Xiao has actually compromised? This is impossible. How could he yield to a pickup truck? Someone in the crowd questioned, disbelief etched on their face. No way. That is not his style. Another chimed in. Who is this academic overachiever? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their focus shifting to the two individuals inside the small giant. Yet, a few perceptive individuals soon recognized the vehicle's true nature. My goodness, this is not an ordinary pickup. I have seen its introduction on the forum. The Mercedes-Benz Mini Beast is one of a kind in the nation. I never imagined it would appear here in our South Ming. What car? Is it really that impressive? Someone asked, puzzled. No wonder even Yi Xiao had to yield. Turns out our academic overachiever has such a terrifying background. The murmurs reached the two inside, and Hua Ziyun chuckled softly as he rolled up the window, pressing the accelerator to race into the campus, leaving the roar of the small beast echoing behind. What immense power! This vehicle must cost more than Yi Xiao's Ferrari, right? A bewildered student remarked. I thought this big pickup looked rather inconspicuous, perfect for hauling bricks. Come on, you rustic fool. It is obvious it costs more than a Ferrari, and not just by a small margin. Another student exclaimed excitedly, staring in awe at the departing small beast. Well, how much more could it be? Conservatively speaking, with tariffs included, it could buy 4 or 5 Ferraris. As this revelation sank in, the crowd collectively gasped, their attention shifting to the now darkened expression of Yi Yangtian, while Zhao Dadai stood dumbfounded. Moments earlier, she had mocked others for being unsophisticated, thinking a few hundred yuan would suffice, yet Hua Ziyun had scarcely acknowledged her. Now, her face burned with embarrassment. Hua Ziyun, the game between us has only just begun. Yi Yongtian smirked, disregarding the gossiping crowd as he pressed the accelerator, speeding out of the school. Chapter 82. The military's eyes upon returning to school. Hua Ziyun eagerly sought out his sister, having missed her dearly over the past few days. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on her, his longing thoughts dissipated into the ether, replaced by an overwhelming desire for affection, which left him fleeing in panic. Had it not been for the ringing of the class bell, he might have found himself in a rather precarious situation. Ever since Huasha acquired the wish system, her demeanor had grown increasingly audacious, displaying a complete disregard for the appropriateness of her actions. As Hua Ziyun made his way back to the corridor of the experimental class, he unexpectedly encountered Wenqing, who was hurrying to class. "Long time no see, Senior Wenqing," he greeted with a light chuckle as he brushed past, turning to enter the classroom. Wenqing, his countenance darkened, clenched his jaw and stood staring at the doorplate of Hua Ziyun's classroom, fists tightened in a silent display of frustration, before he coldly huffed and proceeded to his own class. Hua Ziyun harbored no interest in him now. He had developed the capability to stand against Wenqing, considering such a minor figure no longer a threat. No matter the tactics Wenqing might employ in the future, in Hua Ziyun's eyes, he would merely remain a fool. In the dreary classroom, a plump student dozed off while Hua Ziyun idly scrolled through his phone. Teacher Zhao Lei had grown accustomed to his lackadaisical attitude toward studying. Initially, he had worried that Hua Ziyun would fall behind and frequently pose challenging questions, but over time, he realized that a genius is indeed a genius. Even while distracted, Hua Ziyun managed to absorb all the material. Now, Hua Ziyun was his prized pupil, especially with the upcoming mathematics competition, and Zhao found himself eagerly anticipating the event. Eventually, he permitted Hua Ziyun to refrain from listening to the lecture, as long as he did not disturb his classmates. With half an hour left until class ended, Hua Ziyun noticed a fleeting figure gracefully perched on the windowsill. One leg casually draped over the ledge, the other dangled freely outside, completely disregarding the expressions of the class, who were all staring at him. "Got time for a chat? Recovered already?" Hua Ziyun awkwardly smiled at Yi Fian, casting a discreet glance at the astonished teacher Zhao and the other students. Upon seeing Yi Fian, the plump student jolted back to reality, incredulously exclaiming, "Instructor Yi, what brings you to our classroom? We're on the 3rd floor. How did you get up here? Couldn't you just use the door?" Teacher Zhao, now aware of the situation, quickly rose from the podium, his face grave. "Young lady, which class are you from? Come down immediately. It's dangerous to sit there." Before Zhao could finish his warning, Yi Fian shot a cold glance at Hua Ziyun and leaped out of the window. Gasping, the class erupted in commotion, all rushing to the window to see if Yi Fian had harmed herself, including teacher Zhao. Hua Ziyun and the plump student were unceremoniously pushed aside. "The creditor is back to collect." Hua Ziyun sighed, helplessly turning to the plump student before requesting a brief leave from teacher Zhao and swiftly making his way to another window, expertly jumping down. Amid the gasps, the two figures walked towards the schoolyard. The plump student, visibly unimpressed, muttered as he returned to his seat, "Why jump through the window when there's a perfectly good door? If they want to show off, they should just become actors." In the schoolyard, Yi Fian and Hua Ziyun walked side by side, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun. "Yi Fian, you didn't summon me just for a stroll, did you?" Hua Ziyun could no longer contain his curiosity. Yi Fian halted, prompting Hua Ziyun to stop as well. "You do realize I originally intended to kill you, right?" she replied, her expression as frigid as ice. "Oh, what made you change your mind?" Hua Ziyun asked, somewhat surprised, a smile tugging at his lips. "I had no choice. The higher-ups are already aware of my recovery and have tasked me with assisting you in completing a mission," Yi Fian said, leaning closer, her eyes radiating a deadly aura. "Upon the mission's completion, your demise will follow." "Very well, I shall await that day," Hua Ziyun replied softly, his mind racing. Why was Yi Fian suddenly involved? "Kong Lu, do you doubt my ability to handle matters independently? Is this an attempt to plant a spy beside me? I've just helped you secure Yi Fian's freedom, and now you place her in my vicinity? This seems to imply you wish to keep me under surveillance. Since we are all in the same boat, why begin to guard against me? Such actions are indeed disheartening, he mused, subtly stepping back, a smile plastered on his face as he addressed Yi Fian. Since Kong Lu sent you to assist me, please convey my gratitude for his goodwill. Currently, I have made no progress, and your brother has set his sights on me. As a member of the Yi family, you cannot simply turn a blind eye, can you? Do not mention the Yi family. I am only responsible for tasks related to Third Master. Your affairs with him are of no concern to me. You must handle them yourself, Yi Fian retorted, coldly scoffing as she produced a golden card from her pocket and tossed it to Wazian. This is a symbol of your military identity. With it, you may confidently undertake any mission, including killing. Is it truly so impressive? Wazian thought, a flicker of joy igniting within him as he examined the card, which bore a prominent character for South and nothing else. He had not anticipated such privileges within the military. Humph, do not become overly complacent, Yi Fian warned, her tone sharp. This privilege is limited to 10 individuals within the military district. The cardholder is responsible for mutual oversight. Should anyone misuse their privileges, the other 9 may unite to eliminate them. Such a twisted arrangement? Wazian cursed inwardly just as his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a message from Xue Jingguan. Tonight at 11, meet at Tianchao Entertainment Club. Surprised, Wazian pondered why she would message him when they had previously agreed on a meeting time. Had she encountered trouble? Was it the Third Master's people? Glancing up at Yi Fian, he said, "There's new information at Tianchao Club tonight at 11. Such haste?" Yi Fian mirrored his surprise before nodding in agreement. "We should go together for mutual support." "That works." Wazian nodded, tucking the card away. However, entering so recklessly might pose risks. "I plan to bring Dawei along as backup. You have no objections, I trust? Bringing him? What can he possibly do? Do not underestimate the plump fellow. He possesses a keen sense of detail. I am confident he will prove useful," Wazian replied with a knowing smile, turning to head toward the teaching building. "I need to pick up my sister after school. Let us meet at the school gate after lights out at 10. Chapter 83. Teasing Yi Fian in the quiet of the night, as the clock approached 10, Wazian drove the hefty man and Yi Fian out of the school, heading towards the Tianchao Entertainment Club. Along the way, he candidly revealed their purpose to the hefty man, instructing him to remain alert outside and ensure a safe retreat should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Though all 3 were acutely aware that this was likely a trap, they chose to proceed, understanding the adage, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. With a screech, Wazian parked his vehicle in front of the Tianchao Entertainment Club, glancing at his watch which read 11 o'clock. At this hour, most of the residents of Nanming were fast asleep, yet the atmosphere here seemed to be just awakening. "Stay alert, and do not stray too far from the car," he cautioned. With a knowing glance towards Yi Fian in the back seat, the two exited the vehicle. As they surveyed the towering entertainment establishment, Wazian meticulously observed the surrounding terrain. The Tianchao Entertainment Club brazenly operated as an underground casino in the heart of Nanming, its enigmatic owner shrouded in mystery. For years, no authority dared to challenge its dominance. "Once we enter, we must remain vigilant," Wazian advised. "This place is rife with danger. We should avoid provoking anyone unnecessarily." With a dismissive snort, Yi Fian retorted, "I do not require your guidance. You should focus on finding your informant." Forget I said anything," Wazian replied sheepishly, as he passed through the throng of luxury vehicles into the club, with Yi Fian closely following. After undergoing a security check and relinquishing all metallic objects, they were granted entry into the opulent establishment. The interior radiated extravagance, with a grand hall sprawling the size of half a basketball court, already filled with gambling tables amidst the cacophony of shouts and jeers. At each staircase leading to the second floor, a dozen men in black stood guard, while the corridor above was alive with patrolling figures keeping a watchful eye on the happenings below. "Fian, take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and scout for potential exits," Wazian advised cautiously. With a cold huff, Yi Fian seized Wazian's collar, her expression fierce. "Do not issue orders to me. I am merely cooperating, not your subordinate." Who's in charge here?" Wazian was about to explain when their attention was drawn to a commotion by the restroom. A burly man, his face flushed, was gripping a young girl's hair, vociferously berating her. Who the hell is responsible for this girl? She just devoured a spicy duck head and now her mouth is all over the place. It's driving me mad. Following this, he unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon her. The surrounding crowd seemed unfazed, accustomed to such brutality. Sounds painful, Wazian thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for the girl, knowing all too well how notoriously spicy the duck heads from Nanming were. Are you done watching? So, let us get to business, Yifian urged, her face twisted in disgust. Do you intend to swoop in and save her? Not in the slightest, Wazian replied, rolling his eyes as he attempted to walk away. Just then, the girl began to plead. Please, just let me go. I'll fetch my friends to serve you. Go quickly. The man yelled, kicking her to the ground. Sir, look at the fees. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. All right. Just don't be angry, the girl assured, scrambling to her feet and departing. The intoxicated gambler, now flushed, suddenly called out, What request? Did I ever say anything? How amusing. This woman truly possesses a whimsical thought process. Wazian chuckled, shaking his head as he approached the exchange counter to procure some chips, signaling to Yifian as they settled at a nearby gambling table. They were in the open while their opponents lurked in the shadows. If the latter did not reveal themselves, there was no way to identify them. Rather than waiting idly, it was better to draw them out. Are you certain you wish to gamble here? Are you capable? Yifian inquired, a hint of concern knitting her brow. Never doubt the capabilities of the man beside you, Wazian replied with a playful arch of his eyebrow. I have a habit of disliking waiting. With that, he casually tossed 200,000 chips into the pot. Shameless. Yifian shot him a disapproving glare, leaning closer with curiosity. What did you say about women having whimsical thoughts? Why target us? I meant no offense to women in general, Wazian replied awkwardly. That girl simply misinterpreted things. What do you mean? Yifian's irritation was palpable. Anticipating her probing, Wazian lowered his voice and leaned closer, smirking. She just said it would be fine. He emphasized the word fine, giving it a playful twist. Humph, how shameless. Is your mind filled with nonsense? Yifian's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she kicked Wazian's foot beneath the table in retaliation. Hey, is this how you repay my honesty? Wazian winced, casting an aggrieved look at her. Had I known, I would have kept it to myself. Could you show me a bit of gentleness? Gentleness? Perhaps in another lifetime. Yifian huffed, her expression turning cold as she redirected her attention to the dealer rolling the dice. Just as Wazian was feeling the pinch, the dealer glanced at the two with impatience. Are you two going to gamble or not? If not, vacate the premises. This is no place for children. Silence. Just roll the dice properly. Yifian slammed her hand on the table, releasing her pent-up frustration, startling the surrounding gamblers. An angry woman is indeed a formidable sight. Wazian swallowed hard, shifting his chair away while casting a sidelong glance at the dealer, whose face was now a mask of annoyance. A subtle grin crept across his lips as he closed his eyes momentarily, then quickly opened them, revealing the numbers on the 3 dice within the shaker. 500,000. A win, Wazian declared with flair, placing another bet. The dealer's brow furrowed, her hand hovering over the shaker, a small gesture that did not escape Wazian's notice. What? Are you planning to cheat? He inquired, his expression turning serious as he fixed a steely gaze on the dealer. 36D. Black cover. Butterfly edge. Half lace. Pink head. Chapter 84. The test of the mysterious man. Alas. The dealer gasped, fearing she had exposed herself, her hands quickly crossing to shield her chest, her face betraying her wariness as she fixed her gaze on Huaziyun. In her moment of panic, her clumsy hands had inadvertently toppled the dice cup, revealing the numbers 456. Goodness, what a stroke of luck for the young man. Despite his youth, his fortune was indeed remarkable. There must be some trickery involved. I shall follow his lead for the next round. Instantly, the gamblers at the table erupted in bluffs. This particular table, situated near the entrance, was not known for high stakes. A wager of 10 to 20,000 was considered substantial. Who could have anticipated such a grand opening with a bet of 500,000? What are you doing? Yifian shot Huaziyun a cold glare. You'd best hurry. I have no inclination to waste time gambling with you. Patience, please. We may already be under scrutiny, Hua Ziyun replied casually, glancing at the slightly embarrassed dealer, wondering if she would return. Did you see that just now? The dealer stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What? I don't understand what you mean. Hua Ziyun feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. The dealer, now skeptical, touched her heated cheeks, convinced she had merely imagined it, and picked up the dice to shake them once more. Bet placed. Please remove your hands. 1 million on the big. Hua Ziyun declared as he watched the dice cup reveal a 555 without hesitation, pushing his chips forward. Soon after, many others followed suit, and the big side amassed nearly 2 to 3 million in wagers. Hua Ziyun keenly observed the dealer's hands, and as she moved, he suddenly interjected. A mole on your left breast, a blue butterfly tattoo on your right. Though, it is rather unsightly. The dealer's hands trembled, realizing she was up against someone formidable. However, the stakes were exceedingly high. If she did not alter the outcome, she would be unable to cover her losses. Thinking quickly, she disregarded her shame and activated a mechanism with her pinky, altering the die within the cup. Hua Ziyun frowned, swiftly seizing a 1 million chip from the table and tossing it into the fray. Oh dear! With a sharp cry from the dealer, the circular chip struck her hand, then rolled onto the 3 5-point bets, followed by the dice cup tumbling, revealing the results. What the hell? A full house. This is disastrous. How could this happen? Damn it, you all followed blindly. A chorus of curses erupted, all animosity directed at Hua Ziyun. Enough! Are you all seeking death? Yifian pounded the table, rising with a fierce glint in her eyes, silencing the surrounding gamblers instantly. Haha! This time you all lose. The dealer grimaced, clutching her hand in pain yet smiling brightly. Who says? I just placed 1 million on the full house. 12-fold. Just right. Hua Ziyun shrugged nonchalantly. In the next moment, nearly every gaze fixated on the solitary 1 million chip, sitting forlornly amidst the chaos, yet igniting fervor in the hearts of onlookers. Shouldn't it have shown up by now? I wonder how long you can remain composed. Hua Ziyun scoffed inwardly, turning to glance at the unmoving second floor, whispering to Yifian. To draw the snake from its hole, we must escalate the situation. I will need your cooperation shortly. How shall I cooperate? Yifian inquired, her brow furrowing. I do not strike women. I will handle everything else. Hua Ziyun's lips twitched as he stood abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at the dealer, coldly declaring, You are cheating. Upon his declaration, the gamblers at the table gasped, their eyes filled with fury, all directed at the dealer. His sudden accusation caught the dealer off guard. She had intended to question Hua Ziyun about his million-chip bet, but he preempted her. Nonsense! How could I possibly cheat? Do not slander me, the dealer vehemently denied. Is that so? Hua Ziyun scoffed, raising his hand to strike the 3 dice within the cup. With a resounding crack, the dice shattered simultaneously. He casually grabbed one and forcefully split it open, revealing a tiny sensing device that rolled onto the table. Indeed, she is cheating. Return my money. A gambler shouted angrily, eyes wide, rushing toward the scattered chips. In that moment, Yifian furrowed her brow, swiftly kicking the edge of the table. The dealer was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, crashing to the ground. As Yifian's chair slid backward from the force, Hua Ziyun seized the opportunity to withdraw from the fray, while a frenzy of gamblers lunged toward the overturned table. With one action, chaos erupted in the casino. In a private booth on the second floor, a figure shrouded in a black hat observed the tumultuous scene on the screen before him. As Hua Ziyun stood at the center, smiling up at him, the mysterious man set down his glass, closing the documents on the table with a sigh, instructing his 2 subordinates beside him, Bring him to me. No need for the woman. The 2 nodded and departed. The mysterious man leaned back against the sofa, glancing wearily at Xue Jingwen, who sat quietly nearby. Should I discover you have lied, you are aware of the consequences. Xue Jingwen shuddered, not daring to meet the mysterious man's gaze, nervously nodding while stealing glances at Hua Ziyun, who was already in action. After toppling several inattentive security guards, Hua Ziyun swiftly grabbed a chair, using it to pin down a guard attempting to rise. 7. 2 more than you. Yi Fian shot a glare at Hua Ziyun after taking down another guard. Watch out! Hua Ziyun exclaimed as two figures in black descended from the second-floor booth, simultaneously launching an attack on Yi Fian. However, his concern was unwarranted. As a seasoned soldier, Yi Fian possessed remarkable alertness. Just as the two fists were about to connect, she deftly maneuvered between them and countered. After several exchanges, Yi Fian began to falter against the two foes. Two seasoned fighters? Hua Ziyun was taken aback. How could Yi Fian struggle against them? Just then, the two black-clad men launched a coordinated kick at Yi Fian. Instinctively, she crossed her arms to shield herself from the blows. Stumbling, she rapidly retreated. Hua Ziyun sprang up, rushing to her aid, wrapping his arms around her to absorb her backward momentum. With a swift motion, he spun her around 360 degrees, while he executed a 180-degree turn to occupy her previous position, narrowly missing her. With a smirk, Hua Ziyun seized Yi Fian's arms, pressing her into a chair. Why push yourself so hard? Take a breather. I will take over. Chapter 85. Unleashing acting skills. I can do it. Yi Fian let out a cold hum, struggling to rise. Hua Ziyun chuckled softly, showing no intention of releasing her. Stay still, your wound hasn't healed yet. Do you expect me to carry you back again? Yi Fian was taken aback. She could detect a hint of concern in Hua Ziyun's tone. However, her nature did not require protection. But when she gazed upon his composed visage and those profound eyes, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her heart. In the next moment, Yi Fian inexplicably ceased her struggle, a nearly imperceptible flush gracing her cheeks. She moved her lips but uttered not a single word. Wait for me. Upon noticing her calmness, Hua Ziyun smiled, patted her shoulder, and turned to confront the two individuals charging toward them once more. With a swift punch, he repelled one of them, but his wrist was suddenly seized by the other, who raised his elbow to strike at Hua Ziyun's joint mercilessly. Hua Ziyun had not anticipated such a rapid attack. With no time to fully evade, he swiftly withdrew his hand in a sideways motion, converting his other hand from a fist to an open palm, aiming straight for the chest of the assailant in black. This was a method of using violence to counter violence, making the most advantageous judgment in an irreversible situation. Hua Ziyun's tactic involved sacrificing an arm to save a life. Kid, you've got some skills. The assailant scoffed, unwilling to exchange blows with Hua Ziyun. He quickly shifted his position, releasing Hua Ziyun to strike at his flank, aiming a kick at his vulnerable rib. With a chilling gaze, Hua Ziyun showed no intent to evade, reaching for the assailant's eyes instead. He understood that they were all elite fighters. If he adhered to conventional combat techniques, even until dawn, the victor would remain undetermined. Moreover, not far away, another elite fighter lurked, watching intently. He did not wish to squander time and thus opted for a strategy of inflicting mutual damage. Humph! A petty trick. The assailant crossed his arms before him, yet his sweeping kick still rushed toward Hua Ziyun's rib like the wind. Good opportunity. Hua Ziyun smirked, utilizing the brief 0.5-second window to crouch down, allowing the assailant's leg to sweep harmlessly over his head. The assailant, having exerted too much force, was thrown off balance, and at that moment, Hua Ziyun sprang up, maneuvering behind him, capturing his ears with both hands. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed as Hua Ziyun twisted and snapped the assailant's neck. TSK! What bravado in front of me! He released the lifeless body of the assailant, allowing it to slump to the ground. What appeared complex was, in reality, merely a matter of 5 to 6 seconds. Not only was Yi Fian momentarily stunned, but the other assailant who had intended to charge forward also took a few steps back in fear. You killed him? The remaining assailant's gaze turned icy as he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, lunging towards Hua Ziyun. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, 3 gunshots rang out from the second floor, and the previously chaotic scene fell silent. The assailant quickly sheathed his dagger and stepped aside. Hua Ziyun glanced upwards at the railing on the second floor, where a uniformed man was partially obscured by a cap, casually toying with a handgun. Is it him? Yi Fian abruptly stood from her seat, striding 2 steps to Hua Ziyun's side, her expression grave. Should we act now? No need. We are here to negotiate, not to kill, Hua Ziyun replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the mysterious figure above. However, having just killed one of his men, I doubt he will let it go so easily. The mysterious man lowered the brim of his hat once more, leveling his handgun at Hua Ziyun. These two remain. Everyone else, clear out. As the commotion subsided, security personnel began to usher people outside. Hua Ziyun and Yi Fian exchanged glances, then followed the assailants directly to the second floor. Upon reaching the door of the private room, the black-clad assailant blocked Yi Fian's entrance. You cannot enter. You must wait outside. On what grounds? Yi Fian furrowed her brow, ready to protest. Hua Ziyun quickly restrained her, discreetly signaling for her to be cautious of their surroundings. Humph, Yi Fian huffed, turning slightly away. Be careful. If there's danger, call for me directly. Are you concerned for me? Hua Ziyun chuckled. Delusions. Hua Ziyun shook his head helplessly and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was not excessively spacious, roughly 30 square meters, resembling the layout of an upscale karaoke venue. The mysterious man lounged on the central sofa, toyed with his handgun, while Xue Jingwen trembled in a corner. Upon seeing Hua Ziyun, she seemed about to speak but swallowed her words. Ding! System detection indicates two armed individuals concealed nearby, located in the left front cabinet and the upper right ceiling, with a danger level marked as red alert. Please evacuate the premises immediately. Flee? Flee your sister. Hua Ziyun cursed inwardly. Turning now would mean certain death. Indeed, human nature is an aspect that systems can never accurately assess. Activating acting mode. As the system prompted, a smile graced Hua Ziyun's lips. You brought me here under the pretense of a hostage, yet you truly intend to eliminate me? Guess again, the mysterious man scoffed, aiming his gun directly at Hua Ziyun. I bet you lack the courage. Hua Ziyun replied calmly. Oh, then give me a reason not to kill you. Hua Ziyun smirked, disregarding the gun aimed at him. He strolled over to the sofa, casually seating himself opposite Xue Jingwen. If you wish to kill me, I would already be lying in the lobby. Since you wish to discuss matters, withdraw your men. I despise being targeted by 3 guns. Ha ha ha. The mysterious man laughed heartily, placing the handgun on the table and gesturing for someone to exit. A figure emerged from the cabinet, casting a cold glance at Hua Ziyun before leaving the room, and footsteps echoed from the ceiling, gradually fading away. Hua Ziyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared he had shown no signs of weakness, and his bluff had indeed worked. After a lengthy silence, the mysterious man's voice turned chilling. This woman claims you killed Lord Hu, intending to take his place. Yet I cannot comprehend why you would bring a military personnel here. Could it be that I am also military personnel? Hua Ziyun sneered, rising to his feet as his thoughts raced. He could only bluff his way through. Master San guards such a vast territory. He cannot consume it all alone. Chapter 86. Winning hearts first you seek your own demise. The enigmatic figure slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. At the sound, the black-clad guard stationed at the door rushed in, having witnessed the prowess of Hua Ziyun. With calculated precision, he positioned himself behind Xue Jingwen and brandished a dagger at her throat. Hua Ziyun remained motionless, fixated on the mysterious man's partially obscured visage, his gaze imbued with confidence and ease, leaving others bewildered about his thoughts. In truth, he was terrified. Had it not been for his acting skills, his heart might have leapt from his chest. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain the facade. Retreating now would only lead to his demise. Are you truly unafraid of death? The mysterious man inquired, his voice laced with intrigue. Hua Ziyun's lips curled into a slight smile, yet he remained seated, unperturbed. Ha 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 ha. A misunderstanding, indeed. It appears you are not affiliated with the military. Suddenly, the enigmatic man erupted into laughter, gesturing for the black-clad guard to ease his tension. Hua Ziyun exhaled in relief, aware that this act had been perilously close. The system had rewarded him with 500 exchange points for the performance. You, my young brother, possess remarkable courage. The third master appreciates individuals like you, the mysterious man resumed, settling back into his seat, his tone softening as he probed, daring to snatch from the third master I trust you have some formidable backing? Do you think I would divulge such information? Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly, succinctly stating, the customs office is a crucial gateway for profit. I assure you I will only take 30%. 30%? The mysterious man paused, lost in contemplation. Hua Ziyun remained patient, awaiting his decision. Xue Jingwen, observing Hua Ziyun's composure, felt her previously taut body relax, her stiffness dissipating. As usual, she donned a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her curves, eliciting admiration from onlookers. Events unfolded according to Hua Ziyun's design. His primary objective was not to rush towards the third master but to win this woman's unwavering trust. Only then could he delve deeper into this murky water. While Hua Ziyun pondered how to secure her loyalty, the black-clad guard behind Xue Jingwen began to entertain illicit thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, the guard had rested his other hand on Xue Jingwen's exposed shoulder, and it appeared to be sliding downward. Xue Jingwen sensed the unwelcome touch but found herself powerless to resist, forced to remain seated and endure the violation. What an opportunity, Hua Ziyun thought, gradually reaching for the military dagger concealed at his waist, an item he had seized from the guard he had just dispatched. You have two choices. Sever your own hand or die, Hua Ziyun declared, his gaze fixed menacingly on the black-clad guard. Startled, the guard was taken aback, unsure why Hua Ziyun had suddenly turned his ire towards him. What's the matter? The mysterious man questioned, glancing at his subordinate before realizing the gravity of the situation, particularly as he noticed the guard's hand inching closer to Xue Jingwen. Calm down, brother. My men have endured hardships alongside me. It's only natural for them to develop certain inclinations. After all, we are all men here. With those words, Xue Jingwen's face flushed with shame and anger. She bit her lip, suppressing her voice, filled with resentment for being a woman in this moment. I will reiterate, two choices, Hua Ziyun stated, his expression devoid of emotion as a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Brother, why take women so seriously? Even if she belongs to you, what difference does it make? If I wanted to take her, it could be done with a mere word. Her position is merely a matter of the third master's decree. The mysterious man attempted to mediate the situation. I treat others as I wish to be treated. If you act, you must face the consequences, Hua Ziyun replied, offering no leniency. Before the mysterious man could respond, the black-clad guard, in a fit of bravado, groped Xue Jingwen's chest and shouted, What are you? Do you really think you hold any significance? Do you believe the third master? In a flash, Hua Ziyun hurled the dagger like a bolt of lightning, silencing the guard before he could finish his thought. The blade lodged deep within the guard's mouth, pinning him against the wall. From life to death, Hua Ziyun afforded him but a fleeting second. Useless. Better off gone. Hua Ziyun scoffed as he rose from the sofa and approached Xue Jingwen, gently patting her shoulder. Return now, do not let me down. Your position cannot be replaced by another. Xue Jingwen cast a grateful glance at Hua Ziyun, her lips parting to inquire softly, And you? Rest assured, I shan't meet my end. I suspect Mr. Ling no longer wishes to see me dead. Hua Ziyun replied with a smile, casting a knowing look at the shadowy figure of the mysterious man, who wore a grim expression. As anticipated, the mysterious man's body shifted slightly, his previously clenched fists beginning to relax. Be cautious, Xue Jingwen urged, her determination renewed as she stood and turned towards the exit, recognizing that her presence would only complicate matters for Hua Ziyun. This display of concern stirred something within Hua Ziyun. It became evident that to win her heart, restoring her sense of dignity was paramount. With this breakthrough, he had no doubt she would eventually comply. Once Xue Jingwen departed, the mysterious man chuckled darkly. Your decisive methods are indeed refreshing. You are correct. Keeping useless pawns only invites trouble. Your 30% is not out of reach. It depends on your future conduct. Do you require assistance in removing the watchful eye at the door? No need. I have my reasons for keeping her around, Hua Ziyun replied enigmatically.
Ah, splendide.
The mysterious man declared, his tone shifting abruptly. However, after you've just eliminated 2 of my subordinates, I will need to explain myself upon my return. If you manage to leave here alive today, I assure you not only I, but even the third master will be eager to collaborate with you. With that, the mysterious man retrieved a pistol from the table, securing it at his waist before striding towards the exit. As he opened the door, he almost collided with Yi Fian. Pausing for a moment, he adjusted his cap with a smirk, uttering, "I wish you the best of luck." As his words faded, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the distant private rooms and corridors. Hua Ziyun could only shrug helplessly at Yi Fian, preparing himself for the impending commotion. Chapter 87. Everyone must die in a mere minute. The entire corridor on the second floor was suddenly filled with thugs wielding knives and clubs. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yi Fian swiftly retreated into a private room, locking the door from the inside with urgency. She approached Hua Ziyun, her brow furrowed in concern, and asked, "What on earth is happening? Should I seek help immediately?" "Don't you dare. I've worked hard to settle this matter. I cannot let you ruin it," Hua Ziyun retorted, casting her an exasperated glance. "What should we do then? Just charge out? Is there any other option? Are you out of your mind? You might be able to take on 10 or 20 alone, but there are nearly 100 of them outside. How do you propose we escape?" Yi Fian, growing frantic, kicked over a counter, seizing a piece of wood for defense, her gaze fixed warily on the door as the sounds of banging echoed through. "Calm down. This is merely a test of my abilities. To gain the recognition of Third Master, our only chance is to fight our way out." Hua Ziyun chuckled nervously, unwilling to let this hard-won opportunity slip away. At that moment, Hua Ziyun's phone buzzed with a message. Zero, the lone survivor of a mysterious organization of 2,000 assassins, has eliminated all others by his hand. He has undertaken multiple assassination missions for various countries, with a flawless record of 9 successes, ranking 13th among assassins. His whereabouts are elusive. Much like his codename, his information is virtually nil. "Ziyun, you have not disappointed me," Hua Ziyun smirked, quickly typing a response on his phone. "Thank you. This individual possesses the strength of a warrior. I have already made contact. If possible, gather more information." "You are mistaken. Warriors compete for honor, while assassins fight for survival. Their methods are far more ruthless than those of warriors. Be careful." Hua Ziyun contemplated this as he observed Yi Fian's tense back. Ziyun's analysis was correct. Even the most exceptional warrior experiences anxiety when faced with danger, while assassins, in contrast, think only of how to eliminate their adversaries and survive. When he faced Zero earlier, he had chosen to take a gamble, dismissing him entirely. Reflecting now, he felt a shiver of fear. Zero was a demon who thrived on the corpses of others. "Yi Fian, I hope you will withdraw from this situation after today," Hua Ziyun suddenly stated. "Why?" Yi Fian turned, confusion etched on her face. "Your identity has been exposed. Remaining will only complicate matters further. Moreover, from what I know, this group is far more terrifying than anyone can imagine." As he spoke, Hua Ziyun expressionlessly bent down to retrieve a dagger from the floor, stepping forward to take another knife from a black-clad individual, gripping it tightly. "Are you worried about my safety?" Yi Fian paused, then scoffed. "My affairs are none of your concern. I've died once. What is there to fear about dying again?" Just then, the heavy door of the private room was forcibly flung open, and thugs armed with clubs shouted as they poured in. "Charge out." Hua Ziyun had no time for further dialogue, letting out a sharp command as he engaged them. The dagger in his hand danced through the air, spraying blood amid screams resonating in the room. Having suppressed their fury for too long, Yi Fian unleashed her full array of lethal techniques, but despite their efforts, the sheer number of opponents overwhelmed them, and both sustained injuries within mere seconds. A cry echoed as Yi Fian, caught off guard, was slashed across her back, a long gash running from her shoulder to her waist. "Fian!" Hua Ziyun shouted, swiftly maneuvering to her side. His dagger plunged deeply into the heart of her assailant, and with a kick, he sent the body flying, turning to grasp her shoulder. "Are you all right? Why are you back? Go." Yi Fian shoved him away, bending to pick up a fallen machete, rejoining the fray. Suddenly, the solid door below crashed apart as a hefty figure drove a beastly vehicle straight into the hall. "Am I invisible?" The hefty man cursed as he dismounted, brandishing a hydraulic jack and charging upstairs. Thus, Hua Ziyun and Yi Fian fought their way down while the hefty man advanced from below, creating an utter chaos. Despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, the hefty man fought without restraint, wielding the jack with formidable strength, sending thugs flying with each swing, clearing a wide berth around him. "Watch out," Yifian cried, positioning herself protectively in front of Hua Ziyun. With a sickening thud, a broad machete pierced Yifian's body, protruding out from her side. "Yifian!" Hua Ziyun was struck with a jolt of disbelief, realizing she had taken the blow meant for him. As the blade withdrew, a trickle of blood flowed from her lips, and she managed a pained smile. "Now I owe you nothing." Hua Ziyun's heart raced, a visceral sensation of loss engulfing him. She had just saved his life. You saved me. I am repaying you now," Yifian murmured, her voice frail. "Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. You must survive. If possible, eliminate him. Do not speak. Weren't you the one insisting on killing me? I have yet to permit your death." Hua Ziyun's eyes reddened. He had never felt such a profound sense of loss. She was the only person, aside from his sister, whom he did not wish to lose. With urgency, he tore off a sleeve from his arm, binding it around her bleeding wound, and hoisted her onto his back, her head resting against his shoulder. "Do not sleep yet. I need you to witness these men pay for their actions." Hua Ziyun's voice turned frigid, causing even the hefty man beside him to flinch. Ding! The summoning of the warrior demon by Qi is successful. 2,000 exchange points deducted from the host. Duration: 10 minutes. As the system's notification echoed, Hua Ziyun removed his shirt and fashioned it into a sturdy binding for Yifian, then picked up the fallen long knife from the floor. "Today, everyone here shall perish." Chapter 88. Destiny's design in the face of the crowd. Hua Ziyun's threats appeared utterly feeble. Only the stout man closest to him could sense the inexplicable terror emanating from his being. "Death? Is it you who will die or us?" The small-time thug, who had just been kicked away by Hua Ziyun, returned wielding a machete. In an instant, Hua Ziyun turned and struck, the massive blade plunging deep into his neck before he could even let out a scream. "Stout man, guard the entrance. Let not a single one escape." As he spoke, Hua Ziyun transformed into a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the long knife in his hand seemingly morphing into the legendary sword of the hero by Qi. With every swing, he claimed 1 or 2 lives, devoid of any mercy. In a fleeting moment, cries of agony echoed as the remaining small-time thugs, who once dared to approach him, succumbed to despair. The stout man had already dashed downstairs, boldly positioning the small beast at the entrance to block a few cowardly thugs attempting to flee. "Your back instills a sense of fear in me, yet I feel secure," Yifian whispered weakly into Hua Ziyun's ear. "This privilege granted to you is not meant to be squandered." Hua Ziyun remained silent, his eyes betraying nothing but murderous intent. From the moment she shielded him from that blow, this group had successfully provoked a ferocious beast. With grim determination, Hua Ziyun's long knife became stained with blood as he surged into the hall, where only a handful of thugs remained, begging for mercy. Their previous ferocity and spirit shattered beneath Hua Ziyun's bloodied blade. Roaring, the small beast charged out of the ravaged entertainment club, leaving chaos in its wake.
Moments later.
A figure clad in a cap, 0, emerged from a private room on the 2nd floor. Casting a glance at the lifeless thugs who had failed to plead for their lives, a sinister smirk crept across his lips. Such methods are indeed worthy of the third master. 0 instinctively adjusted the brim of his cap and muttered to himself, gazing toward the direction where the small beast had vanished. "What a pity that you undertake all this for a woman. It seems you are also connected to the military." 0 gestured towards the darkened private room behind him, his lips curling into a hint of murderous intrigue. "Keep a close watch on him. Sometimes, an opponent can be utilized." A shadow flitted past within the room, and tranquility returned once more. The stout man drove the small beast toward the hospital, fearing it might be too late to save Yifian's life. "It's futile. Don't bother." In the car, Yifian offered a hollow smile at Hua Ziyun, who sat beside her, his expression dark as he pressed against her wound. Life was slipping away from her, growing weaker by the moment. Hua Ziyun furrowed his brow. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone and dialed a unique military line, his voice laced with fury. "I am exposed. You better provide me with all the information regarding the third master, including 0. After a prolonged silence, a voice responded, "What's the matter? Is the situation not progressing smoothly?" "Smoothly?" Hua Ziyun nearly shouted. "Yi Fian is on the brink of death. How many more lives do you intend to sacrifice?" Without detailed information, I refused to cooperate. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone against the car window, cursing vehemently. Seeing Hua Ziyun's emotional outburst, Yi Fian fell silent, slowly closing her eyes. In her memory, he had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unaffected by anything. Yet this time, he appeared genuinely enraged, his dark expression frightening her. It was the first time she had witnessed him lose control. As dawn approached, Hua Ziyun burst into the emergency room, cradling the barely conscious Yi Fian. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Ignoring the medical staff rushing towards him, he charged into the operating room, placing her on the surgical table. Two attending doctors, taken aback by the blood-soaked pair, exchanged alarmed glances. However, the nobility of the medical profession prevailed, and they rushed to her side, checking for breath and commencing resuscitation. "The patient requires a blood transfusion. Hurry, procure a blood bag. Prepare to administer the maximum voltage." A minute later, the doctors exchanged a glance, both recognizing their powerlessness. Two inept doctors. "Get out of my way. I'll handle this." Hua Ziyun, veins bulging with fury, glared at the pale Yi Fian and seized one doctor, dragging him towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, he unceremoniously tossed both doctors aside. He turned to the stout man, who had also reached the entrance. "Guard this door. I won't come out. Not even the King of Heaven is permitted entry." With that, Hua Ziyun plunged back into the operating room. Ding! Medical immortal system activated, searching for unparalleled healing techniques. "You cannot die," Hua Ziyun growled, gripping Yi Fian's blood-soaked clothing and tearing it away. 20 minutes later, his complexion pale, Hua Ziyun infused his own blood into a fresh blood bag, collapsing weakly onto the operating table. Yi Fian, now revived, witnessed Hua Ziyun filling the blood bag for the 6th time, nearing the limits of what a human could endure, teetering on the brink of life-threatening danger. "You won't die." Hua Ziyun glanced at Yi Fian, who was regaining consciousness, managing a strained smile as he turned her body to address her back wounds. "I am merely a healer, seeking to save your life.
J'assure you.
There will be no scars left behind." Yi Fian parted her lips but could not utter a word. She was acutely aware of her vulnerability, and as she felt the trembling hands on her back, her eyes glistened with unbidden emotion. Another 10 minutes passed, and Hua Ziyun, nearly exhausted, draped a clean sheet over Yi Fian, nodding in satisfaction as he moved toward the door, the commotion outside growing increasingly loud. With a creak, Hua Ziyun, bare-chested and bloodied, pulled open the operating room door, the dried blood on him now black, eliciting a shiver from anyone who beheld him. Outside, chaos reigned as the stout man stood guard, blocking several police officers and the attending physician. "Have you called the police?" It was an old acquaintance, Yi and Yi Fian's cousin. "Hua Ziyun, why must it always be you?" Yi An's voice brimmed with authority. "It appears I must take you back this time. I need to enter immediately to ascertain the identity of the deceased. Please cooperate." He drew his service weapon. "Humph, the deceased?" Hua Ziyun scoffed, the dried blood on his face cracking and falling away. "I believe your family owes me a significant favor. I have already saved the person." Chapter 89. Sister's 5th mission move aside. "Damn it." Ian barged past Hua Ziyun with a pistol in hand, storming into the operating room. Hua Ziyun, already at his weakest, staggered from the impact and collided against the doorframe. Just as he was about to collapse, the quick-witted chubby man steadied him. Upon entering, Ian froze at the sight of Yi Fian lying on the operating table, his own cousin. His eyes reddened instantly. "Who did this to you?" he roared, whirling around to aim his gun at Hua Ziyun. "Was it you? Don't think your connections will protect you." Terrified, Yi Fian pleaded weakly, "Brother, put the gun down." Ian then turned his fury toward the two petrified medical staff lingering outside. "What are you standing there for? Get in here and save her." The doctors trembled. Never had they encountered such a violent officer. They had called for help, only to find themselves staring down the barrel of his gun. Spare the theatrics? Yi and Hua Ziyun sneered, leaning heavily on the chubby man for support. Yi Fian is out of danger. He saw through Yi and S feigned concern. The Yi family's empire was fractured by greed. Their scandals no secret. Hua Ziyun suspected Yi and would have preferred Yi Fian's corpse. Theatrics? Yi narrowed his eyes. Explain yourself. Did you harm my sister? Hua Ziyun scoffed and shook his head, signaling the chubby man to help him forward. Cautiously, they approached Yi Fian's bedside. Settling beside her, Hua Ziyun adjusted the slipping sheet over her. Your brother seems agitated. I'd hate for him to lose control and shoot me. His gaze hardened as he met Yi and S eyes. From now until she recovers, no Yi family member will visit. Leave, test my patience, and your resignation will be on your desk by dawn. Yi and hesitated, then holstered his gun with a resentful glare at Yi Fian before storming out. At the door, he barked at the officers. Take these two to the station. The doctors protested. We're medical personnel. Why arrest us? Shut up. You're under investigation. Once Yi was gone, Hua Ziyun's strength finally gave out. He collapsed beside Yi Fian with a pained laugh. Time blurred. A warm towel brushed his face, rousing him. Blinking weakly, he saw his sister's worried face hovering above him. Sis. Hua Sha's stormy expression told him she was furious. He mustered a pitiful look, hoping to soften her anger. She remained silent, continuing to wipe his face, then his neck and chest. Sis, I'm sorry. Okay? Don't be mad. Hua Ziyun pleaded. You're not at fault? Her voice trembled. If not for Fatty, I wouldn't even know you were dying. Tears welled in her eyes. His heart ached. He longed to embrace her, to reassure her. But blood loss left him powerless. Don't cry. It hurts me to see you like this. You're hurt? Hua Sha choked out, moving the towel lower. Look at yourself. Do you know how terrified I am? I'm fine now. No, you're not. She cut him off sharply. If something happened to you, what would I do? She yanked the sheet away, exposing his lower body. A jolt of shock paralyzed him. 1 second later, Hua Ziyun miraculously found the strength to yank the sheet back up, his face burning. Sis, why am I naked? Hua Sha glared and pulled the sheet down again. Your clothes were soaked in blood. They're ruined. But cold sweat dripped down his back. He couldn't believe this was happening. Enough. I've seen you naked as a child. She scrubbed his thighs matter-of-factly. I'm not embarrassed, so why are you? Mortified, Hua Ziyun wished the ground would swallow him whole. Ding. Host has completed Sister's 5th mission during unconsciousness. Reward: 5,000 exchange points. Please check. What had the mission really been? For her to see him bear? Agony and humiliation stretched minutes into an eternity before Hua Sha finally draped the sheet back over him. Rest, she ordered sternly, though her cheeks were faintly pink. Sis, I never knew you could be so attentive, he mumbled awkwardly. She huffed. Flattery won't save you. I was this close to never forgiving you. By the way, the girl I saved? Hua Ziyun suddenly remembered Yi Fian. Hua Sha's expression darkened. Who is she? You never mentioned her. She was picked up this morning. Picked up? His stomach dropped. By whom? Chapter 90. The portly center. What's the matter? You appear quite anxious. Du confis. Who exactly is she? Hua Sha narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze intently on Hua Ziyun. Sister, I assure you there is nothing between us. Hua Ziyun replied, a hint of panic in his voice. He genuinely feared that either Ling or a member of the Yi family would come to take her away, which would spell disaster for Yi Fian. Hua Sha knew Hua Ziyun would not deceive her, yet his demeanor struck her as rather foolish. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter, rising to retrieve a brown paper file from the bedside cabinet. It was brought by Captain Zhou, who had asked her to give it to you upon your waking. So Yun. Hua Ziyun sighed in relief internally, grateful it was someone from the military. With Hua Sha's assistance, he managed to sit up, leaning against the bedding while gesturing for his sister to open the file. Hua Sha had no choice but to comply. Given her brother's injury, she could only follow his requests. As Hua Ziyun had surmised, the file contained information regarding San Yi and Ling. The intelligence held by the military corroborated the information provided by Su Yun regarding Ling's identity. Yet the details about San Yi left Hua Ziyun considerably astonished. San Yi, a mysterious leader of a certain organization, had stealthily infiltrated the borders of Huaxia a year prior, establishing a stronghold in Nanming City. This individual operated with meticulous caution, having swiftly taken control of illegal enterprises across the provinces of Nanwu within 6 months. Ling was merely one of his hired assassins, flanked by no fewer than 3 internationally wanted criminals. Over the past 6 months, the military had organized 3 significant offensives against him, all culminating in failure and resulting in the loss of approximately 100 elite soldiers. Even more alarming was the fact that none of the attempts had managed to lay eyes on San Yi himself. Since then, the organization had unleashed a series of frenzied retaliations, with military operatives being systematically eliminated, leading to a hesitance in further aggressive actions, forcing them to opt for limited infiltration. However, one thing was certain. San Yi was currently in Nanming City. The rest of the file contained various leads from operations that Hua Ziyun briefly perused, finding little of significant value before falling into contemplation. Damn! The military had dug such a deep pit for him. Hua Ziyun silently cursed, signaling for his sister to destroy the file. Hua Sha refrained from asking further questions and promptly disposed of the contents, unwilling to let her brother be distracted by her presence. Sister, does Mom know about my predicament? Hua Ziyun inquired. How could you even ask that? Do you think I would be foolish enough to inform Mom? Hua Sha pouted, retrieving an apple from beneath the bed and sulking as she peeled it. For now, you need not think of anything but recuperating. At your command, my esteemed sister. Under her intense pressure, Hua Ziyun remained bedridden for a fortnight. In truth, he had fully recovered within the first week, yet he was powerless against his sister's will. During this time, the chubby boy and Si Ruobing had visited him, but had it not been for the upcoming mathematics competition, Hua Sha would have prohibited him from leaving the hospital. Throughout this duration, Hua Ziyun had received no news of Ling's movements, indicating a temporary reprieve from danger, yet he knew he must remain vigilant. Upon returning to school, he first reported to his class, where a fervent discussion regarding the mathematics competition was underway. The chubby boy had followed Hua Ziyun's instructions, leading the others in selective practice, yielding commendable results. How is it? Is Instructor Yi all right? The chubby boy whispered from his seat. He should be fine, but we all need to exercise caution. I suspect Ling will take action soon. Have you been to the customs office? How is Xue Jingguan doing? She is well. Had it not been for your instruction to keep an eye on her, I believe she would have stormed the hospital to see you. The chubby boy smirked. You've got quite the charm, haven't you? Even married women are concerned about you. Shut it, what do you know? I merely garnered some goodwill, Hua Ziyun retorted, rolling his eyes at the chubby boy. Regardless of the truth, denying it would be futile. You are undeniably a magnet for attention. I can't help but wonder if you were a lonely dog in your past life. Now surrounded by so many admirers, the chubby boy complained, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Hua Ziyun awkwardly grinned, unsure how to respond to the chubby boy's remarks, feigning a pitiful expression as if to imply that he desired none of this attention. Has there been any movement from Yi Yangtian recently? Hua Ziyun asked. None. He hasn't been around school much lately. However, something occurred yesterday with Senior Ili. Oh? What happened? The school organized a friendly basketball match. It turned out that while Hua Ziyun was away, the school, in collaboration with Qingnan High School, arranged a basketball friendly. Ili, the student council president, had selected a team of outstanding players from the school's team to compete. Unfortunately, the match ended in a dismal score of 113-57, with Nanming Middle School suffering a crushing defeat to Qingnan High. What was initially intended as a friendly competition saw Ili attributing the loss entirely to himself, sinking into a deep melancholy as he spent his time wallowing on the court. Despite multiple attempts by the chubby boy and Si Ruobing to console him, he remained unable to shake off the shadow of defeat, feeling he had brought shame upon the school. After class, Hua Ziyun and the chubby boy went to the court, where they indeed found Ili training vigorously. Ili, take a break, Hua Ziyun kindly suggested. Upon noticing Hua Ziyun, Ili executed a perfect three-point shot before approaching the two, breathless. Hua Shueti, you're back? I heard you were unwell. I haven't had the chance to visit you. How is your recovery? I'm fine, just a minor ailment. I heard about the game from the chubby boy. You shouldn't be too hard on yourself. Hua Ziyun reassured him with a smile. Ili laughed awkwardly, patting Hua Ziyun on the shoulder. Don't worry about me. I've already applied for a second friendly match with the school. The initial selection of team members was poorly managed, which led to our defeat. I must not bring further disgrace to the school this time. With that, Ili dashed to the basket to retrieve the ball, passing it to the chubby boy. Dewey, would you consider joining the team? With your height of over 1.8 meters and your agility, you would be an unexpected asset as a center, creating immense pressure on the opposing team. Me? The chubby boy shook his head vigorously. I can't. Despite my size, I lack the stamina for it. Seeing the chubby boy's comically exaggerated reaction, Hua Ziyun burst into laughter. Ili was right. If he were to play, his presence would surely be eye-catching. Just standing there would intimidate the opponents. Hua Ziyun, stop teasing your chubby friend. You make it sound easy. If you're so confident, why don't you join the team? If you do, I might just consider playing alongside you, the chubby boy exclaimed, flustered. Really? Hua Ziyun tilted his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Are you serious? What? You can't be serious. Chapter 91. Bullfighting. What are you all discussing so joyfully? At that moment, Hua Sha and Si Ruobing arrived at the playground, evidently drawn by Ili. When Hua Ziyun spotted his sister, his face flushed, as the events at the hospital had left quite an impression on him. Brother, are you here to assist Senior Ili? Hua Sha playfully approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his. You two have really had enough. Si Ruobing sighed, holding a colossal cup of sour plum juice as she approached Ili. Ili, don't push yourself too hard. Thank you, Ili replied, his face lighting up with delight as he accepted the drink from Si Ruobing. Iemme perfectly fine. Bing bing. I am determined to win this match. Indeed, Si Ruobing nodded cautiously. Both Hua Jie and I have joined the cheerleading squad, and we will stand by your side during the battle. I believe you can do it, Ili. Observing the ambiguous dynamics between the two, Hua Ziyun's eyes bulged in disbelief as he glanced at his sister, who wore a playful grin. When had these two become so close? How would I know? I've been at the hospital taking care of you all this time. Have you become jealous? Hua Sha teased, sticking her tongue out at him. Hua Ziyun was genuinely perplexed. Not long ago, Si Ruobing had shown interest in him. What had transpired in these past few days? Ili's pace was astonishing. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding how their relationship had blossomed so rapidly. He turned to the nearby chubby friend. Can you shed some light on this situation? Humph. The chubby friend pouted, clutching a basketball in one hand as he grumbled. What are you two flaunting in front of me for? Do you think I'm intimidated just because my Tiger Nyo isn't around? Zhang Dawei, you can hold the ball with one hand. A familiar voice called from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Qingfeng, looking astonished, approached, fixated on the basketball in the chubby friend's hand. His exclamation caught Ili's attention as well. Qingfeng is here? Is he a member of the team too? Hua Ziyun greeted him with a smile, recalling the exhausting tutoring sessions they had endured together. Stop acting like you've seen a treasure. I've decided to let these two join the team. I assure you victory in this match. Hua Sha chuckled, dragging Hua Ziyun into the crowd, her face beaming with pride. My brother is not only academically gifted but also skilled in sports. With him on the team, I guarantee you'll triumph. But Hua Ziyun rolled his eyes, ruffling his sister's hair. I must say, your ability to promote your brother is truly remarkable. Head patting. Si Ruobing, unable to contain herself, cleared her throat sharply, reminding them to maintain their image. Stop being infatuated. We can't assist with the team. Let us go recruit for the cheerleading squad instead. Great. I want to bring my brother along. Hua Sha exclaimed with excitement. Seriously? Why on earth does the cheerleading recruitment concern me? Hua Ziyun lamented, casting a helpless glance at Ili, silently pleading for assistance. To his surprise, Ili, wearing a troubled expression, subtly shook his head in refusal and gestured towards Si Ruobing, indicating he could not help. At this critical moment, he needed to uphold his composure and could not lend a hand. Sighing internally, Hua Ziyun was about to decline when several other team members arrived, one of whom made him frown. Xiao Mu. What brings him here? Oh, it seems today is quite lively. Our genius scholar has returned, Xiao Mu sneered, accompanied by two tall figures. He shot a cheeky glance at Hua Ziyun. You're not thinking of joining the team, are you? What? Do you have a problem with that? Hua Ziyun retorted coldly. I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift. Are you here to confront me? Why? Do you want to fight? This is school.
Xiao Mu scoffed, dismissively glancing at Ili.
As captain, it's embarrassing to stay on a team with such dismal results. I'm ashamed for you. You! What about me? Xiao Mu arrogantly raised his chin. From now on, the school has relieved you of your captaincy. Xiao Mu, am now in charge. On what grounds? Ili's expression darkened instantly. Because you've brought shame to the school. Xiao Mu circled Ili confidently, proudly gesturing to the two tall figures he had brought. These are my recruits from the Youth Association, making winning a match a piece of cake. The two tall figures exchanged glances, clearly looking down on Ili as their captain.
Xiao Mu.
Enough. Ili doesn't need your help. He can win the match on his own. Si Ruobing, who had always disliked Xiao Mu, could no longer hold back, standing up for Ili. Hua Ziyun, unwilling to remain silent, approached Xiao Mu with a stern expression. If you wish to meet your demise, take over the team. If you wish to remain under your master's protection, it's best you vanish from my sight. His approach indeed had an effect. Xiao Mu instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? I warn you not to act recklessly. This is school. Mind your own business. Quite unfortunately, I just joined the team, but I seem to be unsatisfied with you as captain. How about we make a wager? Hua Ziyun had been pondering that Xiao Mu's appearance was far too coincidental. Everything seemed interconnected with Yi Yangtian, who was known for settling scores. Perhaps Xiao Mu had orchestrated the last match's loss under Yi Li's leadership. He knew Yi Yangtian all too well. Anyone who had ever assisted him would inevitably become his target. Such underhanded maneuvers were not unfamiliar to Hua Ziyun, especially with the score gap being suspiciously large in the high school match. He doubted that no one had interfered. It seemed the foreign aide he had recruited this time would be formidable enough to help him regain victory, presenting him with a twofold benefit. What's the wager? Xiao Mu hesitated before asking, looking perplexed. Unfortunately, I fear your words carry no weight. Hua Ziyun replied casually with a smile. I am the captain now. If my words hold no value, whose do?
Xiao Mu's anger flared.
What do you propose? Hua Ziyun chuckled softly, pointing at the two tall figures. Do you know how to bullfight? If I win, Ili remains captain, and you take your people and leave. Bullfight? You think you can win against me? Xiao Mu paused, then burst into laughter. You truly underestimate yourself. Do you even know who these two are? The two tall figures exchanged disdainful smiles. Fine, I'll take your bet. Dafe, you're up. Xiao Mu confidently crossed his arms, smirking at Hua Ziyun. If you lose, please take your people and leave. Very well. Hua Ziyun replied blankly, turning to receive the ball from the chubby friend, lifting his gaze to the two tall figures with a slight smirk. You two together. Chapter 92. The school flower cheerleading squad. Upon hearing Hua Ziyun's words, nearly everyone around was taken aback, except for Huasha and the plump boy, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. It seemed that Xiao Mu was about to face yet another downfall. Hey, Xiao Mu. The plump boy chuckled as he approached Xiao Mu. I wonder if your words hold any weight? If you lose this bet, do you think Yi Yangtian will skin you alive? Xiao Mu snorted, casting a glance of uncertainty at the two towering foreign players he had brought along, signaling them to ensure victory at all costs. Ili understood the significance of this wager that Hua Ziyun had fought for. Losing meant losing everything. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Ziyun Daoe, let me take this on. Senior Qingfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that among them, Ili had the strongest skills. The dozen or so bystanders lacked the ability to hold their own in a duel, and they had no choice but to place their final hopes on Ili. No need, I can handle this. Hua Ziyun smirked, raising a hand to grip the basketball, pointing it toward the two giants. Don't waste my time. Ili, don't worry. I assure you my brother will win. Huasha playfully leaped next to Siruobing, offering reassurance to the anxious Ili. Since Ili and Qingfeng had never seen Hua Ziyun play before, they were uncertain of the outcome even with Ili on the court. Given Wazian's apparent confidence, they decided to take a gamble. Ha! You're too arrogant, kid. Do you even know who we are? One of the giants scoffed, glancing disdainfully at his companion. This little brat is all yours. Are you too incapable of understanding human speech? I said I want both of you to come at me. Wazian reiterated. Fine, if you're looking for trouble, don't blame us. The giant sneered, seemingly amused. We'll let you attack us. If you get a shot off, whether it goes in or not, we'll count it as a win for you. Wazian grinned, gesturing for everyone to step back, then confidently strode beyond the three-point line. The soul system activated, summoning the subsystem. Facing the two giants who had positioned themselves defensively, Wazian unhesitatingly entered the soul system. Sorry, the system is currently unavailable for your service. The host must participate in the cheerleading selection task and acquire 1,000 exchange points. Are you kidding me? You're messing with me? Wazian was momentarily dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. I have tens of thousands of exchange points, and you tell me I can't redeem anything? Ding. The system requires the host to agree to the beauty contest task. Otherwise, it reserves the right to deny any exchanges. Ugh. Is my agreement not enough? Wazian felt a surge of frustration. When did the soul system become so petty? Was it really necessary to be this desperate? With his reluctant concession, the system promptly provided a notification. Ding! The subsystem has successfully summoned the violent basketball master. Duration: 10 minutes. Deducting 500 exchange points from the host. Seriously? Just for 500 points I have to earn 1,000? What a greedy system. Cursing inwardly, Wazian smirked and sprang into action. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he approached the foremost giant. The giant, opting for an aggressive defense, charged at Wazian, hoping to intercept his advance. However, he was overly naive. Just as he was about to collide with Wazian swiftly struck the ball against the giant's knee before quickly retreating 2 steps to the left. In the next moment, the basketball unexpectedly struck the giant's knee and rebounded into Wazian's hands, causing the giant to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. Truly a skilled player. As Wazian regained control of the ball, the other giant furrowed his brow and swiftly positioned himself to block him, arms angled at 45 degrees to prevent any escape. Kid, you 1T get past me. Wazian smiled, dribbling rapidly as he suddenly extended the ball towards the giant's right shoulder, quickly pulling it back from the left shoulder. The giant, momentarily distracted, turned his head to the left, and at that instant, Wazian made a decisive move, darting in the opposite direction. With seamless precision, he maneuvered around, took 3 steps and executed a layup, scoring effortlessly. The crowd fell silent, all eyes wide in disbelief as the basketball returned to Wazian's hands, the entire sequence transpiring in less than 5 seconds. A flash of brilliance. Wazian grinned, holding the ball aloft as he called out, Sister, let us go. I'll accompany you to the cheerleading tryouts. All right. Huasha laughed playfully, running to Wazian's side and linking her arm through his. You're so handsome, little brother. I'm completely enchanted. Wazian affectionately ruffled her hair, casting a sidelong glance at the stunned Xiaomu, and together they made their way out. Siruobing, realizing what had transpired, cast an excited glance at the gaping Ili before following Huasha. Upon reaching the halfway point, Wazian suddenly halted, turning his back to Xiaomu with a smile. Please relay to Yi Yangtian that if he dares to interfere in this match, he will surely regret it. With that, Wazian tossed the basketball behind him and strode away with his sister. A swish echoed as the ball sailed through the net, a perfect 3-pointer. In the conference hall of the teaching building, under the auspices of Siruobing, who invoked Ili's name as the student council president, the cheerleading tryouts had commenced. There were indeed many girls drawn to athletic boys, especially with the enticing rewards of high credit points for participating in the cheerleading squad. Amidst the crowd, familiar faces emerged. While Wazian could understand by Jiqing signing up, he was puzzled by Zhao Daida's presence. Everyone, please fill out the forms with your measurements honestly. Bust, waist, hips, inseam, and any excess fat. We will select 10 of you to join the cheerleading squad for rehearsals, Huasha announced, distributing forms as she reminded the group. Wazian awkwardly sat at the podium, receiving the filled-out forms. He felt like the luckiest man in the school. Had he not been dragged into this gathering of girls by his sister, he would never have the chance to peruse such intimate details about so many girls. Junior Huaziyan, what brings you to this place? Bai Jiqing approached him, her cheeks flushed as she handed over her form. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52.
8 Kilogramm, Measurements, 926090.
Huaziyan looked incredulously at the data on the paper. This was an astonishing figure. However, he couldn't fathom how Bai Jiqing lacked a D-cup. Could it be due to her loose-fitting clothes? Pondering this, Huaziyan eagerly activated his X-ray vision. Chapter 93. A surge of system rewards heavens. I am actually adorned in a chest-binding ribbon. Huaziyan felt himself float upon seeing Bai Jiqing. Her figure was simply exquisite. Coupled with his inherent fondness for such an ultra-lady-like persona, he was astounded by the perfection of her physique. Junior Hua, what are you staring at? Bai Jiqing, feeling the lingering gaze of Huaziyan, inquired with a rosy blush on her cheeks. Realizing he had lost his composure, Huaziyan awkwardly averted his gaze, lowering his head to the report filled to the brim with numbers. He picked up his pen and marked a check, saying, well, Sister Bai, you've passed. Is that it? Bai Jiqing was taken aback, glancing at the flustered and busy Huasha and Si Ruobing. Aren't we supposed to consult their opinions? No need. I'll just inform my sister later, Huaziyan replied casually. Such a standard, if not selected, would indeed be unjust. Thank you. Bai Jiqing smiled sweetly and returned to her seat, just as Zhao Daidai approached to submit her form. Huaziyan looked up, receiving the registration form while pretending not to recognize her, continuing to organize the collected documents. Junior Hua, it's been a while since we last met. Zhao Daidai initiated the conversation. Daidai, I didn't expect you to be so idle. Shouldn't you be by Yi Yangtian's side? What brings you here? Huaziyan replied nonchalantly. I came here specifically for you, Junior Hua, Zhao Daidai admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. For me? What do you mean? Huaziyan was momentarily stunned. About that day, I apologize. Oh, I didn't think much of it. Huaziyan didn't even lift his head, aimlessly scrutinizing the report in his hands. He was acutely aware that in his previous life, while she was dating Yi Yangtian, numerous wealthy suitors maintained ambiguous relationships with her. He had no interest in rekindling past flames. Facing Huaziyan's indifference, Zhao Daidai appeared somewhat disheartened, as her previously celebrated beauty seemed to falter for the first time. Junior Hua, my phone number is on the back of the report, Zhao Daidai hinted before returning to her seat. After 3 rounds of auditions, they finally selected 10 outstanding candidates, which, along with Si Ruobing and Huasha, made a total of 12. The average height of these 12 was around 172 centimeters, all possessing excellent proportions. More than half were recognized as the school's top beauties, while the others could also be classified as class flowers. This event gathered the most elite group of young women from Nanming High School. Ding! The Soul Captivation System has accumulated 600 exchange points. The host is encouraged to continue striving. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, Huaziyan silently cursed, staring blankly at the 11 individuals on stage arranging themselves. Where did my sister go? I saw her just a moment ago. Brother, do you think our cheerleading uniforms look beautiful? At that moment, an excited voice emerged from the dressing room behind Huaziyan. He turned back helplessly, thinking, a cheerleading uniform is just like that. What could his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he nearly fell from his chair, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of his sister approaching. What is this uniform? Why is it so colorful? Huasha wore a sheer white fabric that barely covered her curves, the remaining delicate fabric fluttering with her every movement as if playfully dancing. The embroidered stars and snowflakes on the white fabric contrasted beautifully with her creamy skin, each enhancing the other's radiance. The short sleeves bore red and black stripes, reminiscent of a celestial river crossing the white expanse, rippling gently with her motions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sister, what are you doing? Are you planning to wear this on stage? Are you jesting with me? Huaziyan exclaimed in shock, relieved that he was the only man present, lest he be driven to blindness. Not only Huaziyan, but even the 11 young women on stage flushed crimson. In the midst of his embarrassment, he couldn't help but glance down again, noticing a faint imprint emerging due to the compression of her attire. Her slender waist was encircled by a strikingly short skirt of black and red, resembling a blooming flower, covering just enough to maintain modesty, yet still far too short. Below, her long legs extended elegantly, creating an alluring sight that was simply intoxicating. Is there something wrong? Huasha examined her outfit and, finding no fault, tilted her head to gaze at Hua Ziyun. "Isn't this the cheerleading outfit? I spent quite a while in the dressing room to find this. Something is definitely wrong. Cheerleading uniforms aren't supposed to be this short, are they?" This looks more like Hua Ziyun struggled to articulate his thoughts, wanting to say it resembled a playful costume, but in front of so many people, how could he voice that? Damn it, who could have hidden this in the dressing room? Hua Ziyun cursed internally, rolling his eyes at his sister, realizing her judgment indeed needed some refinement. Ding! The medical sage system has automatically activated the X-ray vision feature. Ding! System, AMP, 3000 exchange. Damn it! Just as Hua Ziyun was lost in thought observing his sister, the system's notification and subsequent garbled sounds burst into his mind. A fleeting glimpse. Hua Ziyun turned his head quickly, but even then, the image was etched into his mind. White tiger. His sister possessed a rare physique. Hua Ziyun felt his heart race as he realized why she had always been so smooth in her youth. That brief glimpse nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. Damn soul captivation system, you've really messed up this time. You can't handle the sensations I transmit, can you? Serves you right for the garbled mess. Infatuated fool, what are you doing? Hurry and change into something else. Si Ruobing, noticing Hua Ziyun's awkwardness, furrowed her brow and hurriedly pulled Huasha back to the dressing room. You dare to wear this in front of your own brother? Hearing footsteps behind him, Hua Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief after a moment, awkwardly scratching his head as he glanced at the remaining 10 young women on stage, thinking he should at least appear innocent. Ding! With the system's notification, Hua Ziyun stood up and turned to leave, but as he did, blood gushed from his nose. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Hua Ziyun pressed one hand against his nose and dashed out of the auditorium, plunging into the restroom. Just moments ago, the X-ray vision feature had not been turned off, and he had glimpsed 10 stunning figures lined up in a row. Chapter 94. The general wields his sword, yet does not slay flies in a state of panic. Hua Ziyun fled, but the image of that lethal footwear lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Rushing into the restroom, he eagerly splashed cold water on his face. Just then, his phone chimed, revealing a message from Su Yun. Recent investigations indicated that the Yi Group received approximately 20 million in foreign currency each month, with no legitimate source recorded, only a code for a zero-numbered shop. I suspect this matter is related to the elusive zero. Upon reading the message, Hua Ziyun's anger subsided. Could it be that the Yi family had connections to the Third Master? Frowning, he swiftly deleted the message. It was no wonder the Yi family could dominate more than half of Nanming's economy. It seemed they were not as clean as they appeared. Zero. Have you discovered my identity? Your inaction thus far is an underestimation of me. Let us see how this unfolds. With a charming smile at his reflection, Hua Ziyun dialed Xue Jingguan's number. Wait for me in the building. I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up, he sent a message to his sister about leaving early, then picked up Fatty at the court and headed straight for the customs building. Upon reaching the top floor of the customs building, Hua Ziyun noticed everything had returned to its original state, though a new batch of personnel had taken over, numbering around 20. Wow, this place is truly a hidden gem, Fatty exclaimed, gazing in awe at the brightly lit area. Outside, it was dark, and he had assumed the customs building was shut down, not expecting such vibrancy within. Hua Ziyun chuckled, patting Fatty on the shoulder in jest. What do you think? Is this enough to make it our base of operations? Absolutely. It's more than enough. Fatty gulped, unable to contain his excitement. When did you decide to tell me everything? I can't wait. Calm down. First, let me introduce you to someone, Hua Ziyun replied with a laugh, leading Fatty toward Xue Jingwen's office. Suddenly, they were blocked by a gathering crowd. A middle-aged man scrutinized them from head to toe. How did you two get up here? Of course, I'm here to find someone. Did you think I was idly pressing the button for the electrical control room in the elevator? Hua Ziyun retorted with a smile. Is there someone here for you to find? The middle-aged man scoffed, drawing a dagger from his waist and brandishing it before Hua Ziyun. This place has its own rules. If you've seen what you shouldn't, you'll leave your tongue behind. Tongue? Hua Ziyun felt a chill run down his spine. This man's methods were quite ruthless. Fatty, now completely bewildered, thought they were merely here to meet someone, not to have a tongue severed upon arrival. At that moment, a young man in his late 20s stepped forward, pressing down the dagger held by the middle-aged man. Biaogu, hold on. I don't think the situation is as simple as it seems. Shouldn't we clarify first? Huh? Biaogu paused, retracting the young man's hand and frowning. Wang Hao, don't meddle in my affairs. Don't forget who's in charge here. As long as I'm around, you'll always be second. Biaogu, you misunderstand. I merely want to ask a few questions. Get lost. There's no need for your questions. These two brats definitely stumbled in. Today, I'm taking their tongues, and if you dare intervene, you'll be dealt with too. With that, Biaogu signaled to his men to seize Hua Ziyun and Fatty, just as the elevator doors opened behind them. Stop! Xue Jingwen's authoritative voice cut through the tension as she stepped out of the elevator, her expression slightly strained. The crowd fell silent, obediently stepping back behind Biaogu. Xue Ju, these two kids are intruding. Slap. Before he could finish, Xue Jingwen delivered a resounding slap, leaving him stunned. The surrounding thugs jumped in shock. Today, Xue Jie was unusually aggressive, striking without hesitation. Only Wang Hao discerned the underlying tension, casting a look of disbelief at the smiling Hua Ziyun and offering a sympathetic glance at the chastised Biaogu, silently shaking his head. Tomorrow, go monitor the goods at the gate. From now on, you're not to come up here without my permission.
Kue Jingwen Stanley instructed Biaye.
Understood. Biaogu lowered his head, recognizing he had crossed the line with someone he shouldn't have provoked. Xue Jingwen had graciously provided him an exit, and he dared not press further, retreating in defeat. How did you get up here? Hua Ziyun suddenly inquired. Xue Jingwen turned, smiling as she nodded at him. My office is 5 floors below. The 4th floor contains various equipment and files, so usually, no one comes up here. Biaogu may have been nervous. Don't take it to heart. I'm not concerned. I've encountered many like him, Hua Ziyun jested. Yet, he clearly doesn't belong here. I actually think he's not too bad. He gestured toward Wang Hao, who stood nearby. Indeed, Xue Jingwen acknowledged, casting a more approving glance at Wang Hao. From now on, you'll be responsible for this place. Everyone, disperse. Me? Wang Hao was taken aback, clearly astonished. Yes, I trust you more, she affirmed. Thank you, Xue Jie, for your trust. Wang Hao expressed, his excitement evident as he glanced at Hua Ziyun and called out, Everyone, please disperse and don't hinder Xue Jie. The crowd began to scatter, slowly realizing the significance of the two young men before them. They had only spoken 3 sentences. One about seeking someone, interrupted by Biaogu, followed by Xue Jie's decisive slap, and finally, a question regarding Xue Jingwen's arrival. Observing her demeanor toward them, even a fool could tell these men were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Hua Ziyun had casually praised Wang Hao, leading to an immediate elevation in his status. What did this imply? Their influence was palpable, and Biaogu's downfall was hardly surprising. Fortunately, he hadn't pressed the issue further. Otherwise, the consequences could have been far more dire. Everyone present understood that it was unnecessary to engage with someone like Biaogu. As the saying goes, a general with a sword does not slay flies. How is your recovery? No lingering side effects, I hope? Xue Jingwen inquired with concern. Of course not, Hua Ziyun chuckled, noticing a marked improvement in Xue Jingwen's attitude toward him after the recent events. It wouldn't be long before their relationship transcended mere utility, as trust is the fundamental foundation. Let us go inside. This time I intend to make a move against the Yi family. Chapter 95. The role of minor characters upon entering Xue Jingwen's office. After taking their seats, Hua Ziyun articulated his next course of action. Currently, Zero had begun to harbor doubts about himself. However, the reason for his hesitance to act swiftly was likely due to his lingering usefulness or concerns stemming from the military's presence. Since he had been granted time, it could not be squandered. He must gradually cultivate his influence in the fleeting moments available. Based on the intelligence relayed by Su Yun, he decided to initiate his approach with the Yi family, for Zero had already made preparations on his end. Attempting to trap him again would undoubtedly fail, and hence the Yi family would become their sole avenue for addressing the issue. What do you think? Do you have any objections to my next plan? Hua Ziyun inquired. The portly man disregarded the steaming hot water and gulped down the pu'er tea in his cup, wiping the tea that had spilled at the corner of his mouth. The plan sounded somewhat audacious, yet it was undoubtedly the most effective method. Indeed, it does seem a bit reckless, but if we are to infiltrate the Yi group from multiple angles, we require a considerable number of trustworthy minor characters. Unfortunately, I have scarcely a handful of individuals I can rely upon, Xue Jingwen remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Patience is essential. We shall proceed according to plan, Hua Ziyun replied, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. Very well. I will do my utmost to arrange things. Xue Jingwen nodded, casting a worried glance at Hua Ziyun. But considering your existing opposition to the Yi family, how will you locate individuals who can directly access their inner circle without arousing suspicion? Are you intending to do it yourself? Certainly not. Remember, minor characters can wield significant influence. I will manage the arrangements on my end. With that, Hua Ziyun retrieved his phone and swiftly typed a message. In half an hour, I will take you out for a little excursion. Before long, a response arrived on his phone. Great, I thought you wouldn't reach out to me. Seeing that half the matter was already settled, Hua Ziyun smiled, pocketed his phone, and stood up. Come on, fatty. It's time for us to return to school. Xue Jingwen rose to see him off, but ever since she had heard Hua Ziyun's plan, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. As they approached the elevator, Hua Ziyun gestured for her to halt. No need to see me off. Doing so may arouse suspicion. Rest assured, I, Hua Ziyun, keep my word. Once the matter is accomplished, I will ensure your child is returned to your side. Understood. Xue Jingwen nodded. After leaving the customs building, Hua Ziyun first escorted Fatty back to school, urging him to rest well, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. At the school gate, Hua Ziyun grew impatient as he glanced at his watch, noting that the school would soon close in 20 minutes. Sure enough, within a few moments, the elaborately dressed Zhao Daidai hurriedly emerged from within, donning a baseball cap, and ducked into the waiting vehicle upon spotting it. What's the rush? Afraid of being seen? Hua Ziyun teased, casting a resigned glance at Zhao Daidai, who began to shed her disguise in the passenger seat. No, let us go. Aren't you taking me out for a drink? Zhao Daidai replied with a smile, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. With a sigh, Hua Ziyun pressed the accelerator, heading towards Dongshan. Where are you taking me? To meet someone you'll understand when we arrive. Meet someone? Zhao Daidai was taken aback. Aren't we supposed to be on a date? Did I ever say that? Hua Ziyun chuckled, casually glancing at her. I need your assistance in a matter, and I have already transferred the advance payment to your account. Initially disappointed to learn that their outing was not a date, Zhao Daidai's expression transformed upon hearing about the payment. When she checked her phone and saw the 7-figure balance, her face flushed with excitement. Hua Ziyun understood her well. Zhao Daidai was a quintessential green tea girl, appearing innocent and delicate in public, yet cunningly adept at manipulating emotions behind the scenes. Such individuals typically exhibit two defining traits: a pursuit of wealth and a thirst for novelty. Given her less-than-ideal living conditions, Zhao Daidai's intentions were straightforward. She sought money. Green tea girls are natural performers. In order to execute his elaborate plans, Hua Ziyun realized he had few reliable allies, making Zhao Daidai the optimal choice. What exactly do you want me to do? Zhao Daidai quickly regained her composure, taking a deep breath and feigning indifference. I can't accept this money. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Come on. A green tea girl through and through, still thinking of reeling in the big catch. Hua Ziyun silently cursed, then spoke up. This is merely an advance payment. If you follow my instructions, I guarantee you will earn a fortune that will last you a lifetime. I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhao Daidai feigned ignorance. Each time you assist me, the payment doubles. If you're uninterested, I can easily find someone else. Hua Ziyun's patience began to wane. Zhao Daidai hesitated, nervously fiddling with her phone, as if grappling with a difficult decision. She recognized that Hua Ziyun had no genuine interest in her. No matter how she pretended, the outcome would remain the same. The affluent heirs she had previously mingled with only valued her beauty, and none were sincere. This time, having encountered Hua Ziyun, she knew letting this opportunity slip away could lead to a lifetime of regret. "What exactly do you want me to do?" she finally asked, capitulating. Hua Ziyun smirked without responding and pressed the accelerator, speeding up Dongshan. He parked the vehicle at the cliff's edge halfway up the mountain. Gazing down at the sprawling city of Nanming, his thoughts swirling. Truly, this was a land of tumult. Surrounded by the sea to the south and mountains on three sides, with the northern mountain connected to a vast mountain range, if one were to liken that range to the body of a dragon, then the towering metropolis before him resembled its head. The overall spectacle was akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. With such favorable feng shui, it was no wonder this city stood as the second largest after the capital. Lost in thought for so long? Zhao Daidai inquired, her curiosity piqued upon noticing Hua Ziyun's distraction. With a chuckle, Hua Ziyun turned around and rummaged through the back seat for a moment before selecting an extremely alluring outfit and handing it to Zhao Daidai. "Change into this." "What? Change here?" Zhao Daidai's cheeks flushed as she regarded Hua Ziyun as if he were a monster. Hua Ziyun raised an eyebrow, affirmatively nodding. Though unsure of his intentions, Zhao Daidai, motivated by the promise of substantial rewards, ultimately grit her teeth and accepted the outfit, pulling the seat back as she began to unfasten her clothing. Chapter 96. Extreme drift. Although Zhao Daidai's modesty is likely minimal due to his character, having to change clothes in front of a man still made the situation somewhat awkward for her. In contrast, Hua Ziyun exhibited no hint of embarrassment. The sight of a woman changing clothes was utterly captivating, evoking a sensation that could effortlessly draw a man into a new realm of desire. Especially as each inch of her fair skin gradually revealed itself, it would inevitably ensnare the mind. Moreover, Zhao Daidai's movements were far from swift, starkly contrasting with Hua Ziyun's impatient desire to hastily strip her bare. The more he struggled to maintain control, the more he questioned if he could truly indulge the system without restraint. When Zhao Daidai finally unfastened her top, exposing the blue bra that tightly encased her figure, Hua Ziyun exhaled a sigh of relief, yet a wave of heat surged through him. The sight of her partially revealed curves was like a mirror that dazzled his eyes and bewitched his senses. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hua Ziyun silently cursed internally, pulling his chair back forcefully and seizing Zhao Daidai's arm, drawing her onto his lap. "What are you doing?" Zhao Daidai protested with a soft huff. "You're taking too long to change." "Let me help you," Hua Ziyun retorted, not waiting for her to refuse before roughly tearing away her bra, his hand covering her exposed skin. Just as Hua Ziyun feared he might lose control, he had just finished removing Zhao Daidai's clothing when two red Ferrari 458s sped past the rear of the little beast, drifting around the corner at a staggering 100 kilometers per hour, their roaring engines emitting a fierce growl before vanishing into the bend. "They're here." Hua Ziyun suddenly froze, feeling a pang of reluctance as he released the dazed Zhao Daidai, grabbing the clothes he had prepared and placing her back in the passenger seat. "Forget it for now. Hurry and put your clothes back on. The real action is about to commence." The heightened tension Zhao Daidai had just experienced was abruptly extinguished by Hua Ziyun's command. With a reluctant glance at him, she confirmed he was not jesting and grudgingly donned her clothes. Upon seeing that Zhao Daidai was properly dressed, Hua Ziyun executed a swift turn, flooring the accelerator, and the little beast shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the Ferraris that had just passed. 10 minutes later, Hua Ziyun approached the Ferraris at an astonishing speed of 150 km/h, gradually closing the distance. In the passenger seat of the trailing Ferrari, a stunning woman peered into the rearview mirror and frowned. "Feifei, I think a car is following us." "Huh?" Qian Feifei was momentarily taken aback, glancing back and indeed spotting a speeding pickup truck closing in. "Interesting, it seems we have a newcomer from Dongshan." Qian Feifei chuckled coldly, reaching for the intercom. "Brother Yi, there's a big guy tailing us." The driver of the lead Ferrari smirked devilishly and suddenly accelerated, the red vehicle careening down the mountain like a crimson streak in the night. The individual referred to as Brother Yi by Qian Feifei was none other than Yi Chenglong, a spoiled scion of the Yi family. Hua Ziyun's primary goal for this outing was to confront him. Brother Hu, could you please slow down? This is a mountain road. Zhao Daidai exclaimed, terrified and clutching the overhead handle tightly. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up, Hua Ziyun warned, his expression impassive as he pressed the gas pedal. However, the designers of the little beast had capped its top speed at 160 km/h for safety. Without the ability to overtake through the numerous curves, Hua Ziyun would struggle to catch up to the Porsche. Luckily, the winding roads offered ample opportunities. Brother, that car seems to be gaining on us, Qian Duoduo said nervously, glancing at the flashing lights in the rearview mirror. At that moment, Yi Chenglong also noticed, scoffing, what's there to fear? It's just a junker. Qian Feifei steadied himself, the tires screeching as he drifted through the first turn at 100 km/h, while Hua Ziyun navigated the curve with equal skill. Brother, that guy is getting closer. He's almost on my tail, Qian Duoduo exclaimed. Calm down. Steady. With another sharp drift, Qian Feifei continued through the second turn at 120 km/h. Hua Ziyun grinned wickedly, suddenly flooring the accelerator. The little beast surged forward into the bend, 150 km/h, drifting at breakneck speed. In that moment, the little beast glided almost parallel to the Ferrari, Hua Ziyun's vehicle on the inside, the Ferrari on the outside, allowing Qian Feifei to glimpse Hua Ziyun's beaming visage. Caught momentarily off guard, Hua Ziyun seized the fleeting opportunity to correct his trajectory, pressing the gas and surging ahead. Damn, Qian Feifei cursed, realizing too late. Brother, that guy just shot past us. At this juncture, Hua Ziyun had caught up with Yi Chenglong, their vehicles racing neck and neck towards the final turn. Yi Chenglong cast a sidelong glance at the silvery little beast, a contemptuous smirk gracing his lips as he slammed the accelerator. The tires screeched in a deafening drift, the little beast's rear nearly skimming the cliff's edge, its right tires wobbling dangerously close to tipping over. Within 2 seconds, the little beast miraculously navigated the final bend. With a screech of brakes, Yi Chenglong halted the Ferrari at the end of the turn, his mouth agape in shock as he stared at the distant taillights of the departing Porsche, beads of cold sweat forming involuntarily on his brow. As Qian Feifei parked beside Yi Chenglong's Ferrari, he called out, Brother, before either could regain their composure. Hua Ziyun swung the little beast around and skidded to a stop before them, glaring at the two Ferraris while revving the engine menacingly, a low growl that seemed to challenge them. Do you see the man in the Porsche? He's our target, Hua Ziyun declared, a smirk playing on his lips as he gestured downward with his hand. Today is merely a greeting. I trust you can handle him for me. Can I really? Zhao Daidai hesitated, gazing thoughtfully at the angered Yi Chenglong opposite her. What exactly do you want me to do? You need not ask too many questions. This group holds nightly parties atop the mountain. Once you deal with him, I will reveal our next steps. With a confident smirk, Hua Ziyun suddenly turned the vehicle and sped down the mountain. Chapter 97. Acting as an instructor, Hua Ziyun initially believed that Yi Chenglong would certainly exit the vehicle to confront him. To his surprise, he did not even step out of the car. It appeared that the meticulously prepared attire for Zhao Daidai was rendered completely futile, as it had not been utilized at all. Where are we headed now? Zhao Daidai's complexion remained somewhat pale. The recent reckless driving had thoroughly frightened her. Hua Ziyun understood that Zhao Daidai was likely overthinking the situation. The incident on the mountain had merely been a momentary lapse in control, and he had since lost all interest. He did not wish to squander his first experience on someone as superficial as her. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Colonel Han. With a swift motion, the small beast of a vehicle came to a halt at the roadside. He turned to Zhao Daidai in the passenger seat and gestured. I have an urgent matter to attend to. You should be fine on your own, correct? Of course. Just keep me posted. Zhao Daidai replied hesitantly, feeling a tinge of disappointment as she opened the door and exited the vehicle. Once she had left, Hua Ziyun answered the call. You've really outdone yourself. It took you this long to answer my call? Colonel Han's laughter resonated from the other end. Why are you personally calling me today? Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly. Coincidentally, he needed to liaise with the military as he sought to infiltrate the Yi family. To do so, he required an additional ordinary identity. His mind raced as he countered. I assume you must have a reason for calling at this hour? Aha, you're quite astute. A batch of Special Forces personnel has been deployed across various units, and the military district has just selected a new group of recruits. I was hoping to borrow your expertise for a few days. Me? Hua Ziyun paused, perplexed. What do your new recruits have to do with me? Of course, your camouflage skills are impeccable, and I'd like you to share your experiences with them. Really? This is settled then. Should I send someone to pick you up? Not necessary. Hua Ziyun grimaced inwardly, lamenting the situation. He would arrive at the military district in an hour. After hanging up, Hua Ziyun felt somewhat bewildered. With so many excellent instructors in the military district, why was he being singled out? However, a visit would be beneficial. Not only could he obtain a new identity, but he could also ascertain how Yifian was faring. With that thought in mind, he turned the vehicle towards the southeastern mountains. As anticipated, he successfully acquired a new identity from Colonel Han and, according to military operations, managed to integrate himself into a relatively peripheral enterprise of the Yi family group, working night shifts, which conveniently did not interfere with his studies. However, this time, Hua Ziyun did not have the fortune of encountering Yifian. Given the severity of her injuries, it was unlikely she would recover so swiftly. He had heard that she was still recuperating. Although Colonel Han had arranged accommodations for him, Hua Ziyun found it uncomfortable. This was his first experience as an instructor, and he felt a slight apprehension. To facilitate his teaching, he chose to reside with the batch of new recruits, allowing him to familiarize himself with them and potentially gain their favor. After all, his role as a minor instructor was merely a formality. Dressed in military green, Hua Ziyun arrived at the recently completed seed camp, where everyone was soundly asleep. Not wanting to disturb them, he quietly lay down on one of the edge cots. The following morning, as the new recruits gradually awoke, Hua Ziyun had already completed his morning routine and was eager to bond with them in preparation for the afternoon's lessons. Hey, who are you? I didn't see you during training before, someone remarked upon noticing Hua Ziyun in the corner. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I no need to explain. We are the elite selected for special operations. You must have wandered into the wrong tent. Another recruit interjected, casting a glance at him. You look barely 17 or 18. You must be a fresh recruit. The new recruit camp is not this way. You should head back. What? A fresh recruit? Hua Ziyun felt exasperated, lamenting his youthful appearance. Yet, he was not offended. He had reviewed the profiles of the 20-odd recruits, and it was evident that the sharp soldier, Sun Kai, was among the best, consistently ranking among the top 5. I'm not in the wrong place. Actually, enough with the explanations. Sun Kai waved him off, beginning to organize his belongings. We've all endured the grueling devil training and need to relax now. While he could overlook the first interruption as unintentional, the second instance of being silenced felt excessive. Amused, he plopped down on the cot and declared, You think surviving the devil training means it's all over? Otherwise? Sun Kai exclaimed, forcefully tossing his belt onto the cot, frustration evident on his face. Do you have any idea what we've been through this past month? Every one of us remaining is exceptional. What does a newcomer like you know? Sun Kai's outburst drew the attention of others still tidying their beds. They gathered around him. Why are you getting so worked up? Haven't we all made it through? Exactly, you're now a Special Forces member. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the newcomers. I don't think this brother meant to provoke you. Let it go. Someone attempted to placate Sun Kai, aware of his volatile temper and the potential for conflict. Hua Ziyun scoffed inwardly, thinking, who claims he didn't mean it? What good is being talented if such a personality leads to his demise first on the battlefield? Special Forces? What a joke. Just as he contemplated provoking Sun Kai further, Camp Leader Zhou suddenly entered, lifting the curtain. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and... Upon catching sight of Hua Ziyun standing nearby, Zhou abruptly halted mid-sentence, swallowing the remainder of his words. Hua Ziyun recognized his intent and desperately gestured for him to maintain discretion regarding his identity. Zhou was no fool. While he did not grasp Hua Ziyun's motives, he opted to remain silent, his expression turning stern as he addressed Sun Kai and the others. Though the devil month has passed, your training is far from over. Today, an instructor will be coming to impart additional knowledge. In the morning, we will practice battlefield tactics, and in the afternoon we will cover enemy camouflage techniques. Assemble at the training ground in 3 minutes. Report, sir. We are all elite. Learning such useless information is simply wasting our lives. Sun Kai suddenly interjected. Shut your mouth. Did you not hear my orders? Yes, sir. Chapter 98. You stole my thunder. Do you all think highly of yourselves now? The expression on Captain Zhou's face instantly turned terrifying. Although Sun Kai did not verbally respond, it was evident that he felt somewhat indignant. Report. Our achievements are evident for all to see. They are the fruits of our labor, and you cannot deny our efforts. Achievements? Efforts? Captain Zhou scoffed disdainfully. How dare you defend yourself? If this were a battlefield, do you realize that you self-righteous elite would have long since become corpses? Report. I do not understand your meaning. Please provide us with a reasonable explanation. Sun Kai's frustration peaked, and despite attempts from others to restrain him, he was determined to confront Captain Zhou to the end. In front of Hua Ziyun, Captain Zhou found it difficult to maintain his composure. He desperately wanted to reveal Hua Ziyun's identity and inform them that he had infiltrated the camp the previous night while they were obliviously asleep, completely unaware of the presence of an additional person. Had Hua Ziyun been an enemy, they would have already met their demise. Ultimately, he restrained himself, feeling that he had already suffered enough humiliation. Feel free to leave if you are unsatisfied. Soon you shall comprehend the extent of your folly. Captain Zhou seethed as he swept aside the curtain and stormed out. You have 2 minutes. Stop standing around like fools and get moving. Hua Ziyun chuckled lightly, shaking his head in exasperation before making his way to the training ground. This group of individuals was undeniably arrogant and youthful. It seemed he must impart a serious lesson to them. Hua Ziyun arrived first at the training area, where over 20 simple tables and benches had already been arranged, with a makeshift whiteboard positioned to the south. He glanced around, noting that the instructors had yet to arrive, and unceremoniously chose a seat at the front. Although he held little interest in tactical analysis, he was intrigued by this group of elite soldiers and wished to see what they would concoct. A minute later, Sun Kai and the others rushed into the training area in a flurry, clearly aware of the military's unwavering authority despite their earlier bravado. Upon noticing Hua Ziyun seated in the front row, Sun Kai frowned but chose not to comment. Instead, he sat down with an air of arrogance beside him, believing it beneath him to contend with a seemingly inexperienced recruit. He thought that once the instructor arrived and noticed the additional presence, they would naturally ask him to leave. Before long, a girl slightly older than Yi Fian, dressed in military attire, appeared before them, instantly transforming the previously quiet atmosphere into a lively one. Female soldiers in the barracks were undoubtedly regarded as national treasures, and Sun Kai's eyes turned green with envy. Zhang Xiaolei, 23 years old, had served in the Southeast Military District Special Operations Brigade 2 years prior, and now held the esteemed position of Chief Deployment Specialist in the Southern Ming Criminal Investigation Division. She had successfully led numerous anti-terrorism operations and hostage rescues without a single failure. Hua Ziyun examined her profile, surprised that Colonel Han had gone to such lengths to summon her back, indicating that the setbacks in their recent operations against Sanyi had taken a toll on him. This elite training session was evidently a significant investment, and he sincerely hoped this group would rise to the occasion, sparing him the burden of solitary combat. The sword does not sharpen without friction. Observing the foolishness of these individuals, it was evident that discussing tactics at this point was premature. Zhang Xiaolei arrived gracefully at the whiteboard, exuding an air of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding commotion, akin to a rare orchid blooming in solitude within a secluded valley. Silence. Zhang Xiaolei cleared her throat, and the raucous atmosphere fell silent, though the intense gazes directed at her remained unwavering. My name is Zhang Xiaolei. Today, I will be discussing battlefield tactics and formation distribution. You are all seeds of the military district, and I intend to devote myself wholeheartedly to your training, Zhang Xiaolei declared with utmost seriousness. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Kai snickered. Instructor Zhang, since you know we are all elites, do you really think it's necessary to teach us? With looks like yours, are you a medic? His words instantly provoked a chorus of laughter. Hua Ziyun sensed impending trouble and glanced at the stormy expression on Zhang Xiaolei's face, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the arrogant Sun Kai. This young man was clearly courting disaster. Anyone who could become an instructor was not someone they could afford to provoke. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Xiaolei took action. 2 seconds later, Sun Kai was sent flying from his seat, landing several meters away. The room fell eerily silent as everyone stared at Zhang Xiaolei, astonished by her swift and decisive action. Despite her femininity, it was clear she was no mere show of strength. This kick serves as a punishment for your disrespect towards the instructor. Should you have any objections, we can settle it one-on-one, she declared, brushing off her attire with a huff. Wincing in pain, Sun Kai clambered back to his seat, swallowing his pride. He had merely been venting his frustrations. After all, there was a significant rank disparity between him and Zhang Xiaolei. While he felt aggrieved, he dared not retaliate against the instructor. Hua Ziyun admired such a decisive woman. When she acted, she was swift and unambiguous. Instructor Zhang's decisive actions. I've long wished to teach this fool a lesson, he thought, rising from his seat and extending his right hand sincerely. Zhao Fei, a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Xiaolei nodded but did not shake his hand, instead turning back to the whiteboard. Hey, you rookie think you can charm the instructor. Sun Kai, already simmering with resentment, kicked Hua Ziyun from behind. You'd better look in the mirror. It's a miracle you weren't asked to leave. Hua Ziyun ignored him, awkwardly retracting his hand. Kid, has your brain rusted? You dare entertain thoughts regarding the instructor? Sit down quickly. You wouldn't want to become the next Sun Kai, would you? Exactly. Don't drag us down with you. Hua Ziyun's actions incited the ire of many, who wished to expel this thoughtless rookie from their ranks. Zhang Xiaolei returned to the whiteboard and cast a cold glance over the group of elite soldiers. After witnessing her methods, they almost instantaneously fell silent. Her gaze finally settled on Hua Ziyun, and with a slight frown, she scrutinized him. Instructor Zhao, I initially thought the information was fabricated, but I see you are indeed quite young. Shouldn't this lesson be my domain? You ought to be here in the afternoon. It appears you have successfully integrated among this group without raising suspicion. Do you intend to overshadow me? Her words sent shockwaves through the room. Chapter 99. Merging instruction at that moment. All eyes converged upon Hua Ziyun, and a tumult of astonishment surged within each onlooker's heart. My goodness! He is the instructor specializing in enemy camouflage. How could he be so young? It defies reason. He appears to be nothing more than a pretty boy. How could this be possible? No wonder Captain Zhou remarked that they were merely corpses in his eyes. It seems his words were not without merit. Not a single soul dared to inquire about his true identity. Sun Kai was rendered utterly dumbfounded. His gaze fixed vacantly upon the beaming Hua Ziyun, clearly struggling to accept this revelation. Just moments ago, he had been calling him a rookie. How could he have transformed into an instructor in the blink of an eye? Hua Ziyun, aware of Zhang Xiaolei's discontent, smiled and clarified. Instructor Zhang, you have misunderstood. I had no intention of disrupting your lesson, but I have observed that these individuals are compliant in word yet defiant in spirit. Allowing them to learn in this manner may yield little effect. Zhang Xiaolei raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of realization dawning upon her as she regarded Hua Ziyun. Are you implying? Hua Ziyun smiled but remained silent, as if awaiting her verdict. Zhang Xiaolei chuckled, the corners of her lips lifting as she beckoned Hua Ziyun closer, signaling that she wished to speak privately. Not far away, in the military and political building, Colonel Han and Chief of Staff Tian were observing the training ground through binoculars. Old Han, wasn't this lad scheduled for the afternoon? Why is he appearing in Instructor Zhang's class? Ha! Now that's intriguing. I suspect he perused Xiao Zhang's dossier yesterday and concocted a plan to familiarize himself ahead of time. After all, he will likely encounter them again in Nanming, and Hua Ziyun wouldn't miss any opportunity that might serve his advantage. True, but aren't you concerned that this young man, with his clever schemes, might undermine these newly minted elites? Let him be. Regardless of the outcome, it will benefit these youngsters. Haven't our recent failures stemmed from placing too much value on them? I do not wish for the same fate to befall this new generation. In a secluded corner of the training ground, Hua Ziyun wore a mischievous smile as he gazed at Zhang Xiaolei. What do you think? Shall we join forces to temper their arrogance? Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhang Xiaolei frowned, her expression tinged with concern. If we were to lose, it would be quite embarrassing for us as instructors. So you doubt my capabilities? Perhaps you think I am too young? Huaxian seemed to have anticipated her thoughts. Zhang Xiaolei parted her lips, but the words faltered, swallowed back. Nevertheless, she caught a hint of his meaning. Contemplating, Huaxian leaned closer, whispering a few words in her ear, and her expression transformed into one of vivid intrigue. You? Zhang Xiaolei's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Huaxian. You are the one who recently caused the Southeast Military Region's special elite to lose face. Before she could finish, Huaxian urgently gestured for her to cease, casting a wary glance at the already clustered elite newcomers. Are we doing this or not? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaolei nodded affirmatively. Let's do it. I'm all in. Having reached an accord, Huaxian and Zhang Xiaolei returned to the group. Upon their return, Sun Kai and the others hurriedly resumed their seats. Zhang Xiaolei cast a blank look over the crowd, her voice cold as she declared, I can see that many of you harbor discontent, dismissing tactical camouflage as mere trifles. Since you are so unwilling, Instructor Zhao and I have decided to conduct a joint lesson. A hunting game. Hunting game? What does that entail? Sun Kai was the first to voice his confusion. The hunting game means I will be the prey, and you all will take on the role of hunters. Huaxian interjected suddenly. I will venture into the mountains to set up obstacles, and after 1 hour you will all enter the mountains. The sole objective is to capture or eliminate me, and if you succeed, it shall be deemed a victory. As Huaxian's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. Sun Kai and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. In the interest of fairness, my movements will be overseen by Instructor Zhang, who will guide me to evade your encirclement. I, in turn, will exploit every advantage the terrain offers to camouflage and conceal myself. The purpose of this lesson is to instill in you the significance of tactics and disguise, Huaxian continued. Just you? Sun Kai stifled a laugh, nearly bursting forth, but managed to restrain himself. Instructor Zhao, you cannot be serious. With that slender frame, you think you can compete with us? Surely you jest. Not only Sun Kai, but even the other elite soldiers stifled chuckles, dismissing the theoretical approach of these two instructors. One was a tactical analyst, the other a mere boy specializing in camouflage. How could such individuals stand on the battlefield? The battlefield was a realm reserved for true warriors, and many shared the sentiment that these young instructors were hardly formidable, leaving them baffled as to why such individuals were chosen for teaching. Huaxian had anticipated this reaction. He merely smiled at Zhang Xiaolei and shrugged nonchalantly at Sun Kai. I am not interested in your empty words. Are you willing to accept this challenge or not? Are you elite soldiers truly afraid? Afraid? Who's afraid? Sun Kai shot up from his seat, fired up by Huaxian's provocation. Instructors, do not blame me for the warning. If you lose, your reputations will be utterly tarnished. Enough! Someone else stood up, eager to mediate. Both instructors understand that we are the cream of the crop from the military district. This contest seems pointless. Perhaps you should continue with your lesson. Indeed, Sun Kai's words may have been blunt, but there is truth in them. You two should focus on your roles as instructors. Another chimed in. Winning would not bring us any honor. Why bother? I think. Sun Kai's remark resonated with many, and the overwhelming numerical superiority of 20-2 left them skeptical. They believed that even a seasoned warrior would struggle against them, so they had all but foreseen the inevitable outcome, rendering the contest devoid of significance. Huaxian chuckled softly, shaking his head as he observed the self-important elites sighing in unison. Let us refrain from making too bold statements. Should you fail to reclaim your pride, that would indeed be quite awkward. 1 hour from now, I will await you in the mountains.